Chapter 651. For the immortal race, embarking on the path of evolution, 200 years isn't a very long time. But for ordinary people who haven't, 200 years elapses as the rise and fall of several generations. During these 200 years, four-eyed society underwent tremendous changes. According to Ankarina, the four-eyed were once a very conservative race. The most obvious sign was the erotic industry, which remained a gray area within their society. Anyone caught working in the industry, regardless of gender, was chemically castrated. But as invasions became increasingly frequent, social trends shifted towards enjoying life in the moment. After all, for most people, a sudden invasion could wipe out a lifetime's wealth. So, it's better to enjoy life while you can, enjoying life while you can. Thus, the entertainment industry, centered around erotic gambling, began to flourish, accompanied by the proliferation of cults. Religion is a spiritual anesthetic. In a world plagued by increasingly frequent invasions, people must find spiritual sustenance. This is a society called the Fire Worship Society, Ankarina introduced to Richard. Not far from them, a group of four-eyed people dressed in bright red gathered in a small square. They were circling a large bonfire, rhythmically prostrating themselves. They believe this world is the ashes of a burned-out fire, and the invasion disasters are the rekindling flames. They believe the rekindling of the fire is unstoppable, and that only by believing in it can one merge with it at the moment the world burns to its end, and be reborn from the new ashes. After saying this, Ankarina couldn't help but shake her head. Sometimes, I really don't understand how these people come up with such absurd stories. Richard listened to Ankarina's description and nodded thoughtfully. Does this cult have priests? The kind who can wield power? Of course not, Ankarina said, as if she had heard something absurd. Even if someone who can wield source energy can't join the Invasion Task Force, they can still join the Invasion Processing Bureau. Invasion Processing Bureau staff wouldn't join a small church like this. Does that mean they join a large church? The Invasion Processing Bureau has strict management of its regular staff, but there are always some who are less resolute. However, once discovered, these people are eliminated. That means these churches basically don't have members who wield source energy. Even if there are only a few, right? Ankarina nodded. Yes. Hearing Ankarina's affirmation, Richard couldn't help but smile. He turned to Elises on his shoulder and said, Elises, this isn't just virgin land, it's incredibly fertile. Elises, upon hearing this, was eager to try. Preaching was instinctive for a deity. Faced with such a large opportunity, he was genuinely tempted. Oh no, I have to start at church. With that, Elises shuddered, leaving an illusion of himself on Richard's shoulder. Then, with a flutter of wings, he vanished from Richard's sight, completely unaware of Ankarina's presence. Hiding from the perception of a level 3 creature was surprisingly easy for Elises. How impatient. Richard shook his head and continued his stroll through the city. Base L1. Anderson sat in his office, holding a fixed-mounted transmitter, his expression reverent. You're saying that 1275 is actually a door, and once the contract is signed, it will summon 2 creatures with the strength of level 4 operations specialists. A steady voice came from the transmitter speaker, and Anderson's expression was visibly relieved. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Director, you're right. Interesting, these 2 creatures seem friendly. Anderson was slightly startled. Have you received the information? No, the voice on the phone remained steady. If they weren't friendly, they wouldn't be reporting their intelligence to me now. Tell me about them. One of them is a humanoid creature with white skin, 2 eyes, and 4 limbs. He calls himself Richard. The other is a black bird creature, usually about the size of a spotted eagle. His name is unknown. According to the on-site specialist, after she signed the contract, the 2 creatures emerged from a spatial rift together. In battle, the bird creature tends to attack physically, while the humanoid prefers energy. The humanoid creature seems to possess some kind of confinement ability. Even the Calamity Serpent was unable to resist. With the cooperation of the 2, the snake, a level 4 operations specialist, was severely injured in less than a minute. The humanoid creature calling itself Richard then took its body into an unknown dimension, or perhaps exiled it to another dimension. Interesting. On the other end of the communicator, a gray-haired old man looked up from his desk. Have they shown any desire? Not at this point. But they've been very friendly toward the Bureau, and helped us deal with a fusion party invasion. Very friendly. A thought flashed in the old man's eyes. Very friendly, that's a good thing. For the time being, try to meet their every need. As long as they don't kill anyone, don't stop them from doing anything. Yes, Chief. After answering, The voice in the microphone paused for a moment before resuming. Chief, should we arrange a meeting? The chief stood up and said in a steady voice, I arrange a meeting at a suitable time. If they ask, just say we're busy, and that it wouldn't be appropriate to use a clone for our first meeting. Yes, Chief. The call ended, and the chief walked out from behind his desk and opened the office door. Beyond the door was an elevator. The chief entered and pressed the button for the floor valley. Then the elevator jolted. Immediately, the elevator's interior began to distort, and dazzling lights, enough to make one faint at the mere sight of them, appeared and vanished. Soon, the elevator stabilized, and so did the space within. Opening the elevator door, the director's view revealed a crystal platform suspended above the earth. On the crystal platform, Control Bureau employees, dressed in their uniforms, were working at various machines. They seemed to be monitoring some data or phenomenon. The director stepped onto the platform, and a short, very old, four-eyed figure came up to greet him. What are the latest data? The director asked the old man. The old man shook his head. The data is getting worse. Because of those bastards from the fusion party, space shock bombs are everywhere. Every time space is torn, our integration with those worlds deepens. If it weren't for Lord Gregor constantly using the power of the world to repair it, we would probably have merged by now. The director sighed. Space shock bombs are a special weapon created by the fusion party. They don't have a particularly strong killing effect, but they can destabilize space. Every use of space shock bombs has the potential to cause a disaster. And those bastards from the fusion party deliberately release space shock bombs to various cults, causing them to become almost rampant. If there were no space shock bombs, even if the Control Bureau did nothing, it would have taken at least 500 years for this world to reach its current state. I need to see Gregor. There's been some trouble in the surface world lately. 2 world masters have entered our world for a project. The old man was startled. 2 world masters? Yes, and they're quite powerful. They must have completely killed one of the giant snakes in the Calamity Beast herd. Huh? The old man's eyes widened, his 4 blue pupils filled with disbelief. Killed? Yes, killed, the director said with a hint of something in his voice. It seems these guys have encountered this kind of creature before. After severely injuring the snake, they used a method similar to exile, throwing it into another dimension. If nothing unexpected happens, the giant snake has likely entered a deeper world, never to return. The old man's eyes suddenly blazed with passion upon hearing this. If they've truly seen something like this, then wouldn't we be saved? The director shook his head slightly. Who knows? Take me to see Gregor. We need to arrange a time to meet the masters of the 2 otherworldly realms. Everything you have is a gift from God. The great Richard is God incarnate. One day, the earth will shatter, the seas will dry up, and God will return to his kingdom. Then he will lead the souls of all the faithful to a land of lush vegetation, where they will enjoy eternal bliss. The souls of those who do not will fall into an eternal cycle of reincarnation, utterly annihilated. In the square, a 4-eyed man in a black robe, holding a copy of the Order of Miracles canon, stood at a makeshift podium in the center. A faint holy light shone from the man's body as he preached. Enveloped in this light, he looked both kind and majestic, like a stern father. Below the podium, hundreds of 4-eyed men, also in black robes, listened quietly to his teachings. Their eyes were pure and their expressions devout, some even welling with tears, as they listened to the priest's sermon. Soon, the sermon concluded. The priest stepped down from the podium, and a team of sturdy 4-eyed men, carrying several large insulated buckets and insulated boxes, arrived. The faithful formed a line before the priest, one after another, receiving Holy Communion, mushroom pancakes and mushroom soup. Outside the square, Richard watched the scene unfold, unable to resist asking Ulysses, who was standing over his shoulder, how did you do it? How have you managed to attract so many believers in just 2 days? Chapter 652. That's easy, Ulysses said casually. I found a small church and brainwashed its leaders. Then I spread the teachings, performed some miracles, and smoothly converted that small church. Richard was stunned. Was this a little too smooth? But then he realized that the churches in this world couldn't technically be considered churches, because they lacked a true God. A veteran god like Ulysses had countless methods to deal with such a godless church. Wouldn't that mean I could expand the church quickly? I can, but the indigenous forces of this world have to agree, Ulysses said, glancing at Ankarina, who was standing not far from Richard. This world's grassroots management is quite good. If the church were to expand, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Bureau. Aren't you planning to cooperate with this organization? Richard shook his head slightly. You should rephrase the wording. I'm not planning to cooperate with this organization. I'm planning to incorporate it. My current moderation is merely a way of confirming whether this organization is a viable candidate for assimilation. Richard's voice was calm, as if he were discussing tonight's dinner. But within this calmness lay an unyielding authority and a rock-solid confidence. I don't intend to share this world with these natives. They can be stewards, but never masters. Elises observed Richard's demeanor and tutored his assessment. Huh, you're becoming more and more like a god. But unfortunately, you're not on the path of a god. After the communion, the believers began to disperse. Ankarina joined Richard. She had spent the past 2 days guiding him through the unaffected parts of the city. Theoretically, she could return as a guide. But both sides knew the guide role was just a facade, so Ankarina shifted from guide to attendant. In short, she had to stay by Richard's side. Ankarina, let's go back to the control bureau. Richard turned his gaze from the square and smiled at Ankarina. I have something to discuss with Anderson. Since proselytizing would undoubtedly attract the attention of the control bureau, it would be better to address the situation directly. With that, Richard put his hand on Ankarina's shoulder. The next moment, they appeared in front of the control bureau. The control bureau was bustling with people, most of them disaster relief workers. The calamity snake wiped out all ordinary people within a 20-kilometer radius. Even with the city's deliberately low population density due to years of invasions, this single attack still resulted in the deaths of nearly 100,000 people. The bodies needed to be disposed of, and their identities identified. Those with relatives were to notify their relatives to claim the bodies and their inheritance. For those without relatives, whose entire families had traveled together, their belongings would be auctioned off, with the proceeds going to the Invasion Disaster Relief Fund. In addition, the rubble left by the battle needed to be cleared, as well as the abandoned motorcycles on the road. The sewers needed repair, and the degraded energy systems needed to be rebuilt. The more modern the city, the more complex the repairs required after destruction. If this kind of disaster had occurred in the werewolf world of yesteryear, reconstruction could have been started directly from the ground with just bricks and wood. Leveling wouldn't even be necessary. The ground could have been simply made from the ground leveled by the serpent's struggle. Finding herself back at the front door of the Control Bureau building, Ankarina felt her heart pounding. The moment Richard pinned her down, even if he had no ill intentions, she felt like she was going to die. The moment Richard exerted his power, a trace of a level 5 creature entered her senses. Though it was extremely faint and fleeting, she still felt as if she had walked on the edge of a knife. Help me show the way. Richard's voice snapped Ankarina out of her trance. Seeing Richard's slightly puzzled expression, she hurriedly asked, Who are you looking for? Anderson, of course. Is there a higher-level leader in this building? No, I take you there right away. Anderson's office was located in the heart of the middle floor. It was a secure location that allowed information from the entire floor to reach her quickly. In his office, Anderson was pondering the base's future funding allocation. Although the Control Bureau was a public institution, the funding from above was never enough. Each of these subordinate bases possesses some private property to supplement their household expenses. The Bureau itself also provides assistance to certain wealthy individuals under other guise, in exchange for some sponsorship. While this may sound somewhat shabby, the Bureau has a considerable number of non-staff personnel. Some civilian positions don't require actual skill, they require more intelligent individuals. Meanwhile, ordinary people need to eat, retire, and receive a pension when they die, all of which require money. The majority of this world is ultimately composed of mortals, and even those with power must adhere to the underlying logic of society. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Click, click. Looks like I'm here at a bad time. Hearing the voice, Anderson suddenly looked up from the sea of documents. Seeing Richard, he immediately stood up, a layer of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. What brings you here? Is there anything you need? Richard waved his hand, trying to calm him down. Nothing, I just want to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Anderson's heart, far from relaxing, suddenly became tense. What was this otherworldly ruler up to? What had caught his eye in this world? What if he wanted to eat people? All sorts of chaotic thoughts flooded through Anderson's mind. He forced a stiff smile and asked Richard, What's the matter? No big deal. Richard waved his hand, motioning Anderson to sit down. While wandering around the city, I noticed your world lacks a well-organized religious system. In my world, I'm considered a deity. So, I'm planning to preach here. Preach. Preach? Hearing Richard's request, Anderson's heart suddenly relaxed, and the smile on his face grew warmer. The Lord of this world was truly a good man, even making such a commonplace request. Anderson said to Richard with utmost sincerity, "If you wish, you can preach freely. Even if you incorporate all the churches in this city, that's no problem. Of course, I believe your followers are all law-abiding citizens." "Of course," Richard replied with an equally sincere smile. He hadn't expected the mission to go so smoothly. He was even prepared to use soul magic to manipulate their minds. "My followers are all law-abiding citizens. I didn't expect it would be so easy to proselytize." In the secret realm, Richard muttered to himself as he deduced the runes. Although several light years away, thanks to the interaction between souls at a distance, Richard could simultaneously receive every message transmitted by his clone. Dong! Dong! A pleasant bell rang from outside the laboratory. Richard opened the door and saw Ulysses standing there. "Ulysses, what's going on?" Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. Ulysses, with a hint of excitement on his face, replied, "The people in the Kingdom of God system have figured it out." "The Kingdom of God system?" Richard was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. 23 years had passed since Richard released the scroll. These 23 years can be divided into the first 10 years and the last 13 years, based on changes. In the first 10 years, the advent of the natural evolution computer led to a major optimization of the floating city. After the optimization, the floating city's speed increased from 1/5 the speed of a stream of light to 1/3. Due to this enormous improvement, Richard was forced to halt the expedition and undertake a major renovation of the already constructed second floating city, along with the first. As a result, the expeditionary force did not depart for the first 10 years. Thankfully, with the renovations completed, the reorganized Goblin Army and the trained Werewolf Army set out in the 11th year. The first Goblin Army to depart had already been sailing for approximately 13 years, covering nearly a third of the distance. In the following 13 years, in addition to his daily physical training and rune research, Richard also undertook a very important project: the Kingdom of God system. The unique rules of the werewolf world allow the souls of the deceased to be preserved. This rule is perfectly compatible with the divine kingdom of the gods. For 23 years, Richard had been observing this rule. Even when the expeditionary force set out, he did not follow. Finally, in the 21st year, with the help of the Eye of Delusion, Richard completed his observation and integration of this rule, naming it the Underworld Rule. But this was only the beginning. The Underworld Rule required the Kingdom of God to be deployed. But Richard couldn't operate the Kingdom of God at all times. Therefore, to fully guide the souls of his followers into his Kingdom of God, he needed a solution that could either guide them directly into his Kingdom of God, or temporarily store them for later deployment. To seek this solution, Richard had issued a divine oracle to the Divine Arts Institute 13 years ago, before he had fully observed the Underworld Rule, demanding a solution. Now, the monks of the Institute have finally delivered their response. Take me to see it. In the conference hall of the Research Institute, all the cardinals in the City of Miracles, even Pope Franken, had arrived. The research on the Kingdom of God system was not kept secret, so these cardinals had heard of it. They all knew it was a groundbreaking invention. If the Kingdom of God system was completed, then even if they died, they could continue to live in the Kingdom of God. This was a fatal temptation for any living being. Even though most of them were indifferent to life and death, who would want to die if they could live a few more days, a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, and everyone in the hall immediately stood up and saluted. Richard and Ulysses emerged from the rift and said calmly, "Everyone, please take a seat." Chapter 653. Many cardinals took their seats. Cardinal Martin, the dean of the Divine Arts Academy, came before Richard with 2 priests. Each of the 3 held a box. Richard scanned it with his spiritual power, revealing a prayer amulet, a small statue, and a priest's staff. "Lord, we have fulfilled your oracle." Martin held a box before him, speaking devoutly. Beside him, his 2 attendant priests did the same. Richard waved his hand, and an invisible force ripped open all 3 boxes. Then, the 3 objects slowly rose into the air, clearly visible to the bishops in the hall. "Martin, there's no need for formalities at this moment. Introduce your work to everyone," Richard said with a smile. "Your will, Lord." Martin gave Richard a church salute, and then moved to the prayer amulet, the smallest of the 3 items. This prayer amulet was round, about the size of a baby's fist, and golden in color. Both sides bore the symbol of the Order of Miracles, a pentagram. Additionally, numerous prayers inscribed in wizarding script were engraved in the blank spaces of the amulet. But amidst this wizarding script, Richard vaguely discerned several elements resembling runes. "My lord, and all my colleagues, this is a prayer amulet. It gathers and protects the soul of a believer upon death. It is the lowest level of the Kingdom of God system. After speaking, Martin looked at Richard with a look of guilt on his face. My lord, please forgive my incompetence. We are currently unable to allow the soul to enter the kingdom of God directly through the amulet. Richard nodded slightly, his smile gentle and reassuring. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I understand the difficulty involved, so I didn't ask you to do it all at once. I see traces of alchemy on this amulet. Have you combined alchemy with the prayer amulet? Martin nodded slightly. You have a keen eye. We did take advantage of this by applying alchemical treatment to the prayer amulet, making it more durable. Continue. Yes, my lord. Martin moved from the prayer amulet to the wooden staff. The Kingdom of God system is divided into 3 parts. The first is the prayer amulet. The prayer amulet temporarily stores the soul within it, but it doesn't transfer it. So we created this guiding staff. With this staff, even a basic priest can transfer the soul from the prayer amulet. As he spoke, he picked up the staff and pointed it at the prayer amulet. Then, a ball of holy light emerged from the amulet and merged into the staff. Martin then prayed devoutly toward the nearby statue. The holy light, which had been absorbed into the staff, emanated from it during his prayer and eventually merged into the smaller statue. The third part is the statue that carries souls to the kingdom of God. Using the staff of guidance, we can draw the souls from the prayer amulets and inject them into these statues blessed by our Lord. Once the souls enter the statues, they can be preserved for a long time. Next, whether our Lord actively guides them or we perform an ascension ceremony, the souls within the statues can ascend to the kingdom of God. After speaking, Martin looked at Richard. Richard raised his eyebrows, and in the next instant, a sacred field enveloped the hall. Within this field, a figure composed of holy light gradually rose to its feet. The kingdom of God opened, and the soul within the statue naturally entered. Under the influence of the kingdom of God's internal structure, that soul naturally became a soldier of the heroic spirit legion. Soon, the heroic spirit soldier's transformation was complete. From his appearance, he looked around somewhat bewilderedly, then spotted Richard not far away. My lord. The soldier saluted excitedly. Looking at the soul that had regained consciousness, Richard couldn't help but smile. As long as the kingdom of God's system was deployed, he would no longer have to worry about faith. Few would resist the temptation of ascending to the kingdom of God after death. Furthermore, these souls could continue to fight for him. Even if they died, he could rely on the kingdom of God to bring their remaining souls back and transform them into new heroic spirit soldiers through the rebirth pool. If it weren't for this death, outside the dual arena, resurrection would require the power of faith. Richard practically possessed an army of the undead, a true undead army. Okay. Richard retracted the kingdom of God and said 3 good to Martin. This is a very good result. Don't stop the research. Continue it and see if you can make further progress. He then turned to Franken. Franken, put the production of the prayer amulets on the agenda as soon as possible. Our soldiers will reach the new world in 20 years at most. The kingdom of God's system must be equipped to every soldier before the war. Franken bowed and said, Your will. Richard returned his gaze to Martin. Your research institute has done a great job this time. A commendation ceremony will be held soon. All priests involved in the research will receive medals. For those priests who have made outstanding contributions, please compile a list and give it to Franken. Their medals will be even higher. Upon hearing this, Martin humbly said, My lord, we were only doing what we were supposed to do. Richard patted Martin on the shoulder and said, Don't shirk responsibility. This is a tremendous achievement, and you deserve the honor. Your will, my lord. Leaving the research institute, Richard returned to the secret realm. Once inside, Richard asked Ulysses, What do you think of this system? Ulysses nodded. It's remarkable. Although this system is crude, it's already very effective. However, I personally suggest that it be deployed to the frontline legions first. As for the soul guidance in the rear world, you should focus more on creating a divine kingdom on Earth. Divine kingdom on Earth? Richard was a little confused by Ulysses' somewhat unfamiliar term. You can think of it as the super large magic circle you created earlier, Ulysses explained. Oh, then just say super large magic circle, Richard grumbled slightly. The term super large magic circle is a convenient explanation. In our place, we call this the earthly kingdom. Ulysses flapped his wings, and a massive two-dimensional magic circle emerged from the air. This is just a concept diagram. Don't try to replicate it, Ulysses warned Richard. The earthly kingdom is essentially a massive, perpetual ritual powered by earth veins, providing a blessing for a region, a country, or even a continent. This blessing varies depending on the ritual. If your underworld rules are incorporated into the earthly kingdom, Then the earthly kingdom will receive the souls of every believer within the ritual. Huh? Richard stared at Ulysses in astonishment. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Well, because it's a secret, part of the apotheosis ritual. If it gets out, I'd be facing divine punishment. Then why are you telling me now? Because I suddenly realized that divine magic and your technology can actually coexist. Ulysses sighed. That prayer amulet combines wizard alchemy with our divine magic system. If alchemy and divine magic can coexist, then wizard magic circle systems and divine magic systems can probably coexist as well. You mean? Richard's eyes flashed with thought. Use a super large magic circle to simulate your earthly kingdom. Ulysses nodded. Yes, what do you think? Richard stroked his chin and began to ponder the feasibility of this approach. Finally, he let out a long sigh, his face filled with excitement, eager to try it out. I think we can give it a try. If successful, it could be a huge step forward. Director, this is the religious changes in the city these days. In his office, Anderson took the report from his secretary with a gloomy face and absent-mindedly flipped through 2 pages. Due to the appearance of the beast of disaster, Base L1's finances were in dire straits. Even with the special funding from the general administration, the massive amount of compensation still left the base's finances stretched to the limit. Sigh, why is this gap? Huh? Anderson's eyes widened, and he rubbed them, making sure he had read the data correctly. Kevin, have you seen this data? Kevin nodded, his tone tinged with fear. I've read it, and I'm sure it's true. The document in Anderson's hand showed that over the past month, this city, with a population exceeding 1 million even after the appearance of the beast of disaster, had seen all its sects and associations eliminated, leaving only a single sect called the Order of Miracles. Is this a meme? Anderson asked, somewhat horrified. Kevin shook his head. Director, you have to ask those 2 masters about that. The Order of Miracles is their sect. Anderson picked up the document, reviewed it again, and returned it to the table. This is astonishing. I must report it. He was about to use the fixed transmitter to report the information. But before he could, the fixed transmitter rang. The Order of Miracles, the world's first church for the four-eyed people. In a plainly decorated room, Richard was reading a textbook on energy machinery. While source energy technology is rudimentary compared to alchemy, the power of each race possesses considerable potential. With skillful development, source energy technology might even bring unexpected benefits to alchemy. Suddenly, Ulysses flew out of thin air and landed on Richard's shoulder. This city is completely converted. Richard closed the book, a look of surprise on his face. So quickly? I thought it would take a while. Huh? Quick! Who are you looking down on? Ulysses glared at Richard. If I weren't concerned about the impact, I could convert this city in 7 days, even in a world without orthodox religions and plagued by disasters. Richard smiled. Ha, don't get excited. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Richard opened the door and saw Ankarina standing outside, her expression grave. Gentlemen, the director wishes to meet with you. Chapter 654. Control Bureau L1 Base, Conference Room. A four-eyed figure with graying hair and a somewhat scholarly air sat at the left end of the long table in the conference room, calmly reading the documents in his hands. Beside him, Anderson, the L1 Base's general manager, stood behind him like a servant. At the main seat at the end of the long table, an equally aged four-eyed figure, yet with a physique as muscular as a giant bear, rested with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the sturdy four-eyed figure snapped open. The next moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and a figure in a black robe, with a black crow on its shoulder, entered. Looking at the muscular figure at the end of the conference room, Richard's pupil shrank slightly. Level 6 creature. Although the sturdy four-eyed figure at the end of the conference room had concealed his presence well, Richard still sensed a chilling sense of danger from him. It was hard to find any other explanation other than a level 6 creature. Looks like the recruitment plan needs to be revised. After a brief silence, Richard looked at the four-eyed figure, who appeared to be reading documents but whose full attention was on him, and smiled. It seems things are very busy at the bureau. This gentleman is still reading documents at this time. The four-eyed figure, with a scholarly demeanor, sorted the documents and placed them on the table. Then he stood up and smiled at Richard, saying, "There's been quite a bit of trouble lately. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'm Avery, Director of the Bureau of Control. This is my old friend, Gregor, Head of Operations." He gestured to the muscular four-eyed figure to introduce them. Gregor looked at Richard, his 4 blue eyes, like lenses, scrutinizing him closely. Then he said, You're not the real one, and neither is the one on your shoulder. Your Excellency's vision is quite sharp. Off to the side, the director of the Control Bureau, who called himself Avery, had a slightly shifting expression. Although he lacked Gregor's strength, he could still sense the power of the man and bird before him. Their exuberant vitality was definitely something only a level 4 operations specialist could possess. And now, the facts revealed that this was actually a clone. Wouldn't the true forms of these two world masters be as powerful as his? Thinking of this, Avery couldn't help but grow cautious. He had originally imagined a smooth encounter, but unexpectedly, something unexpected had occurred right from the start. You're very strong, Gregor said again. If there's an opportunity in the future, I hope to battle your true form. Richard smiled politely. If there's an opportunity, I also like to battle you. Then, mentally, he added, but I much rather battle the secrets of your body on the dissection table. Gregor said nothing more. He glanced at Avery, then stood still as a stone. Richard could tell this guy wasn't exactly a talker. Any real cooperation or deal would have to be discussed with Avery next to him. I heard they say you're a traveler. Avery found a way to continue the conversation. I guess so, Richard lied without batting an eyelid. Avery's eyes gleamed. So you must have been to many worlds? Not many, maybe a dozen or so. Hearing Richard's calm tone, Avery was so shocked that he couldn't tell if Richard was bluffing or if he had truly been to that many worlds. As director of the Bureau of Control, he had previously promoted world exploration projects. However, their technology was limited, and they had never been able to accurately calculate the location and distance of worlds. If they relied on their technology to travel to the astral plane, it would likely take hundreds of years to find a world. So, if what these two men said was true, then their technology was definitely far superior to theirs. In a flash, Avery figured it out. A hint of surprise crossed his face, and he asked sincerely, "Have you ever seen the situation in our world?" But Richard's answer disappointed him. "Your world is truly unique. I've seen similar situations, and Anderson should have mentioned them in his report, world collisions. But the situation in your world is a bit too exaggerated, and the probability of a world collision of this magnitude is infinitely close to zero. So, I feel your situation is probably some kind of natural phenomenon I haven't seen." Richard's words were sincere, and Avery felt a little disappointed. He had thought Richard was just playing it safe, but he hadn't been hiding anything. This disappointed him, but also brought a slight sense of relief. Honesty is a valuable quality. It seems we truly are a one-in-a-million world chosen by God, Avery laughed. After his quip, he shifted the subject back to Richard. "How long can you stay in our world?" Richard smiled, his eyes suddenly sharp. "That depends on your wishes. If the world's guardians don't want us to stay any longer, then we will have no choice but to leave." "What if they're willing?" Avery smiled at Richard, his eyes equally sharp. "We're not xenophobic. We love to have a traveler friend who won't cause us any trouble. If we can resolve the issues in this world in the future, perhaps we come back to you too. Then perhaps we could stay longer," Richard said with a smile. "As travelers, we're curious about the unique landscapes and geographical phenomena of each world. The invasion phenomenon in this world is definitely worth recording and passing down forever." Avery laughed. "Looks like our expert team is about to have a significant figure." Avery walked over to Richard, extended his left hand, and clenched it into a fist. Having spent a month in this world, Richard knew this gesture signified a partnership. The two had already reached a deal in their previous conversation. Avery needed Richard and the other two to leave him alone, and Richard agreed, offering to help them study the invasion phenomenon. Of course, this was only an initial phase of the collaboration. The invasion disaster is spiraling out of control, symbolized by the appearance of the Calamity Serpent. The divide between worlds is gradually closing, and the entry of Warlord-level creatures into this world will become increasingly common. The Bureau will undoubtedly find ways to utilize Richard's combat prowess, capable of easily dealing with level 4 creatures. Deeper cooperation is certain to unfold in the future. After the agreement was reached, Richard and Avery chatted briefly. Richard recounted his experiences in other worlds, and the incredible sights there touched even Avery, the Bureau's director. The Bureau of Control has been established for over 1,000 years, and he's been its director for over 1,000 years. If there's no suitable candidate, he keeps doing it. This position of immense power is practically a prison for Avery. Of course, the temptation only lasts a moment. Every being who reaches level 5 is a resolute being, their hearts as strong as a rock. They have their own creeds and beliefs, and external temptations can never shake their hearts. Even the soul trance requires the complete obliteration of their memories, and only through mental interference can they shake their hearts. The meeting ended, both parties rejoicing. Gregor left first. His work was far more important and busier than Avery's. Meanwhile, Avery discussed religion with Richard. Before the meeting, he had been reading documents about Richard's plan to unify the entire city's religion in a single month. Avery had always wanted to intervene in the cult problem, but he couldn't. Because the cause of cults isn't man-made, its roots lie in the four-eyed society. The unpredictability of an invasion calamity was so unpredictable that even some Control Bureau officials would be terrified, let alone the weaker civilians. So Avery wanted to learn from Richard's experience, so that he could continue to use religion to stabilize the people after Richard left. But as the two were talking, a violent spatial tremor caught their attention. Because it was very close to them, outside the Control Bureau, a pitch-black spatial rift unfolded in the air, resembling a black eye. But soon, the eye transformed from a black void into an alien landscape. Through the spatial rift, the Control Bureau specialists on the ground could see a vibrant grassland, teeming with life, and a giant elephant, as massive as a mountain, streaking towards the cave entrance. No, one operations specialist, with keen eyesight, could see that the giant wasn't running on its own, but rather being drawn there by something. "Avery, I heard you have a distinguished guest." A resounding voice emanated from nowhere, instantly engulfing the entire Control Bureau building. Avery and Richard appeared outside the building simultaneously. Richard gazed with envy at the approaching giant elephant through the rift, while Avery's face turned a deep blue, appearing utterly furious. Richard gently waved his hand to balance, and in the next instant, an invisible energy wave entered beneath the veil, spreading outward. Even after becoming the master of the world, dimensional long-range energy waves were still not considered outdated sorcery. On the contrary, as Richard's power deepened, the energy waves could penetrate deeper into the veil, probing more silently. "Avery, who is this man playing tricks on me?" "A traitor," Avery gritted his teeth. As he spoke, a jewel-like blue light erupted from his eyes, and his body expanded to over 10 meters in height. The terrifying pressure even caused the Control Bureau specialists on the ground to faint. His blue eyes flickered around, trying to locate the source of the voice. "Traitor? That's a harsh term." The voice didn't change with Avery's change. On the contrary, he even considered introducing himself to Richard. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Stassen. I was once the deputy director of the Control Bureau, and the founder of the discipline of invasive science. Later, due to ideological differences, I left the Bureau and founded the Fusion Party with a group of like-minded comrades." Chapter 655. "Oh! This scene is a bit cliched," Richard commented indifferently, standing in midair. Under the energy wave's scrutiny, the surrounding land, dozens of kilometers in radius, was clearly visible to him. Suddenly, he glanced eastward without a word. 10 kilometers to the east, a sturdy-looking four-eyed figure was hiding behind a curtain, gazing smugly at Avery and Richard. Richard's face flickered with a hint of sarcasm. "Think you can't see me hiding behind a deep curtain?" The world beyond the curtain would appear as a projection on the interlayer between them. Similarly, objects in the shallow interlayer would appear as projections on the deeper interlayer. Compared to Richard's reconnaissance sorcery, the four-eyed figure who called himself Stassen was still too shallow. However, Richard didn't tell Avery that he had found Stassen's location. Gregor's appearance had caused some changes in Richard's plan to recruit the Bureau. Before he could find a way to deal with Gregor, someone had to attract the Bureau's attention. Of course, that was partly true. Richard wanted to hear what kind of grudges and animosity existed between the two men. "Don't listen to that ragtag bunch. He's gone mad." Avery scanned the area, trying to locate Stassen's true form. But his vision was too shallow, and he couldn't even see Stassen's position in the mezzanine. "Crazy? Old friend, I can't be more crazy than you. I still don't understand how you could bear to watch the four-eyed man perish." Stassen's voice grew furious, like a volcanic eruption. This dramatic shift in emotion made Richard suspect Avery's words might be more than just a mockery. "World fusion is inevitable. Your and Griego's procrastination, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, won't change this fact. It's like boiling a frog in boiling water. Your seemingly noble efforts to save the four-eyed are actually eroding the very foundation of their future survival. Stassen, you're still using the same heresy. Doesn't your organization have the money to hire a psychiatrist?" Avery had clearly heard Stassen's rhetoric so many times that he didn't bother to argue, instead focusing on finding Stassen. "Honestly, his plan is actually quite good," Richard suddenly said. "If fusion is inevitable, then we must prepare for it." "My friend, don't be fooled by him," Avery replied, looking at Richard. "That fusion is inevitable is his own claim, and we still haven't found any actual evidence. And it's precisely because of that idiot throwing space shock bombs everywhere that the invasion disaster has accelerated to this point in just 200 years. And even if fusion is inevitable, merging it prematurely is definitely not a good idea. Those calamity beasts are simply beyond our current capabilities. Avery, do you believe that? Stason sarcastically said. Although I think Gregor is an idiot, don't you know his strength? If he hadn't broken through his bottleneck back then, the cataclysm wouldn't have happened at all. He could have slain all those calamity beasts single-handedly, and then be consumed by the constantly resurrected calamity beasts. Huh? Richard was startled and glanced over his shoulder at Elises, who almost simultaneously glanced back at him. They all looked at each other in shock. Resurrection? Continuously resurrecting? Still a native? As a wizard, Richard wasn't exactly well informed, but he did know a few oddities. When wizards conquered other planes, they did sometimes encounter resurrected world masters. However, these resurrections were often crude and limited. Continuously resurrecting and consuming a suspected level 6 creature was absolutely impossible. This is getting more and more interesting, Richard muttered to himself. The situation in this world was even more complex than he had imagined. Amidst the verbal attacks, the mountain-like elephant within the spatial rift approached the fissure. It was a massive creature, over 500 meters tall at the shoulder. For massive tusks jutted from its massive head, gleaming like jade. Its skin was pale, and as it moved, faint lines of cyan magic patterns emerged from beneath its skin. These magic patterns attracted wind elements, and the vast amount of wind elements, like invisible hands, supported the giant elephant, allowing the enormous creature to move with the lightness of an ordinary elephant. A level 5 creature, with an evolved physique, truly a rare treasure. Richard took a deep breath, his eyes filled with the excitement of seeing a treasure. Meanwhile, Avery, looking at Richard from the side, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Friend, what did you say? The gap between level 4 and level 5 is a chasm, not to mention that this level 5 demonic elephant before him was by no means weak. Even he felt a tremor in his heart as it charged. But the master of this alien world showed no sign of panic. Instead, he seemed eager to try. Are their clones really worthless? Or, bang, the rift in the sky suddenly widened under the impact of the giant elephant. The mountain-sized demonic elephant, with the aura of a swarming demonic elephant, rushed towards Richard and Avery in the air. Humph. With a low exhalation, a hurricane suddenly erupted from the demonic elephant's trunk. Wind blades powerful enough to rip apart space rained down on the two men and the bird in the air. What a wonderful world. Richard calmly held up his magic barrier. The storm looked intimidating, but the power of these wind blades was only around 10,000 or 20,000 energy. It was good for clearing out minor enemies, but not very effective against a world master. It's amazing that so many world master level demonic beasts, of different species, could be bred. In the ordinary world, demonic beasts either became totems, occupying the position of gods as guardians of the world, or were ordinary beasts, hunted at will by the local natives. Richard detected no trace of faith in the demonic elephant, meaning it wasn't the totem of a certain intelligent race. This phenomenon could only be explained by the fact that the world the demonic elephant inhabited lacked intelligent species. Combined with the previous sighting of the Calamity Serpent and the information about the Cataclysm, Richard felt that these beasts most likely came from the same world. Haha, isn't this a good gift from the three of you? I hope you enjoy it. Seeing the demonic elephant attack, Stason broke into a smug grin. Richard glanced at his position with some disdain, then looked at the demonic elephant before him. Ulises, what do you think of this demonic elephant? I don't know, but the texture of his flesh. Stop, who's asking you that? I'm asking you, do you notice anything wrong with this demonic elephant? Richard observed the demonic elephant. The eye of delusion, placed in its left eye, shifted like a kaleidoscope. As it shifted, the demonic elephant's body also gradually changed, ultimately transforming into a vast expanse of pure rules. Amidst these rules, so complex they could make one faint, Richard discerned a single one, like a chain. That rule stretched from the demonic elephant's body, through the spatial rift, and into another world. A master of a world born from a unique rule? Interesting, this is incredibly interesting. Richard laughed and waved his staff. The tip of the hand of balance suddenly lit up with a sun-like brilliance. Sensing the terrifying power contained within this light, Avery looked sharply at Richard. The next moment, the light exploded. The solar vision, with a power of 200,000 kilos, pierced the sky like a spear, piercing the demonic elephant's body along with it. This Lord of the Warcraft world is even easier to deal with than the Lord of the indigenous world. Lacking the wisdom of their tribe, These creatures' combat is limited to a battle of basic qualities and innate abilities. While this has allowed them to advance significantly in physical evolution, they can only exploit a tenth or a twelfth of the improvements brought about by evolution. Furthermore, due to their lack of diverse means, once they encounter a race with flamboyant abilities, like wizards, they will be like sinking into a quagmire, gradually falling into the abyss of death. Roar. The golem roared in pain, unleashing a terrifying roar. The roar transformed into shockwaves in the air, instantly collapsing residential buildings for kilometers. This roar was enough to shatter the internal organs of those with 4 eyes below level 3. If Avery had not promptly protected the nearby Control Bureau members, this roar would have been enough to leave Anderson alone. Amidst the shockwave, Richard remained unfazed. He waved the hand of balance again, and complex energy crystals emerged from the air. These energy crystals hovered in the air, forming an equally complex structure. Threads of magical power connected them together, but before the magic could take shape, the demon elephant, ready to strike back, turned and fled. While demon beasts are inferior to intelligent species in many respects, their intuition is undoubtedly superior to that of most intelligent species. The demon elephant sensed a potentially fatal threat within the crystal structure. Alas, without a body of laws, using magic is so troublesome. Looking at the fleeing demon elephant, Richard shook his head in frustration. He was only a clone now. While a clone could use magic, it was clearly impossible to wield high-level magic as smoothly as the original, not to mention that he was currently using Ten-Ring magic. But even as the demon elephant fled, Richard did not dispel the magic. The next moment, 2 crow claws, formed from black flames, extended from the space surrounding the demon elephant and seized its hind legs. Sensing resistance, the demonic elephant roared, and a violent surge of energy suddenly emanated from its body. The next moment, countless wind blades, like a meat grinder, shredded the 2 crow claws into a sky of black flames. But the next second, the black flames, as if alive, clung to the demonic elephant. The black flames on the demonic elephant's body were like blood-sucking thorns, constantly burning away the demonic elephant's strength. In the past, the demonic elephant would have resisted such tactics. But now, it only wanted to get away from Richard as quickly as possible. The pitch-black flames blazed fiercely, and the demonic elephant, like a hellish nightmare, rushed back to its original world without looking back. What a shame, he still escaped. Richard's helpless voice paused, and the nearly completed sorcery faltered. The complex crystal structure began to slowly dissipate, the vast energy within it either entering Richard's body or dissipating into the air. Even so, the slowly falling snow was enough to shock everyone present. What is that? Avery thought fearfully, watching the slowly dissipating structure. Not only did the demon elephant sense a mortal threat from the sorcery, but so did the other 2 world masters present. From that structure, they sensed a chill that felt like the end of the world. Chapter 656. Who the hell is this guy? Stassen looked at Richard, whose sorcery had dissipated, with a look of fear in his eyes. Even if he were the one who could only fight that demonic elephant to a draw, this seemingly disabled fellow had managed to scare it away with his level 4 strength. This was simply incredible. The intelligence report about a level 4 hermit had completely misjudged his strength. Suddenly, Stassen felt a chill on his back, as if he were being stared at by some terrifying creature. He looked closely, and saw Richard giving him a deep look, a meaningful smile on his face. Stassen was startled. Did he notice me? The next moment, Richard looked away, and said to Avery with a hint of regret, "It's a pity he got away. If we could capture this demonic beast, it would be of great research value." Avery quickly replied, "It's okay, it's okay. Scaring away such a calamity-inducing beast is already a blessing in disguise." After that, Avery asked another tentative question. "Friend, have you truly never seen anything like this? You're incredibly brave against this thing." Faced with the charge of the demonic elephant, even at the same level 5, Avery's heart trembled slightly. You could face a mountain charging towards them and remain unmoved, their hearts as calm as water. Richard laughed and replied, "Haha, Director Avery, you've been in a civilian position for too long. That demonic elephant may look ferocious, but it's actually just a stronger demonic beast. We may not be able to match the beasts physically, but we are more intelligent. With just a few tricks, these demonic beasts will be defeated by us." Avery was amazed by Richard's composure, a composure he had only seen in Gregor. He had previously assumed it stemmed from Gregor's extraordinary strength, but now it seemed to him that perhaps it had nothing to do with strength, but rather a strong heart. "Friend, I accept your advice," Avery said solemnly to Richard. Suddenly, Avery noticed that the black crow that had been hovering over Richard's shoulder had vanished. While the crow had undoubtedly been responsible for stopping the demonic elephant, now that the demonic elephant had been driven away, why hadn't the crow returned? Noticing Avery's gaze, Richard smiled mysteriously and shook his head slightly. Seeing Richard's gesture, Avery immediately understood where the crow had gone. In the void, Elisa stared at Stassen's projection and yawned boredly. Stassen had infiltrated a relatively shallow level, allowing Elisa to easily bypass his observation and enter the deeper gaps between the veils. I hope to see some useful information. Otherwise, my missionary work will be wasted. After the golems were driven out, the spatial rift in the sky quickly healed. The unconscious Control Bureau officers on the ground were awakened one by one. They stared at the sky, then at each other, completely unaware that they had just walked through limbo. At the same time, the Miracle Order Cathedral in the city erupted in loud cheers. The golem invasion appeared menacing, but thanks to the serpents, the surrounding houses were completely deserted. This invasion would have been a level 5 disaster, but the damage it caused was surprisingly minimal, with only minor structural damage. This rare occurrence, unprecedented since the beginning of the invasion disaster, led the followers of the Order of Miracles to believe that it was all due to their faith in the God of Miracles, the Great Sage. Therefore, after the rift disappeared, Richard immediately noticed a significant increase in his devout followers, even a few fanatics. However, these followers seemed to be right. After all, it was indeed the Great Sage who quelled the disaster. Avery left quickly after the golem invasion. As the director of the Control Bureau, he had a lot to deal with daily. But before leaving, he handed Richard a research report on the invasion disaster. He had already seen Richard's strength, and Richard's attitude was friendly enough. Avery believed that the Control Bureau's research on the invasion disaster would lead to Richard's discovery. In the basement of the Control Bureau's L1 base, Richard examined the documents in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly. After reading through them, he sorted them out and placed them on the table beside him, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in deep thought. According to the data, Richard's previous judgment was not wrong, and was even a little conservative. According to the Control Bureau's data, this world has come into contact with at least 10 worlds with vastly different rules and environments. The term at least is because only 10 worlds have actually intersected with the Control Bureau, meaning there's land that is intertwined with them. Perhaps there are even more worlds that haven't actually intersected with this world. Could it really be a multi-world collision? The star realm is so vast that the record of 10 worlds colliding with one is small, but it's not zero. Perhaps he's encountered an extremely rare space-time phenomenon this time. But Richard's intuition told him that this matter was far from simple. He reopened the file and found the pages concerning the cataclysm. The cataclysm held a pivotal position in the history of the Four-Eyed. The catastrophe struck so suddenly that the guardians of the Four-Eyed world were ripped apart by the sudden appearance of the catastrophic beasts before they could prepare, and the entire Four-Eyed society was consigned to the dustbin of history. Avery, Gregor, and even the now rebel Stassen were all hermits before the cataclysm, having long since withdrawn from the world. This allowed them to escape the initial devastation of the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, these hermits emerged to rebuild Four-Eyed society, creating the present-day Four-Eyed society through the excavation of ruins. For years, they have been searching for the cause of the cataclysm. Although they still haven't fully grasped it, one thing is certain: in the past, invasion disasters in the modern sense did not exist. There were merely the errant intrusions of strange creatures. Most of these creatures were quite friendly, with only a few displaying aggressive behavior. Richard picked up the document and flipped to the page regarding the research on the calamity beasts. According to the Bureau's research, these calamity beasts possess the ability to resurrect. In the past, the Bureau had killed the same calamity beasts several times, but each time they resurrected, retaining memories of previous battles. But the Bureau's empirically proven research contradicted Richard's common sense. Resurrection, a method so unbelievable that defies all odds, is an extremely costly and risky endeavor for wizards, gods, or even demons of the abyss. Furthermore, the resurrected creature will inevitably suffer some losses. Some suffer a permanent decrease in mental strength, others suffer severe soul damage, or require a new body. At least in all Richard's experience, there's no method that allows a wizard to be resurrected without losing any strength, let alone achieving multiple perfect resurrections. There's another noteworthy point in this record. Aside from the scourge beasts, invaders can be killed normally. Even if they can be resurrected, their strength is significantly reduced. And according to Gregor's observations, these resurrected non-scourge beasts all display distinct signs of fleshing after resurrection. Whether elemental or undead, after resurrection, their fleshing becomes disproportionate to their appearance. This compels Richard to ponder the underlying meaning. No, I have to see for myself. Thinking alone won't answer the question. Richard shook his head and casually opened the rift in the secret realm. But the next moment, his brow furrowed. He sensed something blocking his connection to the secret realm. As a result, the rift that should have led to the secret realm led instead to a crack in the veil. Richard continued to try, but still couldn't. Could it be related to the unique circumstances of this world? Richard had never seen such a situation before, and could only speculate on the possibility of this phenomenon based on the variables. Richard's face lit up with a hint of excitement. This world is getting more and more interesting. This body was a clone, so he had no worries at the moment, only a thirst for knowledge. Richard took a step forward, and appeared in Anderson's office. Anderson was startled by Richard's sudden appearance. "Sir Richard, what brings you here?" Richard asked bluntly. "Does your bureau have a very large, secret facility?" "A very large, secret facility?" Anderson was a little confused by this request. Aren't very large and secret in conflict? However, Richard and the director had already established a long-standing partnership. Technically, Richard could even be considered his superior. As long as their superior's request didn't violate principles and discipline, no matter how absurd, they had to comply. After a moment of thought, Anderson's vision suddenly brightened. "Sir Richard, I actually know a place that meets your requirements. Over 100 kilometers from us, there's Yueling Mountain, where there's a long-abandoned mine. During the mining process, a large natural cave was discovered. This cave was a ritual site for a tribe before the cataclysm, and it's home to some strange creatures. We've treated it and sealed it. I wonder if it can meet your needs." Richard nodded slightly. Having local connections makes things easier. "Mark it for me, and you don't have to worry about anything else." Anderson had his secretary fetch a local map and marked the location of the mine tunnel with a red pin. Richard checked the map and matched his position. He smiled at Anderson and disappeared into the office. Yueling Mountain is a small hill, no more than 500 meters high. At its foot, Richard spotted an abandoned town. Judging by the railroad tracks and cable car, it must be the mining town left behind from the mining years ago. After confirming he found the right place, Richard immediately released his mental energy, searching for the cave Anderson had mentioned. Soon, he found a sealed cave deep within the mountain. The cave was vast, easily enough to accommodate several standard football fields. While it might be a bit tight to fit the entire serpent, it was more than adequate for research. But before that, he had to reinforce the cave. Chapter 657. Although Richard's requirements for a laboratory weren't high, the conditions in this cave were indeed rather poor. The numerous stalactites, the constantly dripping water droplets, the mushrooms and moss growing in the corners, and the tiny spores that filled the air, these conditions were far too poor for a laboratory. A surge of mental power surged from Richard's body, instantly covering the entire cave. His mental power revealed the intricate erosion paths and tiny cracks in the cave walls. Not bad, the overall structure is quite stable. Richard pulled the hand of balance from his pocket and inserted the end of the staff into the stone beneath his feet. Then, daughter-like magical lines spread outward, centered around the hand of balance, like a tide. On these magic branches, runes, like fruits, slowly engraved themselves onto the stone wall. Soon, the magical lines covered the entire cave, and the runes followed suit. Richard flicked his fingers slightly, and a fireball with a power of 1,000 flew out from his fingertips, crashing into the cave wall like a meteor. Boom! The flames scattered. When the flames died down, the area where the fireball had exploded remained intact, with only a few runes slightly dimmed. Not bad. My skills haven't deteriorated after all this time. Richard smiled smugly, then snapped his fingers softly. Then, invisible wind elements were drawn in by the magic. The swarming wind elements danced through the air like a flock of birds, instantly shattering the towering stalactites. Mosses and fungi growing in the corners were also swept into the air. With a wave of his hand, Richard's wind elements gathered, transforming into a hurricane that carried the shattered stalactites out of the cave. Looking at the smooth floor and ceiling, Richard nodded with satisfaction. This looks much better. After finishing tidying up the lab, Richard snapped his fingers again. This time, a complex magic circle unfolded in the air, transforming into a pitch-black cave entrance. Richard reached into the cave, and, moments later, snatched up a snake head. Richard's sealed space was devoid of energy, and it constantly drained the energy of its trapped subjects to maintain its function. The trapped serpent was already severely injured, and after this drain, it nearly died within. Even if Richard had opened the seal now, it would have difficulty crawling out, forcing Richard to pull it out himself. But looking at the enormous snake head before him, Richard shook his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. No, it's still too big. The Calamity Serpent's head was as tall as a 3-story building. Such a massive object was difficult to study comfortably. Richard patted the snake's head and telepathically said, "Material, shrink. If you don't, I have to chop you into pieces." The snake's eyes narrowed slightly, its massive tongue flickering gently. "Food? You will eventually be devoured by us." Richard's brow furrowed slightly, a terrifying energy surge brewing in his hand to balance. "Research material, I repeat. Shrink, or I chop you into pieces. If you believe death is insignificant because you can be resurrected, then you can try to see if you can completely die in my hands." As he spoke, Richard's eerie, murderous aura practically dropped the temperature of the cave to freezing. Richard was a gentle wizard, but that didn't mean he was weak. On the contrary, having mastered the laws of life, he could easily render a living being unable to live or die. Richard didn't do this simply because it was boring. But if reality demanded it, he wouldn't mind. The snake flicked its tongue, a flicker of disdain flashing in its golden eyes. Richard waved his staff expressionlessly, and the next moment, the life energy within the snake erupted in a turmoil. At this moment, the snake, already half dead from injuries and energy drain, was powerless to resist Richard's power. Every cell in the snake's body pulsed with life energy, and the excruciating pain of this throbbing surged through its mind like a flood. Strangely, the Calamity Snake showed no reaction. Richard watched the scene, his brow furrowed in a frown. The serpent's muscles spasmed and twitched, proving his life force surge was effective. But the serpent's reaction, as gentle as a gentle breeze, was truly unexpected. No pain? That shouldn't be the case. Richard swung his staff again, this time attacking mentally. A tidal wave of mental power invaded the serpent's soul, yet the serpent remained unresponsive despite the agonizing pain of its soul being torn apart. Its golden pupils gazed calmly at Richard, as if to say, "That's it? That's it? Well, I certainly underestimated you." Richard looked at the serpent with a gloomy expression. He then thrust his right hand into his abdomen and pulled out a crystal-like object. In the center of the crystal, a golden flame burned continuously. "I originally wanted to use this thing to harm someone, but since you're so disrespectful, I give it to you." The crystal gradually dissipated, and the sealed golden flame began to interact with the world. The moment the flames met the air, the serpent's pupils suddenly shrank, and its entire body instinctively shrank back. The beast's instinct told it that this thing could truly kill it. Richard had a sinister smile on his face. "Why are you retreating? Weren't you just like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water?" With this, he suddenly grasped, a magical hand gripping the serpent's head, and continued to move closer to the miraculous fire. "Keep going?" The serpent watched the flames thrash wildly, but how could it, unable to resist even the power of rules, escape Richard's full-strength magical grip? Finally, the snake sent a telepathic message. "Stop! Stop! I shrink. Don't come any closer." "Huh? You're giving in now?" Richard glared at the snake, then stopped his magical hand, and sealed the flame once more. While wielding the miracle fire required the burning of the soul, maintaining it only required energy. Richard's tests showed that before the miracle fire reached a certain size, the seal combined with the energy supply was sufficient to maintain a balanced state. The snake stared at the miracle fire in fear, its body slowly shrinking as if it were a bottle of water, eventually transforming into a mere tens of meters long. Compared to its previous massive size, which stretched for hundreds of meters, this size made it much easier to study. But before he could begin his research, Richard thought it would be best to ask a few questions. "Materials, I have a few questions for you. You better answer truthfully." The snake flicked its tongue, the fear in its eyes gradually fading. "Food, everything you do is in vain. You are destined to be devoured by us." "Really?" Richard said expressionlessly. "Then how about you destroy yourself first?" The snake's tongue froze, and it replied, "Food, what are you asking? You can be resurrected, right?" "Yes." "What preparations do you need for resurrection? Explain the principles of your resurrection." "I don't understand what you mean." "Resurrection requires no preparation. Any beast king who dies outside the beast plane will be resurrected within it." "No preparations?" Richard was slightly stunned, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. "It really is a special rule. Then what about your invasion of this world?" "Predation?" "Predation?" Richard was stunned again. He could sense that the snake before him was not lying. "There's no food in your world. What does the beast's original food have to do with us hunting in these places?" "Not a problem. In the eyes of these magical beasts, a herd of four-eyed people is no different from a herd of wild beasts. Since they've arrived in the four-eyed world, it's only natural to eat a little to adjust their taste. Have you ever seen world masters of other races? For example, undead creatures, elementals, and the like? I've heard of them, but I haven't seen them. Heard of them? Richard asked hurriedly, realizing he had important information. What have you heard of? I've heard from other beast lords that strange creatures sometimes enter our world. Enter your world? Haven't you ever had war? War. How strange. Although telepathic communication can translate words into meaning, it's only a matter of knowing the meaning. Creatures will also feel confused when faced with concepts they've never heard of. A race that never sleeps can't understand sleep, and elemental creatures without flesh and blood find it difficult to comprehend what flesh and blood actually is. Okay, I get it. Richard rubbed his brow, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. A world that can produce multiple World Lord-level monsters, frequently infested with creatures from other worlds, yet never sees war. Could it be that this world collided with a large world? Based on the current situation, a large world is the most likely explanation. It's normal for a large world to experience regional elemental polarization. For example, the far north of the wizarding world can be considered an area with a water elemental imbalance. For a normal large world to produce elemental lords in such an elemental imbalance is not uncommon. In fact, during the Enlightenment, the wizarding world once had a population of elemental creatures. Large worlds are vast enough to give rise to World Lord level undead. While the conditions for giving rise to World Lord level undead might be difficult to meet in ordinary microcosms or small worlds, for a large world, the requirements are not too demanding. The only question now is, where do these intersecting worlds with different rules come from? And why can't I open the passage to the secret realm? According to the Bureau's investigation, the regions where these worlds intersect do indeed have vastly different rules. Could it be that the rules within this world called Beast Origin also differ? This is getting more and more interesting. Richard smiled excitedly. The unexplained problem didn't frustrate him. On the contrary, it fueled his fighting spirit. As a wizard, exploring the unknown was his instinct. Suddenly, he glanced at the Calamity Serpent beside him, and the smile on his face gave the serpent a chill. Haha, the questions are over. Now it's time to decrypt. Let me see what secrets are hidden inside your body. Chapter 658. As a naturally evolved fourth-level creature, the Calamity Serpent's body structure is truly remarkable. The energy circuit within its body can be divided into thousands of smaller circuits, connected by the serpent's vertebrae. These smaller circuits are independent of each other, and evenly distributed throughout the serpent's body, like links. Richard had never seen this type of energy circuit structure before. After simulations, he discovered that this structure is a highly efficient energy storage circuit. According to the serpent itself, as long as it is well fed, it can function normally even without external energy intake for 10,000 years. In addition to the energy circuit, Richard also learned a great deal about the composition and structure of the serpent's scales and vertebrae. The composition of the serpent's scales can optimize Richard's own bone scales, and the structure of its vertebrae is something he has never seen before. However, these are not the main findings of Richard's research. Compared to his main findings, these are insignificant. 2 months after the research began. Incredible, truly incredible. Richard observed the flesh of the great serpent before him, the pupil of his left eye shifting constantly. In Richard's vision, the serpent's flesh gradually shed its outer layer, revealing its deeper secrets. After seeing through the smoke screen of the four elements rules, he saw a single rule. A rule Richard had never seen in any other flesh and blood creature. And in Richard's experience, the only creatures capable of observing rules at this level were those of the illusory dimension. The rules they observed were also the illusory rules that sustained their existence. But Richard was certain that the great serpent of disaster beside him was no mere creature from some imaginary dimension. It was a true creature from the material world. Could it be that semi-imaginary creatures still exist in this world? Richard muttered to himself, observing the flesh and blood of the great snake before him. Suddenly, Richard felt a chill on his face. He reached out and touched it, and found that his left eye had begun to bleed. Richard shook his head helplessly, and stopped pumping energy into the Eye of Delusion. Alas, this thing is good, but it's not durable. Although the Eye of Delusion could see through the veil, it would experience a condition similar to overload after a period of use. Furthermore, this was unrelated to the user's strength. Richard's used time as a 5th ring great wizard was no longer than when he was a 4th ring. However, Richard was not a greedy person. Being able to see through the veil was already very satisfying. Looking back at the ordinary piece of flesh, Richard felt as if he had seen a huge treasure. If his theory is correct, physical evolution will enter a whole new stage. The great serpent's ability to resurrect intact must be related to this rule. If he could grasp its secrets, could he also achieve intact resurrection, or even more seemingly incredible feats? Richard didn't know, so he was filled with anticipation. Beside him, the great disaster serpent watched Richard's face brimming with excitement over a piece of his flesh, finding this creature truly bizarre. It's just a piece of meat. No matter how delicious it is, it shouldn't excite him like that, right? Thinking a little further, the great disaster serpent quickly came to a conclusion based on his own knowledge. Alas, poor creature, he probably hasn't had much to eat before. Richard sealed the piece of flesh to ensure the cells within remained active. Then he looked at the calamity serpent to the side. After these days of research, Richard knew the serpent better than it even knew itself. It was, frankly, a treasure trove. With its excellent energy storage cycle, and a body structure strong enough to withstand a 50,000 level evocation spell, it could become a perfect turret with a little study. Its scales and vertebrae are both excellent alchemical materials. The former, with a little enchantment, has defensive capabilities comparable to adamantine, while the latter's magical channeling ability is almost equal to that of mithril. Its flesh and blood contain a wealth of evolutionary substances. Even a small amount can improve physical fitness. The anti-aging substances extracted from its blood can even extend the lifespan of living beings without any modification. This is a miracle drug for those with evolved physiques. Besides that, there were a few scattered items. While not as useful as the previous ones, they could serve as byproducts of refining them. He had to make use of such a treasure. But the biggest problem now was how to safely utilize this great snake. If Richard wanted to preserve the great snake's material qualities, he couldn't seal its body. The great disaster serpent was no galactic mayfly. Its flesh, blood, and scales might seem simple, but these things required the entire body of the great snake as a foundation for their creation. The method used to treat the mayfly heart didn't work on the great snake. But relying on the fate contract wouldn't keep the great snake in its composure. Although the great disaster serpent feared death, it wasn't that serious. If Richard treated it like industrial raw material, skinning and tearing its bones, any living creature would choose death. Compared to eternal torture, death is truly insignificant. Furthermore, with his current level of sealing skill, even if he separated the snake's body and soul, it wouldn't be enough to prevent the snake's soul from committing suicide. And once the soul died, the snake's body would vanish due to that special rule. Even if Richard could temporarily preserve it with the sealing technique, it would never be used as an industrial raw material. Alas, I'm still too greedy. Richard sighed softly. He had clearly gained enough from the calamity serpent, yet he was still greedily thinking about how to use its body. The calamity serpent had no idea what Richard was thinking at the moment. If it knew, it would definitely commit suicide. Death, while painful, was preferable to being mined as a beast mine. After much thought, Richard still couldn't come up with a solution. He could only temporarily provide the calamity serpent with some food and return it to the seal. The reason he gave it food was mainly because he was afraid the seal would frighten the calamity serpent to death. The calamity serpent showed no reaction to Richard's treatment. In other words, the only option open to it was suicide. If it didn't commit suicide, it could do nothing else. Before entering the seal, the calamity serpent looked at Richard and asked, "Wizard, I can sense that you are different from those blue sustenances. I'm curious, what exactly are you planning to do? Are you keeping me like livestock?" Richard was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly, "Who knows? Maybe I'll release you in a few decades." Heavy rain, pouring rain. In the gloomy woods, Ball ran panic-stricken. Behind him, a ferocious monster pursued him. A flash of lightning flashed, followed by a roar of thunder. Suddenly, Ball slipped and fell to the ground. He struggled to stand, but the monster had already pounced on him, its sharp claws tearing through his chest and neck like razors. "Ah!" Bear sat up abruptly, realizing he was back in his tent. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a bit dazed. "What's wrong with me? Why do I keep having this nightmare?" Bear crawled out of his sleeping bag and took 2 gulps of water from his water bottle. After he left the tent, the night watchman by the campfire spotted him. "Professor Ball, why are you awake?" Bear waved his hand. "Nothing, just a nightmare." The night watchman heard this, and didn't ask any further questions. Everyone on the expedition knew that Professor Ball's previous expedition had been caught in a geological disaster, and the entire team, except for him, was buried in a mudslide. After the mudslide, he himself had been chased for a long time by a wild beast in the woods. After such an incident, Ball was already a heartbroken man for just having nightmares. The cold night wind blew against his face, wiping out any remaining sleepiness Ball had. It had only been 2 weeks since he was discharged from the hospital, and he had already joined a new expedition despite dissuasion. Others saw him as desperate for his work. But only he knew he was driven by a desire to solve his own mystery. Although the hospital records indicated that he had suffered a severe head blow and suffered temporary amnesia due to the severe psychological trauma, he could not remember the events of that night. But he knew it wasn't some geological disaster that wiped out his squad that night. He habitually pulled his cigarette case from his inner pocket, but after searching for a moment, he realized he had covered the inside pocket with a bulletproof lining. Under the starlight, a piece of dark red leather clung to the inside of his coat, perfectly shielding his heart. He had received this leather from a villager. The villager called it the Devil's Scroll, designed to entice people into signing a contract to sell their souls. Although he was certain he had never seen it before, the first sight of the scroll struck him as incredibly familiar. After receiving it, for some unknown reason, he tested its toughness. After discovering it could withstand bullets, he didn't even bother to clean the stains on it before affixing it to the inside of his coat. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness, as if he would perish without the leather lining. After a cigarette, the fading sleepiness returned to Ball's mind. After stubbing out the cigarette, he returned to his tent. This time, he slept soundly. The next morning, Ball awoke from his sleep. After packing his sleeping bag, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the tent. He stepped out to see another expedition team, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. Judging from their equipment was even more luxurious than Ball's own. How bizarre. I've run into fellow travelers in this desolate wilderness. Ball rubbed his face, preparing to wash up. But then, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the expedition team. Chapter 659. In the crowd, Ankarina looked at Ball, who had spotted her, and exchanged a calm glance. Although she was somewhat surprised to meet Ball, that was all. After Richard's appearance, Bale's value vanished. After undergoing brainwashing by the Control Bureau, Bale's memory of that night, and even the Bureau itself, was erased. Ankarina still had great faith in the Bureau's technology. If they couldn't even completely erase the memory of an ordinary person, then all the memory department specialists would have to commit suicide. "Miss, have we met before?" Just as Ankarina was brimming with confidence, Ball approached her and asked uncertainly. "No," Ankarina replied crisply, then a hint of disgust crossed her face. "This way of flirting is so old-fashioned." "Really? Then perhaps I'm mistaken." Ball noticed Ankarina's expression, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Being mistaken for a flirt. After being rebuffed, Ball returned to camp without further ado. But Ankarina's image lingered in his mind. His instincts told him he had definitely seen this woman before. But how could he have no memory of such a beautiful woman? Ankarina was the kind of stunning beauty who, even without makeup, would stand out in a crowd. He considered himself no scholarly pedant. A woman this beautiful would surely be remembered. Could it be because of my last amnesia? Ball wondered. After washing his face briefly, Ball ate while searching his memory. Just as he was wondering if he had lost other memories, the leader of the expedition approached. "Professor Ball, have you finished your meal?" Ball quickly finished his rations. "Yes, what's the matter?" "Nothing. If you're done, we set off." "In such a hurry?" Ball asked, a little surprised. The team leader smiled and walked over to Ball, then whispered, "Professor, this team's destination is similar to ours. If we don't hurry, we might not even get a sip of soup." "Similarly?" Ball was slightly startled. Their destination was an ancient ruin from before the cataclysm. The expedition's sponsor had painstakingly discovered the address from surviving ancient documents. Normally, they wouldn't even encounter an expedition traveling the same route, let alone one with the same destination. "Are you sure?" Ball whispered. The team leader shook his head slightly. "Yes, I saw that team's map. The location is exactly the same as ours." "Huh, let's hurry then." A flicker of anxiety crossed Ball's heart. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen on this journey. "You mean, this team's destination is the same as ours?" Ankarina, listening to her subordinate's report, a flicker of surprise crossed her face as she spoke about the Bureau's expedition. "Yes, Captain," the subordinate confirmed. "I looked at their map, and their destination is exactly the same as ours." Ankarina rubbed the outer corner of her lower left eye, feeling a bit of a headache. Why hadn't any of her recent missions gone smoothly? That's a bit tricky. Can we find a sponsor for this expedition? Every expedition has a financial sponsor, responsible for providing funding, supplies, and connections. As long as a sponsor could be found, controlling the expedition wouldn't be a problem. The subordinate shook his head. "We couldn't find them. This team is very tight-lipped, and we couldn't get anything out of them. Furthermore, their guards are all awakened. The only people who could possibly employ them are probably the Priory. The Four-Eyed World isn't dominated by the Bureau alone. The central government oversees the Invasion Management Bureau and the Invasion Management Corps. Secretly, there are also priories founded by other priories unwilling to accept Bureau control. The founders of these organizations generally share some ties to Bureau veterans like Avery, Stason, and Gregor. Therefore, the Bureau tacitly acknowledges their existence. As long as these organizations don't cross the red line, the Bureau's subordinate bases can't do anything about them. Then leave them alone, and Karina waved her hand, somewhat helplessly replying. The Priory has been exploring the ruins for a while now, so let them go. The roads in the Crow Mountains are difficult to navigate. Without flying, the dense brush and vines acted like fences, hindering the expedition team's entry. Not to mention the lingering mist, the uneven terrain, and the venomous insects that roam the mountains. Who? Professor, you're in good shape. In the expedition, Ball, clasping his trekking pole, walked briskly. Not bad, Ball said modestly to the guards. I'm carrying nothing, so I can barely keep up. After discovering the Bureau's team was heading to the same destination as theirs, Ball's expedition team began to accelerate. As a professor, Ball naturally traveled light under these circumstances, with all his belongings carried by the guards. Even so, being able to move through the mountains for 4 or 5 hours with only a slight sweat. Ball's physical fitness was already comparable to most guards. The guard didn't ask any further questions, only smiling at Ball. Professor, remember to check in at the hospital later. Your physical condition isn't right. Check it out. Maybe your source energy is awakened. Haha, good luck with that. Ball's team was very familiar with the Crow Mountains, and their maps were even more detailed than the Control Bureau's. After determining the Control Bureau's route, they chose not to pursue them, but instead took a nearly unknown trail. This way, they could shorten their journey by 1/3 compared to the Control Bureau. Halt. The leader's command brought the entire expedition to a halt. He examined the map in his hand, then jumped onto a nearby tree to carefully survey the terrain. They were now in a kernel. Directly ahead of them lay a formidable peak, approximately 3,000 meters high. The location they were to explore lay behind this peak. This way. The team leader determined the direction, leaped from the tree, and led the group toward the peak. Their shortcut was simple: traverse this dangerous peak. That group disappeared? Ankarina listened to her subordinate's report with a look of surprise. They have a shortcut? That's unclear, but our knowledge of the Crow Mountains isn't very detailed. Ankarina frowned slightly, and with a tap of her toes, she soared into the air. Then, a faint blue light shone in her eyes, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at a point approximately 10 kilometers northeast of the team. There, she could faintly discern some movement. Looks like there's indeed a shortcut. Ankarina descended from the sky and made a mark on the map. Then, she connected the mark with the location where they discovered the expedition team and estimated the distance. Go straight ahead. Ankarina muttered to herself, running her finger across the map, following the path of the Ball expedition team. Is there anything special about this place? Ankarina's finger stopped at a marked spot on the map, directly on the Ball expedition team's route. This is a warning of geological instability. A few years ago, a major earthquake struck this area, and this mountain experienced a severe landslide. No one from the Bureau went to investigate. The subordinate said helplessly, Captain, we're the Control Bureau, not the Geological Bureau. Nothing's happened here, so why would our people go and check? All right. Ankarina's face paled. As a senior operations specialist, she was always very thorough in her intelligence work. So much so that she habitually viewed this mission through the lens of the past. But her mission's danger rating was only level 3, a far cry from her usual level 5 missions. She was sent here primarily because of the recent heavy losses among lower-level specialists, leaving the base somewhat short-staffed. Tell the team to speed up. Their personnel can't possibly match ours. Yes, Captain. In the pitch-black rift, a gleaming worm slowly advanced. After 2.5 days of trekking, Ball's expedition finally reached their shortcut. A narrow rift formed by an earthquake. Through this rift, they could cut straight through the mountain and enter the ruins behind it. The rift space was limited, with many areas only wide enough for one person to cross sideways. Furthermore, due to the earthquake, the rift structure was unstable. While theoretically, they could be safe as long as they didn't cause any trouble, any disturbance could be fatal. If it weren't for the pressure on time, the team leader would never have chosen this route. Come on, all right, let's go. As the guards pulled the last member up, the expedition team safely crossed the rift and reached the back of the mountain. According to the map, they had another 2 or 3 kilometers to reach the ruins marked on the map. Huh, we're finally here. The team leader stood beside Ball, a look of relief on his face. He looked at the direction marked on the map and said with a sigh, "We've walked this road several times, but I never expected there would be an ancient ruin just a few kilometers away." "Haha, sometimes it's like that," Ball replied with a smile. "Opportunity is sometimes just a step away." The team leader glanced at the sky. Although the Rift Valley was pitch black, it was actually only around 3 in the afternoon. Although the sun had already slid towards the horizon, the environment was still relatively bright. "Professor, are you still strong enough?" the team leader asked. "Our journey these past 2 days has been quite intense. It's not a big deal for us, but you scholars shouldn't push yourself too hard. Professor Loren already needs someone to carry him. How about you?" Ball patted his chest and said, "I'm fine. I'm doing fine." No one noticed that as Ball spoke, a flash of blue light flashed beneath his skin. Chapter 660. Traveling through the dense jungle, the expedition team arrived at a secret entrance hidden beneath trees, vines, and dead branches. After clearing the debris from the cave entrance, a thick metal gate blocked the expedition team's path. Under the light, the gate shone with a faint blue glint. "It's doped with lanthanum," one expedition member said. Lanthanum is a special mineral in this world. As a material, it possesses remarkable magic resistance and a strong inhibitory effect on mental power. This unique property has led the Four-Eyed to use it extensively in safes, vaults, and certain hidden locations. Even before the Cataclysm, lanthanum products were found in important locations across this world. "Measure the content," the team leader said. A team member stepped forward, holding a camera-like device. He pointed it at the gate and flipped it on. A purple laser beam shot out from the device, striking the gate. Shortly, a data point appeared on the display behind the device. 30%. 30%? The expedition members exclaimed in amazement at this figure. While lanthanum is widely used in various applications, it itself isn't a common commodity. There are only a few deposits of this metal in the Four-Eyed world, and most were mined before the Cataclysm. A significant portion of the lanthanum used by the Four-Eyed people today comes from recycled scrap metal from pre-cataclysmic ruins. Typically, even bank vaults only contain around 10% lanthanum. Content exceeding 15% is only used by some obscure top-secret organizations. For example, the Control Bureau. The lanthanum content of the gate before them reached a staggering 30%. Even if there were portable instruments involved, and there were margins of error in the measurements, 30%, at most, could only be 20%. 20 was an extremely high number. "We've encountered something serious this time," one team member muttered. The team leader examined the instrument's readings and cautiously measured twice more, again at different locations. The results were the same. Still 30%. "Wow, this ruin is a bit tricky," the team leader muttered. In the world of the Awakened, those who could lead a private expedition of over 100 people were generally prominent figures. In ancient times, these individuals would have been more widely known as mercenary captains. But precisely because of their prominence, the team leader understood just how troublesome this ruin was. While some often say the Awakened world lacks laws, those who have truly reached a certain level of status know that the Awakened world is not without rules. A vast shadow constantly monitors every Awakened who ventures forth. Any who cross its borders face only death and disappearance. Unfortunately, this shadow possesses a keen interest in historical relics from before the Cataclysm. Rumors abound in the underworld of those who, after acquiring a pre-cataclysmic relic, have their belongings and lives taken away at night. But as the expedition leader, he knew he had no choice. He had already signed the contract and spent so much money on the sponsor. If he backed out at this point, he would be burdened with decades of debt repayment, not to mention any other expenses. "I hope the sponsor this time has a strong enough background." The team leader sighed and slowly walked to the gate. Seeing this, the team members all stepped back. Those who were working with the team leader for the first time, though unsure of what he was going to do, also followed suit. "Brother Loren, what are you doing?" In the crowd, Barr asked Professor Loren, whose face had turned pale. Professor Loren had been a longtime partner of the expedition team, and knew them far better than Barr did. "Unlocking," Loren replied weakly. Suddenly, a feeling like a breeze passed through Barr. He suddenly looked at the team leader, who was pressing the gate with a discus-like machine, his eyes tightly closed, his eyebrows trembling. And within him, a light seemed to flow. Could this be a source of energy fluctuation? Barr suddenly thought. Besides this explanation, he couldn't think of another. The team leader's expression shifted constantly. Initially, his brow was merely furrowed, but as time passed, his expression grew more strained. Later, his expression could only be described as excruciating pain. His features were practically twisted together. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from deep within the gate. The team leader loosened his grip, letting the machine fall to the ground. He felt like he'd been in a sauna, sweat pouring from his entire body. Wow, this door is truly impressive. Fortunately, I'm a bit more skilled. The lanthanum metal door slowly opened, but no foul air emanated from within the ruins. On the contrary, the passage behind it, aside from a hint of dust, barely showed signs of having been abandoned for thousands of years. It seemed as if thousands of years had passed by in a fleeting breeze. Soon, the team leader recovered, stood up, and called out to the others, "Enter. Professors, it's up to you now." Entering the ruins, under the protection of guards, the two professors, along with several of their students, entered. The interior of the ruins was utterly dark. Even the streetlights on the walls remained intact, without civilized technology. Creating a power source that could function stably for thousands of years was a pipe dream. The guards walked in front, flashlights in hand, their energy-powered firearms all with the safety disabled. While most ruins were devoid of alien lifeforms, no one could say for sure if this base was one of those rare few. Among the guards, two professors and their students, primarily Professor Lauren's students, were analyzing the ruins' characteristics to determine which dynasty it belonged to before the cataclysm. The ruins were vast, with many levels, each with its doors tightly sealed. And most strangely, there were no bodies inside. Not a single one. "Teacher, look at this." Suddenly, one of Professor Lauren's students exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked over, and saw a line of almost obliterated black text at a fork in the passage. "This is Kelvin." Upon seeing the text, Ball exclaimed in shock. Professor Loren took a closer look with a magnifying glass, and a similar expression of shock crossed his face. "It's really Kelvin. I didn't expect this area to be part of the Kel dynasty." In pre-cataclysmic history, the Kel dynasty is the most mysterious dynasty. The territory of this dynasty is unknown, its writings are fragmentary, and its remains are pitifully few. However, in the many documents discovered before the cataclysm, the Kel dynasty is depicted as a powerful dynasty, so powerful that it commanded the submission of all the barbarians. There's even a theory in historical circles that the only dynasty before the cataclysm was the Kel dynasty. The others were merely vassal states and tributary states of the Kel dynasty. Of course, this theory is generally considered a joke by historians. "What does this line of text say?" the team leader asked. Professor Loren read it again and again, then said uncertainly, "Lighthouse, turn it off." Lighthouse? Everyone was puzzled. They were now inland. Where would such a structure as a lighthouse exist inland? If used as a metaphor, what did this lighthouse represent? Barr had no objection to the translation, but he couldn't guess what this lighthouse actually was. "Keep going," Professor Loren said. "You can't tell anything from this sentence alone." Continuing on, they passed through many rooms along the way. The doors to the rooms were all closed. Opening them revealed that they were all dormitories. After searching through them one by one, the expedition team found 2 diaries with writing still on them. According to the diaries, the ruins they were currently in were a branch of the Institute for the Supreme Research. Within this branch, they were researching an ancient relic known as the Relic of the Supreme One. Supreme One? The 2 professors exclaimed in surprise at the diary's contents. They didn't know what the name signified, but they knew this discovery hinted at a more distant history before the cataclysm. This was a monumental discovery, enough to earn them a place in textbooks. "Keep going, keep going." Professor Barron's face was an unnatural shade of blue. He'd fallen ill during the previous few days' journey, and hadn't recovered yet. With such a significant discovery, his mind was a bit hazy. "Further in is the research area," the team leader said nervously. "Gentlemen, I have something to say. We might encounter danger down the road. You must stay with us, and don't run around." "Understood." Continuing down, they quickly ascended the stairs to the research level. The door to the research level was thicker than the one to the accommodation level above, and the team leader took considerable effort to open it. The moment the door swung open, a wave of energy, like a gentle breeze, swept through the entire expedition team. "What is this?" Barron stared at the scene in astonishment. Before him, a massive crystal ball hovered in the air, emitting a soft glow with the rhythmic rhythm of a heartbeat. Beyond it, countless vine-like tendrils of flesh stretched out from the void, seemingly attempting to snatch the crystal ball away and devour it. But as the crystal ball's light intensified, These tentacles were completely obliterated by the seemingly gentle glow. Suddenly, the flesh seemed to notice the expedition team opening the gate. One strand of flesh stretched out from the void, not wrapping around the crystal ball, but instead, like a venomous snake, swooping down on the nearest expedition member. Their speed was so swift that even the leader of the level 2 creatures was caught off guard. Then, the expedition member's body began to swell rapidly, and the energy in the air converged on him. He seemed to be growing. "Retreat!" the leader exclaimed. At the same moment, a sudden rush of footsteps could be heard from behind them. Chapter 661. Buzz. A palm-sized transmitter on the table vibrated, and the word Control Bureau flashed on the screen. A hand picked up the transmitter and pressed the answer button. "Anderson, what can I do for you?" "Sir Richard, we've discovered a strange object and need your assistance." "Strange object?" "Yes, it's a crystal sphere. According to our information, it's a relic of an ancient dynasty called the Supremes. However, according to our experts, this object doesn't appear to be a product of our technology." "The Supremes?" Bang! Richard frowned slightly. In his hands, the transmitter had been crushed into a pile of scrap by his own emotional outburst. "I didn't expect to find a Supreme relic here." Richard casually burned the fertilizer to ash, a hint of excitement on his face. Although he had quite a few Forerunner relics, no wizard would ever have too many. After gathering the items on the test bench, Richard stepped out and emerged from the cave. Moving again, he appeared at the Control Bureau in a split second. Finding Anderson immediately stood up upon seeing the sudden appearance of Richard. He handed Richard a document and said respectfully, "Sir Richard, this is our information." Richard flipped open the document and was instantly captivated by the records within. "A team disappeared?" "Yes," Anderson replied cautiously. According to the on-site specialist, an expedition team hired by the Priory shared their objectives and arrived at the scene before them. But as the two teams met, the crystal artifact suddenly erupted with a chaotic, indescribable burst of light. Engulfed by the radiance, all members vanished. The information was brief, a mere 2 pages. It stated that the ruins where the crystal ball was discovered were the remains of a dynasty called the Kyle, dating back to before the Cataclysm. According to the Bureau's data, this dynasty was incredibly powerful and mysterious before the Cataclysm. Even the hermits feared its royal family's power. With the relic of the Supreme Being, surely that shouldn't be feared. Richard shook his head and returned the information to Anderson. "Mark the address for me." "Okay, wait a moment." Seeing Richard's agreement, Anderson immediately found a map and marked a location. Richard glanced at the mark before vanishing into thin air like smoke. Kell Dynasty Ruins. The Bureau's operations specialists and the temporarily dispatched invasion task force were setting up defensive positions. Although the area surrounding the ruins was deserted, no one knew if a group of fusionists would suddenly burst forth and storm the site. The Bureau attached great importance to this ruin, dispatching 3 Level 3 specialists, 50 Level 2 specialists, and an invasion task force of over 500 men. The weapons deployed were even more formidable, with 8 energy-powered anti-aircraft guns and 12 energy-powered machine guns. A single hit from the energy-powered anti-aircraft guns could severely injure even a Level 3 operational specialist without their equipment. While the energy-powered machine guns were significantly less powerful than the anti-aircraft guns, they were extremely effective against clustered enemies. Under their blockade, not even a mosquito could enter without permission. Bang! Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the sky. The Control Bureau's operations specialist was about to open fire, but the next moment, everyone present froze in place. "This is us, don't attack." Richard calmly addressed the group, then passed through them and strode into the ruins. He descended the stairs, his mental power carefully scanning every level of the ruins to ensure that the Control Bureau had missed nothing. As he did so, Richard's mental power keenly sensed that the entire space of the ruins was vibrating in a remarkably regular rhythm. It seemed as if something was affecting the surrounding space. As he progressed deeper into the base, the spatial tremors became increasingly pronounced. By the time he reached the level containing the crystal ball, the spatial fluctuations were almost visible to the naked eye. "What the hell is this?" Entering the level, he saw a dozen or so 4-eyed men in thick protective suits setting up equipment and observing the crystal ball's data. Among them, a somewhat aged 4-eyed figure was startled upon seeing Richard, then immediately stepped forward and said, "You're here." On the level, a somewhat aged 4-eyed figure saw Richard and immediately stepped forward. The superiors have already informed these scientists that an expert from another world will be assisting them with their research today. "Yes." Richard nodded slightly, then focused his gaze on the crystal ball. He could sense that the crystal ball before him was the cause of the trembling space throughout the base. As for the flesh and blood around him, Richard's left pupil suddenly shifted, and the dark red flesh gradually shed its veneer before his eyes, revealing its true form. After seeing the true nature of the flesh and blood, Richard looked a bit stunned. How could it be dimensional power? What exactly is this thing? In his vision, the flesh and blood emerging from the void were all manifestations of some illusory dimensional power. Just as the dimensional power of the gods always appears as holy light, the dimensional power of wizards always carries runes. The external manifestation of the dimensional power in this location is just strands of flesh and blood. However, the intersection of the material world and the illusory dimension lies in an extremely deep veil. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to appear in this surface world. What exactly is this thing? A vast sea of spiritual power surged from Richard's body, tightly enveloping the crystal ball. As Richard had expected, the outer layer of the crystal ball possessed a strong shield against spiritual power, almost completely isolating it, the wall of size. But as a great wizard, and a fifth-ring great wizard at that, this obstacle was still within his reach. After evacuating the four-eyed men from the level, Richard pulled the hand of balance from his pocket. With a slight wave, illusory runes appeared around him. These runes transformed into a spell model in midair, then sank into Richard's head. Then, Richard felt his mental strength suddenly surge. After adjusting to the increased mental power, Richard said, somewhat dazedly, dimensional power is truly useful. After consulting the keeper on how to apply dimensional power, Richard devised several different dimensional sorceries tailored to specific situations. These sorceries weren't particularly effective on their own, but with the added power of dimensional power, their effectiveness saw a qualitative leap. For example, the spell Richard named Soul Ascension. The magical version of this spell only temporarily boosts the purity of his mental power by a factor of 0.1, equivalent to an additional 40 points of mental power. But when enhanced with dimensional power, the spell's effectiveness suddenly increased tenfold. It directly doubled Richard's mental power, equivalent to a 400-point increase in mental power. This boost could be considered the untold secret of a great wizard of the Soul School, their trump card. But unfortunately, the same cost applied to offensive spells yielded a much weaker effect. It only increased the power by 50%. It's no wonder that the keeper of the secret advised against using offensive spells. After the increase in mental power purity, Richard's mental power, enveloping the crystal ball, began to slowly burrow into the crystal ball like a worm. Of course, to be on the safe side, Richard only let in a tiny amount of mental power. A machine specifically crafted a shell to shield itself from prying psychic forces, either to protect itself or to protect outsiders. Whichever it was, Richard had to be cautious. Finally, a trace of psychic force entered the crystal ball. The moment it entered, a tremendous force instantly shattered Richard's psychic force. Richard felt a slight headache and said helplessly, "Okay, now I know what this shell is for." However, as if sensing the intrusion of psychic force, the crystal ball suddenly glowed brighter. The next moment, a beam of light penetrated Richard's body, accompanied by instructions for using the crystal ball. Oh! There's also a foolproof design. The instructions weren't long, and Richard quickly absorbed them. But after reading them, a hint of confusion crossed his face. According to the instructions, the official name of the crystal ball before him should be the Illusionary Spacetime Lighthouse. Its function is to attract imaginary creatures wandering between imaginary dimensions, somewhat like a mosquito repellent. However, this lighthouse lacks the ability to open dimensional rifts or allow dimensional forces to manifest into the surface space. This means that these fleshy tentacles extending from the void aren't due to the Illusionary Spacetime Lighthouse's effects. Rather, it's the creature behind it attempting to use dimensional forces to seize the lighthouse. Interesting. Let me see what's behind this. The eye of delusion began to bloom, and Richard's vision shifted accordingly. The world before him gradually shed its outer layer, revealing its mysterious essence. But just as Richard's gaze was about to break through the layer of rules and peer into the layer of rifts in the imaginary dimension, a connection suddenly entered Richard's soul. Richard was slightly stunned, his vision unable to penetrate further. How could there be a contractual connection from another world? Richard remembered clearly. He had only issued 3 contracts. The contracts with the Goblin and Werewolf worlds had been withdrawn or abandoned, leaving only the contract with the Four-Eyed world. But with his clone in this world, the contract was theoretically invalid. Unless someone brought the Four-Eyed world contract to another world. Rubbing his eyes, Richard curiously accepted the wish of the contract. The wish conveyed by the contract was simple: to survive. Interesting. The contract was signed, and the gate opened. Richard, cautious, threw an alchemical puppet across the rift to see what was going on. Familiar face. Across the rift, Ankarina and a group of Control Bureau executives were using energy weapons to fight the influx of wolves. But there's something strange about this place. Richard narrowed his eyes. Though the change was subtle, his mental power registered that the alchemical puppet he'd thrown was undergoing changes at the molecular level. The solid alloy was slowly becoming flesh. Chapter 662. Fleshification? Seeing this phenomenon, Richard immediately thought of the previous intelligence regarding the Elemental Lord's fleshification. Is this the beast plane? Looking at the beast herd that continuously attacked the Control Bureau team in the distance, Richard confirmed his thoughts. This wolf pack was enormous, with a rough look of well over 1,000 individuals. In a world where intelligent life normally existed, such a large wolf pack would be impossible. Wolves require abundant food and sufficient territory. And territory is precisely what all intelligent creatures crave after reaching a certain level of development. Unless it's a barren land, intelligent creatures will definitely find ways to contain it. And on the other side of this rift is a lush grassland, a place where intelligent creatures could undoubtedly establish their own territory. But why did this group enter the beast plane? Richard felt as if he had found a key, but he couldn't figure it out. However, being able to enter the beast plane was undoubtedly a good thing for him. This special world has so much to explore. Upon entering the beast planes, Richard immediately sensed the intrusion of a dimensional force. He couldn't tell if it was because he was a creature of flesh and blood, or if this erosion was simply the way it was. This erosion was so subtle to Richard's perception that the time it took to consume a single cell was enough to cause it to age and die. Memorizing this sign, Richard waved his hand, and an invisible storm erupted from his sleeve. Violent wind blades swept through the wolves like a meat grinder, and in an instant, a blood-red explosion appeared, and hundreds of demonic wolves were reduced to a bloody mist. The remaining demon wolves, upon witnessing this, immediately ran off without looking back. The team's crisis was instantly averted. Ankarina breathed a sigh of relief. Beside her, Bar stared in shock, unable to utter a single complete sentence. Richard approached Ankarina. Ankarina, how did you enter this world? Ankarina stood up straight, shook her head slightly, and said, Sir, I don't know how we got in either. She then began to recount the scene. Although the Bureau's expedition had sped up, their winding route still left them behind Bar's expedition. After discovering the gate to the ruins had been opened, she immediately reported the news to base and led her team inside. Since Bar and his group hadn't cleared their tracks along the way, Ankarina quickly followed the stairs to the expedition team, who had already opened the experimental floor. Bang! A flash of white light flashed from Ankarina's fingertips, and the next moment, the head of the expedition member, transformed by the dimensional force, exploded into shattered pieces. Ankarina pinned the Control Bureau badge on her chest with an expressionless face, and said to the remaining expedition members, This ruin has been taken over by the Control Bureau. Please cooperate with us. Hearing Ankarina's command, the expedition leader felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. His face turned pale blue, and he almost fell to the ground. I knew this ruin was not good. A member of the Control Bureau stepped out from behind Ankarina, holding a straitjacket specifically designed for use against awakened. The expedition guards gripped their guns tightly and moved their muzzles silently, but the leader quickly stopped them. Don't resist, or you won't even get a pension if you die. The team leader had been in the awakened world for so many years, and he knew countless rumors about the Bureau. For the Bureau, making an awakened disappear was no more difficult than crushing a bug. Ankarina was very pleased with the team leader's approach. While the Bureau wasn't afraid of the priory behind the expedition, no one would mind a little less trouble. After putting the awakened in their straitjackets, Ankarina raised her hand, and two team members led the guards out. Then, she glanced at the rest, her expression softening slightly. Professors, don't be nervous. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee you return safe and sound. Professor Ball can prove what I say. Hearing Ankarina's words, Ball felt like thunder in his head. We've met before. What happened on my expedition? Bale's emotions were a little out of control, but with a cold look from Ankarina, his composure instantly returned. You two only need to remember one thing. Anything you forget will bring trouble to you and us. Professor Lauren's face was a pale blue, whether from illness or fear. I will cooperate with you, as long as you ensure our safety. Speed up, Richard suddenly interrupted. Beside him, the spatial rift caused by the contract was gradually healing. If they delayed any longer, they would all be left behind in the beast plains. It didn't matter to Richard staying in the beast plains, But for these people from the Control Bureau, to stay here was simply courting death. Did you do anything special before coming here? Ankarina shook her head. No, I was looking through the notebooks Professor Loren found, and then the crystal ball suddenly erupted with a ball of colorful light. When we came to our senses, we were already in this world. You're sure it was a colorful light, right? Ankarina said seriously. Yes, I promise. Richard pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his finger and created a spatial rift in the air. As the rift was created, several tiny runes flashed through the air. As expected, Richard said, understanding. The reason he lost contact with the secret realm was because of the interference of dimensional power. As long as he used the dimensional power, the rift leading to the secret realm would naturally open. Richard turned to Ankarina and said, take your people back, and tell them that the crystal ball is called the illusory space-time lighthouse. Also, tell them that the space around the lighthouse is unstable, and sometimes dimensional rifts caused by dimensional forces appear, which is the colorful light you encountered. So, tell those scientists to stay away from the lighthouse. Yes. With that, Richard was about to leave when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone in the Control Bureau team with an unstable aura. Ankarina, who is he? Ankarina followed Richard's finger, and saw that he was referring to Barr. He's Professor Barr. He was able to summon you this time, because he carries a copy of your contract. Richard narrowed his eyes. Although the life radiation from Barr was growing very slowly, he could confirm that his physical strength was steadily increasing. This was definitely not normal. The eye of delusion slightly blossomed, and the next moment, Richard saw the dimensional power of this world continuously merging into Bale's body. This was something that hadn't happened to any of the other members of the Control Bureau. Suddenly, Richard's nose twitched. After undergoing numerous life edits, Richard's senses had reached the limits of humanity at level 5. His clone, having inherited his bloodline, naturally possessed extremely sharp basic senses. Through his sense of smell, Richard could clearly smell something awakening within Ball. The others leave, he stays. Yes. Although somewhat puzzled by Richard's order to keep Ball, Ankarina believed there must be a reason for it. Even if there wasn't, it didn't matter. That wasn't a question for the operations specialist to ponder. Watching Ankarina and the team return from the rift, Ball wanted to follow. But before he could take 2 steps, Richard's figure blocked his way. Boy, you can't leave yet. Can't leave? Why? Looking at Richard, Ball wanted to say something tough, but the thought of Richard's tactics just now stopped him. Because staying here is good for both you and me. What do you mean? My lord, I'm just a teacher. Staying here won't help. Richard smiled and shook his head. He patted his shoulder and tore off his clothes, revealing the muscular build from his increased strength. Don't you feel your body evolving? Look at your muscles. Have you ever seen them this strong before? Ball glanced down at his body, the shock in his eyes no less than when he saw Richard casually dispatch the wolves. What's going on? Your ancestor was a powerful one, Richard said leisurely. Now his bloodline has awakened within you. This bloodline will bring you power, but it will also warp your mind. But it doesn't matter. A warped mind is normal. At your current rate of evolution, the side effects of a warped mind will be almost non-existent. A warped mind? A hint of fear flashed across Ball's face. The basic education in the four-eyed world was excellent, and Ball had clearly made great strides in his understanding of self. Don't worry. You can think of this warping as recovering from a long illness, Richard soothed. Just because your core flaw has healed doesn't mean you're not who you used to be. Is that so? Barr was taken aback by Richard's matter-of-fact attitude. Comparing the awakening of a bloodline to recovering from a long illness meant Richard must be the first wizard to do so. Richard nodded, his expression serious. Yes. Then why do I have to stay here? Because you and the rules of this world are perfectly aligned. The reason your body can grow so strong so quickly is because there's a kind of energy in this world that nourishes it. Ball swallowed. Although he could sense that Richard definitely had other plans for him, the situation was overwhelming, and he had no choice but to obey Richard's orders. Otherwise, let alone return, even dying here wouldn't be a big deal. The Bureau, which can erase memories, can erase his own, so naturally it can erase the memories of others as well. What do you want me to do? Richard smiled faintly. That depends on what I discover. But first, I need some of your blood. Chapter 663. Beast Origin is a magical world. Besides the pervasive dimensional force, this world boasts an energy environment even higher than that of larger worlds. Its land area is truly boundless. And within this boundless expanse, magical beasts reign supreme. Nearly countless magical beasts inhabit this vast land, with a dazzling array of bloodlines and talents, almost like an inexhaustible gold mine. But these aren't the greatest wonders of this world. Where there are living creatures, there must be a leader. In beast origin, the leader of a pack is the beast king. Each beast king presides over a territory comparable to a miniature world. According to Richard's estimate, this world contains at least 1,000 world lord level magical beasts, including an unknown number of level 5 and 6 beasts. For a world without a path to evolution, this is simply impossible. The power of a world's origin is not infinite. Even in a large world, the number of world guardians that can be born can only remain around 500. If there were even advanced creatures, like level 5 and level 6 among them, the number would decrease even further. But beast origin went beyond this assumption. Richard didn't think this was just a wizard's theory, but after 3 years of research in this world, he still couldn't find the reason why so many world masters had been born. So, Richard speculated that this world had some special rules he was unaware of, but his power was too limited to see. Across the endless grassland, a tiny figure was slowly moving. Behind him, a surging herd of wildebeests was on their way. Faster, faster. Don't slack off. I know your physical condition. You still have some energy left. If you slack off again, I make you feel the crushing pain of being crushed to a pulp by wildebeests. Richard's voice echoed in Ball's ears like a death warrant. Ball gasped, feeling every muscle twitch, and his veins no longer flowing with blood but streams of boiling magma. But even so, he continued to speed up. He knew that if he didn't follow Richard's orders, he would be crushed to a pulp by the wildebeests, and then Richard would rescue him. He had experienced this once before. Watching Ball accelerate again, Richard nodded slightly in midair, and wrote down Ball's data in his notebook. This record already filled up half the notebook. Bale's bloodline is exceptional. According to Richard's research, it likely originated from a beast king of the beast origin. However, after thousands of years and generations of reproduction, this bloodline, derived from the beast origin, mutated in one generation, allowing it to evolve by absorbing the dimensional power of the beast origin. Admittedly, this ability was new to Richard. Because practice is the only way to gain true knowledge, Richard mixed blood with himself. However, because his own bloodline was too potent, Bale's bloodline was suppressed to the point of being almost incapable of expression after entering his body. This was why he kept Ball. Soon, while running, Bale's vision went black, and he collapsed headfirst to the ground. The wildebeest herd rushed towards Ball like a torrent, but the next moment, an invisible barrier enveloped him, his body like a reef, separating the beast hide. After the wildebeests left, Richard landed on the ground and said calmly, "Get up. I know your physical condition perfectly well. Please let me go." Ball rolled over, his voice almost wailing. This was the umpteenth experiment he conducted, and with each one, he slipped into a brief coma due to exhaustion or excessive pain. This hellish existence was becoming unbearable for him. Ah! Looking at the wailing Ball, Richard couldn't help but hold his head. If it weren't for your special bloodline, I'd crush you to death. Do you know that the food you've eaten and the training you've undergone over the past 3 years are things many people would spend their entire fortunes on? Your race has truly been spoiled by the Bureau, to the point where even a commoner like you doesn't realize how precious strength is. Richard's words didn't evoke much of a reaction in Ball. His heart had long been numb from these 3 years of experimentation. Seeing Ball unmoved, Richard shook his head helplessly, and pulled a pot of stew from his pocket. "Eat the food, and you can go back." Hearing that he could go back, Ball was startled, then looked at Richard in disbelief. "Can I go back?" Richard nodded calmly. "The data collection is almost complete. Since you don't want to stay here, I won't force you." Bale's data at level 2 had been completely collected, and the advancement to level 3 seemed too far away. Rather than having him hanging around, it was better to send him back. We could continue the experiments after conquering this world. Not to mention this guy couldn't tell right from wrong and wanted to go back on his own initiative. Ha. Ball was so excited he nearly cried, and Richard shook his head. As expected, not everyone is suited to physical evolution. While the experiments Ball had participated in over the past 3 years were extreme, they pale in comparison to the pain of normal physical evolution. Alas, even the path of evolution has its thresholds. Waiting for Ball to finish his stew, Richard raised his hand, and a spatial rift appeared before Ball. Ball stared at the rift, suddenly frozen in place. After a moment, he bowed deeply to Richard. Although he had always wanted to escape from Richard, he knew what Richard said was right. It was just that his willpower was too weak to withstand this opportunity. "What? Want to stay again?" "No." Ball's spirit suddenly froze at Richard's words, and he fled into the rift. Richard observed his expression, smiled, and shook his head. Thank goodness, the wizards are pursuing spiritual evolution. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cultivate those line-filling wizards. After sending Ball away, Richard gazed deep into the grassland. Over the past 3 years, Richard had explored this grassland and even the surrounding jungle. In the area he explored, there were approximately 5 beast kings. Among them, the grassland one was the most powerful, reaching level 5. While observing it, he was nearly bitten by it. I think that level 5 beast king should know something. To reach level 5 was a pillar of strength, even within civilization. If even a level 5 beast king couldn't provide the answer, Richard would have to give up exploring the secrets of this world for the time being. Removing the hand of balance from his pocket, Richard swung his staff, transforming into a stream of light and soaring deep into the grassland. At the same moment, the Wolf King deep within the grassland suddenly opened his eyes, his dark irises fixed in Richard's direction, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Its feral instincts told it that a great danger was approaching. The next moment, a streak of golden light streaked across the sky, piercing the Wolf King's path. Gulp, gurgle. In a 5-meter wide pit, crimson lava bubbled with a gurgling sound. Not far away, the Wolf King, towering like a small mountain, crouched low, a deep growl emanating from his throat. Roar. 20 kilometers away, Richard watched the fleeing Wolf King and shook his head. These magical beasts have truly sharp instincts. With that, he vanished into thin air. The next moment, the Wolf King emerged from the sky and bit Richard where he had been. The World Lord's massive size doesn't mean they're slow. On the contrary, even if they're as big as a mountain, their speed is enough to prevent creatures below level 3 from seeing their movements. Quite fast indeed. Richard's figure appeared several kilometers away. Although the Wolf King's life level was higher than his, and they were on the Wolf King's home turf, he showed no sign of nervousness. But unfortunately, even speed is useless. A massive magic circle suddenly appeared in the air around the Wolf King. Countless chains extended from the magic circle, instantly binding the Wolf King's 6 legs. Though the chains were shattered by the Wolf King in an instant, that precious moment was enough for Richard to complete a spell. 7th ring witchcraft, body of metal and stone. Oh no, it should be called touch of metal and stone. A golden light struck the Wolf King, instantly transforming into a metallic stone shell. This shell continued to spread like a parasite, threatening to completely envelop the Wolf King. Woo! The Wolf King suddenly erupted in a tremendous roar, the immense shockwave instantly cracking the stone shell formed by the touch of metal and stone. But within this roar, a voice pierced through the barrier and reached the Wolf King's ears. I said, "You shall not roar." Then the Wolf King's voice abruptly ceased. Richard's body shone with holy light, like a deity descending to earth. His face stern, he addressed the Wolf King once again with divine words. I said, "You shall not move." At that, the Wolf King, about to flee, froze. With his delusion-piercing eyes, Richard saw countless chains extending from the void, firmly pinning the Wolf King to the spot. Is this the essence of divine word? Elisa's somewhat frightened voice echoed through the void. Richard, what is your clone doing? Why is the power of faith being depleted so quickly? The power of divine word is directly proportional to its cost. Immobilizing a level 5 creature naturally consumes a staggering amount of energy. Nothing, just fighting. Under divine word, the touch of metal and stone rapidly spread across the Wolf King, enveloping him in an instant. Richard approached the Wolf King, an alchemical array emerging from his palm. He pressed down on the Wolf King, and lines of magic energy began to extend from his palm, covering the entire body in the blink of an eye. Then, the lines began to form runes, and a gigantic rune cage took shape. Rumble. After the seal was established, Richard released divine word. The next moment, the massive Wolf King stone statue began to vibrate. The runes on the stone shell trembled, gleaming like stars in the night sky. Tiny cracks appeared across the statue. But as Richard swung his staff, he once again cast touch of stone. As the golden light merged with the stone shell, the tiny cracks vanished. Beast King, you now have 2 choices. 1. Continue struggling and be slain. 2. Stop and answer my questions. Chapter 664. The seal gradually calmed down. A spiritual message from the Wolf King emerged from within the stone shell. Outsider, what do you want to ask? The situation was stronger than the individual. As the Beast King, the Wolf King, as expected, chose to follow his heart. Richard smiled faintly. Good decision. First, I'd like to ask how you became a Beast King. That is, a level 4 creature, and then how you evolved from a level 4 creature to a level 5 creature. What kind of question is that? The Wolf King's spiritual message was filled with confusion. To become a Beast King, all you need to do is hunt powerful creatures. As long as you eat enough, you can become a Beast King. Becoming a great Beast King is the same. You just need to hunt down those Beast Kings. No world origin power. World origin power? What is that? The Wolf King's answer left Richard bewildered. There was no translation problem with spiritual messages. The Wolf King's ignorance of world origin power simply meant he had never seen it before. But there's no path to evolution. Simply relying on killing and devouring can one become a level 4 creature. This world is a bit ridiculous. In the nightmare world, becoming a nightmare lord requires a ritual. Richard rubbed his brows, feeling that this world was becoming increasingly mysterious. While the origin of the world's power is unknown, there must be a force that will help them make that final leap. And that can only be the omnipresent dimensional power. Recovering from his daze, Richard quickly found another key. Dimensional power. It's well known that dimensional power can accomplish many incredible things. Relying on dimensional power to ascend is reasonable, though a bit premature. As you grew up, did you sense any special power that helped you evolve? Like, dimensional force that improved your physique? Dimensional force. That power does exist. Every time I hunt, I can feel it entering my body. Snap! Richard clapped his hands. That's right. The problem with this world is definitely dimensional force. But Richard soon realized he was jumping from one puzzle to another. How could a material world have dimensional force? Could it be that this world has been parasitized by some imaginary dimension? Or perhaps the imaginary dimension has simply invaded the material world? All sorts of thoughts kept flooding Richard's mind, tangling like a tangled mess. Does this dimensional force always exist? Richard asked again. Of course. But sometimes it weakens. Weaken? Yes. The Wolf King was silent for a moment, as if lost in the distant past. About 2,000 years ago, that's what I remember. It was only after a period of decline, lasting for about 1,000 years, that it ended. During that time, no matter what creature I hunted, I couldn't gain dimensional power. Later, I asked an old Beast King, and he told me this was a common occurrence, occurring roughly every few tens of thousands of years. Over 2,000 years ago. Richard felt a familiarity to the number. He searched his memory for it, and his eyes suddenly widened. Over 2,000 years ago, wasn't that the time of the cataclysm that struck the four-eyed world? Instantly, Richard felt as if he had found the key to the final answer. The cataclysm, the illusory lighthouses of space and time, the disappearance of the dimensional force during its weakening, the elemental lords and commander creatures whose bodies had become flesh and blood. All these clues tangled together, swirling endlessly in Richard's mind. He felt he was just one piece of information away, just one piece of information, and he'd find the answer to his questions. Beast King, have you ever seen any special places? Like places that make you feel uncomfortable? Places where the rules and nature of beasts don't align? Yes, there are quite a few of these places in the Beastlands. Quite a few. Yes, but they gradually disappeared, as if devoured by the Beastlands. Eat. Richard's mind exploded, and a bizarre thought, almost a trance, emerged. Richard struggled to think, could this world be a living thing? If this world were a gigantic monster wandering between the illusory dimension and the material world, surviving by devouring worlds, then the problems of the four-eyed people's world could be explained. Those plots of land with unique patterns are merely the undigested remnants of a world. Those elemental lords and death kings are merely the survivors of a devoured world. This explanation can explain everything, including the isolation of dimensional forces. But the only problem now is that this idea is absurd. There's a limit to the size of living things. Even a giant like the astral whale is at most the size of a continent, and that's a continent in a microcosm. Compared to a world, even a celestial ruler seems dwarfed. The only creature that can transcend this limit is the world tree. But a world tree that devours a world can no longer be considered a living thing. It is itself another form of the world. Moreover, the world tree is a real, material creature. It couldn't possibly have imaginary rules. Perhaps I should request some off-site assistance. Richard stood beside the Wolf King's seal, his tone filled with a sense of relief, having abandoned all formalities. Mobilizing forces would be incredibly easy. And this time, the reason for doing so was sound, perhaps even earning some merit by doing so. If his theory were true, the beast origin world would undoubtedly be conquered by a few truth wizards. If nothing else, the sheer number of world lord level magical beasts in the beast origin world would be enough to force the Council of Truth to resort to any means necessary. The wizard's lack wasn't just limited to low-level wizards. They were also short of World Lord level combat power. If it weren't for the exceptional individual strength of the wizards, and the perverse nature of the wizarding rules governing equivalent exchange, the wizarding civilization wouldn't even be qualified to defend. This fresh force from the beast origin world, even if these magical beasts weren't even as powerful as the indigenous world lords, would be enough to relieve the wizards' pressure. Not to mention, these beast kings could be resurrected. This is simply an undead mercenary. A thought arises, and the world suddenly feels vast. Richard waved his hand of balance, summoning a portal to the wizard dimension. Then he glanced at the sealed Wolf King and gently tapped the seal with his staff. The seal will be broken in 10 minutes. Although killing the Wolf King would be highly beneficial, Richard abandoned the idea out of caution. According to the Wolf King, when he hunts powerful creatures, he gains increased dimensional power. Richard's clone was only level 4, so killing the Wolf King would definitely meet the criteria for hunting powerful creatures. By then, the intrusion of dimensional forces would disappear, but the observation of the world would be less noticeable. Entering the wizard dimension. The wizard dimension remained unchanged, but it was unclear whether this was Richard's illusion or a true reality. The number of wizard towers in the wizard dimension seemed to have decreased significantly. In some corners, concrete buildings spread silently like weeds. Are the changes in wizard civilization directly reflected in the wizard dimension? Richard wondered, noticing the changes. Arriving at the central city of eternal truth, the Keeper of Secrets, the embodiment of the wizard dimension, appeared before Richard at the opportune moment. "Oh, nameless great wizard, you're here again. What good news do you bring to wizard civilization this time?" The Keeper's attitude towards Richard was warm. Richard's contributions to the wizarding world were truly remarkable, even among great wizards. To strengthen wizard civilization was to strengthen the wizard dimension. As the embodiment of the wizard dimension, the Keeper naturally admired Richard. This news is a bit uncertain. Richard looked at the secret keeper, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Since this person before him was an incarnation of the wizard dimension, perhaps he knew about a world like the Astral Realm. Secret Keeper, have you heard of creatures that can float between the infinite dimension and the material plane, feeding on the world? Huh? Even the Secret Keeper was a bit bewildered by Richard's question. But the next moment, he produced a scale. "Master, an answer requires an equivalent exchange." "So yes?" The Secret Keeper didn't answer, but that was enough to make it work. When faced with a problem, wizards only choose to negotiate when they know the answer. The Secret Keeper is the embodiment of the wizard's dimension, so his behavior naturally aligns with that of a wizard. Such a creature actually exists. Richard stroked his chin, thinking that the world is truly vast and full of wonders. "Help me summon the physical Corona. I need to see him. I've discovered a semi-illusory world devouring worlds. Within this world reside thousands of World Lord level magical beasts." "Oh, as you wish." The Secret Keeper struck a small brass bell, and the melodious sound pierced the endless dimensions, echoing in the physical Corona's ears. In the pitch-black astral realm, the physical Corona's expression changed slightly. Across from him, a gigantic mayfly, seemingly teeming with a galaxy, gazed at him gloomily. Wars between civilizations are also king versus king, general versus general. While the lower-level soldiers fought desperately against the galactic mayflies, the Truth Wizard also battled against the mayfly overlord. "Summoning me at this time is truly unfortunate." As he spoke, countless runes began to appear on the body of the physical Corona. On its massive, three-headed, thousand-armed form, endless runes were as numerous as the stars. With every movement, the stars seemed to tremble. "Insects, come and fight." In the wizard dimension, Richard waited for 7 days, but still no physical Corona appeared. "It looks like Corona is fighting someone." Richard shook his head, and was about to leave the wizard dimension. But before he could open the door, a massive portal appeared out of thin air. From within, a towering green-robed wizard emerged. "You've got great timing, kid. You happened to run into me while I was trying to stop that insect. If it weren't for the soul taking over, you wouldn't have seen me for months." Chapter 665. Dean. Richard immediately greeted the giant with respect. Corona's form returned to normal, the life force radiating from him slightly weaker than usual. "Well," Corona's voice sounded slightly weary, "take me over quickly. I only have a limited time to stay. The bugs are planning a major operation, and we, the ones watching the battlefield, don't have much free time." Richard wasted no time, and immediately opened the gate to the beast world. Looking at the open gate, Corona suddenly turned his gaze to the Keeper. "Keep you too. I need your advice on this dimension." The Keeper gave a wizard salute. "Your will, Lord Corona." Approaching the gate, Corona broke a finger, creating a temporary clone. After becoming the master of the astral realm, attempting to sneak into the world through a dimensional rift was a bit wishful thinking. The only rifts capable of carrying a Star Lord into a world, aside from the dimensional rifts opened by the Lord, are ultra-large, stable portals like the Wizard Portal. Of course, a Lord can also force his way into a world by tearing through its walls. However, this method is extremely dangerous. Even a Star Lord could be seriously injured by the world's counterattack if careless. The clone took shape, taking the form of the white bear beast puppet Richard had seen before. However, unlike the beast puppets Richard had seen before, this one housed a fragment of the Corona Corpus's soul. "Let's go!" "Yes!" Richard led the way through the gate, followed closely by the Corona Corpus and the Keeper of Secrets. Passing through the gate, a gentle breeze from the beast world caressed the faces of the three alien visitors. Corona took a deep breath, a look of intoxication on his face. "What a beautiful world! Richard, you know what? This place reminds me of the old wizarding world. When I was born, the wizarding world wasn't as dire as it is now. Back then, wizard academies didn't exist, and wizardry was still a family tradition with scattered apprenticeships. Back then, becoming a wizard wasn't as difficult as it is now. All you needed was enough mental strength and a safe place to directly communicate with the world's essence." The beautiful environment of the beast world seemed to have triggered certain memories for Corona, causing him to talk eloquently. "I once heard my teacher say that in the old wizarding world, even the ultimate apprentices could communicate with the world's essence at will," Richard replied. "Those were good times." Corona's tone was profound. After their small talk, the three of them got down to business. Although Corona used a clone, the quality of his soul remained unchanged. He released his mental power slightly, and the pervasive dimensional encroachment of the beast world became clear to him. With a little manipulation, the physical Corona's gaze followed these pervasive dimensional forces, piercing through several layers of veils, and reaching the very essence of this world. "Wow, I didn't expect such a thing to actually exist." The physical Corona's voice sounded a little surprised, as if he had seen something truly remarkable and rare. "Dean, what did you see?" The physical Corona blinked and scratched his head, as if trying to formulate the right words for Richard to understand. "You should know the veil is layered." Richard nodded. "I know that. I saw the deepest layer of this world, the very foundation of its existence. Even I've only seen semi-illusory worlds in the Supreme Being's database. I never expected you to encounter a real thing." As he spoke, the Corona looked at Richard with surprise on his face. "Sometimes I really wonder if you're bound to the fate of wizard civilization. Otherwise, even if you were a fate-entangled being, you wouldn't have encountered so many extraordinary things." "Fate-entangled being?" Richard's heart tightened slightly at the unfamiliar term. "What is a fate-entangled body?" Corona Virgo waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Fate-entangled body are a special type of person discovered by the cursed school. These individuals often have extraordinary destinies, and can influence the fates of those around them. Sometimes, they can even temporarily escape certain death." "Temporarily escape certain death?" Richard's face was filled with shock. "Could a certain death be changed?" "Temporarily," Corona Virgo replied. "The extent to which a fate-entangled body can interfere with fate is limited. According to the cursed school, fate possesses inertia. No matter how much a fate-entangled body interferes, it's like bending a flexible stick. Once the fate-entangled body's power disappears, the deviated fate will immediately return to normal. But don't worry about that," Corona Virgo continued. "According to the cursed school's research, fate-entangled body will disappear. They have divided this trait into 4 levels, corresponding to rings 1 through 4. Even the strongest fate entanglement they observed lost this trait after becoming a great wizard. You're already aiming for the 5th ring, so the fate entanglement should have vanished long ago." "Gone?" Richard's mind flashed back to the strange behavior of the cursed Corona when they encountered him decades ago. Has the fate entanglement really vanished? By uncovering its true nature, the physical Corona had already fulfilled half of his purpose for this visit. He turned to the Keeper and asked, "Keeper, can the wizarding dimension control the semi-illusory world within the infinite dimension?" The Keeper was silent for a long time. He glanced around, runes flickering in his hooded eyes, as if he were assessing something. "It is possible. But I want to hear, Corona, how you intend to treat this world. Is this important?" "Very important. If you intend to devour this world, I have to say it's a terrible idea." A solemn expression crossed the physical Corona's bear-like face. "Give me an explanation." The secret Keeper calmly replied, "Swallowing this world's illusory essence will consume a significant amount of dimensional power. This also means that the dimensional power quotas of each great wizard will be reduced. This is definitely not a good thing for war. What about temporarily trapping him? Temporarily trapping him is worse than swallowing him. While trapping him consumes less dimensional power, it's a net negative benefit. Corona Virtue frowned slightly. The council needs the monsters of this world to fight for us. Then just scare him. Scare him? The physical Corona was somewhat bewildered. Yes, scare him. The secret keeper pulled an enchanted quartz tube from his waist pocket. We can invade this world and temporarily gather its dimensional power. This will then make the worlds will realize its potential demise. At this point, Corona, you simply need to sign a fake contract with the world's will. Is there any other way? The physical Corona frowned. We can't mobilize a single legion to the front right now, and the Grand Wizard can only mobilize a few. Halfway through his words, the physical Corona suddenly looked at Richard. Richard, how intelligent are your native legions? Can they manipulate alchemical weapons? Of course, Richard replied immediately. The weapons wielded by his goblin and werewolf legions were all alchemical weapons. Even though, because they were goblin-made, their form and some details might differ from those of wizards, at least with a little understanding, using wizards' alchemical weapons would be no problem. Mobilize your legions, as many as you can. No, are you unable to connect to the portal system? Corona was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly realized that the world Richard was holding wasn't connected to the wizard's portal system due to distance. It will be soon, Richard said with a sudden smile. As long as you can help me deal with one troublesome individual, the portal can be established immediately. Oh! Corona was slightly surprised. Your conquest efficiency is quite high. You were able to pacify the world so quickly with just the natives. Dean, I've conquered this world for over 100 years. Even without the native legions, I would have quelled the rebellion by now, Richard said somewhat awkwardly. Has it been over 100 years? Corona was a little surprised, but after thinking it over, it seemed like it had indeed been over 100 years. Haha, so much has happened over the years, I can't quite remember anything about you. Corona gave an awkward laugh and continued the previous topic. Gather your legions. Headquarters will assign several great wizards to assist you in the battle. This world is of great significance to this war of civilizations, and we must capture it. Don't worry. Richard gave a wizard salute. I will do my best to complete this mission. Yes. Corona was pleased with Richard's attitude and nodded with a smile. Tell me, what's that troublesome creature you're talking about? A level 6 world guardian. Level 6? Physical Corona asked, somewhat surprised. You've encountered a medium-sized world? Encountering such a world at this time, isn't your luck a bit too good? Richard laughed. Not so good though. The world I conquered is currently nestled in the mouth of this semi-illusory world. Even if I conquer it, it will probably be swallowed by this semi-illusory world in a few thousand years. Thousands of years? That's plenty. Physical Corona patted Richard's shoulder. Once this mission is over, I send you an alchemy army. Core. If you give them 100 years, they could mine all the valuable minerals in this world. Huh? Richard was shocked. When had the wizarding civilization become so efficient at resource extraction? As if sensing Richard's doubts, the physical Corona sighed and said, We've always been at a disadvantage on the front lines, which is equivalent to constant bleeding. To reduce this bleeding, the alchemists have established the Alchemy Corps, specifically responsible for resource development in various worlds. Although the mayflies have occupied many of our worlds over the years, the resources they have harvested are actually not that great. I see. Richard nodded, then smiled slyly. Then, how will the profits be divided? The Alchemy Corps is certainly not easy to deploy. The front lines are already short on manpower. Even the physical Corona needs a good reason to transfer a corps to the rear at this time. The physical Corona smiled slightly. Richard's honest face revealed a hint of cunning. He said leisurely, Common materials belong to the council, and rare materials are yours. However, you are a great wizard of the alchemical school, and you are qualified to establish your own alchemical world. An alchemical world needs materials, and materials are generally transported from nearby. You understand. Chapter 666. Corona Virtue didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. As long as an alchemical world was established, the resources of the four-eyed world could reasonably fall under Richard's jurisdiction. Once under Richard's jurisdiction, there would be a lot of room for maneuver. Richard chuckled and gave Corona Virtue a wizard salute. After finalizing the plan, the secret keeper returned to the wizard dimension, and Corona Virtue followed Richard into the four-eyed world. Dean, is your clone up to par? Richard looked at Corona Virtue's clone with some concern. From his perspective, it was only at the level of a fourth-level creature. Even with the power of the dimension, it couldn't leapfrog a level and defeat a 6th level Gregor. Corona Virtue glanced at Richard and said with disdain, if it were a 6th level bug, this clone wouldn't be enough. But a native. Hee. Seeing Corona Virtue's confidence, Richard didn't say much and went straight to the control bureau. In the office, Anderson was startled by the sudden appearance of Richard. Sir Richard, you're back. Yes. Richard nodded slightly, then said seriously to Anderson, I've gained a lot in that world and need to meet with Avery and Gregor. Meet? Wait a moment. Anderson picked up the fixed communicator on the desk and connected to a dedicated communication line. Soon, Avery's voice came through the communicator. What's going on? Director, Sir Richard has returned. He's gained something in the other world and would like to meet with you and Lord Gregor. Gregor still needed? Okay, I get it. Avery keenly noticed something amiss with Richard's request, but he didn't dwell on it. In his mind, Gregor was practically invincible. And since the meeting wasn't elsewhere, he hadn't anticipated Richard's intentions to attack Gregor. Half a day later, Avery and Gregor appeared at the control bureau. Richard, if you discovered anything in that world, bring both of us here. In front of the conference room, upon seeing Richard, Avery greeted him warmly. Behind him, the sturdy Gregor remained silent. I have a very important discovery. Richard smiled as he ushered the two into the conference room. The moment they entered, Gregor's gaze snapped to the physical Corona clone seated in the main seat. Avery also noticed the physical Corona, but without Gregor's keen intuition, he couldn't discern its terrifying nature. He simply saw it as a level 4 creature he had never seen before. Oh, you're evolving quite well. Constant Corona looked at Gregor with a hint of surprise. As the founder of the Constitutional School, his illusionary rules granted him the ability to sense the depth of a creature's physical evolution. In his eyes, Gregor, a native, had actually come quite far on the path of physical evolution. He was almost on par with some of the newly joined 5-ring great wizards of the Constitutional School. You're a promising talent. Become my follower. I can show you a wider world. Constant Corona stood up and slowly walked towards Gregor. Avery, on the other side, stared at Constant Corona in amazement, confused as to what this guy was going on. He looked at Richard, his eyes questioning, is this guy crazy? Richard didn't answer, only smiled and shook his head. I want to protect this world, Gregor replied calmly after a moment's silence. This world is beyond saving. Then I will protect it until the very end. But you have another choice. You can't protect the world, but you can protect the lives of its inhabitants. Gregor's eyes shifted slightly, and after a moment's silence, he asked, how? It's simple, said the physical Corona calmly. Just move to another world. I have many worlds with balanced elements, and no obvious special rules. If you wish, any of these worlds can serve as a new home for your people. Of course, it won't be free. If you choose to migrate, they will have to pay a blood tax and fight for me. Stop, my friend, Avery said beside him, finally unable to hold back. I miss you. Shut up, I'm not talking to you. The physical Corona's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction, and an invisible domain was released from his body, instantly enveloping Avery. The next moment, Avery disappeared from the conference room. Gregor watched this scene, his body unconsciously tensing. His strength was far superior to Avery's, but precisely because of this, he could sense the terrifying power of the white bear before him. After a long moment, Gregor spoke, What do you need from me? Coronavirus said calmly, Follow me, fight for me. After a moment's silence, Gregor clenched his fists, raised them above his head, and crossed them at the wrists. This is a very ancient ritual of the Four-Eye people, rumored to date back to before the Cataclysm. It represents submission and loyalty. I, Gregor Sanders, pledge my loyalty to you until death. Very well. Coronavirus nodded slightly, glancing at Richard. I've solved your problem. The rest is up to you. Richard bowed slightly and said respectfully, Rest assured, we will complete this mission. Coronavirus casually opened a dimensional portal and said to Gregor, Let's go. I will sever your connection to this world. Gregor didn't waste any words, simply unhooking a pendant from his neck. The pendant was shaped like an eye. Gregor handed it to Richard, solemnly stating, This is the highest authority in the Bureau. With this, the entire Bureau will be at your disposal. Richard raised an eyebrow. Can't Avery stop it? Gregor replied calmly, Avery is a wise man. After witnessing the Lord's power, he will make the right decision. And even if he makes a mistake, you're more than capable of killing him. He's weak, otherwise he wouldn't be the director. Richard burst into laughter. This Gregor was truly an interesting man. If possible, I would spare his life. Gregor said nothing more, simply walking over to the side of the physical corona. The physical corona waved to Richard and led Gregor into the wizard dimension. After they entered the wizard dimension, Avery, who had been engulfed by the domain, suddenly reappeared. But now, his face was filled with fear. After a moment, he looked at Richard and asked, somewhat dazedly, "Who is that person?" Richard straightened his clothes and said politely, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Richard, a fifth-ring great wizard of the wizard civilization. The white bear you just saw is the incarnation of the seventh-ring truth wizard of the wizard civilization, the Corona." Seventh ring. Truth wizard. Avery awoke from his trance and looked at Richard with anger and fear. "You're not a traveler. You're just like those invading disasters, an invader who set his sights on this world." Richard nodded calmly. "You can say that, but I hope your anger won't cloud your mind. You must now face a reality. I can save you, but the beast primal will only devour you." Avery took a few steps back, leaning against the conference room wall. He was clearly a level 5 creature, yet now he was as fragile as a mortal. After a long moment, Avery stood up straight, the anger and helplessness on his face vanishing without a trace, as if it were just an illusion. "What are you going to do?" Richard smiled faintly. "It's simple. Build a portal to connect this world with the wizarding civilization. Once connected, the four-eyed people of this world will travel to your new world aboard the floating city." "That's all?" Avery looked at Richard with a wary look. "Did you travel across the vast starry sky to this world just to be a good person?" Richard smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. Once you enter the new world, you need to form a legion to fight for the wizards. If you're clever enough, you also enter the alchemy factory. We are engaged in a protracted war, a war fought by all members of the wizarding civilization. Does this mean we are your slaves?" "Take out the we," Richard said calmly. "You are the slaves of a wizard, the Corona Constellation. It's just that Lord Corona Constellation will command you to fight alongside him. Freedom and survival, a difficult choice." But Avery knew he had no choice. He could choose freedom, but the four-eyed would inevitably choose survival. "How do we build the portal?" Richard smiled. "Don't worry about that." 3 days later, the central government of the four-eyed world issued a notice. Due to the increasing frequency and uncontrollability of invasion disasters, the central government and the wizard civilization reached a cooperation agreement to relocate all four-eyed people over the next 100 years. Their new world would be free of invasion disasters. At the same time, the Control Bureau, which had been hidden beneath the surface, also surfaced. It merged with the Invasion Management Bureau to form a new department, the Order Bureau. This new department would be responsible for maintaining order throughout the four-eyed world. Anyone attempting to disrupt the stability of four-eyed society would be dealt with drastic measures. Cleared. The Energy Corps, originally deployed to deal with the invasion disaster, began its march, wiping out the lowest level gangs and cults, all the way to the higher level energy gangs and secret societies. Their protectors, their tyrannical, illegally awakened individuals, were all reduced to a bloody haze by the Energy Corps' energy machine guns. Faced with absolute power, even those sewer rats had no resistance. In just 3 months, the entire four-eyed society's atmosphere had been transformed. Gangs, cults, these things were utterly rubbish. A normal society had no need for them. Chapter 667. Avery, you traitor. I curse you. I curse your soul to perish in the deepest depths of chaos hell after death. In the beast world, on an unnamed plane. Avery watched silently as his opponent, with whom he had battled for centuries, was dragged by chains into a pitch-black sealed space. Beside him, Richard waved his staff, closing the seal. "It's over." Richard smiled faintly and turned to Avery. "The leadership of the Fusion Party has been completely eliminated. Your society shouldn't see any troublemakers for a while." "Yes, it's over," Avery said softly. When Richard first met Stason, he had Ulysses follow him. During Richard's years researching Beast World and the Ball bloodline, Ulysses had met virtually every member of the Fusion Party's leadership. After the establishment of the Order Bureau, thanks to Ulysses' intelligence, the Fusion Party's leadership was practically wiped out overnight. Only Stason, the leader, escaped to Beast World. Now that Starson has been sealed, the Fusion Party has naturally been swept into the dustbin, becoming an insignificant record in the annals of the four-eyed people. "Isn't it a cause for celebration that our old rival has been sealed?" Richard asked, perplexed, observing Avery's somewhat melancholic expression. "It's a cause for celebration, but Starson and I were friends for thousands of years before we became enemies. And..." Avery didn't finish his words. "Starson and he had different philosophies. Starson wanted to abandon the common people, while he and Gregor were unwilling to do so. But regardless of their philosophies, they were ultimately working for the future of the four-eyed race. But now, the four-eyed race has lost their freedom. Is this future truly good? Richard was unaware of Avery's complex thoughts, and even if he had, he would have simply shrugged and dismissed them. People always fantasize about getting everything they want without paying anything. But such a beautiful thing doesn't exist in this cold world. The Four-Eyed's ending was a perfect one. They gained a new world, and preserved their culture and history. And all they paid was a blood tax. In the cruel astral realm, countless races have vanished into the long river of history due to civilization. To survive amid civilization is already superior to most natives. Return to the Four-Eyed world. Avery parted ways with Richard, citing work as an excuse, and Richard readily agreed. After he left, Ulises' figure suddenly emerged from thin air and landed on Richard's shoulder. This guy's pretty honest. At least, he was honest during the time I was monitoring him. Richard looked at the spot where Avery disappeared and said calmly, his honesty is the best option. Both for us, and for the Four-Eyed people. Then will we continue monitoring? What do you need? Monitoring people is boring. Then let the clone go. After the Four-Eyed people chose to cooperate, Richard and Ulises' true form entered the Four-Eyed world. Although the clone possessed the ability to see through delusion, its observation was ultimately lacking. Although information between souls can be transmitted over distance, it can still be lost during the transmission process. According to the Soul School, all souls in the material world are projections of a single supreme dimension. The transmission of information at a distance by souls occurs through this supreme dimension. However, this is only a widely accepted hypothesis. So far, they have yet to find definitive evidence. Alright, you're the boss, after all. Ulises reluctantly entered the void, preparing to create an avatar to monitor Avery. After Ulises got busy, Richard didn't linger in the Four-Eyed world for long, turning and entering the secret realm. He had a crucial research project that had reached a critical stage. Entering the secret realm, the first thing Richard saw was a swarm of goblins in the distance. In a normal interplanar war, using a secret realm rift as a springboard to invade a world is unfeasible. This is because secret realm rifts are essentially smuggling, and smuggling requires one word: speed. As long as safety is guaranteed, the shorter the secret realm rift's existence, the safer it is. The smaller the rift, the safer it is. The armies required for the planar war were too large to transport, making it impossible to enter the world quietly through the secret rifts. However, all of this was based on an invasion. If Richard hadn't taken the invasion route, this shortcoming would naturally be irrelevant. With the cooperation of the Guardian of Avery's world, Richard transported a large number of goblin artisans through the secret rifts to the Four-Eyed world to build the portal. At the current rate, the portal could even be completed before the expeditionary force arrived. For the expeditionary force, this was a bit of black humor. Richard didn't even exchange greetings with the goblins, instead turning invisible and flying directly towards the World Mushroom's location. After devouring the fragments of the fairyland, the secret realm's area had expanded substantially, now reaching 1,000 square kilometers, finally taking on the appearance of a secret realm. The World Mushroom had also been able to extend its roots, unleashing its potential. But even so, compared to the Black Tower Great Wizard secret realm Richard had entered back then, his secret realm was still somewhat confined. Not to mention the mountain secret realm of the physical corona. However, Richard had become a great wizard. Secret realms, aside from convenience, were no longer of much use to him. If it weren't for the astonishing potential of the World Mushroom, Richard wouldn't even bother collecting secret realms. With the world already in existence, who would care about secret realms? Entering the laboratory, Richard found his newly opened Tianyan computer room. In the room, 10 Tianyan computers, having undergone countless iterations, were rapidly calculating Richard's requirements, fueled by the World Mushroom. Thanks to the biological nature of Tianyan computers, when working on a complex project for a long time, the Tianyan computers will undergo internal changes similar to evolution. These changes will make the Tianyan computers faster when performing specific tasks, effectively increasing their computing power. These 10 Tianyan computers have been operating for 3 years, and their internal structure has reached a critical limit. In equilibrium, the combined computing power of these 10 computers is only about 1/10 of Richard's. But after the changes, this value has increased to 1/6, nearly doubling. Approaching the output port where the 10 computers are connected, there is a black metal pillar, but at its top is a fleshy tentacle resembling an octopus tentacle. At the end of the fleshy tentacle, there was something resembling a flower bud. When Richard flipped the switch on the metal pillar, the tentacle twitched as if electrocuted, then opened its terminal bud and swallowed Richard whole. This bud was actually a helmet-like object, connecting to Richard's nerves and transmitting information directly into his brain. Once the connection was established, a flood of information flowed through his nerves, pouring into Richard's brain. But Richard didn't react, instead lamenting that his computer was still too limited. As a 5-ring Grand Wizard, and one with an evolved constitution, this amount of information wasn't enough for his brain to fully process. Soon, the information was transmitted, and Richard was able to do his best to sift through it. As he did so, Richard's face suddenly lit up with joy, and his body unconsciously erupted with energy. It actually worked. In the world of the Four-Eyed People, an unknown third-tier city. Above the city center, Richard soared in the air, Ulysses perched on his shoulders. These two beings, whose every word and action could set a world on fire, now stood above a small, unknown city, quietly surveying the land. "Is this your earthly kingdom?" Ulysses' eyes shone with holy light as he surveyed the entire city. He saw it enveloped by a vast, almost magical circle. Pedestrians walked along the pavement, yet beneath their feet flowed a terrifying energy powerful enough to blast the entire city skyward. "It doesn't look bad," Richard said with a hint of smugness. This massive, quasi-magic circle was the fruit of Richard and the Tianyan computer's years of development. A terrestrial kingdom that combined magic circles with divine arts. Ulysses nodded. "It's indeed quite impressive, but isn't yours a little too small? A terrestrial kingdom could cover an entire continent." Ulysses' question left Richard somewhat unsure how to respond. Even a wizard's apprentice knew that magic circles had energy losses. Even natural energy conduits, like ley lines, could dissipate enough energy to fill the entire world. "This size is already the limit," Richard said weakly after a long silence. "The power of faith and energy are two completely different things. You can't apply your experience in divine arts to magic circles." "Ha, that's true." Ulysses nodded, then asked curiously, "What is the effect of your earthly kingdom?" "Soul recovery, of course." "Huh?" "Building an earthly kingdom that recovers souls in this world." Ulysses looked at Richard, puzzled. "Isn't this world about to be swallowed up by that semi-illusory world?" Richard nodded slightly. "Indeed, but even if it is swallowed up, we will most likely have to fight a tough battle in this world. With the assistance of the earthly kingdom, souls can successfully enter and reincarnate even in battlefields beyond its reach." Although Richard appeared fearless before the physical crown, deep down, he knew this mission was far from as simple as it seemed. They were facing a massive world. If they wanted to make this world feel threatened, their war would inevitably be protracted. The legions from the goblin and werewolf worlds alone would likely struggle to withstand such losses. Even if they could, the enormous losses would surely pain Richard for a long time. But with the support of the heroic spirits, the loss of lives would undoubtedly be much reduced. Later, perhaps the heroic spirits could fill the entire battle line. "I just don't know if Richard's power of faith can hold up." "Gah, this battle is not going to be easy," Ulysses said solemnly. "Even the beasts, if they are numerous, are enough to pose a deadly threat to you. Not to mention, the beast origin also possesses naturalized world masters from other worlds. Even if it's difficult, we must fight." Richard's voice was steady, his eyes revealing determination. "For the sake of civilization, this war is imperative. In this cruel world, civilization is the only thing that can be served. Without civilization, even a level 6 creature is nothing but meat at the mercy of others." Griego's survival was a blessing for him, and also for the Four-Eyed People. If it were a galaxy mayfly, every living thing in this world would be devoured and transformed by it. A world without civilization is nothing more than a homeless dog. Chapter 668. Across the vast plain, a portal, resembling a gate to heaven, stood on the horizon, like a vast, deep maw. Around its perimeter, thousands of goblin engineers, in their flying suits, were conducting the final adjustments to this massive structure. After 10 years of construction, the portal to the Four-Eyed World had finally reached its final stages. With the adjustments complete, the goblin engineers reported to headquarters that it could be opened. Headquarters has received the news. The portal will open in 3 minutes. All personnel must evacuate to the underground bunker immediately. Not far from the portal, a massive black tower rose above the plain, incongruous with its surroundings. Atop the tower, Richard, Ulysses, Avery, and the higher-ups of the Order Bureau were present, all gazing at the massive structure dozens of kilometers away. "Even though I watched this thing being built bit by bit, I still find it hard to believe it could be man-made." Avery sighed heartily, as he gazed at the massive portal. As the director of the Bureau of Order, he had seen some advanced technology. Back when he was still in the Bureau of Control, his subordinates possessed a vast array of ancient artifacts, even precursor relics. But before this gate, he still felt awe. This gate was built, piece by piece, by a group of mortals, no more than level 4. The fact that such a feat was accomplished by a group of mortals signified a generational gap between the two races, a chasm as vast as the chasm between them. But he was man-made, Richard said, looking at Avery and handing him a button. I didn't pay attention to this thing. You should press this button. Shall I come? Avery took the button, his hand trembling slightly. Press this button, and the future of the Four-Eyed People will truly change. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, the Goblin engineer's report came over the communicator. All personnel have been evacuated. Over. Avery took a deep breath and pressed the button firmly with his thumb. Then, a violent burst of energy erupted from the portal, and in less than a tenth of a second, it surged past the tower dozens of kilometers away. Burning bolts of pale blue energy emerged from the doorframe, each exceeding several meters in diameter. Like giant hands, they tore a vast rift through the smooth surface of space. The rift gradually widened, eventually filling the portal. Then, another wave of energy erupted from the portal, and the torn spatial rift began to stabilize with spatial anchors. The spatial network between the portals began to establish itself. At the same time, several light years away in the fairyland world, a werewolf at the portal suddenly started, immediately pulling out his crystal communicator and reporting, "The portal to the new world has opened." I repeat, the portal to the new world has opened. Subtle vibrations continued to emanate from underground, but the pedestrians on the street paid no attention. It was just subway construction, no big deal. Deep below, a massive tunnel boring machine continued to dig. Behind it, a large number of goblin workers, werewolf workers, and even local four-eyed workers were diligently stabilizing the tunnel structure. They were also laying several rune-inscribed alloy steel rails according to the blueprint. According to Richard's requirements, the Divine Kingdom system on Earth must encompass every major city. Because every major city must be built into a fortress city. To meet this requirement, the Goblin world, the Immortal world, and even the Order Bureau began to operate at full speed. With the full support of the Goblin world and the Immortal world, large numbers of ordinary four-eyed people began to take airships to these two worlds for temporary refuge. Goblin and four-eyed workers began to transform these vacated cities into fortress cities. The war against the Beast Plains could not be fought within the Beast Plains. Wizards may not have home field advantage, but they cannot allow their enemies to have it. Thus, fortresses and positions are indispensable. While the fortresses were being built, support from the wizard civilization had also arrived. A battered alchemist legion was transferred by the physical corona to the four-eyed world for a rest and vacation. Yes, a rest and vacation. Compared to the front lines where the wizard civilization was battling the galaxy mayflies, the four-eyed world, with its frequent invasion disasters, was little more than a resort. Are you, Master Richard? Al asked tentatively, looking at the wizard in front of him, dressed in a black robe and still bearing the pentagram on his chest. It's me. Richard nodded slightly, silently surveying the wizard before him. Al's entire body had been transformed into an alchemical machine. Judging by the technology displayed on its exterior, the alchemical level of this machine was quite high. If Al had built this body himself, then in this new era of wizards, Al was truly an elite among the elite. Did you build this body yourself? Huh? Al was a bit confused as to why Richard had suddenly asked this. I made the core of this body, but many of the parts and components are factory-made or the work of other alchemists. Richard nodded slightly, not disappointed that Al's body wasn't original. In this day and age, wizards don't have much time. Pursuing complete originality is impossible. Excellent. Wizards like you are the future of wizarding civilization. Richard patted Al's shoulder and pulled a map from his pocket. This is a map of the currently discovered mineral deposits. You can develop your own mining plan. If you need anything, please contact me directly. I do my best to accommodate you. But, Richard's tone suddenly turned serious. I'm not entirely familiar with your customs, so I can only warn you according to the customs of wizards of my era. The aliens you encounter are either my familia or those of the Corona Virgo. I'm a very protective person, even if they're my own. So don't provoke them. Of course, if they actively offend, you're welcome. After hearing Richard's warning, Al immediately stood up straight and said seriously, Rest assured, Master Richard. My soldiers, and I strictly abide by military discipline. Discrimination against families is absolutely not a habit in my legion. Very good, Richard nodded slightly, then gestured to the airship that had been waiting behind him. The airship is ready. You have a dedicated camp for the next 2 days to rest. I do my best to meet your requests. It's not easy coming back from the front lines, so rest well these 2 days." Upon hearing this, Al gave a respectful wizard salute. "Yes, Master Richard." "Report, the 3rd Company of the 52nd Regiment has assembled. All personnel are awake, and no one has sleeping sickness." Aboard the floating city, the goblin soldiers, awakened from their slumber, began to gather on the deck. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers, like them, aboard the floating city. In the next 2 weeks, these dormant soldiers would be awakened to prepare for the coming glorious war. "Hey, did you hear? The battle we're fighting has changed this time." In the corner of the deck, several logistics goblins ran around, chatting. The goblins' faces flickered with shock upon hearing the news, their steps slowing down a beat. "Changed? What does that mean? They can't possibly be going to another world, right?" "That's not the case. When I passed by the control room yesterday, I heard 2 white hats say that the world we're heading to has been conquered by the sages' civilization. This time, we're not going to fight the local natives, but some kind of monster." "Monster?" The goblin laughed. "You are exaggerating. I can fight monsters myself. It's a waste to have the Legion fight them." "Who knows?" The goblin who reported the news shrugged. "I just heard it, but it would be great if we actually fought monsters. At least it would save lives." "Fewer deaths? Don't let anyone outside hear that. The Divine Kingdom amulet has many fanatical people ready to die in battle, and then be reincarnated in the Divine Kingdom." "Die in battle? Good boy, that's pretty fanatical. But there's nothing wrong with the Divine Kingdom. When I can't work anymore, I apply to join the combat ranks. Dying on the battlefield, not to mention becoming a heroic warrior, being a Divine Kingdom civilian is pretty good too. You can live for 10,000 years. The 2 goblins chatted as they entered the lower levels of the floating city and continued their work. A fortnight later, guided by a magic circle, the expeditionary force successfully entered the world. As an expeditionary force from the Four-Eyed World, they were the last from either world to enter. Wow, this Richard is quite well equipped. As Al watched the floating city gradually descend in the distance, an alchemist beside him, whose arms had been transformed into mechanical devices, exclaimed in surprise. "We even have old-fashioned, unmodified necropolis." "You're mistaken, Quill." Al looked at the landing necropolis, the red light in his eyes brightening slightly. "This isn't an ordinary, unmodified necropolis, this is a newly built necropolis." "Newly built? How is that even possible?" Quill shook his head. "We haven't built old-fashioned necropolis in hundreds of years. The only necropolises being built in the various alchemical worlds now are small necropolises, aside from astral necropolises." Al glanced at him and said calmly, "Who told you we built this necropolis?" Quill was slightly taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean?" "Quill, let me ask you, have you ever seen a wizard in this world?" "No," Quill answered honestly. "Do you see any traces of wizards? Besides that portal?" "No, Captain, what are you trying to say?" Al gave him a look of dismay, saying somewhat helplessly, "You idiot. The absence of wizards means this world is newly conquered. But wizards on the front lines are stretched thin. Where would we find wizards to conquer this plane?" After Al's reminder, Quill finally realized how this world had been conquered without wizards. "How was that portal built?" "Captain, are you saying that the portal and that floating city were all built by those families? You finally figured it out." Al looked again at the floating city gradually descending in the distance and whispered, "Being able to build a floating city using natives. I have a hunch, Quill. This master might be able to turn the tide of our war." Chapter 669. With the assistance of 2 worlds and some help from the wizarding civilization, the evacuation of the Four-Eyed people was extremely smooth and efficient. In just 30 years, nearly 50 billion people were relocated. Such a massive migration of races was unprecedented even in the history of wizarding civilization, so Richard recorded the entire process and details of the operation. This would serve as a reference for future generations should a similar situation arise. After the Four-Eyed people's retreat, only 3 types of people remained in the vast Four-Eyed world: Goblin soldiers, Werewolf soldiers, and the Four-Eyed Energy Legion. Of these, the Four-Eyed Energy Legion comprised nearly 1/3 of the total population. During the years of evacuating the civilian population, these energy legions also trained in the use of alchemical weapons, and in cooperation with the Goblin and Werewolf legions. In the upcoming war, they would fight side by side, and cooperative training was essential. Now, after more than a decade of integration, the 3 legions have achieved a perfect rapport. In front of the portal, Richard gazed at the figure emerging from it, and respectfully performed a wizard salute. "Master Bronze Spear, long time no see. With the completion of the construction of the major fortress cities and the Divine Kingdom system on Earth, support from the wizard civilization finally arrived. Led by the Grand Wizard Bronze Spear, 2 fifth-ring wizards and 5 fourth-ring wizards returned from the front lines and were dispatched to the Four-Eyed World to carry out the conquest of the Beast Plane. Oh! No wonder Garlon was keeping it a secret. It turns out the wizard who returned is you, boy. Looking at Richard, the Grand Wizard Bronze Spear's mind flashed back to memories of his time in the Galaxy world. Back then, Richard was only a third-ring wizard, while he was the Minister of the Military, a powerful sixth-ring wizard. Yet, after only a few hundred years, Richard had become a fifth-ring Grand Wizard, while he remained a sixth-ring Grand Wizard. This contrast made the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard sigh at the strangeness of fate. But Garlon seems to have been mistaken. You're not even a fourth ring, you've clearly reached the fifth ring limit. As a sixth-ring Grand Wizard of great age, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard naturally possessed a sharp eye. Although Richard concealed it well, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard could still discern from the details that Richard's physique had reached the fifth ring limit. Master, your eyesight remains as sharp as ever, Richard chuckled. But the Dean didn't see it because I was using a clone the last time we met. The Dean hasn't seen my true form in years, so his assessment of my strength was naturally off. After the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard entered the Four-Eyed World, the Grand Wizards he led also entered. Among them, Richard unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Master Delis, long time no see. Among the many great wizards who had arrived, the old wizard Delis was surprisingly among them. Judging by the energy fluctuations within him, his strength on paper ranked second among the 5 fourth-ring great wizards. Delis' expression remained unchanged, and he calmly performed a wizard salute. Master Richard, it's been years since we last met, and you're still as charming as ever. Delis wasn't at all moved by Richard's ascension to the fifth-ring great wizard. Everyone has their own opportunities, and he could rise again from a failed promotion to the rank of great wizard. Richard becoming a fifth-ring great wizard after centuries wasn't a difficult thing to accept. Richard greeted the other grand wizards one by one, then led them to their headquarters. A towering tower at the center of the Four-Eyed World. Reaching the top of the tower, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear showed a hint of admiration. When it comes to architecture, you still have to look up to the veteran wizards. I didn't think so before, but ever since those new wizards started using concrete buildings as wizard towers, I've come to find them truly beautiful. As Grand Wizard Bronze Spear spoke, his tone was filled with disdain. As a wizard who had achieved Grand Wizard status at the dawn of the Age of Enlightenment, Grand Wizard Bronze Spear clearly held a deep disdain for the new wizards. Even though 2 of the 4-ring wizards on this mission were new wizards, he still didn't hold back his opinion. Perhaps in his view, this wasn't an offense, just a simple statement of fact. Haha, that's not quite right. At least the building has a lot of usable space. Richard smoothed things over, then ushered in several wizards. The room they entered was a large hall. In the center, a crystal ball projected a 3-dimensional map of the Four-Eyed World. I haven't experienced this kind of worldwide battle much, so before we officially begin, I'd like to hear your advice, Grand Wizards. The Grand Wizards looked at the map. Richard had used the symbols commonly used in the wizarding world. While new wizards might find them unfamiliar, those who had experienced the Great Planar Crusade found them very familiar. After a moment, the Grand Wizard of Bronze Spear spoke. This time, we aim to gather sufficient dimensional power to compel this semi-illusory creature called Beast Origin to reach an agreement with us. But I'm a little confused as to why you've established such a comprehensive defense system in this world. Shouldn't we use this world as our base and launch an offensive? Richard shook his head slightly. That's my question. I imagine you don't have any information about this world yet. Let me briefly explain again. The world we're currently in has been swallowed by the Beast World, but it hasn't yet been fully digested. While the Beast World digests this world, a sudden attack known as the invasion disaster will erupt. Although spatial stabilization anchors can prevent the invasion disaster from occurring in certain areas, it's impossible to cover the entire world with spatial stabilization anchors. In other words, our current situation is the same as it was in the Galaxy world back then. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's expression darkened slightly, and Richard felt his brow furrowed in a frown that threatened to produce metal shards. Richard nodded slightly. You could say that. Hearing Richard's affirmation, the expressions of all the great wizards present changed slightly. The Galactic World War, as the first battle between wizards and galactic mayflies, exposed many flaws in wizarding civilization. The Galactic World War has been a perennial topic in battle analysis classes. Over the years, countless wizards have attempted to win the Galactic World War under the conditions of the time. But based on current records, no wizard has yet succeeded. Without celestial air control, our enemies will come from all directions. No city in the world can provide a stable rearguard. Richard nodded slightly at the great wizard who spoke. Yes. Where are our legions? How many do we have? A grand wizard asked. Among the solutions to the Galaxy World War, there was once a successful solution. Overwhelming numbers. This solution involved using enough wizards to gain an advantage in a localized battlefield, then gradually expanding that advantage. However, this solution was later proven unfeasible under the conditions at the time, and was therefore overturned. If you're expecting overwhelming numbers, you'd probably be disappointed. Richard shook his head. We only have indigenous legions and alchemical weapons. And the number of indigenous legions is very limited. How can we fight this? After a moment's silence, a fourth-ring grand wizard said, slightly irritated. Without even a bridging legion, how can we fight this war? Though the other grand wizards remained silent, their expressions suggested that many shared this sentiment. But after listening, the grand wizard of Bronze Spear looked at Richard calmly. This time, the enemy is quite simple. Richard smiled faintly. Master, you have a keen eye. This time, we're dealing with magical beasts, but there will be more of them. How many? It's hard for me to estimate. But imagine a world larger than the wizarding world, inhabited entirely by magical beasts. The Bronze Spear Archmagus's brows relaxed slightly. That's not so bad, natives versus magical beasts. At least in a low-level war, we don't have to worry about collapse. He then pulled a scroll from his pocket and, with a flick of his finger, it flew automatically to Richard's front. This is a magic circle that gathers dimensional power. Magic circle? Richard raised his brows and opened the scroll. Just as the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard had said, this scroll contained a magic circle. Judging by Richard's skill, this magic circle was undoubtedly the work of a master. Its use of runes was beyond exquisite. It was truly a work of genius. The only problem, however, was that this magic circle also had to be laid underground. And judging by its internal structure, it also had a function of attracting souls. Laying down such a magic circle wouldn't even consider conflicting with the systems of the terrestrial kingdom. The mere thought of competing with the terrestrial kingdom for souls was something Richard couldn't accept. There are some problems, Master, Richard said with a troubled expression, closing the scroll. I've already laid a massive magic circle in the fortress city. This circle might conflict with the existing one. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard frowned slightly. Is it troublesome? Richard smiled wryly. Very troublesome. That's not necessary, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard said casually. The dimensional power of these little creatures is just a bonus. The real money still depends on the world masters. As he spoke, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard created a crack and pulled out a seemingly ordinary enchanted quartz tube, crafted by the secret keeper. Carry this with you, and it will absorb any dimensional power in your surroundings. Richard took the quartz tube and uncorked it. The next moment, tiny streams of light emerged from the void, merging into the tube. Seeing this, Richard's expression changed slightly. Without Gregor's help, the world is falling apart at an ever-increasing rate. Chapter 670. Do you have any ideas? Putting away the quartz tube, Richard returned the conversation to the war strategy. What's your specific plan? Those magical beasts won't enter this world on their own, will they? Asked a great wizard. Richard snapped his fingers. It's simple. The natives of this world created something called a space shock bomb. This thing can destroy the spatial structure of this world, artificially causing an invasion disaster. I've slightly modified it to make it more powerful. Just 5 space shock bombs, detonated simultaneously, are enough to create a massive passage to the beast world. At this point, if we gather a little more dimensional power, we naturally attract the attention of the beast world's will, prompting it to launch a beast tide to invade this world and reclaim that dimensional power. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard nodded slightly. It's a crude plan, but it's certainly highly feasible. I think this strategy is sound. What about you? The Bronze Spear Great Wizard glanced at the Great Wizard beside him. The expressions of these Great Wizards ranged from thoughtful to bored, or even frowning, but in the end, none of them raised any objections. In that case, this is the general strategy. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard turned to Richard. Most of the legions this time are your followers. Do you have any suggestions? Richard pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, it would be best if you all stayed out of the specific strategy. I have no doubts about your command abilities, but as the master of these legions, I hope to take this opportunity to train them. Experience? The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard glanced at Richard with interest. Garrett is much more generous than you. As a fellow Grand Wizard, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard immediately saw that this was just Richard's excuse. The reason they didn't allow Grand Wizards to take over specific command was simply because they were afraid they would treat these legions as slaves. But Richard shook his head. You're mistaken. I truly believe they need experience. I'm conducting an experiment, and these natives are the material. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's heart stirred, and a long-lost memory suddenly flashed through his mind. If I remember correctly, the idea of using slave legions as a guard force was also proposed by Richard. Richard nodded slightly. If you remember correctly, that wizard was me. You? Uh-huh. Okay, I tried to refrain from interfering in the command of those natives. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard looked at Richard deeply and smiled. The other Grand Wizards didn't directly object to Richard's suggestion. Regardless of Richard's motivation, a request from a fifth ring Grand Wizard was worthy of their approval. Especially considering this Grand Wizard's close relationship with a sixth ring Grand Wizard and a Corona. Since the strategy was sound, Richard began to explain the specifics of the plan. For such operational matters, the experienced Grand Wizards immediately demonstrated their talent. Although Richard was a fifth ring Grand Wizard, he hadn't fought many serious battles. Among the Grand Wizards present, even the two newcomers had far more combat experience than him. After the discussion, Richard was sweating profusely. The numerous flaws pointed out by the 8 Great Wizards made him feel as if his plan had been dreamed up. Thankfully, the Great Wizards present were respectful and refrained from harsh words. Otherwise, Richard would have really needed to find a hole to hide in. After revising the plan, Richard wasted no time in immediately mobilizing personnel. Across the four-eyed world, tens of millions of indigenous troops, under Richard's command, followed the portal railways and even highways to their designated destinations. A month later, all personnel were deployed. 12 million goblin troops, 9 million werewolves, and 11 million four-eyed troops were evenly distributed across 100 large fortress cities. And beneath these fortress cities, alchemical weapons from the wizarding civilization were entering this world through the portals, one airship after another. The center of the four-eyed world, Fortress City No. 1. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard took the report from Richard, glanced at it, and passed it to the others. After all the Grand Wizards had read it, he said, "Let us begin." Now that the personnel transfers were complete, and the construction of the various cities was complete, there was no reason to delay any further. These Grand Wizards weren't idle. The immense pressure from the front lines dragging them back to the rear wasn't a chance for a vacation. Richard glanced at the other Grand Wizards in the hall. Seeing no objections, he said, "Let us begin. Without further ado, I wish you all good luck in your military endeavors and a triumphant return." The Grand Wizards bowed slightly to Richard and disappeared into the hall. These great wizards are the anchor of the battlefield, so naturally, they can't stay in the center. Richard nodded slightly to the Bronze Spear Great Wizard. "I'm leaving too. Master, you can stay in the center and keep an eye on my side." The Bronze Spear Great Wizard waved his hand and smiled. "Do you need me to see? With your skills, even a level 6 Beast King wouldn't be your match." Richard vanished from the hall with a single movement. When he reappeared, he had arrived at his second war zone. Of all the war zones, his was the largest, encompassing a full 30 fortress cities. The other great wizards had war zones of 20 in the 5th ring, and 6 in the 4th ring. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard, stationed in the center, had no war zone, but due to his immense power, he could support battles in all zones. If a situation arose that he couldn't handle, he would intervene. However, there was a reason why Richard's war zone was so large. With a wave of his hand, Ulysses vanished from the void. "Huh? Is the war finally about to begin?" "Yes." "Huh, after this war is over, you have to go back." "Yes." Ulysses sighed softly, looking at Richard with worry in his eyes, his voice weak. "The playing house is almost over. 3, 2, 1, detonate." Following Richard's command, 5 space bombs, modified by alchemical technology, exploded in the air, tearing a 1,000-meter-long rift in the stable structure of space. Behind this rift lay a dense jungle, seemingly peaceful. But the next moment, the jungle began to shake. A figure the size of a small mountain sprinted toward the crevasse. Tall trees, so large they could be hugged by several men, seemed as fragile as weeds before it. Giant trees snapped in the wind, their broken trunks carving graceful curves in the air. Rumble. As the figure drew closer, the soldiers in the fortress finally saw what it was. A good start. It's actually a level 5 wild boar. Richard observed the massive figure silently, then casually pulled the staff of the Hand of Balance from his pocket. This was a wild boar king, a level 5 life form. Its shoulders stood hundreds of meters tall, its body covered in black bristles. 6 long, curved tusks, thick as pillars, sprouted from its mouth, adorned with thousands of smaller, sharper teeth, like the teeth of a saw. Beneath it, 8 short, towering legs moved with powerful force. But in its path, not a single pothole was left. Just a path of black rock. Great stuff. If I catch this, it'd be absolutely perfect for paving the way. Richard soared into the sky, his figure gradually growing taller, until he was almost as tall as the wild boar king. Too bad, as the first one you must die. With that, Richard thrust his hands forward, colliding fiercely with the wild boar king. A visible shockwave flashed through the sky. The wild boar king, as massive as a small mountain, was frozen in place by Richard's hands. No matter how the wild boar king moved, it could not move forward. You know what? Your body is still useful. Richard, his body covered in bone scales and crowned with majestic dragon horns, gave a sinister smile. After becoming a fifth-ring great wizard, the power of transmutation had become somewhat less effective for Richard. It wasn't that his evocation spells weren't good, but rather that Richard didn't have the time to devote to studying them as the evocation wizards of the past. While he could theoretically acquire many advanced spells through his military exploits, he wasn't an evocation wizard. Many evocation spells required a corresponding elemental, or even energy body, to unleash their full power. Using these spells with his physical body was merely mediocre and unremarkable. Furthermore, as a favorite of the physical corona, an alchemist trained under a master of synthetic beasts, he focused solely on studying evocation spells instead of focusing on his body. Wasn't this an insult to the physical corona? So, over the years, Richard, taking Lan's advice, restructured his combat form. While weakening his defense, he significantly increased his offensive capabilities. Now, even a simple swing of his fist possessed the power of 200,000 energy levels. The Boar King was somewhat overwhelmed by Richard's immense strength. It was the first time he had encountered an opponent of his equal strength. But before he could recover, he felt a sharp pain in his head. A force powerful enough to rip apart space, like water flowing through a sponge, passed through his skin and fascia, colliding with the energy circulation throughout his body, and finally resting on his bones. Bang! The soldiers in the fortress only saw Richard gently tap the Boar King's head. The next moment, a large stream of cerebrospinal fluid mingled with blood gushed out of his nose. I have to say, penetrating force is incredibly useful against wild beasts. Richard observed the Boar King, who had fallen into a trance, and waved his right hand again. With a single bang, the Boar King's skin and flesh remained intact, but a large amount of cerebrospinal fluid gushed out of his nose again. The Boar King's bones were incredibly hard, strong enough to penetrate even a penetrating force of 100,000 energy without leaving a single mark. Unfortunately, while its skull was strong, its brain was extremely fragile. The impact of the penetrating force severely disrupted the Boar King's brain, causing him to temporarily become incapacitated. But as the ruler of a world, how could it be subjugated by such a simple means? After enduring 2 blows, the wild Boar King roared furiously. Its 8 short legs moved again, each movement creating a rift in space. The power of rules flowed endlessly within it, and in the next instant, the wild Boar King's body suddenly vanished. Immediately afterwards, Richard sensed a tremendous force behind him, enough to shake the earth and sway the mountains. Chapter 671. Boom! The wild Boar King suddenly appeared from the void and violently knocked Richard back, its jagged fangs piercing 6 bloody holes in Richard's back. Interesting. Using the rules of the earth element combined with the rules of gravity to distort space, thus achieving completely instantaneous teleportation. The knockback Richard twisted his body effortlessly in midair, and the 6 bloody holes on his back began to heal at a visible rate. It seems that even pigs can't be underestimated after living long enough. As he spoke, the wild Boar King reappeared before Richard. This time, its body was covered in a thick layer of black rock, resembling a stone sculpture. Humph! With a roar, the wild Boar King charged again. Just before reaching Richard, its body vanished again. The next moment, the wild Boar King reappeared behind Richard. Bang! A composite energy barrier shattered, but it also delayed the wild Boar King for a moment. But a moment was enough. Richard's magical energy surged, and the next moment he appeared behind the wild Boar King. For a great wizard, a simple teleportation didn't require any rules at all. The wild Boar King clearly hadn't expected Richard to be capable of this, and he couldn't even stop his charging form immediately. And in the battle between the lords of this world, this was undoubtedly a fatal flaw. Without hesitation, Richard's life radiation suddenly converged, and under the power of the compound rules, his body began to glow. The radiation rules granted Richard the ability to transform his body into high-energy radiation, and under the influence of the life rules, Richard's body could recover at an unnatural rate. When these 2 abilities were combined, a structure nearly capable of perpetual motion emerged. Despite the aid of the radiation rules, Richard still felt the surging energy trying to escape his control. In less than a millisecond, he had generated nearly 500,000 energies of high-energy radiation. If he wanted, he could increase this number further. However, his body would be the first to be destroyed by the uncontrolled energy. 500,000 energies is enough. Richard swung a punch at the wild boar king. The next moment, there was a hum sound, and a blinding light instantly engulfed the wild boar king's body. Even if he used teleportation to dodge, the moment he teleported was long enough compared to the light. Bang! Dozens of kilometers away from Richard, a small portion of the wild boar king's body appeared out of thin air. The edges of the broken body showed charred marks from the high-energy radiation, and black smoke continued to rise. Soon, the wild boar king's body began to dissipate. Its remains transformed into a twisted ball of light, formless and intangible. If it were in the past, this ball of light would have disappeared quickly. But now, the glow seemed to be captured by something, unable to disappear. Soon, it suddenly shot toward Richard's waist. Next to Richard's waist pocket, an enchanted quartz tube from the Keeper of Secrets shone with runes. The light entered the tube, and Richard conveniently inserted the stopper. The moment he inserted the stopper, he felt a faint surge of anger. Though faint, the anger gave Richard a profound sense of vastness. He glanced sharply toward the spatial rift that had allowed the Boar King to pass through. Within that rift, he faintly heard a low voice. Soon, the sound grew increasingly distinct, and Richard finally discerned its source. On the other side of the rift, in the beast world, thousands of magical beasts surged toward the rift like a tidal wave. Normally, they might have been superiors and subordinates in the food chain. But at this moment, as if commanded by some great being, these beasts, food and predator, had become comrades fighting side by side. Richard's form returned to normal, and he pulled a communicator from his pocket. Attention, all battle zones. The beasts have been released. Prepare for battle at any moment. A vast tide of beasts surged from the rift, drowning the earth and sky like a tidal wave. Although the initial rift hadn't grown any larger, new ones continued to form beside it. After the four-eyed people had collectively evacuated this world, its will had been severely weakened. The four-eyed world was now powerless to resist the engulfment of the beast world. The beasts roared and charged towards the fortress, like charging knights or frantic beasts. Gaze upon the inky tide of beasts. The native soldiers within the fortress unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. Even the veterans of the Abyssal Wars, seeing the overwhelming beast swarm, brought back painful memories. The veterans were the first to recover from their shock. They shouted at the new recruits beside them, bolstering their spirits and boosting the spirits of the somewhat distraught soldiers. Then, the accompanying priests began to radiate the light of divine power. Under the holy light, the soldiers' hearts gradually calmed, courage and reason taking over their minds. They were the most elite soldiers of their respective races, and their weapons were meticulously crafted alchemical weapons. And what they faced was merely a horde of magical beasts. There was nothing to fear. The soldiers, either from the fort's firing emplacements or the anti-aircraft positions atop the city walls, nervously watched the beast tide in the distance. 50 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Soon, the beast tide entered the 5-kilometer area surrounding the fort. This distance was more than enough for the alchemical turrets to be effective. Cast! With a roar from the company commanders, thousands of turrets opened fire almost simultaneously. Gloomy blue fireballs shot out from the firing emplacements, then bloomed among the beasts like ephemeral flowers. In the instant they bloomed, hundreds of thousands of magical beasts were reduced to ash. The blue flowers of death, like erasers, wiped out every magical beast within a 5-kilometer radius of the fort. Even the few that escaped were reduced to ash by the close-range fire from the fort's weapons. However, death alone wasn't enough to intimidate the beasts. Driven by the will of the beast origin, the beasts feared no death. No matter how fast the artillery fired, there would always be gaps. As long as there were enough men and the price they could pay was high enough, these gaps would be ample opportunity for them to advance. Not to mention, there were many advanced creatures among the beasts, difficult to deal with immediately. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, cleaving a massive wild boar to charcoal. But behind it, countless similar wild boars continued to advance fearlessly. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, this time targeting an elemental creature. Corroded by the dimensional power of the beast origin world, the cracks in its body were covered in bloody scarlet flesh. Relying on its elemental shell, which hadn't completely dissipated, it withstood 3 bolts of lightning before finally dying. The wizard's elemental storms proved completely ineffective in this battle, as many of the beasts in the beast tide could mobilize elements. The moment the elements exploded on the battlefield, the beasts would transform them into fireballs that flew towards the wizards. It was hard to imagine a group of beasts relying on instinct to perform a nearly elemental counterattack. Aren't these beasts afraid? The veteran goblin manning the turrets roared in horror. If the current advance continued, the beast tide would reach the city within 3 days. Those higher-level creatures were truly difficult to handle. Every time they were dealt with, the beasts in that area advanced significantly. Oh no! Monsters are coming! Atop the city walls, massive anti-aircraft batteries were blocking the flying monsters. Compared to the tidal-like monsters on the ground, the number of sky-dwelling monsters was considerably smaller. But similarly, there were fewer anti-aircraft batteries to deal with sky monsters than those on land. Suddenly, a monkey-like monster abruptly appeared on the city wall. It seemed to use some kind of spatial manipulation to avoid the battery's fire. But before it could strike, several flashes of swords flashed through the air. Puff! Foul-smelling blood splattered in the air, and the monkey monster was instantly reduced to a pile of shattered corpses. The several werewolf warriors guarding the battery sheathed their swords, their faces expressionless. Unlike the goblin army, which preferred ranged attacks over close combat, the werewolf army, due to their racial characteristics, was extremely keen on close combat. Each of the Dao's swords they were equipped with possessed demon-smashing and razor-sharp qualities. Even a level 1 werewolf soldier's blade, wielded with all its might, could shatter a 1,000-level energy barrier. As the first magical beast appeared, the second, and then the third, followed suit. The alchemical turrets, fireballs, couldn't cover every inch of ground simultaneously. Taking advantage of gaps in the fire, more and more creatures began to slip through the net. In an instant, the city walls flashed with blades. Magical beasts of all shapes and sizes were mercilessly chopped to pieces by the werewolf soldiers, and blood of various colors flowed across the walls, like a dye shop overturned. As more and more magical beasts perished in the flames, the surging herd finally slowed. A large turtle, its back covered in crystals, let out a deep roar from the herd, and soon, roars from various magical beasts echoed its cry. It seemed like a language among beasts, one only understood by fellow beasts. After reaching an agreement with the other creatures, the old turtle roared again. Immediately, the crystals on its back glowed, resonating with each other, instantly amplifying the old turtle's will dozens of times. Stop! At the same time, elsewhere in the herd, other magical beasts used different means to convey the same message. Stop! And so, the tide stopped. What are these beasts doing? On the city wall, an old soldier cautiously observed the halting beasts, and immediately took out his communicator to report to Fortress Command. This information was then relayed from Fortress Command to War Zone Command. Richard took the information from his subordinate, his eyes growing serious. Can magical beasts command? This is truly bad news. Chapter 672. Boom! Violent blue fireballs continuously exploded among the beasts, each one capable of taking the lives of several beasts. However, compared to the past, this killing efficiency was no longer sufficient to halt the advancing beast tide. It merely reduced its density. After the beasts came to a halt, the more intelligent creatures reorganized the herd. Those with strong defenses and large bodies moved to the front of the herd. Behind them, a large number of weaker beasts mixed with the more powerful ones followed. Last came the beasts accustomed to living in groups and capable of coordinated combat. While this formation didn't reduce the casualties of ordinary beasts, it significantly reduced the casualties of high-level beasts. Because of the intermingling with weaker beasts, each high-level beast could selectively use nearby beasts as human shields, or even devour nearby beasts to recover from their injuries. Furthermore, the inherent strength of these large beasts was astonishing. Even an enchanted composite fortress could be damaged bit by bit with their physical strength. If left unchecked, the fortress city's first line of defense. The walls will be breached. Elite squad move out. The battlefield commander gave the order, and the elite soldiers, clad in alchemical power armor, and their bodies transformed by blood, began to move. Werewolf soldiers, 3 meters tall, clad in alchemical power armor, ascended the stairs to the city wall. Their bodies radiated a vibrant life force, like a furnace. Transformed werewolves, elite warriors gifted with physical evolution. Over the years, the Asgard laboratory has transformed thousands of werewolves, nurturing each one into a level 3 creature. They possessed the finest equipment and enjoyed the best treatment in the fairyland. But they also endured the most rigorous training and the most dangerous missions. Is this a true battlefield? The werewolf removed his helmet and took a deep breath of the battlefield air. The stench of blood permeated the air, making him feel as if his body were on fire. Kabie. The werewolf opened the box beside him, revealing the weapon inside. A long-handled broadsword. As he pulled it out of the box, runes began to illuminate on the broadsword. Then, with a humming sound, golden arcs of electricity swirled around the blade. This blade had a common name in the werewolf army, a finely crafted long-handled arcing sword. But beyond this unassuming name, it also had another. Bang! The werewolf soldier leaped from the city wall, the arcing blade in his hand slicing a golden streak through the air, like the tail of a comet, or a flash of lightning. Ziz, ziz! The blade flashed, slicing half of a massive rock bear's body apart. Its thick rock shell didn't delay its death even a second. Praise the Lord, lightning is truly effective. The werewolf soldier swung his arc knife, uttering his praises towards the sun in the sky. Huh, things look okay. Ulise's figure suddenly emerged from the void, landing leisurely on Richard's left shoulder. Aside from one fortress being disrupted by the attack from below, the fortress cities throughout the war zone are stable. Richard nodded slightly, a sense of relief evident. Stability is good. Honestly, Richard felt that after using his great deed to become a god, his mind had been influenced by the laws of the gods. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about the safety of those indigenous soldiers? As a wizard, such feelings were unnecessary. But as a deity, they were valid. If a deity doesn't protect its faithful followers, then it will inevitably decline. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave entered Richard's perception. Richard and Ulises exchanged a glance, then instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they had arrived at Fortress City No. 9 in the Second War Zone. From a spatial rift near this city, a swarm of huge creatures emerged from the rift. Insects. Richard frowned, as he observed the giant insect swarm emerging from the distance. These insects weren't individually powerful, only at level 3. But their massive size and sturdy shells indicated they were potent siege weapons. Furthermore, Richard sensed a powerful presence within the insect swarm. Without a doubt, this group of insects had a master, a powerful level 5 creature. Buzz, another energy wave echoed. Another level 5 monster crossed over. Gah, I handle that. Are you okay with this? Richard exhaled and waved his hand, opening a spatial rift. No problem, go ahead. With that, he sent a mental message into the rift. Immediately, a dark figure emerged. My lord, are you finally going to use me? While your point is correct, I find it strange to hear you say this. The dark figure that emerged resembled a hobgoblin, except that it was entirely black, like a sculpture carved from charcoal. Gazing at the advancing swarm of insects in the distance, Richard waved his staff and commanded, Aldrich, eat them. Aldrich bowed slightly, his dark form instantly dissolving into a cloud of thick black smoke. As the gestalt creature Richard had cultivated since his time in the goblin world, the devourer of all things, the god's beast, Aldrich had finally entered the battlefield. The black smoke traced a dark trail through the air, engulfing a house-sized insect. In less than a second, the insect vanished without a trace, while Aldrich's body grew even darker. Strange food, my lord. Your enemies taste strange. Richard surveyed the spatial rift, his body gradually growing larger. It's normal for them to taste strange, since they're semi-illusory creatures. Semi-illusory creatures? Aldrich was a little confused, but as Richard's beast, he didn't need to dwell on it. Looking at the swarm of insects before him, Aldrich's mind wavered with joy. Finally, I can feast without restraint. Then, thick black smoke permeated the air like ink, instantly transforming all creatures caught in it into part of the smoke. Some monsters tried to fight back, but neither fireballs nor lightning, rocks nor wind, had any effect on them. Even poisons powerful enough to kill a level 3 creature were transformed into nutrients in the black smoke. Devouring, multiplying, as a miniature gestalt creature, Aldrich finally displayed his terrifying power. As War Zone 2 was buffeted by the beast tide, several other war zones also began to face the onslaught. Under the full force of the beast world, the entire four-eyed world was like a sieve, with rifts wide enough for the beast king to enter. In War Zone 1, the great wizard known as the Coral Sage calmly waved his staff. With that wave, the entire sky darkened. Pitch-black clouds enveloped the sky, and thunderstorms and strong winds forced the flying magical beasts to lower their altitude, reaching the optimal output level for anti-aircraft fire. Suddenly, the great wizard, the Coral Sage, spun abruptly. Just 50 kilometers to his right, a new rift was forming. But before it could open much, a massive, flaming beast claw pierced through it, violently widening it. With a thought, the great wizard, the Coral Sage, instantly conjured a communication spell. Minister, a level 6 has arrived in War Zone 1. The Coral Heart Grand Wizard's mental message, powered by communication magic, transformed into a condensed magical wave and entered the signal towers found in every fortress city. Then, the message emanated from the signal tower and instantly reached the central tower, where the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard stood. Oh, a level 6 has arrived so soon? The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard stood up and vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was outside the tower, transformed into a 100-meter-tall bronze giant. In his hand, the bronze spear that symbolized his title gleamed with a sharp edge that pierced the heavens. He looked toward the first war zone, countless runes appearing on the spear in his hand. The power of the rules flowed endlessly through the spear. The next moment, the bronze spear master wizard hurled it fiercely in the direction of the first war zone. The ancient bronze spear pierced through space, appearing in the sky above the first war zone in an instant. By this time, the monster had already emerged halfway. It was a creature resembling a giant dragon, but it had only one head and lacked the horns and wings that signified its status as a dragon. The monster, sensing the arrival of the bronze spear, suddenly raised its mountain-like head. A hint of fear emerged in its serpentine pupils. Bang! The massive bronze spear descended from the sky, instantly piercing the monster's body. Under the influence of the rules, the beast's body began to gradually turn bronze. The Coral Sage Master Wizard observed this scene and exclaimed in admiration, "The minister's bronze rules have strengthened again." But after his admiration, he couldn't help but sigh. No matter how sophisticated these material world rules and methods are, they cannot achieve truth. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's advancement in this area demonstrates that he has not invested effort in the path of truth. As a fifth ring Grand Wizard, the Coral Sage Grand Wizard knows many secrets of the Council of Truth. Among these secrets, there is this theory. The Council of Truth requires balance, and the emergence of the physical corona has shifted this balance toward the alchemical corona. Although the evolucid corona is currently the speaker, many of the Council's resolutions are actually approved by the alchemical corona. If the alchemical corona gains another weight, the balance of power will be completely unbalanced. Wizard civilization could very well be torn apart by this imbalance. And the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard happens to be a wizard of the alchemical school. Alas, power is such a good thing. Even if one achieves truth, the desire for power cannot be quenched. The Coral Sage Grand Wizard shook his head, gazing at the spatial rift ahead. In the crack covered by dark clouds, a huge figure was looming in the lightning. Chapter 673. By the third day of the war, Beast Kings had appeared in almost every battle zone. In some battle zones, multiple Beast Kings appeared. Thankfully, the wizards present were no weaklings. Even the newly promoted wizards were formidable fighters. But as the intensity of the war intensified, the situation shifted silently. Boom! White-purple lightning struck from the clouds, then, drawn by the staff, transformed into a thunder serpent hundreds of meters long. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and the thunder serpent seemed to swirl through the clouds as if alive, finally coiling into a ball. In the center, the great wizard known as the Thunder of Extinction stared intently at the magical beast before him. Before him, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 500 meters slowly flapped its wings. The eagle's feathers were golden, each one metallic, as if cast from gold. But within this golden body, a pair of silver eyes were visible. The rules of wind, metal, and space. The great wizard of Thunder of Extinction gazed at the giant eagle before him, silently mulling over the information he had already gathered. He was a new wizard, and compared to those seasoned veterans, his combat experience wasn't as extensive, and his knowledge base wasn't even on the same level. Therefore, to improve his combat effectiveness, he chose a different approach. In the past, veteran wizards often emphasized extensive research. The principle of secrecy and the preservation of knowledge by wizards made research extremely difficult. Without the financial resources and connections of Richard, wizards often had to delve into a subject from scratch. But in this era, this type of research is tantamount to seeking death. In this age of war, time is life. Wizards must invest their precious time in any research that can rapidly enhance their strength and survival abilities. Thus, new wizards often pursue narrow but specialized research. The great wizard of Thunder of Extinction follows the path of a new wizard. He abandoned in-depth study of the thunder laws he mastered and instead focused on how to use these laws to support sorcery. This research method rarely yields new sorcery, but it can significantly increase a wizard's strength in a short period of time. For example, even though the great wizard of Thunder of Extinction has only been promoted to the rank of Grand Wizard a few decades ago, he can still battle the level 5 giant eagle before him with his thunder magic alone. Enough information? The great wizard of Thunder of Extinction looked at the giant eagle and swung his staff fiercely. Under his control, the giant thunder serpent bit down fiercely at the giant eagle. Boom! The giant eagle's body suddenly vanished. A sharp claw tore through space, clawing straight at the head of the Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction. Hee, I knew you'd do that. The Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction laughed strangely, and the thunder serpent, charging out, swung its tail, fiercely wrapping itself around the giant eagle's golden claws. Fool, this thing may look like a snake, but it's still thunder at heart. Its tail and head are just decorative tricks. Struck by the thunder serpent, the giant eagle's body materialized from thin air, thunder emanating continuously from its body. Black smoke continuously billowed from its beak. A hint of pride crossed the face of the Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction. A fourth-ring Great Wizard had surpassed his level to slay a fifth-level creature. No matter how you looked at it, it was something worth boasting about. But before his smile could fully bloom, the golden giant eagle's body suddenly trembled, and an angry cry resounded through the sky, shattering even the very air. Beside him, the Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction was dazed by the eagle's cry. Before he could recover, the golden eagle's beak hurtled straight towards his skull. Bang! A bronze spear descended from the sky, pinning the golden eagle to death in midair just before its beak could carve open the Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction's skull. Alas, I knew newcomers would be prone to arrogance. The voice of the Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction, emanating from the spear, made the stunned Great Wizard of Thunder of Extinction blush. Even though his body had already transformed into a half-elemental creature. The same scene played out repeatedly in different battle zones. The sheer number of Beast Kings often put wizards in the awkward position of fighting one against many, or even fighting against opponents of higher rank. No matter the battlefield, wizards always seem to be the outnumbered. Gah, I say, you can't move. In the sky above the second battle zone, a pitch-black beast, ablaze with black flames, suddenly shone with a holy light that belied its aura. Opposite him, a wind elemental lord, half its body rotted into flesh, remained motionless under the power of divine words. The next moment, a brilliant beam of light pierced the wind giant's flesh-converted elemental core. Not far away, Richard hovered in the air in perfect human form. Under the power of the radiation law, energy from hundreds of kilometers around him converged. There are a few more, Ulysses. Richard's voice was as steady as a mountain, but Ulysses could hear a hint of well-disguised weakness in it. Richard was human, too. Even with the dual aids of the radiation law and his perfect human form, the exhaustion of the battle had left him somewhat exhausted. The war had begun 6 months earlier, and Richard had barely rested during that time. The Beast Kings emerging from the rifts were becoming increasingly cunning and powerful. They no longer acted individually, but attacked Richard in groups. If Richard hadn't appeared, destroying a fortress city would have been no more difficult than consuming a single monster. Gah, this is the last one. For now. Elisa's voice was weary. A battle of this magnitude was no longer a simple matter of frying fish. 6 months of fighting had left him mentally fatigued. The last one. It wasn't easy. Richard sighed. Although his body remained unchanged, his demeanor seemed to have collapsed. He glanced at the quartz tube at his waist. The liquid condensed from the power of the beast's original dimension was nearly filling the test tube. My lord, are you finished fighting? Aldrich's voice suddenly echoed in Richard's ears. For the past few days, Aldrich had been traveling between fortress cities, constantly devouring monsters to relieve the pressure on the native soldiers. Under this unrestrained devouring, Aldrich's size had expanded to an incredible extent. If he fully expanded his body, it could even cover half the battlefield of a fortress city. It's over for now. Richard looked toward the distant spatial rifts. He sensed no new Beast Kings approaching. Receiving a positive response, Aldrich flew to Richard's side and said respectfully, My lord, I have a question for you. I feel like my body has reached its limit. No matter how much food I devour, my size cannot expand effectively. It's as if an invisible barrier is limiting my physical growth. Richard raised his eyebrows. Then you're probably about to advance to a level 4 creature. Advance to a level 4 creature? Aldrich was no stranger to the theory of level 9 creatures, but he hadn't imagined that a being like him could fit into the system. The level 9 theory is universal across the astral plane. Even if you're a Gestalt creature, you're not exempt from it, Richard said thoughtfully. But I've never seen a Gestalt creature advance before, so you probably have to find your way forward. I see. Aldrich nodded slightly, and was about to say something else. But before he could, his body suddenly disintegrated and flew behind Richard. It felt like it had sensed some terrifying creature. Richard suddenly looked toward the distant spatial rift, his expression as solemn as a terracotta warrior. Elises landed on Richard's shoulder, his eyes ablaze with holy light. Huh, a large creature has arrived. A terrifying aura continued to emanate from the rift, and Richard's magic surged within him, and his body began to grow again. Yes, big guy. From a distant crevice, a giant snake, as vast as a mountain, slowly emerged. Its massive bulk made the fortress city beneath Richard's feet look like a toy model. The snake's large, vertical pupils gazed at Richard, or, more precisely, at the test tube at Richard's waist, which contained the power of numerous Beast King dimensions. Outsider, you will become my sustenance, a part of my being. Looking at the snake, Richard felt his breathing become a little short. A level 6 creature, a top-tier level 6 creature at that. Your luck is a bit off. Although the power gap between the Lord of the Civilized World and the Lord of the Warcraft World was enormous, to the point where the Lord of the Civilized World could even challenge the Lord of the Warcraft World in a one-on-one duel, there were limits to this. The great snake before him had already surpassed this limit. Relying on the laws of life and the feral instincts brought on by physical evolution, Richard could clearly sense that its physical constitution had reached the limit of a level 6 creature, and every part of its body had evolved to an extremely perfect state. Its scales were a fantastical material woven by the laws of nature. Its muscles combined strength, agility, and endurance. Its organ systems were as precise as a mechanical clock, perfectly maintaining its function and performing with remarkable efficiency. It would be fair to say that the great snake before him was the second most perfect creature Richard had ever seen, the first being its physical corona. Master, Warzone 2 needs help. Richard's magic power shifted slightly, transforming his mental messages into magic waves, which were transmitted to the signal tower. But soon, Richard sensed something amiss. No, energy is flowing. Richard suddenly realized that energy was slowly flowing around him, and indeed around the entire fortress city. This flow was extremely slow, but unstoppable. The signal tower's magic waves wouldn't travel very far in this flowing magic before being weakened to near zero power. Richard, what's going on? Elises noticed Richard's mood shift and asked with some confusion. Richard looked at the snake and exhaled deeply. The message can't be transmitted. We probably have to deal with this snake ourselves. Chapter 674. Fighting against opponents of higher rank was not uncommon for Richard. Fighting against opponents of higher rank meant risk, and as a wizard, putting oneself at risk was a sign of inexperience. But that didn't mean Richard lacked the courage and strength to fight against opponents of higher rank. Gazing at the giant snake in the distance, Richard waved his staff. A vast magical force gathered within him, the space was ripped apart by the magic circle, and pure fire elements from the fire elemental realm continuously converged, eventually transforming into a ball of golden light. This was Richard's sun vision after its transformation. Under the power of the radiation rule, the sun vision structure had been significantly adjusted, significantly reducing its stability while doubling its power. Adding the hand of balance, and the blessing of the radiation rule, the power of this attack had reached the 400,000 energy level. Richard waved his staff again, and the golden light ball suddenly stretched. In less than a microsecond, it transformed into a beam of light, hurtling straight towards the giant snake. Rumble. The giant snake slowly swam, a flicker of surprise in its dark yellow eyes. The next moment, a spell struck. The pale scales of the giant snake melted like spring snow under the light, and the beam instantly left a translucent wound over 30 meters in diameter on its body. However, the giant snake's width was hundreds of meters tall, so a mere 30-meter wound was no different from a needle prick to it. Gah, this is the most annoying thing. Elises watched the slowly swimming giant snake, feeling a headache. Although the theory of 9-level creatures applies to all living things, the innate conditions between creatures still give them different characteristics. Enormous size is undoubtedly the most daunting aspect of combat. Enlargement not only increases strength, but also dramatically improves survivability. For example, in this situation, if the giant snake's body were smaller, the value of this wound would be multiplied many-fold. The giant snake swam slowly, leaving a trail in the ground like a dry riverbed. Earth, rocks, and trees became like dust beneath its massive body. Even after swimming thousands of meters, the giant snake's body continued to appear. Richard waved his staff again, and runes, transformed by the wizard's dimensional power, swirled across its body, instantly transforming into a new rune array. Soon, the effects of the sorcery descended upon Richard's soul. Enhanced by the wizard's dimensional power, his mental strength instantly doubled. Elises, unleash your ultimate power. We won't survive unless we destroy this thing. With this, Richard swung his staff. Dimensional rifts connecting the fire elemental realms opened in the air. The sea of fire, absorbed by the spell brewing within the staff, ultimately transformed into balls of golden light. Richard's face was pale, but his eyes were remarkably bright. With his spiritual power doubled, the sorcery he could control also doubled. The soldiers in the fortress stared at the sky in shock. To their eyes, 11 suns appeared. Richard gazed at the giant snake, a premonition suddenly flashing through his mind. With a thought, 10 crystal balls emerged from the flesh of his left palm. Within these crystal balls, a golden flame slowly burned. Then, Richard swung his staff, and 10 of the 11 suns suddenly transformed into beams of light. Like meteors, they streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the serpent's body. If struck by this blow, the serpent's body would be at least half severed. At the same time, Ulysses's figure suddenly grew larger, and his wings, blazing with black flames, spread out, nearly obscuring half the sky. In his mouth, holy light and black flames merged, transforming into a strange and unique flame. Then, a resounding crow's cry soared into the clouds. A strange flame, a fusion of black flame and holy light, erupted from Ulysses's mouth. Under this flame, even space was burned to nothingness. Among the gods, this flame is called the cry of the death bird. When that crow's cry is heard, it means death has come. Facing the all-out assault from the two masters of civilized worlds, the great snake flicked its tongue, emitting a calm spiritual message. Useless resistance. Then it opened its maw, and a suction force, like a black hole, instantly deflected the beams of light and flames. Even Richard and Ulysses were drawn closer by the suction. The battlefield beneath them was even more bleak. Hundreds of thousands of magical beasts were being swept up by the suction, falling into the giant snake's bottomless maw. Although most of the indigenous soldiers were inside the fortress, the immense suction was pulling the entire fortress city ever closer to the giant snake. No, this wasn't suction. Richard surveyed the fortress city beneath him, and suddenly sensed something amiss. The structure of the fortress city couldn't move as a whole. If the suction were truly strong enough, it would have been ripped apart by now. Moreover, even if the fortress city could withstand this force, his relative position to it would have shifted. As a fifth-ring great wizard, his ability to resist suction couldn't possibly be the same as a fortress city's. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Richard's mind. He waved his staff, and a complex spell structure materialized within it. Six-ring sorcery, spatial anchor. The moment the spatial anchor appeared, spatial rifts suddenly appeared around Richard. Sure enough, this thing isn't suction, but spatial distortion. This thing is devouring space. The reason he and Ulysses kept advancing toward the maw was purely because their spatial coordinates were advancing, not because they were actually moving. After Richard discovered the problem, Ulysses also realized its source. An invisible domain suddenly emerged from his body, and the moment the domain appeared, spatial rifts immediately enveloped it. Richard, do you have a solution? Ulysses used the power of the divine spirit to communicate with Richard. This thing can devour space. Our attacks won't hit it. Space devouring is an extremely rare and terrifying ability that causes the spatial coordinates of an object to change. This change is enough to render most wizard spell guidance methods ineffective. Even spatial guidance, which can temporarily ignore spatial coordinate changes, directly shattering space and reaching the destination directly from the starting point, will miss due to the change in the target's space-time coordinates. Richard currently only knows one way to counter this ability: the causal guidance of the cursed school. This guidance can prioritize the outcome of a spell. Once this step is completed, no matter what tactics the opponent uses, the spell will ultimately succeed. However, this method is only possessed by a few students of the Corona of the School of Curses. Richard has no such skill. Ulysses, want to take a bet? Richard suddenly laughed at Ulysses. I'm betting there's a space within this creature's body. If that space is destroyed, it will die instantly. Bet? My lord god, show me your wizardly rigor, Ulysses shouted. If we lose this bet, we all die inside. Who said we're going in? Richard looked towards the giant snake's maw, a wicked smile on his face. In that nearly bottomless pit, 10 crystals condensed with magical energy were slowly melting, revealing flames within that could incinerate everything. This creature has already swallowed the poison. We just need to wait for it to take effect. The poison is taking effect? Ulysses was stunned, then realized what Richard had done. Incredible, my lord god. But before the poison takes effect, we must. Ulysses flapped his wings, dodging a gust of wind. At this moment, the great snake had stopped swallowing. It spit out its tongue, and from its nostrils continuously spewed a storm powerful enough to rip apart space. We must survive first. The great snake's body had now completely entered the world. Its massive body, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, stretched across the ground like a mountain range. This mountain range was constantly twisting its body, and the next moment, its fang mouth evolved and, as if teleporting, bit towards Richard. Bang! A crystal-like barrier shattered, and Richard's body suddenly appeared behind the giant snake's head. Isn't it easy to survive? Richard looked at the giant snake with a hint of disdain. Without a systematic path of evolution, the magical beast's means were too limited. Bang! The giant snake suddenly reared up, its immense force instantly sending Richard flying. Then, a tail shrouded in mist tore through space, hurtling straight towards Richard's body. If he were hit by this blow, no matter how much effort Richard had put into his body, it would all be reduced to a bloody mist. Puff! The giant snake's tail brushed past Richard's chest, the wind scraping like a razor, leaving blood gushing from his chest and cracking the bone plates. Good fellow. Don't underestimate it. Richard looked at the giant snake with a hint of fear, not daring to let his guard down even for a moment. Although this thing was a magical beast, its fundamental qualities were truly too high. Even the most ordinary tail swing was too much for him to handle. Not to mention, Richard's figure suddenly vanished from its original position. The giant snake's maw pierced through space, snapping down upon his previous location. But this time, as soon as Richard appeared, he felt a tremendous suction. The snake opened its maw again, once again devouring space. With spatial coordinates constantly shifting, his space suddenly became extremely dangerous, and he could be plunged into the turbulence of space-time at any moment. Is your brain so sharp? Richard exclaimed in astonishment. Bang! The snake's head struck again. This time, Richard didn't teleport, but instead used dimensional force to open a dimensional rift, entering a deeper world. But before he could rejoice for a few seconds, the giant snake's head suddenly leaped through the curtain, charging straight at him again. This giant snake was no ordinary native. It possessed dimensional power. As a last resort, Richard leaped through the curtain once more, using the space between them to temporarily avoid the snake's head. In the process, his dimensional power began to rapidly deplete, to the point where he even had to use the dimensional power of the god's dimension to open a dimensional rift. Thankfully, Richard wasn't alone. Ulysses constantly harassed the giant snake, taking a considerable amount of the pressure off him. As time passed, the giant snake suddenly ceased its attacks. Richard, alert and vigilant, wary of any possible tactic on the part of the giant snake. But he soon realized it was no such trick. In the material world, the giant snake's body suddenly ignited with golden flames. These golden flames spread rapidly across the snake's body, like an autumn wildfire, and in an instant, they had engulfed half of the snake's body. Under the golden flames, the snake's resilient scales vanished, its powerful flesh vanished, and even its energy, its dimensional power, vanished beneath the flames. Before the miracle fire, everything it possessed was fuel. Roar! The snake let out a mournful cry, its body suddenly transforming into a long radiant river. That was dimensional power. The snake had actually chosen suicide, thereby avoiding the damage of the miracle fire. As it turned out, this had indeed evaded the miracle fire. But it had overlooked one thing: the dimensional power would be absorbed by the quartz tube. Richard's figure suddenly appeared, and the secret keeper's quartz tube, like a black hole, absorbed the vast river of dimensional power. This time, Richard felt a surge of rage again. This rage was even more intense, so intense that Richard even trembled unconsciously. In the beast origin world, the ground suddenly heaved. Then, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the earth. In the four-eyed world, the great wizard of bronze spear suddenly looked toward War Zone 2. His gaze spanned thousands of kilometers, reaching the spatial rift from which the aura emanated. Behind the thousands-meter-long rift, a golden eye, filling the entire crevice, gazed angrily at the world. Chapter 675. Lily. Richard, do we have to deal with this thing on our own? Ulysses struggled to speak clearly, as he stared at the gigantic eyes behind the rift. Unless the giant eye belonged to a creature like the eye monster, it definitely wasn't the master of the world. He should have thought of this earlier. How could such a vast world not have a celestial master? Richard stared at the eyes, his body trembling. This was his body's fear. The life beyond the spatial rift was far superior to his own, and there was no chance of him surviving. But the fear of his flesh didn't infect Richard's mind. For a wizard, overcoming one's instincts is a fundamental quality. Ulysses, flee. Richard stared at the giant eyes, his magic power, mobilized by his mental power, began to circulate frantically. At this point, the giant creature hadn't yet entered the world, and he wasn't doomed. As long as he could perfectly mobilize his power, he had at least a 50% chance of survival, and a 10% chance of escape. But such an escape was meaningless. As long as the Overlord enters a world, he will die wherever he is, regardless of whether he's still in this world. There's actually a Star Overlord. This is truly a remarkable discovery. Large worlds may have Overlord-level world guardians. I really hope my name gets mentioned when this gets written into the book. Richard's mind was intensely focused, energy surging through his body like a river. Space tactics were clearly inadequate at this stage. He could only rely on pure speed, reaching the speed of a stream of light. Suddenly, a spatial vibration erupted from the rift where his eyes had been. The thousands-meter-long rift began to tremble, and the space around it began to shatter in large chunks. The intense spatial storm forced Richard to deploy his kingdom of God to barely withstand it. Suicide, suicide now. Richard separated his thoughts and delivered a divine oracle to the believers of the entire world. Those low-level magical beasts were now useless. Before the Overlord, these low-level creatures were practically useless, unless they had another Overlord. Another violent spatial fluctuation entered Richard's perception, but this time, it came not from the rift in front of him, but from behind him, at the very center of the defensive circle formed by the fortress city. The massive rune gate slowly opened, and the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard focused all his energy on stabilizing the gate. Dimensional travel, while convenient, requires extreme reciprocity. The World Lord can open a gate to admit level 3 creatures, or a gate to admit those of the same level. However, if the target's strength is greater than theirs, the difficulty of dimensional travel increases dramatically. Even if the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard, a 6th ring Grand Wizard, devoted all his energy to stabilizing the gate, he could only manage to force it into shape. If the Truth Wizard wished to enter, he would have to be extremely cautious. He could easily destroy the gate if he wasn't careful. Swoosh! A dark shadow suddenly flew out from within the gate. After confirming the gate was intact, more shadows flew out. What were these shadows? As they landed, their appearance became apparent. These shadows were actually bones inlaid with gems and gold. From the sternum to the vertebrae, then to the pelvis, leg bones, and humerus. They contained practically every bone a human needs. Finally, nearly all the bones a person needs appeared, leaving only a skull. Haha, it seems my method is quite effective after all. A hearty laugh echoed from within the rune gate, and then a skull with pale flames burning in its eye sockets flew out. After the skull appeared, the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard finally breathed a sigh of relief. The massive rune gate transformed into tiny specks of magical energy that dissipated into the air. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard respectfully performed a wizard salute to the skull. Corona, the enemy's overlord, has appeared. Corona's upper and lower jaws opened and closed, and a remarkably relaxed voice reached the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard's ears. Of course, what else would I be doing here? Sightseeing? The bones, previously thrown into this world, converged towards the skull, and in a moment, they formed a complete human body. Corona of the Dead reached into the void, pulled out a white wizard's robe, and donned it. But he quickly tossed the white robe back into the void, and pulled out a black one, donning it. He then summoned a mirror, and adjusted the skull's features in front of it, making it look even more sinister. That's about right. Corona of the Dead dissipated the mirror, took a step forward, and appeared beside Richard. Wow, is this the technique you learned from that charlatan, the civilization of the gods? It looks pretty good. Hearing the carefree voice, Richard looked towards its source in surprise. Upon seeing the bones inlaid with gems and gold, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed slightly to the Corona of the Dead. Greetings, Corona. The Corona of the Dead waved, surveying Richard's kingdom with curiosity. The rules of summoning souls are interesting. Corona of the Dead touched his chin, then whispered, Richard, are you interested in joining our School of Life and Death? I think your rules are quite suitable for our school. Lord Corona, if I join the School of Life and Death, I have to join 4 schools. Huh? Why 4? Corona of the Dead was surprised. Including the galleons, that's only 3. Richard showed the mark left by Corona of the Curse on his hand, and smiled awkwardly. I met Corona of the Curse before, and he told me to register with the School of the Curse when I return. Is that so? Then isn't that perfect? Corona of the Dead's voice remained relaxed. 3 schools is enough. 4 schools is enough. After all, you're a great wizard, you have plenty of time. If you want, adding all 6 schools will only get you a few laughs. Roar. Corona of the Dead looked towards the slit where his eyes were, the soul fire in his eyes fluctuating slightly. Are you so eager to die? Corona of the Dead's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of the relaxed and gentle tone he had shown when speaking to Richard. He reached out to Elises, and the next moment, Elises fell into his grasp like a chick. You are an ambassador from the god civilization, aren't you? I didn't expect you to fight for us. Thank you so much. The Corona of the Dead's voice softened once more. He tucked Ulysses into Richard's arms and patted his shoulder. Richard and Ulysses vanished without a trace. Then, he looked at the Overlord, whose true form was gradually being revealed, and spoke with the soul vibrations characteristic of undead creatures. Tell me your name, Overlord of the Warcraft of another world. My name is Life and Death, a wizard who seeks the truth of the cycle of life and death. Looking at the Corona of the Dead, which resembled a grain of sand in size, the owner of his eyes sent out a spiritual message. I am the guardian of the beast origin, the world-devouring serpent. In the central tower, the figures of Richard and Ulysses suddenly appeared. Boom! Richard's massive body suddenly plummeted from the air, stirring up a cloud of dust like a sandstorm. His eyes were hazy, and only after confirming he had returned to the material world did he breathe a sigh of relief. In his arms, Ulysses swayed, flapping his wings. Richard, your coordinates methods are a bit wild. Not bad, teleporting through spatial turbulence is indeed quite wild. Recovering from his shock, Richard unfolded his kingdom. Within it, heroic soldiers, like ants, were continuously emerging from the Hall of Valor. Thank goodness for the Hall of Valor, otherwise this would have been a huge loss. Richard had invested nearly 20 million indigenous soldiers in this world. If they were all lost, he wouldn't have needed to recruit any more, and his rule over both the Goblin Fairyland and the other worlds would be shattered. These men were no ordinary people. They were the most elite troops from both worlds. After reclaiming his kingdom, Richard headed towards the second war zone. There, the two overlords had already begun a fierce battle. Even thousands of kilometers away, Richard could sense the death energy emanating from Corona of the Dead's every move. Compared to Corona of the Dead, the pig-headed death god Richard had once met looked like a newly learned sorcery apprentice. Endless vengeful spirits flew from Corona of the Dead's soul fire, instantly withering and dying any living being they touched. And now, like a storm, they entwined the world-devouring serpent. The world-devouring serpent slowly swam, its form more majestic than a mountain, its slightest movement shaking the earth. Before such immense power, even the undead, theoretically immune to physical attacks, would be shattered. Invisible domains unleashed from the bodies of the two overlords, extensions of their respective imaginary dimensions. The two imaginary dimensions collided, unleashing dimensional force that instantly created hundreds of dimensional rifts. Curious creatures from other dimensions entered through the rifts, only to be overwhelmed by the endless stream of undead and demonic beasts. The boundless sea of undead was met with an equally boundless tide of beasts, the undead lord versus the beast king. This was no longer a battle between two individuals. It was a battle between two worlds, two dimensions. Is this a battle between the overlords? Richard's eyes shone with holy light, the distant battle seeming to be right before his eyes. We're just getting started. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Richard. He turned and saw the terracotta-like great wizard of the bronze spear slowly approaching him. The two overlords are still testing the waters. Those dimensional creatures appear to be fighting fiercely, but in reality, they are an endless supply. Richard was a little stunned. These were just tests. How terrifying would the real fight be? The great wizard of the bronze spear gazed at the distant battlefield, a hint of envy in his eyes. Just wait and see. You find out. Chapter 676. If the battle between the lords of the world merely alters the terrain and celestial phenomena, then the battle between the lords of the star realm alters the world. As the battle deepened, the battlefield between the two lords grew ever larger. Behind the world-devouring serpent, a spatial rift widened, and the lands of the four-eyed world were gradually assimilated into the beast world. The Corona of the Dead was even more powerful. Under his summons, over a quarter of the four-eyed world's lands were awakened by the dead. A vast multitude of undead connected with the illusory laws of the Corona of the Dead. With the aid of these illusory laws, these lands from which the undead were awakened were transformed into the underworld. The undead cannot die in this land. Unless their souls are devoured, they will regenerate endlessly and grow stronger. Even after the battle, the lands infected by the underworld will take thousands of years to recover. Across the vast land, the two lords clashed in the air. Each movement of their hands and feet could tear through space, unleashing violent spatial storms. On the ground, a boundless sea of undead clashed with an equally boundless tide of beasts in an endless battle. Dead beasts were awakened as new undead, and the undead, in turn, were devoured by the beasts, their souls consumed and utterly destroyed. The entire battlefield resembled a meat grinder, pulverizing every living being until the land was empty and desolate. At the northern end of the world, a group of great wizards stood in the air, intently watching the battle unfold in the distance. Generally speaking, Battles between overlords took place outside the world, within the astral plane. In a less expansive world, two overlords could easily turn the entire world into their battlefield. At that point, all creatures at the bottom of the world, as well as mid-level creatures like the World Master, would become cannon fodder in the battle between the two overlords. Thankfully, the four-eyed world is vast enough, reaching the edge of a medium-sized world. Therefore, the many great wizards need not worry about being caught in the crossfire. Ah, I really don't understand. A great wizard sighed, as he watched the battle in the distance. They had become great wizards, figures above all others, yet before the overlords, they were as insignificant as ants. The illusory dimension. What a ridiculous and unruly thing, sighed the Coral Sage Grand Wizard. The rules of the material world are completely obscured in the illusory dimension. Unless we can construct a world based on these rules, we are no different from mortals before the overlords. No, there is a difference. The Bronze Spear Grand Wizard suddenly spoke up. Our dimensional enhancements far surpass those of ordinary mortals. Battles between overlords are largely determined by the strength of the dimension. He gazed at the battlefield and whispered, so a wizard civilization with thousands of worlds will surely defeat the guardian of the beast plane. Doesn't that mean our situation is dire? Richard suddenly asked. We've lost so many worlds, and the dimension is definitely weakening. But if that's the case, won't our battlefield situation get worse? Haha, that's true in the long run, replied the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard. But in the short term, the dimensions of the two civilizations haven't actually changed much due to the war. The wizard dimension has even become stronger than before the war began. Huh? Richard was stunned. Wizarding civilization had lost so many worlds, and even not weakening its dimensions was a good thing. How could it possibly still be strong? The Bronze Spear Great Wizard said quietly, the foundation of civilization is humanity. While new wizards may not rank far behind the old wizards in combat power, they are still first-level creatures. The wizarding world now has far more wizards than before the war. The loss of dimensional power from lost worlds merely reduces the dimensional power increase brought about by the surge in wizards. And those bugs? Hee hee. The Bronze Spear Great Wizard sneered, their losses far exceed ours. Even if they capture those worlds, the dimensional power gain will be offset by the loss of human life. While in the long run, those captured worlds will provide them with a wealth of war potential, in the short term, they won't have a significant impact on either side's dimensions. Short term, a hint of melancholy flickered across Richard's brow. Although the promises made by the Corona Constitution were promising, with hundreds of billions of wizards unleashed, they would definitely be able to sweep across the galaxy Mayfly. But what if this expectation isn't met? Even if it is, what if the world suffers too much damage to support such a large wizarding population? Alchemy armor is an indispensable component of a wizarding corps. Without it, the wizarding corps' combat effectiveness will be significantly reduced. What if a technological breakthrough occurs on the galaxy Mayfly, unleashing the war potential of the annexed worlds? When this war is over, Richard will officially join a major conflict that will determine his own life and property, as well as the survival of wizarding civilization as a whole. Worry, confusion, fear. All sorts of negative emotions lingered in his heart, lingering and overwhelming. Gah, don't overthink it. Richard suddenly heard Elisa's voice. He looked over his shoulder. This divine crow from the civilization of the gods was watching him calmly. He calmly said to Richard, do your best and leave the outcome to fate. Fate. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous roar entered Richard's senses. He looked sharply toward the battlefield in the distance. The two overlords, who had been battling for over a month, finally unleashed their full might at this moment. In his hand, the undead Corona held a staff made of white bone, inlaid with countless gems, gold, and silver. But at this moment, all these decorations lit up with runes. The intricate runes flowed across the staff, converging at the top, transforming into the head of a giant black dragon. Of the 6 Coronas, the undead Corona was theoretically the oldest. During his lifetime, dragons still ruled the sky and the earth. This influence persisted even after he ascended to the throne, profoundly influencing the school of necromancy. Just as necromancers often favored a bone dragon, their magic often took the form of a dragon. The black dragon's head exhaled a breath as dark as a curtain, transforming undead and magical beasts alike into part of it. 12-ring dimensional magic, the breath of a dead dragon, a great wizard of the school of necromancy proclaimed. 12-ring magic was second only to forbidden spells. Enhanced by the power of the illusory dimension, this already terrifying magic blossomed with a terrifying power that seemed almost otherworldly. How will he face this breath? The great wizard stared intently at the world-devouring serpent behind the breath, eager to see how it would handle this terrifying sorcery. The world-devouring serpent opened its maw, its mouth capable of swallowing space once again, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Even from thousands of kilometers away, the great wizards could clearly feel their bodies closing in on the serpent. Failed? A thought flashed through Richard's mind. He had never fought this master, but based on the same abilities as the serpent that had been burned to death by the miraculous fire, he deduced that this serpent, too, possessed a vast realm within. Although the sorcery was powerful, even if diluted thousands of times, it would still be impossible to kill. Before Richard's thought was over, the world-devouring serpent's body began to twist. Richard's left eye blossomed, and he could clearly see that tiny dark marks had appeared on the world-devouring serpent's body. I know you can use the rules to counteract the concept of death, preventing space itself from dying. I also know you can use dimensional force to counteract the dimensional force's distortions and enhancements to sorcery. The Corona of the Dead spoke calmly, but you overlook, or perhaps you simply don't know, that high concentrations of death energy themselves can corrode space. With just a slight change in the energy structure, they can transform into poison, easily poisoning an entire world. Furthermore, this is a manifestation of the rules of the material world. The dimensional force and the rules of death are counteracted, leaving no effect at all. The world-devouring serpent's body continued to twist, the dark mark of death spreading across its scales. His scales weakened under the erosion of death, his cells steadily dying, and a thick, pale yellow fluid continuously flowed from beneath his scales. Swallow the entire dead dragon's breath. Unless you have a medium-sized world within your belly, you will surely die. Corona of the Dead pulled an enchanted quartz tube from the void, and silently watched the world-devouring serpent writhing on the ground, resembling a mountain range. Finally, a spiritual message entered Corona of the Dead's soul. What do you want? The world-devouring serpent looked at Corona of the Dead, fear in its frail eyes. Corona of the Dead smiled. It's simple. We simply need to reach an agreement with the beast world. With the world-devouring serpent surrender, the war finally came to a close. Richard's losses in this war were theoretically minimal. After all, the vast majority of his soldiers entered the kingdom of God and became part of the Legion of Heroes. However, the Legion of Heroes itself had its pros and cons. Transformed heroic soldiers would lose varying degrees of memory, depending on the strength of their souls, and would no longer be able to provide the power of faith. While these heroic spirit soldiers could still fight, they needed to use the power of faith to condense their bodies if they were to leave the divine kingdom. This consumed a tremendous amount of faith power. Thankfully, his rewards were plentiful. In the Tower of Truth, Richard stood in a small, sealed room and gently released his spiritual power. After releasing it, a warm and comfortable feeling flowed through his spiritual power into his soul, making him feel a bit ethereal. The accumulated fatigue surged within him, and Richard felt dizzy and quickly lost consciousness. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the time when he had just been promoted to wizard, and once again saw the origin of the wizarding world. But this time, the origin didn't just leave a mark, it also gave him a ray of light. A vague message entered his mind. Child, let go and do it. Chapter 677. After an unknown amount of time, Richard awoke from his slumber, feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. He hadn't slept in a long time. After becoming a great wizard, his energy was nearly inexhaustible. Even if he worked all night for a month or two, he would only feel slightly tired. A short rest would restore him. Has the infusion of the world source power been completed? Richard stretched his body, but felt no change. He checked his mental strength, and found no change either. This bizarre phenomenon left Richard somewhat bewildered. The room he was in was actually the one where wizard apprentices ascended to master wizard status. His purpose here was to receive the infusion of the world source power, and become the chosen guardian of the wizard world. After guiding the establishment of diplomatic relations between the gods and wizards, and discovering and reporting the beast world, which could play a significant role in the war, Richard's military achievements had reached a terrifying number. If he so desired, he could even exchange it for a medium-sized world from the Council of Truth. Of course, this world would be granted after the war. At the same time, his achievements and abilities were valued by the will of the wizarding world. Richard had once received a wizarding hero medal in the galaxy world, and wizards bearing this medal would be observed by the wizarding world. If they demonstrated sufficient ability, the wizarding world would infuse them with essence, allowing them to become non-staff world guardians. These non-staff world guardians enjoyed greater freedom than ordinary world guardians. They did not need to remain confined to the wizarding world all day. They could leave the wizarding world at any time, without suffering any repercussions. Richard's abilities were undoubtedly recognized by the wizarding world, but the question now was, why didn't he feel any improvement Confused, Richard teleported out of the secret room. In the deserted hall, a black-robed wizard stood quietly in a corner. This hall was an inner hall dedicated to serving the World Guardians, and it was only filled with wizards when the legal department was recruiting new members. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the void. The black-robed wizard, upon seeing the sudden appearance, smiled faintly beneath his hood. "Richard, you're finally out. Your infusion time is longer than others." Richard looked at the black-robed wizard, a hint of surprise on his face. "Jimmy, oh no, I should call you Grand Wizard of Thunderfury now. Master Thunderfury, why are you here?" Jimmy opened his arms and smiled. "Of course, I'm here to welcome you. You rushed to the Tower of Truth upon your return, and I, an old colleague, didn't even do any welcoming ceremony." "Haha, what welcoming ceremony? I don't care about that." Richard and Jimmy hugged each other. As a favorite of the physical corona before he achieved truth, Jimmy had risen to prominence after the physical corona achieved truth. His soul injury was completely healed by the physical corona, and he recently became a Grand Wizard, known as Thunderfury. After the greetings, Richard's smile faded, and he got down to business. "The Dean asked you to come here. What kind of task do you want me to do?" The events of the Four-Eyed World were over, and Richard's strength had reached that of a fifth-ring wizard. Using the excuse of training to exclude Richard from the battle order was impossible, even if the physical corona wanted to. This is too much of a red flag. It's understandable that a newly promoted Truth Master would want to protect his team, but he shouldn't go too far. The Truth Council isn't his one-man show. Jimmy nodded slightly and replied, "There is indeed work, but it's not urgent." As he spoke, he pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. A slight infusion of magic power projected onto the crystal ball, projecting an extremely complex three-dimensional starry sky. The three-dimensional starry sky was connected by lines, seemingly representing some kind of path. At one end of the sky, a patch of red stars resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow the rest of the star map. Jimmy pointed to a star on the star map that was connected to many others and said, "This is World 4512, your final destination. But before that, the Dean intends to find a peripheral battlefield to familiarize you with the battlefield and the insect swarm." Lee examined the star map and nodded thoughtfully. "Are these lines a portal system?" "Indeed. Then I have a considerable responsibility. Although most worlds aren't isolated, requiring only a single route, there are still a significant number of isolated worlds, with only a single portal route among the tens of thousands of worlds controlled by wizards. And the hub worlds are the lifeblood of these worlds. Once a hub world is lost, these worlds are trapped, powerless. Even the fastest interstellar travel and transportation still takes years. However, a world without portals to replenish weapons and personnel would be impossible to survive against the galaxy mayfly for that long. Those who are capable should do more work, Jimmy said with a smile, patting Richard on the shoulder. Defending a world like this is a significant achievement. If you can complete the Council's mission, moving to a smaller world after the war will be a breeze. Richard waved his hand. Defending a world was indeed highly profitable, but the challenge was also considerable. Minimizing losses for wizard civilization was a blessing, but completely securing it was practically impossible. Richard's mind suddenly stirred, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head, leaping around like a monkey. Speaking of which, the matter of the subhuman wizard should be almost over by now. Jimmy had no idea what Richard was thinking, but seeing Richard's sudden silence, he assumed he was contemplating the future, so he stopped talking. After a moment, Richard looked at Jimmy. "Why don't we go? Is there anything else we need to do?" "Of course not. I see you thinking." After leaving the hall, Jimmy had intended to take Richard to a ranch world in the Corona constellation for a welcome feast of roasted whole dragons. But Richard declined, citing the war preparations. It was an impeccable excuse, and Jimmy had no choice but to say goodbye to Richard with regret. After parting ways with Jimmy, Richard began searching for the World Guardians through the Tower of True Staff. He had to find out where his world source power had gone. "Please come this way." A wizard in a silver robe carefully guided Richard. After an hour of questioning, Richard finally found a wizard from the Ministry of Justice, who could lead him to the nearest World Guardian. Following the wizard's landing, Richard landed in a forest. In this wartime, such a vast forest was rare. To prepare for war, the wizarding world was filled with alchemy factories and civilian settlements. The remaining forests were either designated protected areas by the Council, or someone had used their immense power to persuade the planning department of the Council of Truth to grant them some favors. Richard's current impression was that the latter was more likely. A black wizard tower stood in the forest. The tower's construction style was old-fashioned. Its slender, almost towering proportions and intricate Gothic reliefs indicated the presence of an old wizard. Even in Richard's time, spacious wizard towers had become the norm. Only wizards with an old-fashioned aesthetic like Richard would build such towering towers. Master, this is the wizard tower of the Master Guardian of the Forest. The wizard from the Ministry of Justice, who led the way, gave Richard a respectful wizard salute and then hurried away, as if some terrifying creature resided within. Richard entered the wizard tower, when the surrounding trees suddenly began to stir. Their branches spread out, instantly blocking Richard's path. Stop! Richard glanced at the trees blocking his path, no longer restraining the life force of a fifth-ring great wizard. The next moment, the branches suddenly dispersed, and a somewhat aged voice echoed from the wizard tower. You're a fifth-ring wizard, and you're looking for an old man like me? What do you want, little one? Richard said calmly, I've heard the Master is a formidable figure among the World Guardians, so I've come to ask you some questions. What are they? The voice seemed to be intrigued. As guardians of the world, they usually sought help from other great wizards to enrich their own abilities. It was rare for a great wizard to seek their help. I received an infusion of the origin power a while ago, but since waking up, I haven't noticed any change in my strength. No change. The voice sounded puzzled. After a moment's silence, it said, Come to the tower. An old man like me can't move. Can't move? Richard frowned slightly and strode towards the wizard tower. The gate to the wizard tower was already unlocked. Pushing it open, Richard saw an old man, seemingly made of roots, leisurely flipping through a magic book in the main hall. Old man, my body is connected to this forest. It's very difficult for me to move. The old man put the magic book down and looked up at Richard. Great wizard, state your name. I am the forest guardian of the wizarding world. Richard. The forest guardian looked surprised. You actually used your own name as a title. What a bold move. The practice of great wizards addressing each other by their titles is a tradition dating back to the Enlightenment. This tradition was originally intended to circumvent the cursed school's use of wizards' real names for curses. Great wizards who dare to use their real names as titles are all confident. They are confident that curses will have no effect on them. Master, you are wrong. I simply haven't chosen a title yet, Richard said calmly. Then, changing the subject, Master, please first observe the true nature of my infusion of source power. The forest guardian nodded. Indeed, I will observe you from now on. You must control your instinctive reactions. Richard nodded, and the forest guardian exuded an approachable aura. The next moment, Richard tensed, feeling as if he were being watched from all angles by 10,000 eyes. No wonder he said to control his instincts, Richard thought to himself. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched vanished, and the guardian of the forest's face wore an expression of disbelief and surprise. A blessing from the wizarding world. How is that even possible? Chapter 678. A blessing from the wizarding world. What is that? Seeing the forest guardian's shocked expression, Richard felt a slight surge of joy, his lips curling up slightly. It seemed he had obtained something remarkable. After a moment, the forest guardian recovered from his shock and looked at Richard as if examining something. You don't seem particularly outstanding. How did you receive the blessing? So what exactly is this blessing? The forest guardian paused, as if trying to form his words, before explaining to Richard the value of this blessing. The wizarding world blessing is something extremely rare, even in the history of wizarding civilization. According to the internal information of the World Guardian, receiving this blessing not only grants all the abilities of a World Guardian, but also allows one to communicate with the world's origin, receiving its guidance and assistance, no matter where they are, as long as they remain within the wizarding world. Warcraft would respect him because of this blessing, and intelligent creatures would also naturally feel a close affinity for him because of it. He could instantly discern when others needed props or even magical treasures, and even foresee natural disasters. In other words, within the wizarding world, creatures possessing this blessing were considered the chosen ones, masters of their own destiny. However, in today's wizarding civilization, this blessing had little practical value, especially for a great wizard. Due to the current development of the wizarding world, there were no such things as hidden treasures. Magical beasts were found only in protected areas and within the secret realms of great wizards. As for natural disasters, even during the Enlightenment, they posed no threat to a five-ring grand wizard. As for the World Guardian's abilities, while useful, they can only be used within the wizarding world. Unless wizarding civilization is driven back to its home turf, they are useless. However, just because they have no practical value doesn't mean the blessing is worthless. A creature possessing the blessing is chosen by the wizarding world. The wizarding world considers them to possess extraordinary talent and gifts, and this directly influences the Council of Truth's judgment of a wizard. Furthermore, according to the cursed school, the world's blessing seems to be able to change a wizard's fate. So, this blessing can make the Council of Truth value me more, so they won't treat me as an expendable pawn. Furthermore, it can also change my fate. Listening to Richard's summary, the Forest Guardian nodded seriously. You're right, that's exactly what you said. Alright. Richard struggled to describe the feelings he felt at that moment. Fate again. He once pondered what his fate would be without the Miracle Forge. The answer was that without it, he might not even have been able to pass the entrance exam. The Miracle Forge had changed his fate, allowing him to become a wizard, then a great wizard. And now, the blessing of the world was about to change his fate again. So where would his destiny take him this time? He clearly remembered the words left to him by the creator of the Miracle Forge. Every gift of fate carries a hidden price. What will be the price I must pay? The Forest Guardian looked at Richard, stunned, without interrupting him. He surveyed him, his roots twitching. He had to leave this wizard tower. In his previous explanation, he had concealed a crucial point. Those who receive the wizarding world's blessing will become the leader of the world guardians, and possess the power to abolish them. This was known only to the highest echelons of the world guardians. Even the Council of Truth was unaware. The world guardians were part of the Ministry of Justice, yet they also operated independently. For a long time, they had drifted between the lines of the modern wizarding system established by the Council of Truth, rather than being a part of it. This was because the world guardians were to protect the wizarding world, not wizarding civilization itself. They were willing to follow the Council of Truth's orders, but only as long as those orders did not harm the wizarding world. But now, something had emerged to disrupt this balance. Richard was undoubtedly a member of the modern wizarding system established by the Council of Truth. If he were made the leader of the World Guardians, the World Guardians would undoubtedly join the modern wizarding system. The Forest Guardian didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, so he needed to investigate. If Richard is a wizard with great potential, potentially achieving truth in the future, then the Guardians could embrace him as a leader and integrate him into the modern wizarding system. But if Richard's future is bleak, achieving truth will be difficult. The rule that those who possess a blessing become the leaders of the world's guardians will be forever dormant. Wizards who receive a blessing certainly possess abilities. But alas, the wizarding world today is no longer the wizarding world of the past. Alas, balance. The Forest Guardian sighed inwardly, the vines connecting him to her body beginning to snap. Are you okay? Richard was awakened by the sound of snapping vines. Seeing the Forest Guardian seemingly about to leave, he asked instinctively. Yes, I am planning to go out, the Forest Guardian said calmly. That's all the blessing I have. Trading my increased strength for the Council's attention is well worth it, I think. Richard nodded slightly, and bid farewell to the Forest Guardian. The Forest Guardian had matters to attend to, and so did he. A peaceful scene filled the secret realm. After completing the goblin transport, the secret realm returned to its former tranquility. The sacred tree elves wandered the fields, spreading their fast-growing scale powder for the food grown by the fire lizards. After years of reproduction, the fire lizards had multiplied to over 100,000 within the secret realm. These fire lizards have been learning alchemy and combat techniques since birth. Thanks to the selfless training of the artisans and members of the Fire Lizards chapter, each of them has become a renowned master of alchemy and combat. Richard even considered altering the bloodline of the next generation of these fire lizards, thereby making them his own clan. However, Richard had no time to dwell on the fire lizards at the moment. Arriving at the Asgard laboratory, Richard addressed Lan's projection and asked directly, Lan, how far along are you with the demi-human wizard project? Then you've arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, Lan launched a dimensional bubble from the void. In its center, a gray-haired, werewolf-like infant curled up in a deep sleep. The initial version is ready. This creature perfectly meets all your needs, its only flaw being its frail constitution. Frail constitution? Richard raised an eyebrow. How frail? Based on my current testing, this creature's immune system is extremely fragile. Some bacteria with low pathogenicity can be effective against it, and highly contagious viruses are enough to kill it. Can it be cured? Lan said calmly, my suggestion is to establish an isolation zone, and allow these children to grow until they are 14. At this age, their immune systems are. Only when the system reaches normal human levels can it be considered normal. Or, they can directly use evolution potions to enhance their physical fitness. Once their physical fitness reaches 20, their immunity will also reach normal human levels. Treatment, however, is a high-cost, low-return solution. Richard rubbed his brow. Can it be improved? I'm working on it. How long? About 30 years. Too long. Preparing this transformation process for subhuman wizards. I need to train subhuman wizards now. Richard rubbed his brow, his mind replaying the words of the Bronze Spear Grand Wizard that day. Since the surge in wizards can strengthen the wizard dimension, can these subhuman wizards also enhance the power of the wizard dimension? If so, does that mean this method can be extended to allow world guardians to appear in every world controlled by the wizard world? Richard's thoughts grew wilder. He now controlled thousands of worlds. If this were truly possible, it would be equivalent to having thousands of grand wizards. This would be much more useful than the Beast King of the Beast Origin world. Furthermore, world guardians receive the world's blessing within their own world. As great wizards, they can also benefit from the power of the wizard dimension. With this dual enhancement, even the lord of an indigenous world wouldn't be easily defeated, let alone a great wizard trained in wizardry. If this is truly possible, a counterattack is definitely just around the corner. Lon looked at Richard, who was lost in a brainstorm and mumbling to himself, and coughed lightly. Ahem, Sir Richard, are you sure you want this now? Oh, of course, Richard replied quickly, waking from his reverie. Then you better select a group of sufficiently strong mothers, preferably level 1 creatures. This will prevent these babies from dying in the womb. Okay. Richard paused, then replied in a dull tone. Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and he bowed slightly to Richard, whispering, Sir Richard, I can see you're a kind person. But kindness doesn't apply in war. In total war, whether you're a celestial master or a mere mortal, you're just a piece of the war machine, a screw. Mortals are parts, expendable, and so are you. Even the great celestial master can be expendable when necessary. Richard glanced at Lon deeply and exhaled a breath. War is truly a terrible thing. Lon replied calmly, we must adapt to the environment. The first pilot world for the demi-human wizards was a werewolf world, so naturally, the selection of mothers was also among the werewolves. A large number of qualified female werewolves, from the priests and the military, participated in the selection. Werewolves are an open race, otherwise, they wouldn't have been plagued by the world for so long, remaining like ordinary people like weeds. So, childbirth wasn't a big deal for werewolves, especially since it was initiated by the Great White Wolf God. After screening based on physical fitness, medical history, and even academic qualifications, the first batch of female werewolves were chosen, totaling 1,000. 9 months later, the first batch of artificial demihumans appeared. The wheel of time began to turn. Chapter 679. Is this the subhuman wizard you created? Outside the vast isolation room, Richard and Elises stood before a large transparent glass wall, silently observing a group of infants still in incubators inside. Yes. Richard looked at the infants, with a complicated expression. The cultivation of subhuman wizards violated the wizarding experimental laws set by the Council of Truth. Even a great wizard who violated such red-line laws would be sent to the front lines to atone for his sins. However, if his conjecture was correct, the war situation in wizard civilization would undergo a dramatic shift. He would also gain a significant share of dimensional power, laying the foundation for achieving truth in the future. For a great wizard, achieving truth was no longer a fantasy. Especially since Richard had already reached the 5th ring. Advancing to the 6th ring was more difficult than the 5th, but it only involved 2 more complete rules. As long as he could slay a level 5 Mayfly king on the battlefield, the greatest obstacle to reaching the 6th ring would vanish. All that remained was to wait for the rules to fuse, then reconstruct the body of rules for advancement. Besides, even if his conjecture was wrong, having a wizarding research institute would be a huge boon for Richard. Unless some extremely cutting-edge research requires a handful of geniuses, most research can be accomplished through hard work and diligence. You're planning to have them become wizards and research witchcraft for you, right? Elises suddenly asked. But how can you guarantee that all these little guys are research talents? Could it be that Lon, the guy, can modify bloodlines to produce geniuses? That's not the case, Richard shook his head. These subhuman wizards have indeed enhanced their brains, but the effect is very limited. They can raise the mentally retarded to a self-sufficient level, but it's far from enough to transform ordinary people into geniuses. Then how will you deal with those unsuccessful individuals? Elises asked calmly. As a veteran god, Elises had witnessed countless inhumane acts. Richard's research seemed perfectly normal to him, not even excessive. However, he knew his friend's character well. Although Richard was always decisive and merciless in his actions, he was actually quite moral. If allowing the abyss to invade in order to ascend to godhood could be considered a necessary evil, then dealing with these unsuccessful subhumans would be blatant genocide. Has Richard become cruel, Then, Richard gave his answer. Their selection begins with mortals. If they don't demonstrate talent in research, they won't become wizards. What awaits them is a return to mortal life, an ordinary life. Richard's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Ulysses's question. Although these people are evidence of my guilt, the fairyland world is my world. In these wartime years, werewolves from fairyland can't roam freely. But once the war is over, perhaps subhuman wizards won't need to hide anymore. Hearing Richard's calm yet commanding pronouncement, Ulysses was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Such a domineering attitude, my friend. Don't forget to support me when the time comes. Richard laughed too. Don't worry. By then you be the only deity in the wizarding world capable of preaching. Amidst their laughter, a baby in the isolation room let out a loud cry. Demi-human wizards still have a long way to go, but before that, Richard must ensure he survives until then. In the Church of Miracles, Richard glanced over the documents Franken handed him, nodding slightly from time to time. After reading the last page, Richard sorted the documents and casually put them in his pocket. Yes, you handled it very cleverly. While warriors who enter the kingdom of God still exist as spirits, they've lost their mortal bodies. It's only right to pay them a death benefit. Franken bowed humbly at Richard's praise, saying, It's just a little trick to reduce expenses, just cleverness. This is more than just cleverness. Richard patted Franken on the shoulder. You've drawn a line. Entering the kingdom of God is leaving the mortal world. This will save you a lot of hassles when dealing with various matters in the future. With that, Richard changed the subject. How's the parade venue preparation going? Franken's face straightened, and he said solemnly, It's complete. The parade will be held at the Plaza de Miracles. All the crystal screens will broadcast the parade live, and all the goblins will witness your might. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Very well. With you as Pope, I save hundreds of years of effort. Richard must have an explanation for the war in the four-eyed world. Otherwise, even if the Legion is fully formed, it will lack conviction and become mere cannon fodder. But stating the entire force's demise was too shocking to convey directly. So Richard decided to adopt a different format, using a grand military parade to convey the news indirectly. This would not only convey the message, but also dispel people's fear of death. It would even prove that the promise of entering the kingdom of God after death was real, and in the process, strengthen their faith. It was a win-win situation. Leaving the Miracle Church, Richard returned to the secret realm, where he established his kingdom of God. The moment he established his kingdom of God, boundless holy light emanated from Richard's body. Perhaps it was because the goblins had given him the title of Sun God. Richard, as he established his kingdom of God, was like a sun. In the kingdom of God, ant-sized heroic soldiers roamed the land. The Colosseum, the tavern, the Hall of Valor, everywhere was marked by their footprints. Frankly, with so many heroic soldiers suddenly present, Richard suddenly felt that his kingdom of God was a little too simplistic. This wasn't the eternal bliss of the kingdom of God, as described in the scriptures. It was clearly a vast military camp. Perhaps I should study divine arts, Richard pondered. If he intended to achieve truth, then starting with the power of faith might be a good approach. After pondering this, Richard addressed the kingdom of God with his oracle. Soldiers, in 3 days, you will return to the human world for a grand parade. After the parade, you will have a month's vacation. After the vacation, you will return to the kingdom of God to prepare for the coming war. At this oracle, the heroic spirit soldiers of the kingdom of God, wherever they were, whatever they were doing, paused in their actions and gazed at the sky in shock. The sky of the kingdom of God is starless, only a single dazzling sun. And so, thousands of voices merged, ultimately becoming one, a single voice, a prayer. The heroic spirits bowed their heads, their arms folded across their chests, and bowed to the sun in the sky. Praise the sage, praise the sun. Milo, come quickly. The grand parade is about to begin. In the simple living room, an old goblin called out to his youngest son, his face filled with anxiety. The old goblin's left arm was a prosthetic, and he stood more than a head taller than an ordinary old goblin, clearly a miracle monk who had undergone transformation. Dad, I can see from here too. The latest crystal communicator can now receive crystal screen channels. From the room next to the living room, a divine goblin emerged. He approached his father, who, even after the transformation, was still slightly shorter than him, and reluctantly sat down beside him. The old goblin glared at him. What can you see on that little crystal screen of yours? Can you even see your eldest brother? As a goblin who had undergone transformation by a miracle monk, he held an unwavering faith in the sages. Although his injuries prevented him from continuing to serve the sages in the army, after returning to life, he continued to contribute to the sages in his own way. He had 4 sons and 2 daughters. 3 of his 4 sons joined the army, and his eldest son even became a member of the glorious crusade. Milo nodded perfunctorily. Yes, let's use this big screen here, and see if we can find our eldest brother among the 11 million heroic souls. Hey, are you looking for a fight? Haha, don't fight, Milo said jokingly as he dodged. Dad, the priest said violence can't solve all problems. But it can solve you. Soon, the military parade began. The father and son stopped sparring and returned to the crystal screen. On the screen, the sage stood in the center of the square, slowly ascending into the sky. A brilliant yet not blinding holy light shone from him. Under the holy light, figures suddenly emerged from the aura. These were goblin soldiers reincarnated into the kingdom of God. They looked the same as they had in life, the only difference being that they all had a golden pentagram between their brows, the symbol of the Order of Miracles. The heroic spirits marched in formation, square by square, each containing 10,000 men. Their steps were brisk. Though they were walking, they were as swift as a normal runner. The parade had to end before sunset, and they didn't have much time. After all, they could all go home afterward, so whether they saw the parade or not was irrelevant. But while the heroic spirits thought so, the audience in front of the crystal screen didn't. They stared intently at the screen, and upon hearing the regiment number of their loved one, they immediately began searching. Haha, I found my brother! Milo cheered. Where? The old goblin's eyes widened, unable to find him no matter how hard he looked on the screen. 3rd row, 12th from the top. 3rd row, 12th from the top. I found him too! My brother doesn't look much different. He's still as strong as ever. Nonsense! That's the kingdom of gods. How could a kingdom of gods make your brother look thin? Haha, that's right. The same scene played out over and over again in different cities, different houses, and different homes. On this day, countless faiths poured into Richard's statue in the god's dimension like a vast ocean, making it appear to shimmer. Chapter 680. 2 grand parades were held, one in the goblin world and one in the fairyland world. These 2 parades spawned hundreds of thousands of fanatical followers for Richard, and hundreds of millions of devout believers. This scale of followers is rare even in the god's dimension, often only found among the main gods. After the parade, the heroic spirits took a break, and Richard began his war preparations. These bugs have come up with quite a few tricks over the years. In the wizard tower, Richard reviewed the intelligence summary Jimmy had sent him, his brow furrowed slightly. The desk before him was piled high with a mountain of magic books. These books covered everything from research on mayflies subspecies, to complete information on classic battles, including post-event analysis and summaries. Having missed so many years of war, Richard's understanding of the galactic mayfly was less than that of some new wizards. This information would help him quickly establish a basic understanding of the galactic mayfly. How come these bugs are just like those abyssal bastards? Above Richard's shoulder, Ulysses sighed. This information wasn't exactly confidential, and Richard didn't shy away from Ulysses while reviewing it. On the contrary, he was eager to hear what this world master, who had also experienced the war between civilizations, thought of the galaxy mayflies, and what strategies he could offer. Just like the abyssal demons? Richard raised an eyebrow. Tell me more? Ulysses organized his words, then slowly said, abyssal demons, like these bugs, evolve physiological characteristics tailored to specific environments. Furthermore, abyssal erosion doesn't alter the elemental distribution of the world itself. A world with imbalanced elements will still have imbalanced elements. Therefore, within the abyssal demons, there are many demons specialized for specific environments. These bugs are identical to the abyss scum in this respect, evolving into numerous subspecies due to their diverse environments. The only difference is that these bugs aren't as extreme as the abyss scum. Extreme? Ulysses nodded slightly, then suddenly asked, how long do you think it takes for a living environment to evolve traits adapted to it? This? Hundreds of years? Unless they use life editing, that's the fastest it'd take. Ulysses shook his head. No, an abyss demon only needs a year to evolve traits adapted to its current environment. Given 10 years, they'd be as unfettered as native creatures. Given hundreds of years, these scum would become the apex predators in this environment. Richard's face froze. Then, in a world with unbalanced elements, wouldn't the abyss demon be invincible? Not really, Ulysses said calmly. What distinguishes intelligent creatures from ordinary magical beasts is their intelligence. Intelligence allows us to use tools, thereby narrowing the gap in our physical size. While the Abyss demons possess an advantage in individual strength, with the aid of various items, despite the significant individual disparity, they are not insurmountable. Besides, the Abyss demons have subspecies, and we also have races and deities adapted to our environment. But you wizards. Although wizard civilization has shifted its understanding of the alien races since the war began, excepting a few familiars, the concept of the aliens as slaves and cannon fodder remains deeply ingrained among the upper echelons of wizards. While the wizard battlefield is filled with alien slaves, synthetic beasts, and familiars, the true force of war is always the wizards, even if they are newly trained wizards. It's a matter of perspective. Richard rubbed his brows. But wizard sorcery can still offer considerable combat effectiveness in an unbalanced environment, which somewhat mitigates the gap. Putting aside the intelligence on the galaxy mayflies, he began to read the battle analysis. After nearly 700 years of development, the battlefield between wizards and galaxy mayflies had become extremely complex. The dimensions of the battlefield began to increase, initially evolving from a ground-based battlefield to a vast, four-dimensional battlefield encompassing the sky, the ground, the surface, and the astral plane. In the astral plane, the wizards' massive floating fortresses battled for air supremacy against the smaller floating city fleets and galaxy mayfly expeditionary layers. Inside the world, smaller floating cities, warships, and the flying subspecies of galaxy mayflies battled for control of the skies, while the fortresses and wizards dealt with the mayfly subspecies on the ground. The underground legions, specialized in earth elemental sorcery, engaged in an undying battle beneath the surface with the burrowing subspecies of the mayfly. The multidimensional nature of the battlefield made the campaign incredibly complex. The allocation of personnel, the coordinated deployment of resources, the selection of positions, and so many other issues became a tangled mess. If it weren't for the staff system, even a great wizard would have a headache. Classic battles involve confidentiality, so Elises temporarily left the room to avoid suspicion. Richard was left alone in the study, watching over the maps and sand tables, gradually deducing the entire battle scenario. Deducing war is like solving a problem. You base your answers on the information you already have. Richard knew he wasn't a natural strategist or marshal, so he could only replay the battle scenario based on the information he had, searching for the purpose behind each decision and understanding the result behind it. War is a brutal game. Every decision a commander makes determines the fate of hundreds of thousands of people. As the commander of a theater, a grand wizard's decisions can even affect the lives of hundreds of thousands. Looking at the map, Richard imagined himself in command, his every decision determining the fate of thousands or tens of thousands. He repeatedly erased his memories of past battles, repeatedly hypnotizing himself into being the theater commander, and then replayed those classic battles over and over again. It was a form of training bordering on self-torture, but it was also essential. For a commander, the very survival of a theater depends on him, so this little bit of training is nothing. 6 months later, Richard left the study. 6 months ago, Richard's eyes were full of fighting spirit, seemingly gleaming with light. But after 6 months of training, his gaze had become as calm as a mountain tale, even tinged with a hint of sadness. This change in temperament surprised Elises, who came to greet him. "Huh, what have you been doing these past 6 months?" Richard shook his head. "Nothing much, just some after effects from using soul magic too much." After effects? Elises was a little surprised. Richard was a 5th ring great wizard, his soul so strong it could withstand sorcery, and how could such a soul suffer after effects? What on earth had Richard been doing these past 6 months? Without explanation, Richard stretched and prepared to go to the Soul School to exchange his military exploits for research on the power of faith. As the war intensified, the Council of Truth offered numerous treasures as incentives. Led by the Crown of Evolution, each school offered a wealth of knowledge and treasures as redeemable rewards. There were many items among them that even great wizards would covet. But before he could take a few steps, a wave of energy emanated from the pocket at his waist. "Who's so picky? I call as soon as I get out." Muttering to himself, Richard pulled the crystal ball from his pocket. Glancing at the person requesting the communication, Richard's expression slightly straightened as he connected the call. "Jimmy, what's going on?" "World number 03245. I will sacrifice my life in exchange for your death." In the sky, the great wizard, resembling a fire giant, uttered his final words. The next moment, the secret keeper emerged from the void, holding his scales and weighing the great wizard's worth. On the other side of the scales, a mayfly king stared at the secret keeper in fear. "Damn it! That bastard finally let it out." The next moment, the weighing was complete, and the scales were balanced. The secret keeper put away the scales and waved the book in his hand as if swatting a fly. The Mayfly King shattered with a clang, and the entire battlefield fell silent. At the Battle Zone Command Center, the students of the Grand Wizard of Death were communicating with the rear through a portal. Hello? Hello. This is 03245 First Battle Zone Command Center. This is 03245 First Battle Zone Command Center. The Grand Wizard of Purifying Fire has perished alongside the enemy's Mayfly King. I repeat, the Grand Wizard of Purifying Fire has perished alongside the enemy's Mayfly King. We need the Grand Wizard and the Legion support now. Received. Received. Zizizizi. Command has received your request. Your request has been sent, Zizizizi. Headquarters, the Grand Wizard will arrive soon, Zizizizi. Over. Goblin World, First Training Area. Yes, we understand. Hanging up the crystal communicator, an old goblin's face lit up with excitement and enthusiasm. He quickly retrieved the numbers of several people using the communicator. 10 minutes later, all the Legion commanders in the First Training Area gathered in the meeting room of the Training Area's administrative church. Seeing everyone present, the old goblin spoke directly. Everyone, the Holy War is about to begin. The Pope has ordered a major retraining of the legions. In the near future, we will fight alongside the gods. For a moment, the meeting room fell silent. Then, a frenzied cheer erupted. The same scene played out in various training areas. Upon hearing the news of the impending Holy War, both radicals and conservatives erupted in unprecedented enthusiasm. Goblins are a theocratic race. Before they achieved power, they were devout believers. Now, with the opportunity to fight alongside the gods, how could they not be excited? At almost the same moment, all the training areas in the Goblin world were abuzz with activity. Although the war in the Four-Eyed World resulted in the annihilation of all the elite soldiers in both worlds still retained many second-tier legions. These legions were mostly young, lacking veterans and combat experience. But now that war was about to begin, Richard had to devote all his strength to winning every possible battle. Although the legions of heroic spirits were numerous, they ultimately required the power of faith. Once the war began, the increase in faith power would likely outweigh the loss. The battlefield ultimately needed human flesh to fill it. Chapter 681. The Council has received reports from the front lines that the five-ring Grand Wizard of World 03245, the Purifying Flame, has perished. After deliberation in the Council, you will be the wizard who takes over this world. Listening to Jimmy's message from the crystal ball, Richard's eyes drifted for a moment, as if he were still dreaming. But he quickly regained consciousness and replied to the crystal ball, "Where should I go next? What should I do? Come to the City of Eternal Truth now. Someone will hand over your information. After the handover, you should immediately travel to World 03245. At that time, you will become the Supreme Commander of World 03245, commanding the wizards of an entire world." Jimmy's voice was heavy and solemn. War was no joke. As the leader of millions, Richard also shouldered corresponding responsibilities. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Richard took a deep breath. His eyes suddenly sharpened, like a sword unsheathed, almost unbearable to look at. Over his shoulder, Ulises said quietly, "The war has begun. This day will come sooner or later." Richard's expression remained calm, his eyes trembling except for a flicker. 6 months of self-training had left him almost numb to the battlefield. He had hypnotized himself countless times with soul magic. At first, every failed deduction only filled him with frustration, regret, shame, and even fear. But he persisted. Eventually, he adapted. "Does this war require my participation?" Ulises asked. Richard shook his head. "My friend, this is a wizard's war. A civilization war is not the same as the previous plane wars. Facing the rulers of a similarly civilized world, even beings like Richard and Ulises risked their lives. Unless the situation was irreversible, Richard was unwilling to involve Ulises. Furthermore, Ulises was now an ambassador of the divine civilization. Helping Richard fight a plane war out of friendship was fine. After all, the dangers of plane wars were obvious to all. But sending an ambassador into the battlefield of a civilization war was somewhat unreasonable. "Gah, I understand." Ulises understood Richard's considerations, and said nothing further. He simply advised Richard with a humorous, self-deprecating tone, "But my friend, as someone who's been through this, I must give you a piece of advice. Don't follow your kin's lead and try to perish together. Let's run if we can. If we can reach the rear, you can still be a commander. Even if we flee to another civilization, you might encounter a little creature with a rare treasure who might recruit you." The two exchanged a smile, and amidst the laughter, Richard turned and flew towards the City of Eternal Truth. Lord Richard? Looking at the name written on the document, the working wizard was momentarily stunned. How could a grand wizard, already at the 5th ring, still not have a title? But all that mattered was that the person had arrived, and he had to hand over the information quickly. The battle on the front lines waited for no one. Any delay would increase the risk of the front lines falling. When the deliberations were over, he would have an added responsibility. Please follow me, the working wizard said respectfully to Richard before him. After the war began, the City of Eternal Truth ceased to be a simple council hall, and became the administrative center of the entire wizarding civilization. All decrees concerning every aspect of wizarding civilization were issued from here. On weekdays, tens of thousands of working wizards scurried back and forth within this floating city, like worker bees in a hive, providing the necessary information for the queen bee who made the decisions. Following the working wizards, Richard entered the depths of the City of Eternal Truth. Here, a database resembling a beehive was running at full speed. Richard touched the wall. Based on his experience, he could confirm that the database's outer shell was made of very solid materials. The intricate and delicate enchantments would be difficult even for a great wizard to break. Why is this database so sturdy? Richard asked curiously. The City of Eternal Truth was the very heart of the wizarding world. To be frank, this place required absolutely no security. Unless the wizarding world was conquered, no one would threaten this ancient floating city. Well, the working wizard paused, then replied in a tone of forced casualness. This is to preserve it within the eye of the sea for tens of millions of years. I've heard from higher-ups that if the wizarding world falls, wizarding civilization will perish. This database will be dropped into the eye of the sea, waiting for tens of millions of years for a new civilization to emerge and bring it back to light. This will also allow wizarding civilization to continue within that new civilization. Richard was slightly taken aback, then fell silent. This topic shouldn't be delved into, especially when the war situation is unfavorable. Arriving at the corresponding data room, the working wizard used his crystal ball to open the door and retrieve 3 crystal balls. This is all the data on World 03245. This one contains the wizard's research into the rules of this world, as well as detailed statistics on topography, climate, and so on. This one contains data on battles that occurred on World 03245. And this one contains all the current data on World 03245. Of course, there will be significant discrepancies between this data and those on the front lines, as information updates take time. He took the crystal ball and absorbed the information. After a moment, Richard opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. Why are the personnel so low? According to the data, World 03245 is a small world, but it has only 4 million wizards. And that includes a large number of filler wizards. Only less than 600,000 elite wizards possessing true offensive capabilities. For such a small world, this number is far too small. Normally, this world should have 10 million wizards, with 2 million elite wizards. Master, it seems you're not very familiar with the war situation, the working wizard sighed. World 03245 isn't strategically important, so it's a low priority when it comes to personnel and resource allocation. For a world like this, having 4 million wizards is already quite impressive. Many worlds don't even have that many, relying solely on slave tribes and synthetic beasts to keep them going. Richard was slightly taken aback. It turned out he had stumbled upon a fairly decent world. Shaking his head, he shook off the absurd thought. After returning the crystal ball to the working wizard, Richard quickly left the database. The data had been received, and now it was time to head to the battlefield. However, before entering the battlefield, he still had to make some preparations. Using his power to contact Ulysses, Richard thought for a moment and said, Ulysses, notify the Goblin world and the Fairyland world to train their legions and report to me immediately once they are qualified. The battlefield situation isn't very optimistic for me. I'm guessing the main force will depend on them. I see. What about weapons? We produce individual weapons. Large war machines aren't needed for the time being. Understood. After notifying Ulysses, Richard arrived at the first ring tower of truth. Guided by the staff, Richard found the portal to World 03245, or more precisely, the portal to the hub world of World 03245. Even though many worlds had already fallen, the wizarding world still contained thousands of them. Between these worlds lay numerous hub worlds, and in terms of strategic rank, hub worlds were among the highest. Through the space tunnel, a distance that would have taken years even at the speed of light was compressed into a matter of days. After traversing 4 hub worlds in succession, Richard arrived at World 03245. This world, in the wizarding literature, was known as the wilderness. Chapter 682. Boom! A dark blue fireball exploded in the air, scattering the ashes of the Galaxy Mayfly's corpse to the ground. In the sky, the Mayfly battle group loomed like a dark cloud over the position. Combatant against them was a group of metal spheres suspended in the sky. These metal spheres ranged in size, some about 2 meters in diameter, others roughly the size of a human head. Their material was incredibly durable, and through alchemical enchantment, they could even withstand the combined beams of a level 2 Mayfly battle group. In the sky, the large spheres commanded the smaller ones, struggling to resist the Mayfly battle group's attack. Although there were numerous war fortresses on land, and their anti-aircraft firepower was formidable, they weren't fully equipped for air defense after all. They also had their own enemies to contend with. On the flat ground, hundreds of thousands of giant insects charged towards the battle fortresses. The smallest of these insects are the size of an elephant, covered in a purple-red carapace. However, their most striking feature is the nearly half-meter-long ramming horn at their front. Wizards collectively refer to these subspecies of mayflies as horned mayflies. Regardless of their structural differences, their ultimate goal is to destroy the wizard's war fortress with their ramming horn. In their wars with wizards, the galactic mayflies are constantly learning. However, after being consumed by the wizard's war fortress by billions of mayflies, they finally discovered its weakness, or rather, its relative weakness. War fortresses are highly effective against energy and elemental attacks, but are relatively weak against physical attacks. Thus, the Galaxy Mayflies gave birth to hornworms specifically designed to combat fortresses. Hornworms possess extremely developed and efficient muscles. Even a newly hatched hornworm is stronger than a full-grown bison. As adults, these hornworms are even capable of wrestling with the strongest rock golems under the Mayflies' control. The horns on their heads possess magical properties, allowing them to easily break through the enchantments of wizard war fortresses through high-speed impacts. Furthermore, these hornworms possess a special vocal organ. After breaking through the enchantment of a war fortress, the hornworms use sonic resonance to destroy the fortress's entire structure. To put it bluntly, these hornworms are weapons specifically designed for war fortresses. To combat these bugs, wizards improved the war fortress's construction formula. However, this only slowed the hornworm's ability to destroy the fortress. After testing, the wizards decided to return to the original formula and modify the war fortress's structure. Give each war fortress more firepower. As long as they were all killed before the horned mayflies reached the fortress, no matter how powerful they would be useless against the war fortress. The alchemical turrets within the war fortress continuously spewed out dark blue fireballs, which arced down from the sky, exploding like fireworks among the insect swarm. But the insect swarm never stopped. At the front of the fortress complex lay the remains of hundreds of destroyed war fortresses. This wasn't their first attack. They had endured numerous assaults over the past month. And after enduring so many attacks, the fortress complex was no longer strong enough to stop the insect swarm. The position was in imminent danger. Buzz, buzz. A communication crystal ball on the position commander's desk lit up red and vibrated continuously. A hand suddenly lifted it from the table and placed it next to a mustachioed mouth. This is Elt, commander of position 32. Can we retreat? Zizizi, General Command orders your unit to hold its position. I repeat, your unit. What? Yes, sir. The interruption in the command gave Elt's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, a new hope. He stared intently at the crystal ball, as if trying to pressure the messenger at General Command through it. General Command orders, the previous order is void. Your unit is permitted to withdraw. I repeat, your unit is permitted to withdraw. Please reply if you have received it. Elt stared at the crystal ball and slowly exhaled. Position 32 receives this. My unit will withdraw immediately. Over. After the communication ended, Elt recalled the recent incident, his mind full of thoughts. The order is void. What exactly happened at headquarters? At headquarters, a tall figure sat in the seat once held by the Grand Wizard of the Purifying Fire, quietly flipping through documents handed to him. Beside him, the acting commander of the war zone, a student of the Grand Wizard of the Purifying Fire, was already packing his belongings, preparing to return to the wizarding world for his vacation. Is that all? The figure flipping through the documents finished the last page and turned to look at the old wizard beside him. The old wizard said respectfully, Master Richard, that's all? That's all. Richard glanced at the documents in his hand and sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. The situation is worse than I imagined. World 03245, also known as the Wilderness World, is a small world with a balanced 4 elements. Because of its flat terrain and lack of mountains, the great wizard who conquered it at the time named it the Wilderness World. According to the information Richard obtained from the database, this world should have a wizard army of 4 million. But upon arriving, Richard discovered that this figure of 4 million was completely inconsistent with the facts. According to statistics from the headquarters, there are only 3.5 million wizard armies. And this number is constantly decreasing. This is why Richard just revised the order and ordered all wizards in the 32nd position to evacuate. Playing the game of saving land and losing people at this time is pure suicide. Since the wilderness world lacks any special minerals and is not a hub world, both civilizations in this world have only one world master. In the previous battle, the Mayfly King of the Mayflies launched a massive offensive, using the Mayfly devotion rule to attempt to slay the Great Wizard of Purifying Fire and completely expel the wizard from this world. However, due to the wizard's equivalent exchange rule, the Mayfly King was forcibly exchanged for another by the Great Wizard of Purifying Fire, resulting in their mutual destruction. Thus, before Richard's arrival, neither side of the war was theoretically in charge of a world lord. If the battle data Jimmy gave me is correct, the Galaxy Mayfly's cross-dimensional transmission device is not much different in efficiency from that of a wizard. During the war with the wizards, the Galaxy Mayfly's technology continued to advance. Wormholes, a relatively immature technology of the Galaxy Mayflies, were greatly improved after obtaining the wizard's portal. While wormhole technology isn't as difficult to construct and as efficient as portal technology in terms of material throughput, the time required for a single person is practically identical. Have the Mayflies been attacking recently? Richard suddenly asked the old wizard beside him. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the insects' recent attacks have been fierce. That's right, Richard muttered to himself. The insects are testing whether our great wizard has arrived. On the other side of the battlefield, the massive expedition nest towered over the horizon, a pitch-black peak. From the peak, countless mayflies darted in and out, continuously delivering nutrients and information to this magnificent structure. Inside the expedition nest, a massive, pitch-black mayfly hovered in the air. This mayfly was nearly 3 meters long. Excluding those specialized subspecies, this size would be considered a giant among mayflies. He possessed 3 pairs of insect wings, and 8 limbs on the remaining legs. The 2 antennae on his head resembled stiff hairs, and at the end of his tail were 4 slender, flexible filaments. He possessed a pair of red compound eyes, and at this moment, these blood-stained pupils were filled with thought. Retreat. These wizards have actually retreated. Reports from the front indicated that the many attacks he had recently organized had all been successful. After realizing they were outmatched, the wizards did not, as they had in the past, persist and mobilize other positions, even elite troops, to provide a rescue. Instead, they chose to abandon their positions and retreat en masse. This fighting style wasn't exactly the same as the wizard's previous style, but it was vastly different. It seems the new commander has indeed arrived. The change in his fighting style made him almost certain that the wizard's Grand Wizard had arrived. Furthermore, he could also conclude that the new Grand Wizard was no match for him. The wilderness world was a barren world. After years of mining, 3/5 of its magic stone veins had been mined. After the war began, the Alchemy Corps had mined 90% of its resources. The remaining resources weren't inaccessible to the Alchemy Corps, but rather because the areas where they were located had already been occupied by mayflies. Thus, the vast tracts of land in this world were practically useless. The wizards only needed to secure the portal and use the fortress to gradually deplete the mayflies' manpower. This world was of little value. If enough was lost, even the mayflies would cease their attacks. But according to the data, the previous commander of this world didn't have such an idea. The previous commander had surrendered virtually no ground in the previous war, and it was this very mentality that inspired the previous Mayfly King to completely expel the wizards from this world. Everyone knows what happened next. Both men perished, and both sides of the war welcomed their new commanders. After a moment's thought, the Dark Mayfly arrived at the map and began issuing new orders. 2 level 3.5 battle groups, 114 and 115, will attack the enemy's E3 position. For level 3.5 battle groups, 142, 145, 154, and 164 will assault the enemy's E51 and 53 positions. For level 3.5 battle groups, 32, 45, 68, and 97 will provide a diversionary force to block reinforcements from E56 and 52. He wants to retreat, but I won't let him. Spread the battle line, and let me see how many men he still has. Chapter 683. Although Richard had simulated numerous battles before joining the war, from the simple to the dangerous, from worlds of elemental balance to worlds of elemental imbalance, he could be considered to have seen them all. But when he actually arrived on the battlefield, looking at the symbols on the map representing human lives, Richard still felt a sense of nervousness. Commander-in-Chief, all personnel from Fortress Group 43 have been evacuated. An old wizard beside the map reported to Richard, who was observing it. Yes. I understand. With that, Richard crossed out the location of Fortress Group 43 on the map. On this map, there were so many such symbols that they formed a continuous mass. Contrary to what the Mayfly King thought, Richard's retreat wasn't to hold the portal and wait for the Mayflies to arrive and die. His purpose was simple, to preserve his manpower and reorganize and train these wizards. Although the wilderness world held little strategic value, a complete victory for either side would have no impact on the war situation. But precisely because of this, Richard decided to experiment with his own ideas. Long before, Richard had conceived the idea of a mixed-race regiment. By combining wizards with native creatures, he could compensate for the wizards' insufficient numbers and limited ability to utilize their full potential. Defining wizards as mere evocation turrets was a waste, especially when the native creatures, with their alchemical armor, could unleash spells rivaling those of the White Wizard Legion. In Richard's opinion, wizards should function as accompanying priests. In times of war, wizards would provide various buffs to the troops, and when combat was essential, wizards could unleash considerable combat power. But this idea was based on the assumption that the wizard was a veteran like Richard. Richard doubted the new wizards, now rapidly becoming wizards, had the ability to do so. But as it happened, the wilderness world was an unimportant world, and Richard happened to have a fearless army of heroic spirits. Even if his plan failed, it would have little impact on the overall situation, let alone on him personally. In any case, according to the information, the end of day had already been deployed. If they couldn't hold it, they could retreat and destroy this world. Looking at the red cross on the map, Richard muttered to himself, if the enemy is smart, they definitely extend their front. If they're even smarter, they definitely encircle and extend their front at the same time. On the map, zooming in on the areas occupied by the wizards and the galaxy mayflies, it looked like a gaping mouth biting a ball. Unfortunately, the wizard was the gaping mouth. If the wizard had enough troops, perhaps they could attack from both sides and encircle the galaxy mayflies. Unfortunately, the wizard's forces struggled to even maintain the front line. So, the flanks on both wings had to retreat. So, he should attack from this position now. As he spoke, Richard tapped each weak point on either side of his mouth. Then, he moved his finger to the center. He should attack from the center. This would be a good option, both for stretching the line and for delaying the troops. On the battlefield, the side with more men and resources often has more options and can force the opponent to make the choices they desire. If they relied solely on the limited forces left by the previous commander, then, in this situation, the loss of the 700,000 wizards in the north was almost inevitable. Unless Richard took action, the wizards simply wouldn't have enough troops to provide a rescue. But if Richard did, the war would escalate immediately. As a Grand Wizard, who had only been promoted to the 5th ring for a few decades, Richard was reluctant to expose himself in public. The Mayfly King wasn't a native, so even if he could mobilize forces, it was always better to be cautious. Fortunately, I still have a sufficient number of troops at hand, otherwise it would be very difficult to deal with. As he spoke, Richard's figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing in the square outside the headquarters. As the defending force, despite possessing air superiority over the astral realm, the wizards still chose the safest underground construction of their headquarters. Several key facilities, including the portal, warehouse, and headquarters, were all built underground. In the square, convoys transporting supplies came and went without a care. The wild orcs, wizards, synths, and some smaller clans had clear divisions of labor, and their work was well organized. Although there were some strategic issues, the previous incumbent was still quite capable of management, Richard muttered to himself. Arriving at the broadcast room, Richard spoke into the megaphone. Attention everyone, attention everyone. All personnel in the square, cease work immediately, and take your tools, and temporarily leave the square. I repeat, all personnel in the square, cease work immediately, and take your tools, and temporarily leave the square. The order broadcast over the radio stunned everyone in the square, confused as to what it was. But the announcement was certainly true, so the staff members simply followed suit. 10 minutes later, the square was clear, and the vast expanse, large enough to serve as an airship field, was empty except for wheel tracks. Richard nodded in satisfaction, and holy light began to emanate from him. He slowly ascended into the sky, like the rising sun. Under the holy light, individual heroic warriors gradually emerged from the divine light. In a matter of moments, a legion of nearly 500,000 heroic spirits appeared. Richard slowly descended from the sky and returned to the headquarters. The numerous wizards at the headquarters had naturally noticed the grand display their commander had created. "Sir, what are these?" an old wizard asked. "Legions," Richard said calmly. "Give them numbers and equip them with weapons and equipment." "No, I don't think we have enough equipment in stock." "Not enough?" the old wizard exclaimed in surprise. "Sir, I think you've misremembered the numbers. We have enough in our warehouses to staff at least 5 million familiar." "Yes, I know." Richard nodded calmly. "But I have 20 million of these soldiers." 20 million? There was a certain truth in the old wizard's voice. He was an old wizard, a true old wizard. He had lived for nearly 5,000 years, even older than Richard. He considered himself knowledgeable and experienced all sorts of extraordinary abilities. Even the methods of a great wizard would amaze him. But now, he was speechless. He believed Richard hadn't lied to him, and therefore Richard truly had the ability to create a legion of 20 million. Regardless of whether these 20 million were just cannon fodder, the mere fact that he could conjure up a 20 million man legion out of thin air was enough to overturn his understanding. "Tell the logistics department to send another 5 million worth of equipment." "No, I give you a list later, and you can ask for the items on the list. Tell them to hurry up. Also, notify the 94th and 96th fortresses at the junction of the northern salient to ensure they are prepared to hold their ground." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." "By the way, you've been reporting in lately." "What's your name?" "Abel Frederick." "Very well, Abel. You be my secretary from now on." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Under Abel's direction, the Legion of Heroic Spirits was quickly assigned numbers and equipped. The warriors of the Legion of Heroic Spirits had used alchemical weapons from the wizard civilization in the Four-Eyed World, so they were no strangers to them now. Lee found the captain of the Legion of Heroic Spirits and inquired about any equipment they lacked. The Goblin Legion expressed a desire for annihilation grenades, while the Werewolf Legion sought Daoist long swords. Although the wizard civilization's alchemical weapons had evolved over the years of war, they were all wizard equipment. Regarding the alchemical equipment of the familiars, except for the wild orcs, which would follow the wizards, if they were all iterated together, the remaining families would essentially not iterate once every 100 years. Therefore, when it comes to equipment selection, some equipment produced by the goblins and the fairyland world is superior to that of the wizards. After receiving the request, Richard completed the supply list and handed it to the Battlefield Logistics Department, who then transmitted it to the logistics world. After all this was completed, the arrangements for the heroic elves were laid out before Richard. According to the general staff, these heroic elves should be dispersed to various fortresses to assist the wizards in their defense. Although the wizards' manpower is now less stretched due to the reduction in their defensive perimeter, this is only relative. While the familiars, synthetic beasts, and even alien slaves outnumbered the wizards, their proportionate disadvantage was greater. The emergence of the heroic elves could effectively remedy this. But Richard's personal opinion was that these legions needed to be concentrated and proactively attacked to annihilate the attacking mayflies. While watching the enemy assault the fortress was exhilarating, defending meant losing the initiative on the battlefield. Once the mayflies concentrated their forces, they would be forced to rush to the rescue, exposing a greater vulnerability. Blindly defending would only lead to gradual failure. Only proactive attack could turn the tide of the battlefield. Both sides had valid points, but ultimately, Richard, the commander-in-chief, overrode the veteran wizards of the general staff. Although the general staff was jokingly called the Grand Wizard's external brain, helping the Grand Wizard avoid foolish decisions, if the commander-in-chief insisted on something, the general staff had no choice but to comply. Soon, the legions were mobilized. According to Richard's instructions, the heroic elves began mixed training with the wizard corps. Although the heroic elves also have accompanying priests, they are of little use to them. The priest's magic can dispel the elves' fear, calming them, or even fanatically invigorating them. Furthermore, they can provide mild healing, which means they can stop bleeding and relieve pain. But soldiers who qualify for the heroic elves experience no fear unless they are affected by the rules. While their bodies may bleed, it's merely a simulated illusion. They may feel pain, but it's less severe than that of mortals. To kill a heroic elf soldier, structural destruction is necessary. For example, a single strike can sever the soldier's waist, a single hammer blow can crush him to pieces, or a powerful soul attack can directly shred the elf's soul. Otherwise, even without a head or heart, the elves can still fight like undead creatures. The bonuses provided by wizards are different. Using elemental magic, wizards can imbue soldiers with elemental protection. Wind makes their bodies lighter, earth makes their attacks heavier, and fire adds to elemental impact. Additionally, the mind link allows for closer coordination within the heroic elves. During squad battles, wizards' reconnaissance magic is far more effective than ordinary equipment. For the heroic elves, wizards are more practical than priests. Chapter 684. Mixed Forces? One wizard responsible for the blessings of 10 heroic spirits? Eld looked at the order from headquarters and felt his superiors were truly insane. Although his legion was severely depleted, and as the commander of only a wizard corps, he wasn't as well informed as headquarters. But he was certain that no legion in this world would be much better than his. Before entering this world, his legion numbered around 10,000, not counting familiars and slaves. But after entering this world and starting the war, his legion strength never returned to that level. Replenishment from above was never enough. This was a constant on the battlefield. All wizards involved in the war accepted this. But these were all reasons to abandon the wizard corps. The wizard corps was a war strategy that had evolved over tens of thousands of years since the pioneering era. Although the Council of Truth had constantly modified the organization of the wizard corps, adding large numbers of familiars and slaves as auxiliary forces, the core of the wizard corps, the Council of Truth, had never changed. But now, headquarters had actually ordered him to disband his legion and serve as an auxiliary unit to a group of heroic spirits. What kind of great wizard had the higher-up sent? Even the general staff couldn't persuade him. No, this is ridiculous. I need to find out what's going on. El clutched the order in his hand and turned to leave the barracks. He had to figure out if he had offended a staff member at headquarters, and that was why he was being deliberately punished. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous order be carried out? But as soon as he stepped out of the barracks, his communication crystal ball vibrated. He took a look and saw that the caller was none other than his old friend Lyle. Both of them were veteran wizards, who had fought in the early days of the war. After so many years of fighting, unless they lost too many lives, most of these veterans had risen to the position of Legion Commander. After connecting the communication, before Elt could speak, Lyle's unbelievable news came through the crystal ball. Elt, have you received the order? The higher-ups are disbanding my legion. Elt's old friend's voice silenced him. It seemed this wasn't just some petty act motivated by personal vendetta. The higher-ups were truly intent on dismantling their shattered legion. Got it, Lyle, Elt replied calmly. They're splitting up the legion and using it as auxiliary units for a group of heroic elves. Elt, this is ridiculous. If it were about reorganizing the legion, I could understand. But they're actually disbanding it. Lyle's voice was incredibly loud, forcing Elt to hold the crystal ball farther away. Okay, Lyle, keep your voice down. Go find out whose legions have been split up. I go ask my friends at the general staff what the nature of these splits is. I hope it's not a cancellation of the unit's designation. Elt ended the call, his eyes filled with worry. For a wizard, who had been born into wizarding civilization for centuries, it would be disheartening to see a legion commander reduced to idleness simply because of a single sentence from above. He lowered his head and found a communication number in the crystal ball. After the call was connected, an old voice echoed from within. I knew you asked me, Elt. There are many legions like yours. I know, Elt replied calmly. But I want to know what this reorganization means. What does it mean? The voice on the other side of the crystal ball paused briefly, then replied with a tone of sudden enlightenment. You're talking about the numbering and reorganization, right? Yes. Your numbers still exist, and your organization still exists. The current split is simply the Commander-in-Chief's attempt to verify his thinking. You mean an experiment? As a veteran wizard, Eld was keenly aware of the implicit meaning behind this statement. Yes, the Commander-in-Chief believes that his legions of heroic spirits, aided by sorcery, will demonstrate considerable combat effectiveness. This combat effectiveness could even rival that of wizard legions. He's completely crazy. Didn't you try to persuade him? Yes, but this Commander-in-Chief isn't like the previous one, a lab-grown figure. If you didn't know his resume, he seemed like a seasoned commander. Eld raised his eyebrows. He detected a strange emotion in this statement. Were you convinced? Yes, I was. His data seemed impeccable, and his ideas were incredibly advanced. We don't know if this is just some madman's delusion, but I don't think so. Eld was silent. Anything else you want to ask? No, thank you, Abel. If I make it back alive, I definitely invite you to the Pearl Deep Sea world. Haha, I'm recording this, so don't regret it later. No regrets, absolutely. After the call ended, Eld pulled a pipe from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. As the stimulant entered his alveoli and then circulated through his bloodstream to his brain, his thoughts became increasingly rapid. Experiment. What bad luck. Although Eld was deeply concerned about this reorganization, once he learned that the organization and numbers remained in place, he knew the decision could not be reversed. If the numbers were not abolished, it meant that this was merely a temporary organizational adjustment during wartime, the same operation as reorganizing the Legion. After this World War, if he, the Legion commander, was still alive, he could still rebuild the Legion. Members of the old Legion could also join the new Legion as its core. So, even if they reported this matter to the military, it wouldn't hold any weight. Buzz, buzz, Eld's crystal ball vibrated again. He looked down and saw that the caller was none other than Lyle, the one who had inquired about changing the Legion. The call was connected. Eld, there are over 40 regiments like ours. Basically, all regiments with fewer than 5,000 men have been notified. Yes, Eld replied calmly. I understand. The staff said the organizational numbers will remain. This is a temporary organizational adjustment during wartime. Temporary organizational adjustment? But, hold on, Lyle, Eld interrupted. We are soldiers, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. If the orders from above are reasonable and legal, then all we have to do is obey them. Do you think the military court's investigation won't reach you? Eld's warning silenced Lyle. After a long pause, Lyle's voice was filled with frustration. I understand. Old friend, shall we go see those heroic spirits? Eld tapped his pipe and whispered, of course, they are our future comrades. What are the reactions of the Legion commanders below? Richard casually asked Abel beside him, sitting in front of the map. Mixed legions are an unprecedented experiment. In previous Legion organization revisions, wizards were undoubtedly the main force. But now, wizards have become auxiliary units, which may be unacceptable to many wizards. Abel lowered his head slightly. They may not understand, but they are qualified soldiers and will comply. Richard smiled. The battlefield is indeed not a good place for experimentation. It's normal to have misunderstandings. Have you obtained the sorcery you requested from the higher-ups? Abel paused and replied, It's here. But, Commander-in-Chief, is your behavior really not against the rules? Since the war began, the Wizards' military merit system has developed rapidly. After hundreds of years of development, the military merit system has evolved from initially offering supplies and limited knowledge to a point where practically anything can be exchanged for merit. Richard's military merits are undoubtedly plentiful. He found several particularly useful sorcery spells on his merit exchange list and exchanged them for them, intending to distribute them directly to the hybrid army. Directly disseminating them would be a violation, Richard said calmly. But how much effort do you think it would take me to create a new one using this knowledge? As a fifth-ring Grand Wizard, Richard's knowledge of elemental magic was slightly weaker than that of a Grand Wizard at the Evocation School, but he could still easily master a skinning technique. Listening to his Commander-in-Chief's unbridled speech, Abel was momentarily at a loss for words. The Grand Wizard was willing to improve his magic and distribute it freely to the Legion. Even wizards from the Ministry of Justice would have to offer their righteousness. In the past, Abel had seen Grand Wizards who cared for the lower-class wizards. But Abel sensed that their concern was lofty. They cared for the lower-class wizards as a whole, not just the specific individuals who represented them. In other words, they could care for the lower-class wizards while simultaneously treating them like consumables. These were necessary sacrifices. Abel didn't think it was wrong. The battlefield was brutal, and the trolley problem was never a problem for a battlefield commander. If he were in that position, he would do the same. But Richard struck him as different. Richard seemed quite pragmatic. When discussing with them, he could calmly dismiss the hundreds of thousands of deaths resulting from failure as a necessary sacrifice. But this same Richard, after overwhelming the general staff, would discuss how to ensure the survival of more wizards in the event of failure. Richard didn't care about the lower-level wizards as a whole, but he did care about each individual. Hey, Abel, what are you daydreaming about? Abel came to his senses and bowed apologetically to Richard. My apologies, sir. I was distracted. Your spell model will be here shortly. I must now arrange the details of the reunion. Richard nodded. Go ahead. If you're too tired, meditate for a while afterward. The command center can function without you. Abel smiled and softly agreed, Yes, sir, Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 685. The Mayfly attack unfolded just as Richard had anticipated. According to news from the front, the Galaxy Mayfly deployed 10 level 3.5 battle groups. 2 of these groups attempted to cut off the Wizards' northern salient, while 4 attacked from the center, attempting to further extend the front. 4 battle groups attacked from the south, but the intensity was low, seemingly merely a diversionary force. Mayfly battle groups are divided into 5 levels, from level 1 to level 4. Level 4 is a fictitious designation, representing an entire world of mayflies, so the highest level of a battle group is level 3.5. These 10 level 3.5 battle groups are roughly equivalent to 100 level 3 battle groups. If all were fully staffed, the total number of mayflies deployed by the mayfly would reach 1 billion. This was the first time Richard had such a direct experience of the wizard civilization's predicament on the battlefield. 1 billion. And that's not even their full strength. Richard scrutinized the information compiled by the general staff and couldn't help but frown. The mayfly definitely has a considerable reserve force. Even if, according to the best-case scenario, the entire mayfly army were to attack this time, the galaxy mayfly would still have at least 1.3 billion combatants. Furthermore, the war has been going on for so long, their incubation pools are likely complete and operational. In other words, if we ignore them, this number will continue to rise. Great Wizard of the Purifying Fire, you truly left me with a good situation. But complaining aside, the situation was already like this, and no amount of complaining would change it. Richard could only do his best to prevent the situation from getting any worse. But what else could he do besides increasing his troops? To be frank, if he relied on the wizard army, he would have virtually no chance of launching an offensive. Hundreds of thousands of elite wizards were Richard's insurance policy, and he couldn't use them lightly. And relying on those filler wizards. Alas. Richard sighed helplessly. After learning about the education those filler wizards received, Richard had no hope for their ability to launch a frontal attack. 6 years of basic skills development and general education, and 3 years of formal wizard education. That was all the education a filler wizard could receive. This was even easier than producing a knight in the mortal world. Even so, the Council of Truth still felt it wasn't fast enough. According to information Richard had heard from Jimmy, the Institute for the Creation of the Evolutionary Path of the Constitutional Corona was currently researching a potion with no or minimal side effects, thereby accelerating the growth of mortal children. Starting education at 5 years old was simply too late. If growth could be accelerated, wizard civilization could produce more wizards before the end of the law. This holds great significance for surviving the end of the Dharma Age. But from Richard's perspective, it's merely a temporary solution. Wizards who undergo this kind of training can no longer be called wizards. They're merely oversized apprentices. Even if there are more of them, they're just puffed up bloat. This crude education allows them to perform spellcasting, but that's all they can do. They're not old enough to master magical power, which means combined spellcasting is incredibly difficult, and group magic is even more challenging. Unable to perform combined spellcasting and group magic, such a group would be considered a laughing stock in the age of plane expeditions. Even the newly established White Wizard Academy and its White Wizard Corps wouldn't be so bad. I hope my experiment succeeds, Richard muttered to himself. If the hybrid core idea works, then these filler wizards will at least have offensive capabilities. Commander-in-Chief, there's a call from the Northern Theater Joint Command. Abel came to Richard's side and whispered, they want to ask for instructions on the next steps to prevent disrupting your grand plan. Grand plan? Richard chuckled. I only have one direction, so what's the point of a grand plan? What do you mean? Abel asked tentatively. Richard waved his hand. Let them do what they want. I only ask that you preserve as much manpower as possible. Abel's face straightened. Yes. Northern Theater Joint Command. Your unit will be fully in command of the Corps. The General Command has only one request, minimize casualties. Looking at the instructions from the command center, Talia rubbed his eyes, making sure he had read correctly. Have those guys at headquarters changed their minds? Beside Talia, a wizard dressed in black robes and resembling a treeman exclaimed in surprise. Who knows? With the death of the Grand Wizard of the Purifying Fire, headquarters must have set a new Grand Wizard. This might be the new Grand Wizard's idea, said a necromancer. He sat across from Talia, and as he spoke, pale soul fire flickered in his eye sockets. That must have been Master Richard's idea. To the necromancer's left, an alchemist, his entire body transformed into an alchemical machine, spoke. Master Richard? What, do you know this new Great Wizard? The alchemist known as what sounded somewhat helpless. Don't you guys care about the change of Commander-in-Chief? Our current superior, a contemporary of ours, is Master Richard, the man who created the small floating city. After hearing this introduction, the veteran wizards instantly knew who Richard was. That Master Richard? Talia exclaimed in surprise. I remember he disappeared? How come he's gone now? What's eyes flickered red. Only God knows. We only need to know one thing. This master is incredibly intelligent. He's realized that preserving the land is futile. Preserving the people is the right path. And he doesn't micromanage. At What's last words, the wizards present were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, nothing else matters, as long as you stay out of the battlefield, the Treeman wizard said. Not everyone possesses the talent of the great wizard of the Sword of Victory, who can easily command the battlefield even from thousands of kilometers away. Hearing the Treeman wizard mention the great wizard of the Sword of Victory, several wizards nodded in agreement. The great wizard of the Sword of Victory is a rising star among wizards of this era. To emulate his brilliance, his status among the lower-level wizards is roughly equivalent to Richard's among the alchemists. Any wizard army would love to join the great wizard of the Sword of Victory, because he always brings them victory. But there are always some great wizards who think they can do the same and try to emulate the great wizard of the Sword of Victory's micromanagement skills. The result was heavy wizard casualties on the front lines, further straining the wizard's already limited military strength. Master Richard is worthy of being the creator of the small floating city. His wisdom and rationality far surpass those of ordinary wizards, the necromancer sighed. If the great wizard of purifying fire had Master Richard's rationality, he wouldn't have perished alongside the Mayfly King. All our lives are gone, so why bother talking about this? Talia waved her hand and stood up. Since command has given us free rein, the rest of the war is up to us. Joint Defense Circle Plan, activate. Boom, endless fireballs exploded in the air, sending ripples through the Mayfly's combined energy barrier. In the sky, the wizard's aerial combat corps engaged the Mayfly. After absorbing Forerunner technology, the wizard's skills had greatly advanced. The small metal spheres orbiting the larger metal sphere contained Forerunner crystal floaters at their cores. These floaters had impressive attack power, and were capable of combined spell casting. Through special training, wizards could manipulate these metal floaters to the point of emulating a Mayfly battle group. The floaters coalesced into a massive, spell-like model. Then, a bolt of white lightning, nearly piercing the sky, instantly broke through the Mayfly's energy barrier and reduced thousands of them to charcoal. In response, a shower of light beams erupted from the Mayfly battle group, each corresponding to a metal floater. But within moments of launching the lightning, the wizard had already maneuvered the floaters to dodge. The floaters, capable of three-dimensional maneuverability, were a formidable foe to any non-homing attack. A massive rain of light descended, like a meteor shower. But after the downpour, only a portion of the metal floaters were destroyed. Most were still able to continue fighting. And so, a new round of battle began. On the ground, a vast swarm of horned mayflies surged toward the fortresses like a tide. Behind them were swarms of hunter mayflies, a subspecies endowed with the magical aversion shield. Their strength, speed, reflexes, and coordination far surpassed those of ordinary wizards, making them the nightmare of any solitary wizard. Launch the earth trap. At the position commander's command, runes suddenly lit up beneath the feet of the horned mayflies near the fortresses. Immediately, the ground, over 500 meters wide and 10 kilometers long, suddenly turned to soft mud. Even though the horned mayflies possessed wings that allowed them to fly short distances, the sudden attack still sank many of them into the ground. But this was only the beginning. A sudden surge of energy emanated from the oozy ground, and the mud quickly hardened, instantly solidifying the trapped horned mayflies. Then, a saturating barrage of sorcery from the fortresses rained down upon the swarm, reducing tens of thousands of horned mayflies to ash in the trap. Inside the war fortress, young faces gazed through observation ports at the distant insect swarm with fear or fury. Under their control, the alchemical turrets, like enraged dragons, continuously vented their fury. But even with the saturating barrage of sorcery, some still slipped through the net. One horned mayfly, half its carapace carbonized, charged forward relentlessly. With a thud, the horned mayfly exerted its full strength, its demon-destroying horn piercing the fortress wall. But this impact also exhausted its last vestiges of strength. Before its death, a low, piercing cry emanated from its vocal organs. All for the mayflies. Chapter 686. Commander-in-Chief, this is the report from the Northern War Zone. At headquarters, Abel approached Richard, holding a document. Richard was multitasking, pondering rune formations, attempting to optimize his existing sorcery, while simultaneously considering which rules to fuse next. The battle situation occupied only a tiny fraction of his thoughts. Many times, effort and diligence don't yield the desired results, and the battlefield is just such a place. Staring at maps and sand tables all day, anxiously awaiting every report from the front lines, doesn't improve the situation even a bit. A skilled cook cannot cook without rice, which is Richard's current situation. Oh, I hope it's not bad news. Richard smiled, and took the report from Abel. Abel said respectfully, "Rest assured, sir. The wizard core of the Northern War Zone may not be elite, but they are battle-hardened. These bugs won't do them any harm. Richard opened the report, glanced at its contents, and then closed it. He looked at Abel and chuckled. Indeed, the fighting in the Northern Theater is very stable. The Northern Theater report stated that they had repelled 9 large-scale attacks by the Galaxy Mayflies. The most devastating of these attacks resulted in the loss of only half a fortress position. If the Mayflies maintain this level of attack intensity, they can easily hold out for another 10 years. But Richard doesn't need them to hold out for another 10 years. They only need another 3 months. The training of the Hybrid Legion has already begun. Waiting for its completion, even if the results are not perfect, will be enough to ease the war situation. Across the vast plains, the Hybrid Corps was conducting its training. Around them lay multiple magic circles and thousands of wizards. Galaxy Mayflies excelled at using light for reconnaissance, so even with celestial air superiority, necessary concealment measures remained. The Hybrid Corps had been training for 7 days, with the first 6 days spent on training. These 6 days had allowed the soldiers of the 2 distinct systems to gain a certain understanding of each other. The werewolves and goblins were surprised that wizards, with their humanoid turrets and multifunctional amplifiers, could be used as ordinary soldiers by the wizarding civilization. The wizards were also amazed at the superior discipline, rational tactical planning, and combat effectiveness of these indigenous soldiers, far surpassing their own. Despite centuries of experience with alien slaves, most wizards still considered slaves and synthetic beasts cannon fodder, treating them as comrades only when facing their own clans. The fighting prowess of goblins and werewolves surpassed the standards of slaves, even surpassing those of their familiars. These filler wizards had no doubt that in a one-on-one fight, knowing each other's intelligence, the wizards would definitely lose. After recognizing each other's abilities, the process of getting to know each other began in earnest. Because wizards were merely a supporting unit within the Hybrid Corps, they were not led by wizards. During training, wizards were also required to coordinate with the heroic elves as closely as possible. This was quite awkward for wizards. Wizardry's education instilled a great deal of confidence in their civilization, and these filler wizards, educated in this way, possessed an unparalleled pride in their identity. Even the filler wizards were the absolute center of their own fortresses. When would it be the wizards' turn to cooperate with their families? And so, friction began. Some wizards began to resist the battle, constantly complaining about the elves' tactical errors. Like-minded wizards even colluded, preparing to drag several Legion commanders into reporting the incident to military headquarters. Soon, their Legion commanders reported their actions to Richard. Most of these veteran wizards were from the Crusade era, and even a second's thought before reporting such behavior was a disrespect to their intelligence. Richard was amused after reading the report. Then the Wizard Military Court intervened directly in the training of the Hybrid Legion. Richard didn't care about the filler wizards' motives. In his view, they were just oversized wizard apprentices, perfectly reasonable to serve as auxiliary units for the battle-hardened elves. If they refused, the wizards had their own laws to make them understand that orders were paramount on the battlefield. Of course, some of the issues these wizards raised were real. After all, the heroic elves had never fought against the Galaxy Mayflies, and their response, based on data, was indeed flawed. After discovering this problem, Richard brought together several Legion commanders and had them communicate with their counterparts in the heroic elves to ensure an effective battle strategy. Through repeated discussions, the heroic elves' combat methods gradually became defined, and specialized training began. Quickly, 3 months passed. After 3 months of training, the Hybrid Legion had already acquired offensive capabilities. Every soldier in the heroic elves was an elite warrior. In the arena of the Kingdom of God, they had fought countless battles against each other and the simulated demons of the abyss. The presence of wizards merely gave them new combat techniques and directly increased their combat effectiveness. Wizards, on the other hand, were simpler. They were auxiliary units, their duties aside from maintaining the psychic network and buffing the elves. With spell models, this was even simpler than using a spell-casting attack. At the very least, a spellcasting attack had to ensure that one's own spells didn't collide with those of their teammates' wizards. In the Hybrid Legion, wizards simply needed to be able to cast spells. 2 million Hybrid Legions, these should be enough to break the siege. Richard reviewed the report Abel had sent, then stood up and walked over to the map. On the map, the Northern War Zone had been cut off from the Central War Zone. The black area representing the Mayflies almost surrounded the Northern War Zone, like a trapped white piece in Go. Richard had expected the Northern War Zone to be surrounded. The connection between the two war zones was not large, and the Northern War Zone had too many personnel. A retreat would inevitably involve the sacrifice of some men. Richard was unwilling to do that. He had too few wizards, so he had to be frugal. At the breach, the Mayflies had amassed a large force to prevent the two war zones from connecting. This was a cautious move, but this caution gave Richard an opportunity. Richard lightly swiped the map. The Hybrid Legion would attack from the side of the breach, a mere 100 kilometers away from connecting to the Northern War Zone. At that point, with the cooperation of the wizards in the Northern War Zone, the heavy forces amassed at the breach would be trapped. However, this process had to be swift, otherwise the encirclement would become a siege. The Galaxy Mayflies had an absolute advantage in terms of manpower and combat power. If Richard hadn't been able to resurrect his heroic spirit soldiers, he would never have done this. "Pass the order down," Richard said, turning to Abel. "Have the hybrids lead the way, and the elves will follow. Open the connection between the two war zones at all costs." At the same moment, the Mayfly King, far away on the other side of the world, suddenly opened his eyes. A premonition suddenly struck him. The tide of war had shifted. With the order given, 2 million hybrids and 3 million elves began to board warships for the battlefield. These warships were equipped with optical camouflage, making the Galaxy Mayflies' optical reconnaissance useless against them. Accompanying the warships were 2 small necropolises, the only ones the wizards could mobilize. The rest were in the Central War Zone, locked in a fierce battle with the Galaxy Mayflies. For this battle, Richard had mobilized nearly all of his available forces. If this doesn't work, then this world is essentially doomed. On the airship, Eld looked across at the expressionless werewolf commander, and a strange sigh welled up in his heart. Once upon a time, aliens were slaves, experimental subjects, and specimens. But now, as long as a great wizard takes a fancy to an alien, they can become their comrade, or even the one they need assistance with. What an absurd world. Elt. His friend's call made Elt turn helplessly. Beside him, his old friend Lyle was winking at him. A wizard thousands of years old, yet he doesn't know how to be dignified. "What's up, Lyle?" "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of a question," Lyle replied mysteriously. "If the bodies of these heroic spirits were simulated with some kind of faith power, could they be viewed as a single, obedient mass of energy?" Eld was stunned, then thought for a moment before nodding slightly. "So what are you saying? Does that mean that if these heroic spirits cooperate with that priest, they can surpass their abilities and unleash even more powerful divine arts?" Lyle spoke this telepathically. While the heroic spirit soldiers wouldn't die, it was somewhat inappropriate for a wizard to initiate such a suicide attack. That seems to be the case. Lyle was also bewildered by his old friend's astonishing train of thought. He truly didn't know where Lyle had come up with such a bizarre idea. If that were possible, when we encounter those bugs, we could just throw in 2 level 3 heroic spirits to break through their shields. Wouldn't that make the battle much easier? Eld found the idea absurd. But in this absurd world, such an idea and strategy didn't seem out of place. Obsessed, Lyle addressed the werewolf leader across from him. "Sue, my friend has an idea and needs your approval. Before I discuss this idea, I must clarify that we have no ill intentions. We simply believe this is a very effective method." "What idea?" asked the werewolf leader known as Sue. Eld tentatively asked, "What are your thoughts on suicide charges?" Chapter 687. Suicide charge? Sue's eyelids drooped slightly, and his gaze grew fierce. "As warriors of our Lord, we never fear death, no matter what the state." Sue felt insulted by Eld's words. He felt the wizard before him was questioning his loyalty and faith. Several nearby werewolves also looked over. Although Eld had used telepathic communication, they could still sense the change in their companion's attitude. Noticing this, Eld waved his hands repeatedly. No, you misunderstood me. My friend just came up with a brilliant way to break through the insect's defenses, but it requires life support." Sue's tone softened slightly, and he replied coldly, "Eld, don't ask such misleading questions next time. What are your friend's ideas?" Eld breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time in his life that he had been so nervous about a group of aliens. In a few words, Lyle's thoughts were conveyed to Sue, and his expression froze. He then stood up and walked to the corner of the airship cabin. Here, an old goblin in a black robe, a wooden staff resting between his knees, prayed silently. Anyone who approached him felt a warmth, like the spring sunshine. "Master Roka, the wizard has an idea, and would like you to verify its feasibility." The old goblin known as Roka opened his eyes. "What idea?" "They believe that Einherjar are mimics of the power of faith. If we use Einherjar directly as a power source, could we unleash even more powerful divine spells?" Roka's expression froze, But he was a seasoned goblin who had seen the world, and after a moment of surprise, he immediately began to consider the feasibility of this plan. After pondering for a long time, Roka shook his head. I don't know, but I think it's worth a try. We still have some time to travel before the battle begins, so I try this idea. Su nodded slightly and returned to his seat. Seeing Su return, Elt hurriedly asked, What did the priest say? Su calmly replied, Master Roka doesn't know either, but he thinks it's worth a try. Although he didn't get a direct, definitive answer, Elt felt a surge of joy. Although this idea had been proposed by Lyle, and the victory would be credited to Lyle, as a participant in the war, he deeply hoped that his own battle would be successful, even if only slightly. Then I look forward to hearing from you, Elt replied in his shaky werewolf tongue. Su grinned and replied, Elt, I look forward to hearing from you. Thanks to the vast plains of the wild world, the hybrid legion didn't need to worry about the battlefield or the terrain. Of course, they didn't need to fear an ambush from the Galaxy Mayfly. While the Galaxy Mayfly's light energy illusions were powerful, the wizard's diverse detection methods would always penetrate the Mayfly's disguise. In the Long War, wizards had rarely been ambushed by Galaxy Mayflies using illusions. This was one of the wizard's few advantages. After landing, the warship created an illusion zone with a radius of over 100 meters centered on itself. While this illusion wasn't particularly advanced, it was enough to deceive even ordinary Mayfly patrols. Hordeals and wizards emerged from the warships in droves, forming formations with astonishing speed. The hybrid legion consisted of 11 combat units, 1 wizard, 5 goblins, and 5 werewolves. The werewolves were responsible for close combat, while the goblins were responsible for ranged attacks. In the ranks, the goblins expertly mounted portable alchemical turrets on their bodies. This incredibly powerful weapon had both continuous and single-shot modes. In continuous mode, its rate of fire was not much slower than the alchemical turrets in the war fortresses. In single-shot mode, each sorcery reached a power level of 5,000. However, such a powerful weapon was rarely used on the battlefield. These weapons were the dusty, grimy stuff Richard had specially scavenged from the warehouses of the rear logistics world. The simple reason for their lack of use was their low stability. After a burst of fire, they were prone to melting on the spot, even exploding along with the magic essence tank. No one wants to use a bomb that could explode at any moment as a weapon. However, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as garbage in this world, only misplaced resources. This weapon is perfectly suited for heroic elves. Heroic elves fear no death. Even if they explode, they simply return to the divine realm. Furthermore, with the blessing of the priests, heroic elves can temporarily gain a boost in luck. Although this boost is slight, when multiplied to millions, the reduced losses are considerable. The goblins use alchemical turrets, so the werewolves' weapons are naturally no less powerful. The werewolves wield the weapon known as the Death Sword Type 3, a collaborative effort between the School of Necromancy and the School of Alchemy. Its blade is imbued with a high concentration of alien death energy powerful enough to corrode space, making it effective against both physical and energy defenses. The only drawback is its immense lethality. The death energy erodes both the enemy and the user. In other words, it can instantly kill both the enemy and the user. Due to this characteristic, this equipment is generally only used by a few great wizards of the School of Necromancy. These wizards typically maintain their own undead planes as their core. These powerful undead creatures, after being equipped with alchemical armor, are even more formidable than the average veteran wizard. But the Einherjar themselves are a distinct type of undead creature. While the erosion of death energy can cause damage to their bodies, these damage can be restored with a short rest. A legion of 5 million cannot be transported in one go. Even with a considerable number of warships, only 500,000 can be transported at once. However, these warships possess the ability to travel through space. With the deployment of beacons, the entire legion of 5 million can be transported in a single day. The mighty army unfolded across the land, but the Mayfly patrols a few kilometers away showed no sign of reaction. During their reconnaissance, the land was peaceful. The wizard's long-standing defense had long accustomed the Galaxy Mayfly's lower-level soldiers to patrolling and slacking off. Despite repeated warnings from their superiors about the possibility of a wizard attack, these little warriors paid no heed. How could wizards attack? These wizards would soon be exterminated by the mighty Galaxy Mayflies. Furthermore, high-precision reconnaissance was a challenge for the Mayflies themselves. Before the World Master, the combat effectiveness of a single Mayfly could only be described as meager. Therefore, most of the Galaxy Mayfly's tactics relied on group action. Group action implies coordination, and even though the Mayflies are highly skilled at this coordination, skill doesn't necessarily translate into trouble. Thus, deception is inevitable. After the hybrid army fully deployed, it began a steady advance. The 500,000-man army, divided into groups of 50,000, advanced in the designated direction. Unlike wizards and mayflies, the mayfly's battlefield is three-dimensional, and even those completely unable to engage the enemy can still contribute their energy. But even for a white wizard army, if the army is too large, many wizards will be unable to engage the enemy, rendering them ineffective as immediate combat forces. Thus, dispersal is inevitable. Elite squads within the hybrid army advanced as scouts. These individuals had undergone essence transformation before becoming heroic spirits, so even as heroic spirits, their abilities still surpassed those of ordinary heroic spirit soldiers. With the wizard's assistance, these elite soldiers were even more powerful. Why do I feel something strange around me? A mayfly in the mayfly patrol suddenly spoke through the telepathic network. Strange? In what way? One mayfly asked. Although the mayfly telepathic network connected thousands of mayflies, every word spoken by each could be clearly perceived by the others. I keep getting a shivering sensation, as if someone is. Before the mayfly could finish its words, a dark blade suddenly flashed through the air, instantly slicing a large gash through the mayfly maintaining the reconnaissance array. At the same time, a deep blue fireball appeared out of thin air and accurately shot into the gap in the array. With a bang, half of the mayflies in the entire mayfly patrol were reduced to ash. Enemy attack, defensive formation. The stunned galaxy mayflies finally reacted and began to organize their formation to fight the elite squad. But before their formation could even begin, a series of pitch-black streaks shattered it, precisely splitting the thousands of mayflies within. The entire process was silent, save for the explosion of sorcery. Then, a blade of grass on the silent plain suddenly bent, revealing a faint footprint on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, and the grass returned to its original shape, vanishing without a trace. At a leyline node, a crystal flesh hybrid over 5 stories tall trembled rhythmically. This creature took the form of a giant sphere, but within its crystallized shell was a blood-tinged, translucent flesh. Both sides in the war were human. The wizards needed rest, and so did the mayflies. While the wizards built fortresses on the ground, the mayflies constructed nests at each leyline node. The nests helped the mayflies heal, relieving physical and mental fatigue. Furthermore, they could serve as energy storage devices. In times of war, the nests could provide an effective energy supply during intense swarm combat. Otherwise, in large-scale swarm battles, the galaxy mayflies could easily find themselves in an energy crisis after just a few minutes of fighting. Inside the hive, in the patrol unit responsible for communicating with the various patrols, an electrical signal suddenly traveled through the nerves and entered the sensory organs of a communication mayfly. Why are we out of contact again? The communication mayfly lazily flapped its wings. Losing contact with mayflies was common, for a variety of reasons. But today's loss of contact was a bit too frequent. Sensing something was amiss, the mayfly relayed the news of the loss to its superiors. Unbeknownst to it, its superior was resting, and the signal was blocked by a signal valve. They had missed their last chance to survive. 10 kilometers outside the hive, the hybrid army had assembled. Checking the time, the goblin commander in charge exchanged a glance with the surrounding wizard leaders. Then it pulled out its crystal communicator and whispered, "Attack." Chapter 688. A deep blue fireball, packed with destructive force, crashed into the hive. Energy shockwaves spread through the hive's veins, shaking the entire nest. What's happening? The mayfly generals at the hive's core suddenly awoke, instantly establishing a mental network centered around themselves. Their compound eyes simultaneously lit up with a faint blue fluorescence, and the mental network, invisible to the naked eye, instantly expanded. The next moment, information from different regions and different mayflies flooded toward them like a tide. From this flood of information, the mayfly generals precisely sifted through it, selecting the information they needed. Enemy attack. Communications team, send a message to headquarters immediately. The rest of the mayflies immediately form a 3-tiered defense array. An old mayfly commanded. A mayfly who could become a mayfly general was naturally no fool. Although caught off guard, the old mayfly relied on instinct to make the most accurate decision. But often, the correctness of a decision can only alter the efficiency of the outcome, not the outcome itself. Millions of mayflies began to build a defensive array around the hive, while the communications team's mayflies also formed a communication array to transmit information about the attack to headquarters. But the next moment, a rain of fireballs exploded on the still unfinished defensive array, reducing hundreds of thousands of galactic mayflies to ash. On the front lines, the Mayfly battle group could confront the Wizards' White Wizard Legion head-on because of the array. Without the array, the galactic Mayflies would be creatures that even the natives could hunt and kill. Damn it! I lead the Horned Mayflies and break their formation. A Mayfly general flew out of the hive core and landed like lightning among the Horned Mayflies on the ground. In the previous attack, the Horned Mayflies were the primary target. However, due to their specialized shells, they sustained much less damage than the flying Mayflies. Horned Mayflies may not be highly intelligent, but this is not a disadvantage. The Mayfly general, leveraging his immense mental power, instantly commanded a swarm of tens of thousands of Horned Mayflies. Under his leadership, the Horned Mayflies, like headless flies, instantly gained a sense of purpose. The insect swarm, terrifying even the fortresses, immediately rushed towards the nearby hybrid army. Horned Mayflies are out. Prepare the ground formation. The hybrid army's formation immediately shifted upon command. Wizards and werewolves began to gather, each wizard responsible for the amplification of 5 werewolves and providing limited spell support. In the ensuing battle, the goblins' firepower would have to be fully utilized to stop the array of flying Mayflies. The ground-based Mayflies would have to be dealt with by the werewolves and wizards on their own. Watching the swarm of insects approaching from afar, the werewolf heroic spirits all wore bloodthirsty smiles. One werewolf habitually reached for his backpack, preparing to use a potion to boost his stats. After finding nothing, he realized that he was now a heroic spirit, and potions were no longer effective against him. Compared to the werewolves, the wizards' expressions were somewhat less cheerful. These wizards were all filler wizards, usually relying on fortresses and alchemical turrets to fight the insect swarms. This was the first time they had faced a direct insect attack with their bodies. Prepare earth traps. The wizards heard the voices of their respective legion leaders, their voices calm, some even sounding slightly relaxed. This kind of insect swarm attack was familiar to them. This was how they had faced the resistance of the alien natives during the planar wars. Release. At the command of the legion commander, thousands of yellow beams of light sank into the Zerg's path. Under the light's influence, the solid ground suddenly transformed into a murky mire. The Horned Mayflies, bearing the brunt of the attack, were instantly thrown off balance, their shells clashing with a metallic clang. Though the Horned Mayflies behind them reacted, their immense inertia still caused them to crash into the Horned Mayflies in front. The ramming horns used to counter the wizard's fortress were now completely engulfed in their own shells. A vibrant mixture of green acid and indigo plasma smeared the mud, painting the battlefield into a strange palette of colors. These bastard wizards. The Mayfly general, hidden within the Horned Mayfly swarm, cursed angrily, immediately ordering the Horned Mayflies to flap their wings and charge at the hybrid army at low altitude. Although the impact of the low-flying Horned Mayflies would be greatly reduced, their attack this time was not directed at a cluster of fortresses. After years of warfare, both sides had a deep understanding of each other's systems. General Mayfly knew that the wizards were all slave owners, and the alien creatures blocking their way were either their followers or slaves. Regardless, these creatures were at most armed natives, and would be absolutely vulnerable in battle. Sizzle. The inky blade of the death sword pierced the Horned Mayfly's thick carapace, making a sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. The blade's movement was as precise as a scalpel, accurately severing the Horned Mayfly's nerve center. Without its nerve center, the Horned Mayfly was instantly paralyzed, falling helplessly to the ground, becoming a stumbling block to its companions. The source of all this was the werewolf heroic spirit, whom General Mayfly considered an armed native. At this moment, the werewolf heroic spirit wore enchanted alloy armor that could adjust its color, and a shroud of invisible air currents swirled around it, even allowing it to fly short distances. Beneath this invisible air current, a thin, water elemental shield clung to the werewolf's body. This was a defensive sorcery known as Water Shield, which deflected and dissipated incoming energy attacks. The werewolf heroic spirit nimbly weaved through the insect swarm, like a seagull in the rain. Without the hunter Mayfly, the Horned Mayfly swarm posed no threat to the werewolf. Under the wind blades of the death sword, the Horned Mayflies fell even faster than if they had been subjected to a barrage of sorcery. These wizards created synthetic beasts to target Horned Mayflies? General Mayfly refused to believe the creatures slaughtering the Horned Mayflies were armed indigenous creatures. As a civilized creature, he preferred to believe they were humanoid synthetic beasts designed by sorcery specifically to target Horned Mayflies. Following the slaughter of the werewolf army, the Horned Mayflies swarm could no longer effectively impact the hybrid army. Fortunately, the Mayfly generals within the hive did not pin their hopes entirely on the Horned Mayflies. Under their selfless command, a third-level defense array was formed. Even if over 1 million low-level mayflies were reduced to ash in the process, the remaining 3 million would be more than enough for them to escape. Yes, the mayfly generals did not intend to engage the hybrid army. Mayflies always fight by crushing others with numbers. When they don't have an absolute advantage in numbers, the galaxy mayfly's fighting strategy is more inclined to escape. As veteran wizards, who had battled the galaxy mayflies for centuries, the commanders at the center of the hybrid legion had long anticipated the mayflies' countermeasures. The Goblin Legion ceased firing, and the next moment, all the Goblin soldiers switched their artillery batteries to single-fire mode. Buzz, 25,000 artillery batteries opened fire simultaneously, the energy waves released merging into a near shockwave. Tens of thousands of fireballs, each capable of carrying 5,000, swooped down towards the mayfly battle group like birds returning to their nests. The mayfly battle group unleashed a barrage of light, attempting to preemptively detonate the fireballs. However, even with a preemptive detonation, the dense fire element within the unit area was enough to trigger a firestorm. The mayfly battle group was no longer large enough to maintain both its defensive array and its absorption array. Boom! Over 20,000 fireballs exploded in the air, the sheer force of the impact illuminating even the sky. If anyone in the distance looked in the direction of the battle, they would have noticed a small sun suddenly appear on the horizon. The fire elemental storm rapidly depleted the mayfly battle group's energy. Even with the hive's replenishment, their energy reserves had been significantly reduced. Has the communications team sent the message back? It's done. Retreat immediately. The fire elemental storm posed a significant threat to the galaxy mayflies, but it also posed a threat to the wizards. The hybrid army wasn't very far from the mayflies due to the limited range of their portable artillery. While the fire elemental storm was draining the mayflies' energy, it was also dealing a significant blow to the hybrid army. This was a perfect opportunity to retreat. But before the fire elemental storm could completely dissipate, the mayfly generals witnessed a horrifying scene through the telepathic network. The synthetic beasts that had slaughtered the horned mayflies unexpectedly charged the skyward defensive formation. Enhanced by sorcery and alchemical equipment, the werewolves, only at level 1 and 2, were actually walking through the air. They moved as lightly as birds, yet as swiftly as tigers. In their eyes, General Mayfly saw a terrifying determination. Kill them! The array erupted with a shower of light again, but the werewolf spirits seemed oblivious, charging forward against the beams. The rain of light pierced the werewolves' bodies like bullets, but instead of blood, it flowed from their wounds, only tiny specks of holy light. After a round of light rain, the charging werewolves thinned out. Even with the protection of their armor, many of them fell apart. But there was no dullness, no sadness. The silent charge of the werewolves was a familiar sight to General Mayfly. It was the way they fought. The rain of light continued to pour forth. In less than a second, the Mayfly battle group had unleashed 3 volleys of it. The werewolves who had survived at this point were all lieutenant commanders. But someone eventually approached the barrier. The werewolf in the foreground displayed a sinister smile, and the 2 instant death swords in his hands suddenly emitted dense black light particles. The instant death swords were overloaded. Swish! The werewolf swung the instant death swords, piercing the mayfly's energy barrier. High concentrations of death energy could even corrode space, so what was a mere energy barrier? With the instant death swords at its center, the mayfly's energy shield began to rapidly collapse. No, the shield is breaking. That's high purity death energy. These things are fucking undead creatures. In the mental network, the old mayfly general frantically issued orders, and the other mayfly generals also realized the seriousness of the situation. The entire mayfly battle group began to shift formations again, recklessly disregarding losses. But it was too late. The goblin portable turrets unleashed another blazing fireball. Under the impact of the fire elemental, the barrier shattered by the death sword offered no resistance. The fire elemental storm returned, and this time, no galaxy mayfly could escape. Commander-in-Chief, reports from the front. The hybrid regiment's initial engagement went very smoothly. With only 7,300 men, they successfully eliminated several level 3 battle groups. Well, let's put it aside. Richard gazed quietly westward, his deep gaze seemingly piercing space, meeting the Mayfly King on the other side of the world. Finally, you can't resist attacking? The dark Mayfly King gazed eastward, a cheerful chirp emanating from his mouthparts. Let me see what you've hidden. Chapter 689. Move, Sprint Formation. The message from the Expedition Nest, also known as the Mother Nest, traveled through the Intermighty Psychic Network, reaching the souls of every galaxy Mayfly. The wizard struck, those turtle-like wizards struck again, the vast battle group began to move, and all the galaxy mayflies in the northern part of the wilderness world began to move. This is how battles between civilizations work. Both sides are masters of the world, and their every word and action can inspire millions to action. The galaxy mayflies began to gather, and the hybrid army began to advance at full speed. Over 1 million hybrids advanced towards their target. Above them, warships cruised like a school of sharks, detecting attacks from the sky. A special subspecies of galaxy mayflies possesses the innate ability to carry living creatures freely through the Gale layer at altitudes exceeding 8,000 meters. At this altitude, even combat airships would be unable to cope. Only small floating cities could withstand the violent storms created by the violent wind element and operate normally. The battle between the two world masters has begun, and now it comes down to who is faster. If the hybrid legion can open the connection between the two battle zones first, they can devour the galaxy mayflies within the breach, successfully forcing the wizard army to retreat and further strengthening the defense of the wizard-controlled area. Otherwise, the hybrid legion and the remaining 3 million heroic spirits will be surrounded. Unless Richard takes action, the heroic spirits will undoubtedly lose a considerable amount of their faith power. This loss could be so great that it could even deplete Richard's current faith power pool. But Richard's very first move sealed his defeat, and the Mayfly King would also respond. The war across the entire wild world would enter a highly unfavorable situation. This was a gamble on the future course of this world's war, the lives of tens of millions of mayflies, and hundreds of thousands of wizards. Mayflies spotted. Estimated number between 1 million and 1.5 million. The reconnaissance team's intelligence streamed over the crystal communicator, and the Legion commanders, guided by this intelligence, began adjusting their formations. 50,000 versus 1 million. This was no easy battle. The 5 legions advanced in a 3-2 formation, with the werewolves moving forward and the goblins gathering in the rear. However, thanks to the wizard leader's advice, the wizard ratio remained unchanged, remaining at 10 heroic spirits to 1 wizard. The wizards waved their staffs, casting buffing spells on the surrounding heroic spirits. At the same time, the accompanying priests of the legions also took action. They raised a flag within the legion, embroidered in its center with the pentagram of the rival Order of Miracles. The moment the flag was raised, the legion's heroic elves felt a surge of warmth. The heroic elves gazed at the flag in amazement. A soft holy light emanated from it, and all the heroic elves illuminated felt their bodies become stronger and more agile. What is this? Why haven't I seen you use this before? In the center of the legion, the wizard stared at the raised flag in amazement. This kind of magical equipment, which provides wide area benefits, is not uncommon in the wizarding world. But it could never be distributed to a familiar. And judging by the flag's effects, it was most likely some kind of divine spell. A power completely different from the wizarding system. What had the great wizard Richard been researching all these years? But their surprise was natural. Wizarding civilization's frontiers were vast, and something like the heroic legion was only used by a few worlds experiencing intense warfare. For ordinary wizards, the term civilization of the gods was a completely unfamiliar one. This is the heroic banner, which aids us in harnessing the power of our Lord. Then why didn't you use it before? The old wizard exclaimed. When formulating a legion's operational strategy, every bit of information is crucial. Often, a single missing piece of information can drastically alter the strategic choices of an entire legion. The goblin army shook their heads. It's not that we're deliberately concealing this, but we've only just learned of this ability. After saying this, he looked eastward and offered a devout prayer. Praise the sage, praise the sun. In the headquarters, Elisa's voice echoed in Richard's ears. The heroic spirit banner is a valuable technology. Remember to erase your memory after using it this time. If the God King finds out, I'd be accused of treason. Richard exhaled, a faint smile breaking across his tense face. What do you mean by treason? Aren't you also reaping the power of faith from the wizarding civilization? If that doesn't work out, I can trade my technology. Pure Forerunner technology, guaranteed the council won't find fault. That's a good idea. I reported to the God King later, maybe it'll work. Raising the banner signified a direct confrontation. The Earth elites mounted their portable turrets and continuously adjusted the launcher's angle. But before they could see the Mayfly battle group, a shower of light arrived beyond visual range. The Galaxy Mayfly is a master of energy manipulation. Even wizards of the transmutation school are easily outmatched by it. A shower of light descended from the sky, each one appearing exceptionally condensed. One wizard, recognizing the nature of these attacks, immediately shouted through the mental network, "Earth Elemental Guardian, a penetrating strike." The next moment, the ground beneath the legion's feet suddenly trembled. A vast amount of Earth elemental energy was drawn from the Earth, forming a gray barrier in the air. After years of fighting the galaxy mayfly, the wizards were naturally quite familiar with its methods. Just as there are thousands of transmutation spells, when it comes to the battlefield, Fireball and Thunder Strike are always the most effective. The galaxy mayfly's mastery of energy naturally allows it to create a variety of energy attacks, but when it comes to the battlefield, only a few are most effective. And the penetrating strike, the hybrid legion, is just such a thing. These concentrated beams possessed immense penetrating power. They could easily penetrate a barrier of 8,000 energy level against a wizard's magical barrier. If concentrated, they could even penetrate the magical shields of the White Wizard Legion. But wizards' greatest strength lay in their versatility. After careful observation and research by the Grand Wizard, the nature of penetrating strikes was fully understood. This attack was extremely effective against energy defenses, but its effectiveness against physical defenses was extremely limited. Typically, wizards would opt for an earth elemental force field combined with enchanted armor or alchemical power armor to withstand the onslaught. But now, the wizards needed to consider the Einherjar nearby, so they could only employ the more costly earth elemental guardian for group defense. The penetrating strike quickly weakened within the elementally enriched layer guarded by the earth element. By the time it pierced this protective barrier, its power was comparable to that of an ordinary arrow to the Einherjar. The penetrating strike didn't significantly slow the hybrid army's speed, a fact that caught the distant Mayfly battle group somewhat by surprise. What on earth were these armed natives? Why would the wizards provide them with protection, rather than the latter shielding them? But doubts aside, the battle had already begun, and it was bound to end in defeat. Under the command of the Mayfly general, the million-strong Mayfly battle group quickly adjusted its formation. The massive Mayfly battle group was divided into 10 battle groups of 100,000 each. This was a characteristic of all Galaxy Mayflies. Modularity. Galaxy Mayfly battle groups were divided into modules based on command needs, each responsible for a distinct mission. But unlike wizards, the Galaxy Mayfly's lower-level Mayflies are all-round soldiers. Even if a wizard targeted and eliminated an entire module of Mayflies, the Mayfly battle group could still generate a new module to replace it. Under the command of the Mayfly general, the 10 modules were divided into 6 defensive and 4 offensive units. The defensive modules deployed different defensive formations to cope with different situations, while the offensive formations began to interconnect, preparing to unleash a terrifying attack capable of penetrating the Legion's defenses. This was a very conventional, even conservative, response strategy. When facing an unprecedented enemy, focusing primary strength on defense is not a problem. It can even be considered the universal solution. But for the Hybrid Legion, this response strategy was a huge mistake. Allocating primary strength to defense assumes it can hinder the enemy's attack. However, if the enemy can easily breach the defense, then the extreme strategy of devoting all one's strength to attacking is actually a better strategy. The Hybrid Legion was such an enemy, and General Mayfly's misjudgment had already destroyed the Galaxy Mayfly's chances of victory. A conservative strategy, I knew it. An old wizard in the Hybrid Legion laughed uncontrollably. Amid his laughter, the Legion's vanguard grew increasingly sharp, with wizards and priests gathering in great numbers to counter the Galaxy Mayfly's next attack. The wizards gripped their staffs tightly, ready to unleash the Legion's shield at any moment. The priests, meanwhile, prayed continuously, the heroic spirit banner glowing brighter with their prayers. Release? General Mayfly commanded. The attack module, comprised of 400,000 Mayflies, resembled an eye. Within its pupil, energy spears exceeding 30,000 energy levels charged like raging dragons, one after another, charging towards the Hybrid Legion's front. Legion Shield. Under the command of a Wizard Legion commander, a massive magical shield blocked the incoming spears. 1, 2, 3. As the spears bombarded, the Legion commander's face grew paler, and the shield faltered. And with the impact of the 9th spear, the Legion's shield shattered with a bang. The Hybrid Legion's heroic warriors were completely exposed to the onslaught of the Galaxy Mayflies. Is it still useless? The battlefield truly requires sufficient wizards. Lord, protect us. The accompanying priests prayed devoutly, and with these prayers, the heroic banner shone with a holy light rivaling the sun. Chapter 690. The holy light emanating from the battle flag formed an invisible field. The destructive spears of light suddenly dissipated the moment they touched it. Divine protection, a high-level divine art of protection. Those who are afflicted with this spell can withstand any form of attack. The strength of this attack depends on the power of their faith. Under the influence of the heroic spirit battle banner, this spell was amplified into a divine force field. The land enveloped by holy light is a pure land blessed by the gods, After the Legion's shield shattered, divine protection took over the battlefield. The accompanying priest, carrying the battle flag, rushed to the front of the ranks, his entire body aglow with holy light. The spears of light were dispelled by the holy light, and in the intense light created by the spears, the priest shouted fervently, "Forward, crush them!" At this moment, General Mayfly finally realized that something was amiss. This wasn't the effect of divine protection. Its light was steadily fading under the bombardment of the light spears. To General Mayfly, it was simply a new Legion shield. A simple matter of breaking it. What concerned him was the Legion's fanatical demeanor. He had fought wizards for centuries, but had never witnessed such a fervent Legion. It was like looking in a mirror. The general seemed to see a swarm of wizard-like galaxy mayflies charging desperately toward him. Is this a new weapon concocted by wizards? Trying to test its effectiveness on this unimportant world? General Mayfly muttered to himself, but he didn't flee. He had received a message from his allies. 3 level 3 battle groups were rapidly approaching them. In just 20 minutes, the Legion would be within their attack range. Horn mayflies, scatter them. General Mayfly calmly gave the order. On the ground, tens of thousands of horned mayflies rose to their feet, their ramming horns directed towards the nearby hybrid Legion's vanguard. These biological weapons, specially created for the fortress, belched thick white steam from their vents, launching a desperate charge like a steam train fueled. Ignore the horned mayflies, break through the shields of the flying mayflies. The commander's command, flowing through the wizard's established mental network, instantly transformed the minds of all the heroic spirits in the vanguard. The wizards waved their staffs, infusing layer upon layer of supporting sorcery upon the werewolf heroic spirits. At the moment the spell concluded, the entire vanguard suddenly soared into the sky, to General Mayfly's astonished gaze. All living things have the inertia of thought. A group of creatures charging on 2 legs couldn't possibly fly. But despite his shock, General Mayfly showed no sign of panic. Even if the horned mayflies couldn't disperse the vanguard, they could still charge the legions in the rear. The divine protection field was already crumbling under the bombardment of the light spears. Once it disappeared, the charging heroic elves would be wiped out in an instant. Even a veteran wizard of the third ring wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits from a 30,000 level light spear, let alone these heroic elves, who were merely equipped with enchanted armor. The defense modules met the vanguard, a thick energy barrier like an iron curtain blocking the heroic elves. And behind this defense, there were 6 more modules. Can they break through? This question flashed through the wizard's mind. But in the minds of the heroic elves, the question never occurred. Break through the defenses. They either break through or die trying. The werewolf spirit's bloodthirsty grin reflected in the Galaxy Mayfly's compound eyes. Galaxy Mayflies were not bloodless, tearless, or thoughtless, inferior insects. They possessed intelligence and wisdom, just like wizards. A flicker of fear suddenly grew within the Mayfly. Instant death soared, overload. The inky blade erupted with pitch-black particles, and the highly concentrated alien death energy instantly destroyed the shield. The dark death energy spread continuously along the shield's energy structure, like the blackened veins on the face of a poisoned person. The first layer of defense was broken. Galaxy Mayflies were masters of manipulating energy. Unless they were aliens like the horned mayfly, they were extremely weak in the flesh. Without the protection of the energy barrier, the iron curtain of insects was instantly torn apart. Defend or attack? A question flashed through the Mayfly general's mind. The divine force field had vanished, and unleashing the light spears now would undoubtedly deal a head-on blow to the horde. But if he failed, the creatures would charge directly into the unprotected attack array, which was his position. But if he defended, he would bet that the horde of creatures couldn't penetrate the 6 layers of defense. As long as they couldn't penetrate the 6 layers, the vanguard would be effectively trapped. And without the vanguard, the remaining legions would lose their ability to attack. The swarm of mayflies wasn't even afraid of the concentrated spells of the White Wizard Legion, so how could a group of armed natives wielding alchemical weapons be any more formidable? The question flashed through his mind, and General Mayfly made his decision in an instant. The mayflies from the shattered defense modules merged into the intact ones, a new iron wall replacing the old, once again blocking the vanguard. Meanwhile, the attack modules were brewing a terrifying attack, aimed at the hybrid legion still in the rear. War isn't turn-based. Both sides can act simultaneously. Sizzle, sizzle. The death sword's blade slashed through the energy shield, slicing through the mayflies behind it along with it. The iron curtain-like barrier shattered again, this time even faster than the first. At the same time, the attack module unleashed a torrent of thunder. Balls of lightning, like tadpoles, erupted from the attack module, instantly enveloping the sky above the hybrid army. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded in the air, forming a pool of thunder between heaven and earth. The space within the pool shattered, no longer solid in the face of this fierce thunderstorm. Only the divine force field could barely hold it together. At the same moment, the werewolf vanguard broke through the last line of defense. Before a new formation could be formed, the Mayfly battle group experienced a defensive vacuum. "It's over," a priest said calmly. The next moment, a fierce divine light erupted from the heroic spirit's battle flag, and the already vast divine force field expanded further. Protected by the divine force field, the thunderstorm dissipated like spring snow. The Earth Elite spirits activated runes, and over 20,000 portable alchemical turrets opened fire simultaneously. A destructive rain of fire descended from the sky, completely engulfing the Mayfly battle group that had just emerged from the defensive vacuum. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds. The Earth Elite spirits launched 7 consecutive rounds of concentrated fire, essentially reaching the limit of the portable alchemical turret's stability. Any further use would have made them a ticking time bomb. The 7 rounds of concentrated fire concluded. The werewolf heroic spirits charged into the still-present fire elemental storm. At its center lay a massive sphere, its surface completely carbonized. The werewolf heroes charged toward the sphere once more, a cloak of flames fluttering from their backs. This was the wizard's fire elemental blessing, mitigating the damage dealt by fire. As the first instant death sword plunged into the carbonized sphere, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Then, the galaxy mayflies hidden within shattered their shells and fled westward like lightning. But alas, it was all in vain. A third-level werewolf hero suddenly hurled his instant death sword. The inky blade pierced the shells of the mayflies without hindrance, precisely slicing through the mentally damaged mayfly general. The wizards of the hybrid army had already assembled, waving their staffs simultaneously, casting spells at their designated targets as they had learned in school. The wizard summoned the active wind element, and a meat grinder-like storm pulverized the last of the Mayfly battle group. As the werewolf vanguard returned to the army, an old wizard glanced at his pocket watch and exclaimed in amazement, "The battle was over in 20 minutes. This efficiency is almost comparable to that of an elite wizard army." After a slight adjustment of their formation, the hybrid army advanced again. The bodies of heroic spirits never tire, while wizards are accustomed to using potions to maintain their vitality, and any energy lost can be replenished with magic essence. The army cannot stop. This war is a race of who can move faster. "Commander-in-Chief, the battle report from the front has arrived." In the headquarters, Abel rushed to Richard, holding a document, his face filled with excitement. "Sir, the hybrid army you have assembled is achieving remarkable results. 193 of the 200 hybrid troops have already arrived at their designated locations. They have also joined forces with the Sorcerer Army in the Northern Theater of Operations, annihilating tens of millions of galaxy mayflies with a single annihilation." Richard nodded slightly, but his expression didn't soften at all at the news of victory. "Is the encirclement complete?" "It's already complete. The elves are currently holding off the enemy, while the hybrids are tightening the circle." "I understand." Richard stood up, emanating an invisible aura of pressure. He looked eastward and said gravely, "The General Staff will assume command. That giant insect can't resist taking action." On the other side of the world, a pitch-black mayfly, over 20 meters long, flew out of the expedition nest. It gazed in the direction of the encirclement, its dark compound eyes filled with images of the hybrids. A low, humming sound emanated from his vocal organs. "What a unique legion. This thing looks a bit like what those old guys encountered." The elves might be unfamiliar to the lower ranks, but to mid-level figures, like the Mayfly King, it wasn't much of a secret. But no matter what this legion was, he couldn't stand by and watch his Mayfly battle group be devoured. The galaxy mayflies fear no sacrifice, even love it, but only when it has value. Valueless sacrifice is merely a loss. The Mayfly King looked toward the battlefield. A ray of light, emanating from his tail, slowly illuminated his body. A vast energy within him continuously transformed. Accompanied by a resounding insect buzz, a black storm surged from the Mayfly King's mouthparts, piercing space and flying towards the battlefield in the north of the world. But the next moment, a spatial tremor caused the black storm to surge out from a spatial rift. Richard held the hand of balance in his hand, his massive body covered in bony scales. His golden eyes gazed calmly at the Mayfly King, and the dragon horns on his head flickered with lightning. "It's not good to bully mortals. Let me play with you." Chapter 691. War in the interstellar realm is always a battle of soldier against soldier, general against general. Since the Mayfly King has taken action, the Great Wizard must also take action. Looking at the pitch-black Mayfly before him, Richard's eyes flashed with fear. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from this mayfly. This oppression even surpassed the level 6 giant snake he encountered in the four-eyed world. As Richard observed the Mayfly King also observed Richard. In the Mayfly King's perception, Richard was also an extremely terrifying creature. Even though Richard had completely restrained his life radiation, the Mayfly King could still sense the terrifying vitality within Richard. He was absolutely certain that the wizard before him had reached the end of his physical evolution, reaching the level of a level 5 creature. Formidable enemy. Two Worldlord-level creatures simultaneously labeled each other with the same label. The next moment, the two terrifying creatures instantly distanced themselves from each other. Richard's body rapidly expanded, quickly reaching approximately 500 meters. His scales were densely packed, and the runes inscribed upon them were as numerous as sea sand. In his hand, the obsidian-like stone rapidly grew, expanding the hand of balance to the length of a short staff relative to Richard. Even further away, the Mayfly King's body was also growing. While a larger body meant a larger target, it also meant greater strength, more stored energy, and a more resilient vitality. This Mayfly King had not undergone physical evolution, so its growth stopped at 200 meters. Any longer than that, and it would not be its true form, but rather a technologically created disguise. The Mayfly King looked at Richard, the energy within him surging like a river. The next moment, the pitch-black storm appeared again, but unlike the previous one, this time it was even greater, so intense that the entire sky dimmed. In this storm, Richard sensed death. A strong sense of death. This was a storm that withered all things, even phenomena like space and light. Space died, no longer able to carry matter and energy. Light died, no longer able to illuminate anything. This withering storm wasn't approaching Richard, but rather the living space between them was shrinking. The storm was being pushed towards Richard by space, but facing this storm of withering, Richard wasn't terrified. Instead, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Leveraging the unique nature of the death rule, I can temporarily disable other rules. The death rule can be used this way. I've truly learned something. He swung his staff forward, and a ball of light imbued with the aura of life burst forth from its tip, instantly dispelling the black storm that had engulfed the heavens and earth. Under this light, the dead space revived once more, and the dead light shone brightly once more. Rules must be used to deal with them. By forcibly offsetting the death rule, the dead can be resurrected and returned. At the sight of this light, the Mayfly King's compound eyes blinked, and a low insect-like chirp emanated from his mouthparts. It's actually a combination of the life rule and the radiation rule. You've managed to combine these two completely unrelated rules. The fusion of rules is extremely difficult. Combining incompatible rules is dozens, even hundreds, of times more difficult than combining compatible ones. The rules of radiation and life have little compatibility. They're merely rules that won't conflict. Without tens of thousands of years, a successful fusion would be impossible. This meant the wizard before him must be a very old one. He had likely come to this world to rest from injuries sustained on the front lines. Thinking of this, the Mayfly King felt truly unlucky. Even on the fringes of the battlefield, he run into such a ruthless individual. Richard had no idea what the Mayfly King was thinking, nor did he realize he was being labeled a recuperating wizard. At this moment, he was contemptuous of how to intimidate the Mayfly King. A newly promoted 5th ring Grand Wizard like him would likely be defeated in a battle against the Mayfly King, also a level 5 creature. This wasn't that Richard underestimated himself, but rather that as fellow civilizations, their technological capabilities might differ, but their depth was undoubtedly on the same level. However, if there's no overwhelming technical advantage, then both sides' experience, as well as their understanding of the rules and their own abilities, will be the biggest factors influencing combat effectiveness. This also means that older creatures will inevitably have an advantage over younger ones. Even though Richard possesses the miracle fire, it has distinct advantages and disadvantages. It can incinerate a level 6 creature, but digging a fire break can easily neutralize the miracle fire. Furthermore, using the miracle fire consumes souls, and if it fails, Richard's combat effectiveness will plummet. Richard is reluctant to use the miracle fire unless he encounters an enemy that cannot be defeated by conventional means. Thinking of this, Richard sighed inwardly. Alas, improving combat power through rune optimization is still too slow. I guess I still have to absorb the blood of other creatures, and then perform life editing. Life editing is a technique beyond the depth of wizard technology. Even a physical corona can achieve life editing through simple technology. To close the gap in years, this kind of technological suppression is the only way. Both parties were level 5 creatures, so their thinking was naturally lightning fast. In less than a millisecond, both completed their thoughts, and Richard even decided on his own future direction. At the beginning of the next millisecond, Richard moved. Richard's massive body suddenly glowed faintly. A vast amount of energy converged within him, changing its properties under the influence of the laws of radiation. Radiation represents the flow of energy. The faster it moves, the greater its penetrating power. Buzz, a beam of aurora flew out from Richard's palm, instantly transforming into a torrent that spanned the sky. Under the full power of the radiation rule, this attack, though only at the energy level of 500,000, was powerful enough to penetrate an energy shield at the energy level of 800,000. Even the Mayfly King couldn't help but feel a little nervous before this torrent. Sure enough, that old man. Such a powerful blow. The Mayfly King cursed inwardly, and the two tentacles on his head trembled violently. The next moment, an invisible field was released from his body. In his field, dead space and living space coexisted, intertwining and intersecting. Outside the field, an extremely solid barrier, within which the power of the death rule was so dense that it threatened to overflow. The next moment, an aurora pierced the sky, leaving a lingering mark. But after the aurora dissipated, the Mayfly King remained in the same spot, unscathed. The rule of death. What a shady ability. Richard recognized the Mayfly King's tactics, and his heart sank slightly. It wasn't that this ability was tricky. Rules could be countered with rules. It was simply a matter of exchanging coins. But what shocked Richard was the Mayfly King's use of this ability. Dead space cannot hold matter or energy. To matter and energy, this space is merely an illusion. Matter and energy cannot enter this space. They can only pass through it, as if it didn't exist, into the next space without death. By adjusting the distance between dead space and living space, energy and matter attempting to pass through it would have their paths distorted. And the barrier imbued with the power of the rule of death was designed to counteract the added power of the rules in the attack. The forces of rules can cancel each other out. Without this barrier, the dead space would instantly revive upon contact with the aurora. The Mayfly King flapped its wings, its 3 pairs of enormous wings like dark clouds covering the sky. Endless death energy unleashed from its body, and the gigantic Mayfly King suddenly became ethereal. Richard waved his staff, and a rift to the elemental realm opened. Elements from the fire realm poured out, igniting half the sky with crimson flames. Then, the sky suddenly shattered. The two figures moved at speed so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye. Even a level 3 creature could only catch a glimpse of their shadows. Richard provisionally named the Ghost Rule the Mayfly King's second rule. This rule rendered his form ethereal, reducing the damage of various elemental sorceries by half, and rendering physical attacks completely ineffective. Thankfully, Richard could counteract this ability through rule counteraction. His massive body edged ever closer to the Mayfly King, his massive fists gleaming with the brilliance of power. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the two behemoths reappeared. Around them, life energy and death energy entangled, forming one vortex after another of life and death. The collision of life and death was not as violent as the annihilation of water and fire, nor as violent as the annihilation of positive and negative. The collision of life and death was silent, the two distinct energies entwined after the collision, then gradually dissipated into the air. In the school of necromancy, this phenomenon is called Ouroboros, representing the cycle of life and death. "It seems you're seriously injured," the Mayfly King suddenly spoke. In the previous battle, he clearly sensed that Richard's combat prowess wasn't as strong as his basic qualities would indicate. If Richard's combat prowess could be described in one word, it would be adequate. Richard's combat skills were crude, his application of the rules rudimentary, yet his combat prowess was stuck at a level where he couldn't be killed without the Mayfly's sacrifice. The Mayfly King couldn't find a reasonable explanation for this situation, other than Richard being seriously injured and deliberately maintaining this level of combat prowess. It couldn't be that this wizard possessed a technique that rapidly enhanced his physical fitness, mastered some ability to rapidly merge two rules, and, with two complete rules, had swiftly advanced from the 4th ring to the 5th. This was ridiculous. Chapter 692. Richard was unaware of the Mayfly King's speculation, but adhering to the principle of losing the battle rather than the battle, he said calmly, "Killing you will be enough." The Mayfly King did not refute this, but a terrifying aura of pressure rose from him. "Wizard, overconfidence will lead to problems. While the number of Mayflies sacrificed in this world may not be high, it is enough." Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of the god's dimension within him began to stir. As long as the Mayfly King activated the Mayfly contribution rule, he would shake Ulysses over. But after he finished speaking, the aura of pressure from the Mayfly King did not continue to rise, but instead receded like a tide. But I don't intend to fight you to the death here. Dying in such a worthless world would be unacceptable even to those who seek death. I doubt you want to fight to the death in such a worthless world either. Richard looked at the Mayfly King, a playful smile playing on his ferocious face, covered in bony plates. The wilderness world was indeed a worthless world. It wasn't a hub world, nor did it possess many resources, let alone scarce resources or an environment. It was a small, ordinary world. Whether it was under their control or not was irrelevant to either civilization. The Mayfly King felt it was unworthy to fight to the death for such a world, and Richard felt it was even more unworthy. Soldier against soldier, general against general, Richard said slowly. The Mayfly King's antennae twitched slightly, and a light chirping sound emanated from his mouthparts. All right, soldier against soldier, general against general. With that, the two behemoths vanished simultaneously into the sky, leaving behind only a vortex of life and death that filled the entire sky, still spinning endlessly. In the general headquarters, the veteran wizards of the general staff were sorting through the battle reports sent back from the front, summarizing them and issuing new orders. This is a great victory. An old wizard, holding a completed battle report, approached Acting Commander-in-Chief Abel. There are at least 80 million galaxy mayflies in the encirclement. Counting those we've killed, as well as the results of the battles in the central and southern theaters, those bugs must have lost at least 200 million. Abel took the report, glanced at it, and then set it aside. No matter how well we fight, we ultimately depend on the Commander-in-Chief. With 200 million dead bugs, the Commander-in-Chief must be under considerable pressure. The Galaxy Mayfly's contribution rules weren't exactly secret. Those who could stay at the General Staff headquarters were naturally aware of them. This ability, where the more deaths, the stronger the World Master becomes, combined with the sheer number of Galaxy Mayflies, was simply cheating. Often, the Grand Wizard's combat prowess is barely different from that of the Mayfly King. Their deaths stem from the Wizard's overreaching abilities, forcing the Grand Wizard to choose a mutually assured destruction in order to achieve the best outcome. Don't worry about me. A voice suddenly echoed from behind Abel. He immediately turned and addressed Richard respectfully. Sir, you've returned. This is the battle report. The Hybrid Legion has achieved considerable success. Richard took the report, glanced at it casually, and set it aside. Well, very good. Arrange arrangements for the wizards, who have been withdrawn. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to have some peace and quiet for a while. Abel's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. To be able to say this meant that Richard had, if not completely victorious, at least not been at a disadvantage in his battle with the Mayfly King. Your Excellency is mighty. Richard waved his hand and returned to his seat. I haven't gained any advantage, and the enemy doesn't want to fight a desperate battle in this world. Let's build up our defenses during this time, and once we've replenished our forces in the rear, we can consider a counterattack. Abel was stunned by this, then said with a hint of embarrassment, Sir, you may not be familiar with replenishment on the front lines. Unimportant worlds like the wilderness world receive the lowest priority for replenishment. Unless all the battlefields ahead of us have been fully replenished, we won't receive any. Richard waved his hand. Who told you about replenishing wizards? I have 2 clan worlds in the rear, and they are currently under my direct control. They are currently training their armies, and any future counterattacks will depend on them. The Legion of Heroes, while useful, consumes a terrifying amount of faith power. After this battle, Richard's faith power pool was directly depleted by 1%. While this number may seem small, remember that Richard's faith power pool represents the accumulation of hundreds of years of experience across 2 worlds. This war cost the Goblin world a year's worth of faith power. Regardless of Richard's wealth, he couldn't use the Legion of Heroes as a regular army. The familiar Legion? Abel was taken aback, about to retort. But when he thought of the Legion of Heroes' performance, he swallowed his rebuttal. If the familiar corps were all of the same caliber as the heroic Legion, then it wouldn't be impossible to use them as regular troops. The hybrid corps has proven that wizards, combined with familiar and the right alchemical weaponry, can truly fight the Mayfly battle group head-on. After making his arrangements, Richard pulled a scroll from his pocket, wrote a few names on it, and handed it to Abel beside him. Have someone exchange these things from the rear. I'd be very useful to them. Abel took the scroll and examined it, revealing a collection of magical beast bloodlines. The owners of these bloodlines were all renowned among wizards. Some of these beasts possessed astonishing strength, some were incredibly fast, and some had impenetrable defenses. After the founding of the School of Constitutional Studies, these bloodlines, long studied by wizards, officially became the orthodox research of the school. It was called Bloodline Studies. Richard's terrifying life radiation proved that he was a wizard inclined toward physical evolution. But isn't it too late to acquire so many bloodlines at this point? Blending interspecies bloodlines to enhance combat power is a common practice among wizards. In Elite Wizard Corps, all wizards undergo a mandatory bloodline fusion before entering the battlefield, thereby enhancing the Corps' combat effectiveness and coordination. But for a great wizard, would fusing such bloodlines really be useful? These questions barely lingered in Abel's mind before being swept into the dustbin. He was Richard's secretary and a soldier. He only needed to obey Richard's orders, no need to question them. Yes, sir. I do it right away. Abel bowed slightly, then turned and left the headquarters. As the wizards from the Northern War Zone safely entered the Central War Zone, the once chaotic wild world suddenly fell silent. The galaxy mayflies, after months of frantic attacks, suddenly ceased their attacks. And the wizards, fresh off a huge victory, showed no sign of attacking. As the war-damaged fortresses were rebuilt, the wizards' defenses shifted daily. The galaxy mayflies' reaction was even more exaggerated. Aside from patrols, no one was found. Even with the loss of 200 million Zerg, the galaxy mayflies still had at least 1.1 billion Zerg available in this world, far from a major loss. But even so, the galaxy mayflies showed no sign of attacking. After the two world masters reached an agreement to fight soldier against soldier, general against general, the entire wild world fell into an eerie silence. Of course, this tranquility wasn't necessarily a bad thing for wizards. The wizards' defenses were now like a solid weight. Unless the galaxy mayflies could achieve victory in the astral realm, the calmer they remained, the better for the wizards. Headquarters, a small room reserved exclusively for the commander-in-chief. Richard sat in a chair, a strange humming sound emanating from his body. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from Richard's fingertips. Bang! The next moment, Richard's right ring finger exploded like a punctured balloon, its cells completely disintegrating. We really can't rush things. Looking at the exploding ring finger, Richard sighed and burned the disintegrating cells to ash. And in a fraction of a millisecond, Richard's finger had healed. Integrating the life information of other creatures into one's own is so difficult. How advanced must those Supremes' technology have been to create life back then? The more Richard studied the Forerunner's artifacts and technology, the more he realized the terrifying nature of the Forerunner race. This race possessed extremely in-depth knowledge of energy and physical evolution. He still hadn't fully understood the Forerunner weapons Richard had acquired in the Goblin world, the giant floating cannon used by the mechanical God King. And regarding the advanced technology of life editing, Richard felt like an illiterate. He lacked sufficient knowledge and data to discover it. The data Lon had given him was perfectly useful for those below level 4. But for the World Master, it was only a reference. Otherwise, the Asgardian laboratory wouldn't have been able to clone a single mayfly heart without controlling the quality of the finished product. Sigh, I wonder if the Dean found the database on life editing in the Savage world. If so, we wouldn't have to worry about fighting below the 7th ring. Of course, even with that being said, Richard knew that Constitutional Crown definitely hadn't obtained the life editing database, otherwise a direct descendant like him would surely know some information, and it's not impossible that this knowledge could even be shared. After complaining, Richard turned his attention back to life editing. He had obtained 7 well-known magical beast bloodlines from the rear. The merit spent on simply gathering these bloodlines would be enough to earn him a Grand Wizard promotion. The owners of these bloodlines possess exceptional talents in strength, agility, recovery, defense, energy storage, energy control, and poison. These creatures, at the 3rd level, have demonstrated qualities comparable to those of 4th level creatures. If the bloodlines of these creatures were combined, Richard's combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 693. Silent warfare was a novel experience for wizards. The wizards on the front lines built fortresses layer by layer, perfecting their defenses over and over again. But looking at the plains and sky devoid of enemies, they always felt a sense of dream. The galaxy mayflies had never been so peaceful. At least not during the brief years of the line-filling wizards. In the headquarters, the many wizards in the staff department were in a rare state of inactivity. Every battle report from the front lines showed no incident, and the intelligence sent back by the reconnaissance teams also showed no incident. The galaxy mayflies made no large-scale personnel transfers, nor did they withdraw personnel, sending most of their personnel to other battlefields. As in the previous intermission, they continued patrolling the front lines while building insect nests and hatching pools in the rear. The two great figures seemed to have reached some kind of truce. I won't attack, you won't attack, and everyone will live in peace. But everyone at the General Staff headquarters knew that the war was merely taking a different form. In the room, A subtle humming sound emanated from Richard's body. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. Bang! Richard's right thumb exploded, and the delicate scales and cells on his finger instantly disintegrated and shattered. Still not working? Richard scratched his head, somewhat frustrated. Although he had prepared for failure, 3 months of no progress was something he hadn't anticipated. So far, he hadn't succeeded in altering even a single fragment of his core life. Every attempt resulted in the disintegration and death of cells. He felt as if he had taken a wrong path. The path before him wasn't a difficult one, but a solid wall. After recording this failed experiment, Richard didn't rush to continue. Instead, he began to consider his own experimental path. His current experimental strategy was to rely on exhaustive inspiration. Using the information Lon provided him, he would conduct nonlinear, illogical thinking to arrive at a certain idea. In other words, he simply thought it should be this way. This experimental strategy relied entirely on luck, and was arguably the worst option. But as an explorer, he had no choice. Although the difference between a level 4 creature and a level 3 creature might appear to be only one level, in terms of bloodline, they were no longer the same species. When a level 3 creature ascends to a level 4 creature, its life core undergoes a massive restructuring. This restructured life core is more complex than the previous one, allowing cells to construct the powerful body of a level 4 creature. This complexity renders the knowledge learned in the first 3 stages essentially ineffective at level 4. Many of the life core fragment interfaces that seemed like panaceas in the first 3 stages simply vanished after becoming a level 4 creature. But if I don't use this kind of inspirational exhaustive approach, what strategy should I use? Should I continue to use extreme conditions and let the cells adapt naturally? This experimental strategy of induced adaptation allowed Richard to create a transcendental body comparable to a level 4 creature during his time as a third ring wizard. However, the life core of a level 4 creature is far more complex than that of a level 3 creature, so this strategy is also a gamble. I wonder how the Forerunners devised something like the dragon back then, Richard muttered to himself. Dragons possess the ability to store the life information of other powerful creatures, integrating and synthesizing it to create new offspring. This ability is essentially no different from life editing. Dragon? A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Richard. Dragons can gather the life information of powerful beings, and then integrate it to create new offspring. Does this mean he could exploit this characteristic of dragons and create a body primarily infused with dragon blood? Since he was already planning to integrate the bloodlines of other creatures, why not go all the way and simply replace it with a dragon's body? But Richard quickly rejected this plan. The body of rules has already merged into this body. After replacing the body, I must rebuild the body of rules. That's too slow. But the idea of replacing a dragon's body gave Richard an idea. Dragons weren't the only creatures capable of integrating information. The Abyss Demons were also a race capable of integrating the life information of other creatures. As Richard pondered this, he suddenly realized that this integration of the Abyss Demons was exactly what he was currently researching. It's just that the Abyss Demon's primary bloodline is that of the Abyss Demon, while his primary bloodline is that of a human. A dark red abyssal power suddenly emerged from Richard's palm. For a long time, Richard had been unaccustomed to using the Abyss power in battle. Besides viewing it as a trump card, his extreme vigilance against this power was also a factor. But now, the benefits of the Abyss power had outweighed the risks. Richard looked at the abyssal power, his expression becoming deeply conflicted. He was weighing whether it was worth it. The Abyss was no toy. If he played with it too loose, he could easily be corrupted by it, becoming a demon lord within it. But if he didn't use the Abyss, relying on his current, haphazard approach to research, it would likely take him decades, even centuries, to make any progress. In his mind, 2 conflicting thoughts clashed. After a long moment, Richard let out a long breath, his eyes calm and resolute. He said to himself, the path to power inevitably carries risks. In this war, power is absolutely necessary. Try it, Richard. The abyssal power is a peculiar force. In past experiments, this energy has exhibited complex properties. This complexity led Richard to suspect that it wasn't energy at all, but rather a projection of the illusory laws of the abyss into the material world. The abyssal power possesses the ability to benignly induce, while also enabling more effective life editing. Richard had previously been researching advanced applications of the abyssal power. However, every benefit comes with risk. While using the abyssal power to edit and induce life is faster and more efficient, it also exacerbates the abyssal transformation of flesh and blood. The irreversible nature of abyssal transformation makes this a highly risky endeavor. If the balance of abyssal transformation is disrupted, he will inevitably become an abyssal demon. Before conducting his own experiments, Richard contacted Jimmy via a teleportation portal. From Jimmy, Richard learned that the constitutional corona had indeed conducted research on the abyssal power, and had made considerable progress. However, because the path of the abyss wasn't what the physical corona desired, research on the abyss was halted. After obtaining the physical corona's permission, Richard successfully traded a substantial military exploit for his research on the abyssal power. The abyssal power is a very troublesome force. During the erosion experiments, it's best to protect your soul to ensure it isn't completely eroded by the abyss before a new balance is established. Otherwise, I have to consign you to the specimen collection. Even after hundreds of light years, the physical corona's suggestion gave Richard a chill. Becoming an abyssal demon meant he was no longer a wizard, and possessing so much information about wizard civilization, he would surely be purged from the ranks after transforming into an abyssal demon. Thank you for your advice, Dean. With the Dean's research materials, Richard's research on the abyssal power began smoothly. According to the physical corona's research, the abyssal power was indeed no simple force. The abyssal rules are illusory rules that can exist normally in the material world. They possess the same magical properties as illusory rules. Just as the nightmare power can simulate various objects, the abyssal power can irreversibly transform life into abyssal demons, causing them to rapidly evolve. If it weren't for the side effect of transforming into abyssal demons, the abyssal rules could simply be called the rules of evolution. Due to this unique property, when using the abyssal power to edit life, Richard didn't need to control it himself. He simply let his cells change under the influence of the abyssal power, and wait for the final outcome. Soon, a new experiment began. Richard's body once again hummed, signaling the onset of life editing. However, his finger didn't explode, but instead began to slowly transform. Richard's finger began to grow slightly longer and stronger. His skin darkened, then slowly faded. A layer of bony scales spread from the base of his finger. Atop this scale, Richard saw numerous golden patterns. These were the runes innate to Warcraft. This transformation lasted for a day, and throughout it all, Richard was immersed in the shifting core of his life. The power of the abyss was like a master carver of life, skillfully inserting various life signals into seemingly impossible incisions. This process often takes over 100 years for an abyss demon, often catalyzed by intense warfare. But with life editing, it was expedited. Finally, the finger completed its final evolution, no longer changing form. After a day of transformation, the finger had become quite unusual. Its skin remained white, but beneath it lay a dense layer of bony scales. It had grown slender, and its muscles and ligaments had undergone significant changes. From the outside, it looked as if it had been severed from another creature and sewn onto Richard's hand. Richard examined the finger, and suddenly twisted it violently. The next moment, a sound like leather tearing echoed, and the evolved finger was ripped free by Richard. The intense pain from the cut didn't change Richard's expression in the slightest. He placed the finger in a jar filled with nutrient solution, and began evolving it once more. This time, he needed to add some external conditions to the finger. He wanted to see if the ultimate evolution caused by the power of the abyss would change due to changes in the external environment. Chapter 694. Once the forbidden door is opened, there's no turning back. Richard had already begun the abyss experiment, and he must make this power count for what it truly is. To merely perfunctorily accomplish this would not only be an insult to his resolve, but also irresponsible to the future. Soon, a new experiment began. Richard, using runes, transformed the environmental conditions of life editing into various extremes. From high temperatures to extreme cold, from high-energy environments to high-energy radiation environments, even to high-death energy and high-decay radiation environments. Each environmental shift significantly altered the final form of evolution. Richard had underestimated the potential of the 7 bloodlines. Even creatures, like humans, contain information about numerous subspecies of humans within their life cores. Not to mention these powerful magical beasts, inherently gifted. In these evolutionary experiments, this information, hidden within the life core and unspoken, began to gradually unfold under the dual influence of the power of the abyss and life editing. Characteristics unique to various evolutionary tree subspecies continually emerged during the experiments. However, even after so many experiments, Richard had never performed extensive life editing on his own body. As a wizard, Richard had a clear understanding of his purpose. The power of the abyss was merely an auxiliary tool to accelerate research. His evolutionary experiments were not aimed at directly evolving a perfect form, but rather at exploring the secrets of life editing. While conducting his evolutionary experiments, His attention was always focused on the changes in the core of life. Every successful evolutionary experiment brought Richard a wealth of experimental data. After hundreds of experiments, both extreme and non-extreme, Richard had accumulated a bookshelf of experimental data and various conjectures. Based on this data, Richard's understanding of the life editor at the World Master stage continued to deepen. Snap! Richard calmly severed his evolved ring finger and placed it in a prepared jar. He already had hundreds of such jars, each one a treasure trove of knowledge. The pain of the severed finger didn't make Richard's face look painful. On the contrary, his eyes were bright, their excitement for the search for truth and the satisfaction of gaining knowledge overflowing. He placed the jar in the secret realm, and then turned his gaze to the magic book on the table. A quill was furiously writing on the magic book, translating the information in Richard's mind into words. After finishing the last word, the quill, which had been writing furiously, suddenly paused, then collapsed onto the page like a robot without a law. Richard closed the magic book, a smile straining his lips. Ha ha, finally. The knowledge of integrating the bloodlines of other creatures is finally complete. The superposition of life editor and abyssal force is more than a simple 1+1 addition, it's more like a chain reaction. The collision of life editor and abyssal force accelerates evolution, a process that, even with energy acceleration, would take tens of thousands of years to mere weeks or even days. In less than 2 years, Richard had recorded data that would have required hundreds of laboratories for the forerunners to simultaneously record tens of thousands of years. Richard integrated, analyzed, and summarized this data, ultimately transforming it into the magic book before him. This is the powerful foundation of civilization. Every civilization explores the mysteries of this world, the secrets hidden behind every phenomenon. This applies to the civilization of the gods, the civilization of the abyss, the galactic mayflies, and even wizards. Richard sealed the magic book in his hand, and then sent it into his own secret realm. Every great wizard possesses a hidden gem of sorcery, the culmination of their research and a legacy. In the past, Richard could only rely on his rudimentary life editing. Now, he finally has the confidence to declare to others, I also have my own inherited sorcery. Putting the book away, Richard finally began bloodline integration. Over the past 100 experiments, he had accumulated a wealth of data. Therefore, bloodline integration was not a difficult task for him. He had already selected the necessary life information. All that remained was to ensure that it did not conflict with each other. This might be complex, but compared to the dozens or even hundreds of years of experimentation and cultivation undertaken by other great wizards, and even world masters of other civilizations, this complexity pales in comparison. As the life editing process began, Richard's life core began to tremble. Fragments of the life core, carrying different life information, separated from the entire core and filled the corresponding gaps. At the same time, dark red lines resembling abyssal runes gradually began to appear on Richard's body. Even though Richard hadn't integrated his entire body in the past 100 or so experiments, using the power of the abyss to edit his life would inevitably exacerbate the abyssalization. These lines are the marks of the abyss. However, due to the advice of the constitutional corona, Richard used dimensional sorcery to protect his soul between life editing sessions. The power of the abyss and the power of the illusory dimension are essentially the same. Under the protection of the wizard's dimensional power, the contamination of the abyss was firmly isolated from his soul. Before, these marks were only faintly visible. But as the bloodline of his entire body merged, they gradually became clearer. On his soul, wisps of abyssal power, like tentacles, constantly attempted to penetrate Richard's soul, tampering with his essence and transforming it into an abyssal demon. But each incursion was met by a rune wall guarding his soul. As the integration progressed, these abyssal powers began to become increasingly active, and even a dark red power began to seep out into the void. These powers shared the same origin as the abyssal power, yet were even more profound. Unknown light years away, in the gloomy world of the abyss, a massive demon, towering like a tower, suddenly opened its eyes. Across its vast body, hundreds of thousands of eyes simultaneously opened, ranging from insect compound eyes to human eyes to the artificial eyes of deep-sea creatures. At that moment, this strange creature seemed to sense something. Monitor, why is the abyss suddenly active? A voice boomed from behind the demon covered in eyes. A figure as tall as a mountain, covered in various forms of mouthparts. A mental wave emanated from the monitor's body. Devour. The abyss has noticed a creature. However, this creature is not an abyss demon. Not an abyss demon? The demon known as the Devourer was startled. Abyss demons were the creatures most in accordance with the abyss's rules. Creatures other than abyss demons could never attract the abyss's gaze. Yes, my eyes can see all abyss demons. I can confirm that every one of them is being watched. What about the source power? It's constantly draining away. The abyss has set its sights on that creature trying to seize it. Wizard Dimension, City of Eternal Truth. The secret keeper suddenly appeared, without the arrival of a grand wizard. At this moment, his face was filled with fury, and the veins in his hand gripping the book bulged. Private property is inviolable. You damn thief, get your hands off the wizard. With this, the secret keeper hurled the magic book in his hand, slamming it into a blood-red tentacle within the dimension. Richard was no ownerless native. He was a wizard of the wizard civilization, a property of the wizard civilization. The property of the wizard civilization is inviolable. At the same time, in the pantheon of the gods dimension, an angel formed from holy light appeared before Richard's statue. As a creature simultaneously possessing a presence in two civilizations, the encroachment of the abyssal will had also attracted the attention of the gods dimension. You scum of the abyss, how dare you forcibly corrupt a god? A spear of holy light appeared in the angel's hand, and it hurled it fiercely. In the void, the abyssal will, freshly stunned by the keeper of secrets, was fiercely pinned to the void by the holy light spear. One creature, 3 dimensions. Even in the history of the 3 civilizations, this had never happened before. 3 dimensions clashed endlessly outside Richard's soul. Although the wizard dimension and the god dimension were each equally powerful as the abyss dimension, the wizard dimension, constrained by war, could not mobilize significant dimensional power. Furthermore, the god dimension's power, limited by its connections, could rival the abyss dimensions. However, Richard, not a member of the god civilization, could not devote unlimited dimensional power. Under these constraints, the 3-dimensional forces unexpectedly forged a delicate balance in their struggle. The abyss dimension's power was not completely expelled, but instead took root within Richard's flesh, while the god dimensions and wizard dimension's power firmly secured Richard's soul. After an unknown amount of time, Richard's body suddenly erupted with a powerful wave of energy. A noticeable flow of energy appeared throughout the headquarters, and even within the hundreds of kilometers surrounding it. Richard's bloodline integration was finally complete. It's finally done. Richard opened his eyes, a hint of relief on his face. After the integration and adjustments, his body had undergone a significant transformation, its overall combat effectiveness having been significantly improved. While there were still some areas of conflict, they were minor and insignificant. Abyssal Combat Body 1.0 completed. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Richard stood up and casually said, "Do your best, Abel." "Caw-caw." The door swung open, and Abel, clad in a black robe, cautiously entered the room. "Commander-in-Chief, what happened just now?" Abel's voice suddenly stopped. Richard looked at him, only to see the old wizard, who was actually older than Richard, with a look of horror on his face. As Richard stared, Abel uttered a trembling word. "Who are you?" Chapter 695. Who am I? Richard was somewhat bewildered by Abel's question. Bloodline integration does indeed cause changes in appearance, but Abel was a veteran wizard from the Crusade era. How could he not have even this much knowledge? Your question is truly strange. Haven't you ever seen bloodline integration? The shock on Abel's face slowly faded, but the wariness in his eyes remained. He slowly shook his head and said, "Sir, you better look at yourself before you speak." What did he look like? A vast spiritual force surged from his body, acting as a mirror, allowing Richard to clearly see his transformation. And this sight stunned Richard himself. Dark red skin, ferocious dragon horns, and the faintly visible abyssal runes. If it were anyone else, Richard would have undoubtedly declared this an abyssal demon. This was no longer a bloodline integration. It was a complete transformation into another creature. But this was his own body. He was certain that his life integration hadn't failed, and his soul hadn't been corrupted by the abyss. But why did he now look like an abyss demon? This appearance, this aura, were definitely something only a pure abyss demon could possess. A creature like him, with a still pure soul, could never have become like this. What exactly happened? Richard was silent for a moment, his mind a jumble of possibilities, like a ball of yarn with no threads. But there was no doubt that, no matter what had happened, his first priority was to stabilize the morale of his troops. Well, this change is indeed quite significant. But without a doubt, I am still Richard, your commander-in-chief. Richard's relaxed tone slightly relaxed Abel's tense body. He looked at Richard with a hint of caution and said slowly, "Sir, I think it would be best if you requested to return to the rear. Your appearance could easily lead to misunderstandings." Richard nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling Abel to leave. After he left, Richard's expression immediately darkened. The five-ring great wizard's immense mental power surged forth again. This time, Richard examined every cell in his body, from his head to his feet. The results were rather horrifying. His vital core remained unchanged. In other words, this abyssal demon-like appearance had nothing to do with his vital information. But a living being's physical appearance couldn't possibly be unrelated to its life information. What the hell is going on? A flash of panic flashed through Richard's mind. Although he had anticipated the abyssal erosion, the current situation was beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a question crossed Richard's mind. What exactly is abyssal erosion? All the external manifestations of the flesh are related to the information carried by the life core within its cells. Until now, Richard had always believed that the transformation of a living being into an abyssal creature by abyssal erosion was primarily a matter of altering its life core. But now, this view was clearly wrong. Every adjustment to Richard's life core was his own. There was no such thing as an adjustment he was unaware of. But if the abyssal corrosion actually erodes the soul, then that's also not true. He was certain that his soul hadn't been eroded by the abyss, or rather, that his corroded state hadn't changed in the slightest. Could it be that the abyssal corrosion has nothing to do with either the soul or the body? It depends entirely on the amount of abyssal power. As long as the abyssal power is sufficient, even if the soul isn't corroded, the body will be transformed into an abyssal demon. Richard could sense that after completing his bloodline integration, the abyssal power circulating within him had spread throughout his body, blending with his own energy circulation. Let's try to suppress the abyssal power first. It's really hard to get things done in this state. Although he now looked more human than many bloodline-transformed wizards, the change in temperament brought about by the abyssal power made Richard appear completely different from a wizard. While this wouldn't affect the wizarding elite's judgment of Richard, it would certainly affect the impression of him among mortals. Especially since Richard was a goblin god, and the goblins and the abyss had an unforgettable blood feud. His transformation into an abyssal demon was a devastating blow to the order of miracles, directly impacting his replenishment of the power of faith. But how could he suppress this abyssal power? As he pondered this, a gravitational force suddenly emerged from the void, tugging at Richard's body and soul. The abyssal power within him, drawn by this gravitational force, flowed out of Richard's body, forming a pitch-black vortex in the air. Then, the gravitational force suddenly intensified. It was as if a black hole lay behind the vortex, devouring everything in the world. What is this? Why does it look so much like? Richard's left eye began to bloom, and the dark vortex's cover gradually peeled away, revealing its true nature hidden behind the veil. A dimensional portal. A dimensional portal formed by the power of the abyss. It went without saying that the abyssal dimension lay beyond this portal. And given the unique nature of the abyssal power, it might even be the abyssal world. Richard swallowed and immediately mobilized the dimensional power within him, preparing to shatter the portal. As a deity of the god civilization, Richard couldn't imagine what it would be like to enter the abyssal world. But just as he was about to shatter the portal, he suddenly stopped. If the wizard civilization can establish diplomatic relations with the god civilization, could it also establish diplomatic relations with the abyssal civilization? Due to Elisa's influence, Richard didn't have a favorable impression of creatures like the abyssal demon. But impressions were impressions. Civilizations were governed by interests, not emotions. To the wizard civilization, there's not much difference between the abyss civilization and the god civilization. It's simply a matter of different evolutionary paths. The wizard civilization can trade with the god civilization, acquiring heroic elves as troops. So, could they also strike a deal with the abyss civilization, allowing abyssal demons to fill the gap for the wizards? While it might sound unpleasant, the wizard civilization's front line is indeed retreating. Based on this, the wizards don't need to worry about the abyssal erosion caused by the abyssal demons. It can even cause significant trouble for the galaxy mayflies, effectively killing two birds with one stone. However, this good thing for wizards wasn't so good for Richard. Establishing a deal with the abyss was a disguised form of aiding it. And Ulysses held a deep hatred for the abyss. This inexplicably gave Richard a sense of guilt. After a moment's silence, Richard expressionlessly shattered the vortex. He used the power of the gods to contact Ulysses, who was far away in the goblin world. Ulysses, I have an idea you should know. Huh? Atop the Church of Miracles, Ulysses, leisurely basking in the sun, let out a puzzled cry. My Lord God, what earth-shattering event are you about to undertake? Although our pantheon has grown, it cannot withstand. It has nothing to do with the church. This further perplexed Ulysses. What's that? My experiment went awry, allowing me to enter the abyssal world. So, I intend to use this opportunity to establish contact between the two civilizations. No pretense, no explanation, not even a hint of emotion. Richard, in a remarkably restrained and calm voice, conveyed his thoughts to Ulysses. A heart-wrenching silence followed. After a long moment, Ulysses' voice rang in Richard's ear. My friend, I'm deeply touched that you've shared this decision so openly with me. As a friend, I'm also frank with you. Do what you feel is right. We are not individuals. We all carry the lives of millions of people on our shoulders. Personal emotion shouldn't cloud our judgment. Wizard Dimension, City of Eternal Truth. A massive rune-encrusted gate slowly opened, and Richard journeyed through the dimension into the heart of this wizarding civilization. The moment he appeared, the secret keeper also appeared. He treated Richard with the same respectful demeanor as always, but when he sensed the power of the abyss within Richard, he suddenly tightened his grip on the magic book. Richard keenly noticed this. He suddenly turned toward the secret keeper, his gaze fierce as thunder. Secret keeper, what do you think of this power within me? The secret keeper paused, then spoke slowly, though I detest this damn thief. This power is now within your reach, so I will not forcefully expel it. Thief? It seems you didn't notice that during your bloodline transformation, the source of this power attempted to invade your soul and transform you into its slave. I and another dimension simultaneously blocked it, but for some reason, we were unable to completely suppress it, allowing it to take root within your body. I deeply apologize for this. The secret keeper bowed slightly to Richard. Invading the soul, transforming into a slave, taking root within the body. The secret keeper's words instantly made Richard understand his situation. Cold sweats broke out in his veins. I've actually been targeted by the abyss's origin. Luckily, I'm a civilized person, otherwise I would have been caught. Another rune-marked gate slowly opened, and Jimmy, shrouded in thunder and resembling a mythical thunder giant, emerged, accompanied by a sturdy white bear. Entering the wizard dimension, the white bear approached Richard and said with a hint of joy, I knew leaving behind a clone would be useful. What have you discovered in your research into the abyss? As he spoke, the white bear, now at Richard's side, patted his arm. Although this body was merely a beast puppet, the Corona could still sense the immense power contained within Richard's form. The only drawback was that the power of the abyss was so intense that he no longer looked like a wizard. Richard nodded slightly, but then shook his head. Dean, I have indeed discovered some things while researching the abyss, but my purpose for this visit is unrelated. A minor incident occurred during my research, causing the abyssal civilization to mistake me for a wizard, the abyssal demon, and they are now summoning me into the abyssal world. You are familiar with the characteristics of the abyssal demon, and I think this may be of some help to us. Chapter 696. Silence, a heart-wrenching silence. Corona Virtue's silence made Richard's heart beat faster. Whether this matter succeeded or failed, it would only benefit him, with no losses. But for some reason, Richard felt a strange palpitation in his heart, as if Corona Virtue's next words would change the course of his life. After a moment's silence, Corona Virtue nodded slightly. Richard, you always surprise me. Collaborating with the Abyss civilization is indeed worth a try for us. With that, Corona Virtue looked at the Keeper. I will convene a truth conference. The Keeper bowed slightly. As you wish. Unlike the God civilization, Richard's knowledge of the Abyss civilization was limited. But the mere glimpse of its characteristics had already piqued the interest of many truth wizards. What a civilization with terrifying potential. Corona Virtue said with a hint of amazement after hearing Richard's description. Even the most clueless wizard could see the potential of the abyssal civilization's rapid evolution and world infection. If only the galaxy mayflies could prioritize individual strength like these creatures. The clone, located in the Corona undead constellation to the left of the alchemical Corona, let out a strange laugh. For the school of necromancy, the remains of powerful creatures are precious treasures. Most subspecies of galaxy mayflies are individually very weak. Even if revived by necromancy, their combat effectiveness is inferior to that of ordinary indigenous corpses. This characteristic makes the necromancy school, a school that should have shined in war, worthy of continued support. World infection. This ability is quite good. At the innermost edge of the round table, a somewhat comical straw figure suddenly spoke. This was the incarnation of the cursed Corona. Past actions against the savage world failed to slay the terrifying demon lord, allowing it to escape into the infinite dimension. The wizard naturally couldn't allow such a terrifying creature to recover and seek revenge. So, the cursed Corona retreated from the front lines, and began hunting the demon lord in the infinite dimension. I feel this ability will be of great use to me. I support establishing contact. Seeing the cursed Corona's statement, The remaining truth wizards no longer hesitated. Although the transmutation corona and the alchemy corona were embroiled in a power struggle, the two coronas were never foolish when it came to matters that benefited the entire wizarding civilization. However, as he expressed his opinion, Richard sensed a strange look in the transmutation corona's eyes. The Truth Council unanimously approved the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Abyss civilization. Naturally, the responsibility for liaison fell to Richard. The council didn't set a deadline for Richard's death, merely requiring him to contact the Abyssal civilization as soon as possible. The Council of Truth would do its utmost to provide the resources required. The meeting concluded, and the numerous Corona clones departed. But before leaving, the physical Corona suddenly produced a scroll from thin air and handed it to Richard. Don't be foolish enough to charge into the opposing base camp. If the Overlord notices, crushing you would be no easier than crushing a bug. This is a connection ritual, left to me by an Abyssal Lord when I left the Abyssal civilization. I just checked, and the Lord is still alive. Richard was stunned and quickly caught the scroll. He had originally planned to ask Ulysses if there were any special fishing rituals. Unexpectedly, the physical Corona solved the problem for him. Haha, how come the Dean has everything? The physical Corona smiled with a certain smugness. Although his collection was a bit modest compared to the other great wizards, compared to them, his collection could only be described as profound and extensive. Good work. The physical Corona patted Richard's shoulder. You've made significant contributions in this war. After the war, brush up on your knowledge. With your contributions, the only one who can rival you for a seat in the truth is the Sword of Victory. Richard scratched his head and laughed. You're talking too far ahead. Achieving truth. Far? I don't think so. The physical Corona shook his head. When I first conceived the idea of a truth wizard, I was only 1,000 or 2,000 years older than you. Back then, I wasn't even a fifth ring wizard, just a newly promoted great wizard. He patted Richard's shoulder again. Truth is no longer out of reach for you. Huh, you look like this. Looking at Richard, even with his body controlling his features to conceal his features, Ulysses couldn't resist the aura of the abyss. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't even move closer to the shoulder he usually stood on. I'm also trying to figure this out, Richard said somewhat helplessly. But before we can solve this problem, we must establish contact with the Abyssal civilization. At the mention of establishing diplomatic relations with the Abyssal civilization, a complex emotion flickered in Ulysses' eyes. The Abyss demon, and he held an irreconcilable feud, yet now he had to watch his friend make a deal with the Abyss demon. Gah, Richard, you better not mention establishing diplomatic relations with the Abyss civilization in front of me, Ulysses said in a low voice. My friend, you must contribute to your civilization. I must contribute to mine. You told me this news. Should I pass it on to the God King or not? Richard was stunned by this. Then a hint of regret crossed his face. Oh, I forgot about that. Ulysses. We have many soul masters here who guarantee painless memory erasure. Go away. Ulysses rolled his eyes at Richard and then entered the secret realm. The God Kings had actually anticipated the wizards establishing diplomatic relations with the Abyss civilization. After all, to wizards, all gods and abysses were the same. The relationship between the two civilizations wasn't strong enough to abandon the Abyss civilization. So, the news had to be spread. However, out of selfish motives, Ulysses decided to delay delivering this message for a few years. At least until the wizard and the Abyss had established a fait accompli. This way, he could avoid high-risk, low-reward tasks like preventing the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two civilizations. After Ulysses left, Richard moved outside the headquarters. Although the ritual seemed quite harmless, for safety reasons, Richard decided to perform it outside the headquarters. After all, he was next to communicate with an Abyss Lord. Finding a good leyline node, Richard determined his position on the map and then took out his crystal ball to connect with the headquarters. Abel, there will be violent energy fluctuations in East District 32 over the next few days. I'm conducting an experiment, so please ignore me. Yes, sir. After arranging the command center, Richard began to arrange the communication ritual according to the scroll of the constitutional corona. According to the scroll's instructions, Richard used the blood of a level 4 creature, the four-headed dragons raised by a great wizard, to create an 8-pointed star pattern on the Abyss node, with a diagonal length of 8 meters. Then, at the 8 corners of the 8-pointed star, he placed the heads, hearts, blood vessels, intestines, muscles, bones, eyes, and tongues of different creatures. Like the blood used to draw the magic circle, these organs also came from level 4 creatures. After placing these items, Richard began to recite the incantation recorded in the scroll. The tone of these incantations was extremely extreme, sounding like a roar, yet also like a wail. As the incantation was recited, the blood that formed the magic circle began to flow, and blasphemous blood-colored runes slowly emerged within the circle. The entire magic circle was shrouded in an ominous red light. Soon, the incantation was completed, and the red light enveloping the magic circle was so thick it seemed to drip blood. 8 seconds after the incantation ended, the red light began to transform, and the offerings placed at the 8 corners of the magic circle formed into a monstrous creature. At the same time, countless light years away, in a palace in the abyssal world, a demonic dragon the size of a small mountain suddenly opened its eyes. In its belly, a creature parasitized by countless flesh and blood, constantly draining its life force, suddenly trembled. Carlos, I knew keeping you alive would be useful. The demon dragon opened its mouth and spit out the abyss demon, parasitized by its fleshy tentacles. The moment it was ejected, the abyss demon's body trembled violently, and then a vast surge of magical energy surged towards it. The demon dragon flapped its wings, and the surging energy ceased. He looked at the creature who once claimed to be his master, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Carlos, who is requesting this communication? The supreme 8-pointed star communication array, not something ordinary people can use. The demon known as Carlos glanced at the former pet, who had tortured him for thousands of years, a mocking smile spreading across his goat-like face. My dear, you see for yourself if you take a look. This isn't difficult for you. The demon dragon didn't react to Carlos's provocation. Abyssal runes emerged from its dark scales. Under the influence of the abyssal spell, the communication that should have been handled by the demon named Carlos was instead transferred to the demon dragon. On Richard's side, the strange creature at the center of the magic circle suddenly trembled, then formed a familiar image. Dragon? Richard narrowed his eyes, as he observed the sudden change. Dragons were creatures that had been brought into contact with the Corona Virgo, so the abyss demon he was communicating with couldn't possibly be some abyssal dragon. If it wasn't a dragon, then there was no doubt that the one he was communicating with wasn't the Abyss Lord from back then. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's the Abyss Lord, it's fine. Richard shrugged and was about to communicate with the dragon. But before he could speak, a deafening roar erupted from the blood-red dragon. Within this roar, Richard sensed a sense of helplessness. Wizard? Wizard. You still haven't let me go. Chapter 697. The dragon's helpless roar left Richard somewhat stunned. But considering the dragon's current treatment, it was understandable that it was a bit panicky. After all, being overthrown by a slave, transformed from slave master to slave, and then into food, was not an easy thing to accept. But while understanding was understandable, Richard now needed to communicate with a sane demon lord. Dragon, be quiet. Richard's voice was soft, without any threat or intimidation. But the moment he finished speaking, the blood-red dragon's roar instantly ceased. In the abyss, the demon dragon's wings, covering the sky and the sun, enveloped him like a cocoon. Even though thousands of years had passed, even though he had become the Dragon King, the sight of the black-robed figure still sent fear surging through him like a tide. The wizard, the race that traded dragons like livestock, had appeared again. The wizard was like his nightmare, always appearing at his most triumphant moment, shattering everything he had. Back then, that wizard had killed his parents, transforming him from a son of the Dragon King into a mere animal. Now, would he be captured by those wizards again, raised like pigs like his kin, and ultimately thrown on the kitchen counter to be cooked? Or would he be tied to a dissecting table, a specimen in a wizard's jar, a skeleton on the wall? Fear crawled like vines through the dragon's heart, imprisoning him like chains. He even felt a suffocation. Dragon, I don't care what you did to that Abyss Lord. But since you replaced him, you become a lord too. So, I have to relay my next words to you. Richard's voice echoed in the dragon's ears. It sounded calm, but to the dragon, it took on a different tone. Richard's presence grew larger in his eyes, and his voice grew more sinister. The habit he thought he had long forgotten resurfaced in his body. His massive body suddenly prostrated itself on the ground, and his head, usually held high, now drooped. You say. Richard raised an eyebrow, appearing quite cooperative. This saved him a lot of trouble. I need you to contact the Lord of the Abyss. The wizard civilization wishes to communicate and trade with the Abyss civilization. Communicate? Trade? Have these wizards finally set their sights on the Abyss? As soon as Richard finished speaking, the thought of wizards setting their sights on the Abyss immediately surfaced in the dragon's mind. He knew these wizards all too well. These wizards had only two options for dealing with aliens: treat them like dogs or exterminate them. How could these guys possibly communicate with the Abyss, let alone trade with them? What could wizards trade? Aside from the freak who sold him, few wizards had achieved physical evolution. Unless that freak had achieved the truth, it was impossible. Abyssal fleshcraft was far less appealing to wizards than abyssal spells. But abyssal spells could only be wielded by abyssal demons. No, we can't allow the two civilizations to come into contact. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. The Abyss, this wonderful place, must not be taken away by wizards again. Although preventing the two civilizations from coming into contact was akin to trying to cover up one's mistake, it was certainly far better than allowing the wizards' conspiracy to go smoothly. At this thought, a sense of mission surged within the dragon. It was as if the future of the Abyss rested in his hands. Dragon, why aren't you speaking? Do you have any objections to this plan? No. The dragon replied subconsciously. But why do I feel like I do? Richard observed the dragon, who hadn't responded for a long time, and a sudden thought occurred to him. This thing wouldn't just agree verbally and then be thrown aside. Dragons don't enjoy the same privileges as their kin, so why would this dragon be so compliant with his demands? There must be something fishy going on. Faced with Richard's questioning, the dragon shuddered. A chill ran down his spine, from the tip of his tail to the top of his head, even causing the scales on his back to rise slightly. The memory of a wizard's deception in his childhood flashed back to him, instantly shaking his resolve. Dragon, are you planning to agree to my request and then just walk away? Richard's voice was calm, but to the dragon's ears, it sounded like a venomous snake coiled around his neck, whispering softly in his ear. Woo-woo. Wizard, I didn't. I'm the Dragon King now. When people are afraid, they always seek support to give themselves more courage. But this courage is a paper tiger, easily extinguished at the slightest touch. Really? Then why are you trembling? Richard gazed at the blood-red dragon within the magic circle, his voice calm yet filled with a dignity that refused to be disobeyed. I didn't. You're mistaken. The dragon tried to appear majestic, but majesty without courage was just empty pretense. Richard didn't answer, only a faint smile playing on his face. He spoke softly and slowly, don't be nervous. I can't actually see your body. You're now an abyss demon. I won't do anything to you. But, Richard suddenly changed the subject. As an abyss demon, you should be aware of your situation. Richard gave a devilish, cunning smile. Your war with the god civilization has been stalemated for quite some time, hasn't it? War with the god civilization. As soon as these words left his mouth, the demon dragon's mind immediately confirmed his previous thoughts. These wizards were definitely targeting the abyss civilization. No, our front is advancing every day, the demon dragon replied with forced composure. Really? Richard snapped his fingers, and a layer of holy light appeared around him. How could I not know that the abyss civilization's front was advancing every day? What exactly are you trying to do? The moment he saw the holy light emanating from Richard, the demon dragon's composure collapsed again. He too had fought on the front lines and slain gods. He knew full well that the holy light emanating from Richard was genuine divine light. Add to that Richard's earlier mention of the god civilization, and he was certain that the god civilization had already made contact with the wizard civilization and had begun trading technology. You should know whether this holy light is real or fake. Therefore, you also know that your lies won't fool me. Richard's expression was composed, as if he had everything under control. If you've been following your front lines, you should have heard that something familiar has recently appeared there. For example, alchemical golems. Richard looked at the blood-red dragon, his gaze seemingly able to follow the ritual and see through its body. You could ask your friends on the front lines to see if I'm lying. What exactly are you planning? The dragon didn't ask, knowing Richard wasn't lying. I've already told you that the wizard intends to communicate and trade with the abyss, Richard said calmly. If you're worried the wizard will attack the god civilization, there's no need to worry. The wizard's expansion isn't here, and he's already at war with the civilization. For at least tens of thousands of years, there won't be any war between the wizard and the abyss. The dragon looked at Richard, his 5-dragon head swaying, a whirlwind of thoughts colliding in his mind. His instincts told him there was a conspiracy behind this. But his rationality told him the wizard wasn't lying. Fear gradually gave way to reason in his heart, and he finally spoke slowly, I will tell the master. Richard smiled faintly, a wise decision. I hope I can get an answer soon. Your Excellency the Abyssal Dragon. The dragon said nothing more, silently concluding the ceremony. Is that all? How does it feel to see your old master again? The dragon glanced at Carlos, who was mocking him, and suddenly erupted from his mouth with a jet of dark dragon fire. Under the dragon fire, Carlos's body was constantly carbonized and shattered, but his near-immortal vitality kept him in a state of near death. But amidst this immense pain, the demon named Carlos actually laughed wildly. "Ha ha. Ishtar, you can't escape. You were born a slave, and there will always be a master above you." Ishtar suddenly stopped exhaling and swallowed Carlos back into his stomach. "Perhaps, but it certainly won't be you." With that, he suddenly flapped his wings. From the abyss beneath him, countless large mouths, like flocks of birds, flew out. After completing the communication, Richard gathered the materials for the ritual. The materials for this ritual were all the bodies of the lords of the world. They couldn't be discarded as scrap. The rules contained within them were of great use to Richard. Fusing the rules required a vast amount of fuel. Using complete rules was too expensive, and even Richard could only use these fragmented rules. What should I choose next? As Richard gathered, he pondered his future direction. It would be best if his next rule had good compatibility with the existing rules and significantly increased his combat effectiveness. But did such a rule really exist? After pondering for a long time, Richard sighed softly. "Alas, after the war is over, I have to go to the Transfiguration Crown to request the Codex of Rules. Of the 6 coronet lords, the Transfiguration Crown has the most extensive research on rules. The Codex of Rules is a magic book that records some of his research. The combinations of various rules contained within it are things that would take a great wizard tens of thousands of years to figure out." After packing up his things, Richard looked at his body and sighed helplessly. "I just use the self-sealing technique for now." Although he could explain it to headquarters, if a battle broke out, such an abyssal aura would definitely alert the Mayfly King. He couldn't possibly perform the self-sealing technique before the battle. Back at headquarters, Richard was about to inquire with the veteran wizards of the general staff about the latest situation. But as soon as he appeared, Abel hurried to his side. "Commander-in-Chief, a reinforcement has arrived from the rear, including many of the familiar corps you specifically requested." "The familiar corps I requested?" Richard was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing he had been in combat for nearly 2 years. The first batch of goblin and werewolf soldiers should have completed their training. Chapter 698. The vast square in front of the portal was now occupied by a multitude of alien creatures. Most of these creatures were native to the wizard-slave world. Their combat power was essentially non-existent on a civilized battlefield, their sole purpose being to assist the wizards and operate the alchemical turrets. That was why the group of heavily armed green-skinned figures in the corner of the square stood out. Are these the alien slaves the wizards were talking about? The commander of the goblin army scanned the surrounding alien creatures. As a warrior, estimating a creature's combat power based on simple statistics was basic skill. According to goblin standards, each of the alien creatures around them was no weakling. At least the divine goblins had no clear advantage over these aliens. In fact, in some respects, they were even inferior to them. Only elite goblins, who had undergone bloodline transformation, could surpass these aliens in basic qualities. "Chuck, these creatures are formidable." A voice suddenly echoed in the commander's ears. He turned to see his deputy standing beside him. "We are still blessed goblins. If we were the old goblins of yesteryear, we wouldn't even be cannon fodder in our lord's service." The commander known as Chuck sighed, his previous ambitions vanishing in that moment. "Thank the Lord, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to participate in the war. By the time the war reaches our world, we won't even be able to count for the cost." Suddenly, a group of wizards appeared above the square, using amplified sorcery to shout to the aliens in the square, "Servants, follow us and leave. Families, stay where you are." After using sorcery to speak, the wizard then used some kind of soul magic to repeat the words in the form of a telepathic message. A massive alien army began to move, following the wizard towards their destination. After they left, another fleet of transport airships flew out of the massive portal. These transport airships resembled metallic whales gliding through the sky, their mouths open and capable of spitting out tens of thousands of alien armies. This time, the reinforcements included 5 million vassal troops and 5 million familiar troops from the worlds of goblins, werewolves, and wizard civilizations. After countless transports, the vassal troops were finally transported. Next came the familiar troops. The familiar troops were divided into 2 types, wizard familiars and great wizard familiars. There weren't many wizard familiars. Besides the wild orcs, there were only less than 10 other races, including the magic dwarves, rock trolls, and gotcha insects. Beyond this, a grand wizard can also recruit followers, known as grand wizard families. This families form the grand wizard's personal army, tasked with assisting the grand wizard in implementing certain tactics. This type of families is still a families, but compared to wizard families, they possess less power. Their status is directly tied to the Grand Wizard they follow. If Richard can become a 6-ring Grand Wizard, the status of the goblins and werewolves will be no less than that of wizard families. If he can achieve truth, these two races will directly become wizard families. Teams of wizard families disembarked from the transport airships. Each of these families possessed extraordinary talents: the idealistic nature of the wild orcs, the forging prowess of the rock trolls, the camouflage abilities of the gotcha zerg. Compared to these wizard families, the divine goblins seemed like mere cannon fodder. Are these the wizards' familia? The commander felt his heartbeat quicken as he watched the powerful creatures march past him. These powerful creatures were merely the wizards' familia, supporting the army on the battlefield. How powerful would the wizard army, their masters, be? And how terrifying would the creatures fighting against them be? There was no conflict between the wizard's familia and the goblin army. On the contrary, upon seeing the goblins, the familia's eyes were filled with curiosity. Whose great wizard's familia are these? They look energetic. I wonder what their talents are. I imagine they have some very special abilities, like those bugs. I don't think so. These creatures must possess some very special abilities. When it comes to camouflage, no race can match the gotcha bugs. Why are you talking? You see, once you're on the battlefield, the wizard's familia and the great wizard's familia aren't in competition. On the contrary, they're both brothers in arms. It's normal to be friendly to future comrades. The number of wizard families is only slightly greater than that of wizards, so this time, only 300,000 wizard families arrived. After their departure, the goblin and werewolf armies finally began to enter the world. The two worlds sent a total of 4.7 million troops, including 2.7 million goblins and 2 million werewolves. In addition, within both worlds, new legions were constantly being trained. The administrative systems of both worlds have been officially connected to the wizard civilization, and the magic potions from the wizard civilization have effectively accelerated the production of first-level creatures in both worlds. Mayfly essence is a good thing, but production is still slow. With the help of wizard's potions, the war potential of the two races is rapidly developing. Hey Chuck, why did you come in early? With the arrival of the goblin army, the one led by Chuck immediately attracted the attention of the main force behind them. Something went wrong. Our airship joined the wrong formation, Chuck replied somewhat glumly. The goblin commander, who had greeted him, approached Chuck, a look of surprise flashing across his face. What's wrong with you? You look a little unwell. Where's the accompanying priest? You're... No, I'm not sick. Chuck interrupted his old friend's call and pulled himself together. I'm just a little panicked. I've seen a lot of other races here. Among them, the vassal armies are just as good as ours, and the families are so strong you can tell. Chuck was interrupted by his old friend before he could finish his words. You're just being complicated. Which of these races isn't God's chosen race? They're similar to us, so isn't it normal for them to be stronger than us? We're soldiers. Dying on the battlefield is nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, we can still enter the kingdom of God, right? The old friend patted Chuck's shoulder and said earnestly, Chuck, although we're not priests, faith is still important to us. You're just too smart. If only you could be a little dumber. Chuck listened to his old friend's advice, his expression a little amused. Alas, is being too smart a bad thing? No, Chuck, the old friend shook his head. Being a little dumber is the solution. Your problem is a lack of faith. I've met the people at the Floating City Research Institute. They're smarter than you, but their faith is even stronger. After saying this, his old friend patted Chuck's shoulder, gave him a look that said, You understand now, and then returned to the army. Soon, the square was filled with soldiers. Richard arrived, looking at the vibrant army below him, and sighed softly. He knew that these goblins and werewolves would most likely enter the kingdom of God. But even if he sighed, he couldn't exempt these two races from the blood tax because of his trivial guilt. In this war, no race is immune. My soldiers, I am glad to see you follow my footsteps to this tragic battlefield. Holy light emanated from Richard's body, and he called out to the army below him. Here, you will face enemies 10 times more powerful, and 10 times more brutal than in previous wars. Even the demons of the abyss pale in comparison. Now, you have one last chance. If you feel fearful, or if you feel you lack strength and might endanger your comrades by joining the battlefield, raise your hands now. Leaving now is not a disgrace, but a sign of wisdom. You are thinking of your comrades, not your own petty honor. No one will blame you for leaving now, but it would be a disobedience to me. Richard stood in the air, looking down at the soldiers below. The soldiers' faces were as hard as steel, their eyes determined. Even after he had spoken, they remained unwavering, not a single one. Very good. It seems my Pope and the gods are managing the world well, Richard said humorously, then spoke with authority. Since you have the resolve to fight alongside me, there is no turning back. I promise you that I will lead you to victory or death, and along the way, I will not abandon a single soldier until my death. With these words, Richard's holy light suddenly shone. Behind a veil invisible to mortals, the dimensional power of the gods transformed into a chain, entwining Richard's soul. The god civilization utilizes dimensional power in two ways. One is the power granted by priesthood. For example, a craftsman god becomes more dexterous, quickly mastering even a tool they've never touched before. A war god quickly masters his weapon, whether it's a simple one-handed sword or a floating city requiring thousands of people to operate. Although Richard has become a god, he doesn't actually hold a priesthood. This is the biggest problem with achieving godhood through great deeds. If Richard were a member of the god civilization, he would only need to complete a simple priesthood ceremony. But Richard is not. So, Richard had only one other method left. The divine oath. A deity's heartfelt oath unleashes the power of the divine dimension, forming a bond upon the deity's soul. But at the same time, this bond also blesses the deity, helping it to uphold its oath. If a deity promises never to sleep, the blessing of the oath is abundant energy. If the promise is never to kill, the blessing might be a sealing power or the ability to escape. Just like priesthood, different oaths, different deities making the promise, naturally grant different abilities. The bond of the divine oath slowly descended upon Richard's soul, and at the same time, he understood the power it granted him. Never abandon a single soul. Even across vast distances, the gods protect the devout. Chapter 699. An enhanced version of the underworld's rules? Richard muttered to himself after learning of his divine oath's power. The ability to never forsake a single person is simple. Within a world, he guides the souls of all deceased believers into the kingdom of God. With this ability, Richard doesn't even need to activate the kingdom of God. As long as he's in this world, the souls of deceased believers will automatically be guided into his kingdom of God through the statues in the God's dimension. That saves me a lot of trouble. These soldiers are different from heroic elves. Heroic elves can automatically return to the kingdom of God upon death. Without the ability to never forsake a single person, these soldiers would need to be guided by a priest or have Richard activate the kingdom of God before they could enter. The oath concluded, and the logistics wizard began leading the goblins and werewolves to the training grounds. Next, they would train with the hybrid legion, adapting to the hybrid legion's combat methods. Once their training was complete, the war, which had been dormant for nearly 2 years, would resume. Back at headquarters, Richard once again entered research mode. There was no other way. He had to understand his situation. Furthermore, the power of the abyss itself was a very powerful energy. Further research would definitely be of great help in future battles. Through logistics, Richard obtained a batch of research equipment from the rear. This batch of research equipment was all top-notch, like the Tyrol Energy Mass Spectrometer of the Evolution School, which could measure the structure of energy and influence and modify it to a certain extent. There was also the multidimensional soul sequence representer of the Soul School, which could discern the state of a living being's soul from its structure, revealing hidden injuries and minor erosions. There was also the high-concentration negative energy generator of the Necromancer School, which could generate varying concentrations of negative energy. There was also the mystical detector of the Curse School. These were all advanced alchemical devices, only accessible to the great wizards of each school. Many of them incorporated Forerunner technology, and the cost of any one of them was a fortune that a third-ring wizard could never earn in his lifetime. In exchange for these items, Richard had sacrificed nearly half the wartime merits of his entire microcosm. After installing the machines, Richard began his research on the power of the abyss and his own body. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. For 6 months, Richard toiled tirelessly at the various machines day and night. Through the data from these instruments, Richard gained a deeper understanding of his own body. He also discerned the secrets hidden within the power of the abyss. Abyssal blessing? Looking at the magic book before him, which contained 6 months' worth of data, Richard rubbed his brows, feeling a little numb. People can lie, but data never does. The data revealed a deeply hidden rune array within his body. Upon closer examination, these rune arrays were confirmed to be abyssal runes. This rune array would interact with the abyssal erosion of his soul, providing him with a constant supply of abyssal power. Elise has confirmed that this was a typical sign of an abyssal blessing. Is the abyss some kind of bootlicker? I'm not even an abyss demon, how can I receive its blessing? Shouldn't I be rejected by the Abyss, or even have its power withdrawn? Richard felt a headache. The blessing of the Abyss was definitely a good thing. But it also meant one thing: he was being targeted by the Abyss. If the dimensional power protecting his soul weakened, the Abyss would erode his soul without hesitation, transforming him into an Abyss demon. Alas, the wizard must not lose this war. Otherwise, without the protection of the wizard dimension, I will inevitably become an Abyss demon. Although becoming an Abyss demon wasn't necessarily a bad thing from the perspective of a failed wizard civilization, given his Abyss blessing, becoming a demon would undoubtedly make him part of the core of the Abyss. But becoming an Abyss demon meant a warped mind and a reshaped soul. Would he still be the same person he is now? Putting this dire conclusion aside, Richard decided to consider the upside of the Abyss blessing. The emergence of the Abyss blessing significantly boosted Richard's combat effectiveness. By harnessing the power of the Abyss, his various qualities would be further enhanced. Furthermore, he could use Abyss spells and explore the Abyss's evolutionary tree. After countless millennia of development, the Abyss's evolutionary tree had become an immensely vast sequence, housing a near innumerable variety of Abyss demons. Compared to the Abyss's evolutionary tree, the knowledge accumulated by the constitutional corona was a drop in the ocean. Compared to the accumulation of an entire civilization, the constitutional corona, a truth wizard who had only ascended less than 1,000 years earlier, was still as immature as a child. There are pros and cons, but let's make do with it for now. Richard sighed, shutting down the lab equipment, and then proceeded to the headquarters. The headquarters was peaceful. The Galaxy Mayflies continued their silent battle. According to reports from reconnaissance wizards, their numbers had not increased over the years, and in some areas, had even decreased. The veteran wizards at the General Staff believed that the Galaxy Mayflies had defined this world as a marginal troop world, essentially a world supplying troops for the main battlefield. The Galaxy Mayflies were a species with a rapid growth cycle. According to Corona's research, a typical Galaxy Mayfly reached adulthood in about 3 years. After reaching adulthood, they typically became level 1 creatures within 2 years. If they fail to become level 1 creatures at this stage, these Galaxy Mayflies will become auxiliary Mayflies, responsible for various logistical tasks in the rear. Generally speaking, Galaxy Mayflies offensives occur in 5-year cycles. Richard spoke directly upon entering the command center. "How is the Legion's training going?" Abel quickly approached Richard and said respectfully, "Your soldiers are excellent. They have completed their training in the past 6 months. What about the offensive plan?" Abel leaned over and said, "Please come over here. We have developed an offensive plan based on your ideas." Approaching the map, numerous wizards from the General Staff gathered around. On the wall map, the wizards occupied only a quarter of the world. The rest was entirely occupied by Galaxy Mayflies. From the outside, the wizard-occupied territory resembled a small cake about to be devoured. "Sir, given our current strength, a full-scale counterattack is unrealistic. Therefore, we plan to conduct small-scale battles on certain fronts, gradually invading the Galaxy Mayfly-held territory by occupying leyline nodes. I call this the cannibalization strategy." "Occupy leyline nodes?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a bit too radical? Leyline nodes are the lifeblood of the Galaxy Mayfly. Seizing them will inevitably provoke a counterattack." Abel smiled. "Sir, the Galaxy Mayfly is currently preparing for a major offensive in a year. As long as we don't attack those major leyline nodes, they won't launch a large-scale operation. Furthermore, this strategy isn't solely about capturing leyline nodes. Those are merely a bonus. Our real goal is to eliminate the Galaxy Mayfly's manpower and enhance the hybrid core's combat capabilities. If the Galaxy Mayflies launch a counterattack, we can simply retreat. Our defenses are as solid as a block of iron, and I'm eager for them to gnaw at them." Richard nodded slightly. This strategy sounded very feasible. "Okay, what about the specific plan?" Abel's expression shifted slightly when Richard mentioned the specific plan. "Sir, we've developed a plan based on your ideas. But to be honest, the General Staff is somewhat skeptical of your proposed mission-oriented tactics." Inspired by the Northern Theater Command, Richard concluded after the battle that his strategy of abandoning micromanagement was a correct one. He extended this strategy to the General Staff and gave it a name: mission-oriented tactics. This tactical model forgoes specific directives from the headquarters, instead assigning subordinate units a single strategic objective, such as capturing a certain node or destroying a certain army. The specific actions to be taken by the subordinate units are then determined by the units themselves. This tactical model is more flexible than traditional command-based command, requiring minimal staff and communication. It also fully leverages the capabilities of subordinate units. The greatest characteristic of wizards is their versatility. This tactical model allows Legion commanders to develop unique tactics tailored to their Legion's abilities. It also eliminates the rigidity of command-based command, which requires frequent orders from the headquarters and relies heavily on the headquarters' commanding abilities. You have all seen the performance of the Northern Theater Command. The legions on the front lines are fully capable of independent action. Abel nodded helplessly. Indeed, the situation in the Northern Theater proved that the frontline Legion commanders possess considerable talent. But you must understand that not all legions are as elite as those in the Northern Theater. If you encounter an incompetent Legion commander, this tactic. Before Abel could finish his words, Richard rudely interrupted him. Failure is inevitable. Even orders from the command center can sometimes be misjudged. As long as they fall within the framework of command's intent, their bold actions, even if they fail, can be forgiven. Hearing Richard's words, Abel opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The biggest problem with this tactic was how to handle failures. Would the lower-level units bear the consequences for their bold actions? But now, Richard had given a firm signal. As long as they fell within the framework of command's intent, even failed actions could be forgiven. Abel could sense that a revolution was about to begin. Chapter 700. Move! Move! At the company commander's shout, row after row of soldiers rushed out of the barracks. These soldiers were fully armed, their alchemical armor even equipped with simple exoskeletons. The goblin soldiers carried huge boxes on their backs, and on their multifunctional belts at their waists were alchemical swords called melting iron and 5 annihilation grenades. The werewolf soldiers, on the other hand, had an additional multifunctional alchemical shield and more armor-supporting plugins. The two types of soldiers blended together, forming the smallest combat units with the wizard at the center. Within these, several heroic elves, whose eyes shone faintly with holy light, were interspersed within each combat unit, acting as fuses. After the Legion formed up, the Legion commander walked to the front of the group and gave a brief speech. After the speech, this truly hybrid Legion boarded the war airship and flew out of the camp. Beneath their feet, the vast fortress complex built by the wizards was constantly resurrecting. Countless alien vassal armies shuttled between the fortresses, reactivating various facilities that had been idle for 2 years. The war was about to begin again. Elt, command has finally caught on. In the warship, Law held the command's orders, a surprised smile on his face. What did the headquarters say? Elt took the order with some curiosity, and after reading it, a look of shock crossed his face. Only targets, timelines, and strategic intent, no specific tactical details. Are we being left to our own devices? Law chuckled upon hearing this and said, the big guys up there have finally come to their senses. The last Northern Theater operation was probably just an experiment. Our brothers in the Northern Theater relied on independent strategies, and managed to survive 3 months of siege without suffering significant losses. I guess the higher-ups think this approach is feasible. I'll read the order over and over again, before finally returning it to Lyle. Perhaps, but handing it over to us isn't entirely a good idea. Before, they could blame the higher-ups for any problems, but now, if they fail, it's all our fault. Elt's words didn't dampen Lyle's spirits. He replied, that's true, but think about it. If you failed before, would you have survived to return? Now, even if we fail, let's not talk about anything else. We go back and be punished one by one. Even if we're sent to the front lines as penitents, it's better than dying. Elt glanced at him and said calmly, you've only used your soul box once. Penitents truly atone until death, no matter how many times you die in between. Hey, that's boring. Don't you think this arrangement is good? Elt shook his head, a gleam in his eyes. Of course it's a good arrangement. Even if those old guys in the general staff are meticulously planned, they can't match wizards like us who are directly on the battlefield. If we're lucky, after this war is won, we can return to the rear and rest for decades. No one, except a lunatic, wants to stay on the front lines. Even a battle-hardened wizard like Elt would inevitably be exhausted physically and mentally after years of war. And now, the opportunity to rest has finally arrived. Most of the Legion commanders involved in this operation were very happy with Richard's new tactics. Who among those who could become Legion commanders in this era wasn't a veteran of countless battles? The reason these men didn't join the general staff wasn't because, besides their lack of strategic vision, the biggest problem was that the legions needed Legion commanders, but the general staff didn't need so many. When it came to specific tactical operations, the general staff weren't necessarily as capable as these frontline Legion commanders. On the other hand, the goblins and werewolves felt somewhat uneasy about Richard's tactics. This was their first time on the battlefield of a civilized war, and they hadn't seen civilized warfare before. Asking them to make their own decisions in this situation was incredibly stressful. Thankfully, each legion was typically assigned a Wizard Legion commander, ensuring they weren't left with inexperienced decisions. As the warships gradually moved out of range of the alchemical turrets, a sense of both nervousness and pride rose in the hearts of the warriors. The war had begun. At the leyline node, galactic mayflies constantly flowed in and out of the vast hive. On the outskirts of the hive, hundreds of honeycomb-like crystal structures hovered in midair, each containing a galaxy mayfly, resembling insects in a lake. These crystals appeared unconnected, but if observed with energy vision, they were all connected by energy-like pathways. Seeing these things, a trace of solemnity crossed the faces of some experienced wizards. These insects are so cautious, a wizard commander muttered to himself. What are these things? Beside the wizard commander, a goblin asked nervously. Nothing much, just an energy shield. In our last raid, only 50,000 men wiped out a hive of millions. These insects must have been hurt, so they installed this kind of shield around the hive. Will it have any effect on our sneak attack? The goblin commander asked again. Yes, the old wizard nodded. This shield will negate the effectiveness of our first round of spell casting, leading to increased losses. The goblin commander's expression grew serious, as if he had made up his mind. Do you have a solution? If not, my lord soldiers are not afraid of sacrifice. The old wizard waved his hand, calming his agitation. Don't worry, let me think. I haven't used my brain in so long it's rusted. After centuries of being a puppet on the front lines, the wizard commander suddenly felt his mind was becoming dull. However, these veteran wizards had received traditional wizard training. Their accumulated knowledge was a vast ocean compared to that of the new wizards. After searching through this vast ocean for a while, the wizard commander's face suddenly lit up with joy. There's a solution. Fortunately, I studied energy resonance back in the day. Listen to my instructions now. Immediately after I issue the order, you must unleash your concentrated spells. By then, I should be able to disable this energy shield. Of course, if it doesn't, then the front troops will switch to the rear, and the rear troops to the front, and we simply retreat. Retreat? The goblin leader was stunned. He didn't understand why they had to retreat if they couldn't disable the shield. Could it be that even with the wizard's assistance, they couldn't defeat these galactic mayflies? Yes, retreat, the old wizard explained simply. These bugs are formidable. If we don't catch them off guard, we suffer heavy losses in a head-on battle. The Legion isn't afraid of sacrifice. Shut up, newcomer to the battlefield, the old wizard interrupted rudely. Chill your enthusiasm for sacrifice. The great wizard has prepared so much for you, wasted so many resources on you. If you die like a soldier, how can you be worthy of the great wizard's training? The battlefield demands results, not sacrifice. The goblin leader's face sank with shame. You're right. I'm shirking responsibility. The old wizard nodded slightly. Don't blame yourself. Newcomers always make mistakes. Command carefully, and wait for my signal. With that, the old wizard's body silently transformed into shadow, rapidly approaching the distant mayfly nest. 10 minutes later, the goblin leader's crystal ball suddenly vibrated. The next moment, 2,000 goblin soldiers from the hybrid legion activated runes simultaneously, and 2,000 dark blue fireballs erupted from the muzzles of the alchemical turrets almost simultaneously, raining down upon the galaxy mayfly's hive like a meteor shower. At the same time, dozens of shield crystals suspended in the sky near the hive suddenly flickered. Then, as if losing power, these shimmering crystals fell from the sky. Though they began to rise again before hitting the ground, their defensive shields were no longer effective. A destructive rain of fire descended from the sky, shaking the hive to the point of shattering it, and shattering the shield crystals midair. This battle was now a foregone conclusion. Commander-in-Chief, your command is truly profound. Abel approached Richard with a battle report summary, and respectfully handed it to him. After changing the command model, the efficiency of the battle on the front lines has increased significantly. So far, 200 legions have engaged the mayflies. 76 micro-node hives, 12 small-node hives, and 3 medium-sized node hives have been destroyed, resulting in nearly 35 million casualties. If Abel had previously been skeptical of Richard's new command model, he was now a staunch supporter. Those tactics he couldn't understand were simply due to his lack of wisdom. Well, this is a very good result. Richard nodded slightly, personally very satisfied with the outcome. But you must tell the legions on the front lines to proceed with caution. The window for a surprise attack has passed, and the galaxy mayflies will undoubtedly begin their counterattack. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Abel agreed and was about to leave, but Richard suddenly stopped him. Abel, Do you have the latest battle reports from the battlefront? Bring me a copy. Frontline reports? Abel looked at Richard with some confusion. You mean the Grand Front reports? Richard nodded. Yes, that's it. As the commander-in-chief of a world, Richard had to monitor not only his own battle zone, but also the reports from neighboring zones, and even the entire battlefront. With the 5-year offensive imminent, he had to prepare early. No problem, sir. I prepare them for you right away. In the expedition nest, the Dark Mayfly King looked at the battle reports sent by his subordinates via the Soul Network and raised his 2 tentacles slightly. After more than 2 years of leisure, you're finally ready to take action? Chapter 701. But it's true. The grand offensive is about to begin. All the supply worlds are mobilizing troops, preparing for a frontal assault. The Mayfly King flicked his tentacles, and a map of the wilderness world appeared before him. According to the intelligence, the wizard's entire front was under attack. These attacking armies weren't purely wizard armies either, but rather the same mixed forces seen in the previous offensive. However, compared to the armies in the previous offensive, this one was somewhat different and weaker. It seems the last offensive cost you quite a few elite troops, the Mayfly King muttered to himself, examining the map. Comparing the intelligence with the map, markers representing losses appeared on the map. Though these markers appeared evenly distributed, if you added a timestamp, you could see small encirclements. The wizards, like insects, devoured the node hive of the galaxy Mayfly one bite at a time. Strange, how could there be no main attack direction? The Mayfly King scanned the battlefront again and again. Even with his level 5 superbrain, even with the combined intelligence and maps, he couldn't discern the wizard's main attack direction. That shouldn't be the case. The Mayfly King's tentacles twitched. He felt that the wizard's move must have been a long-planned operation, intended to reclaim some lost territory. But the intelligence showed that the wizard's armies were advancing along the Earth veins, as if they were determined to annihilate the galaxy Mayflies in one fell swoop. Is there really no main attack direction? Are these wizards simply depleting our forces? The Mayfly King's mind raced with the intelligence sent back from the front, weaving all the information together like yarn. No, I overlooked something. The attacking forces were all mixed troops, so where were his wizard troops? The Mayfly King's antennae quivered, feeling he had discovered the key to the problem. Have you found any trace of the wizard troops on the front lines? Your Majesty, our people have found no trace of the wizard troops. Not at all? Your Majesty, I'm absolutely certain. After receiving the answer, the Mayfly King's antennae had returned to calm. It was almost tricked, using the mixed troops to draw attention and conceal the wizard troops' traces. Good trick. The Mayfly King felt he had seen through Richard's deception, and a hint of joy escaped his lips. Woo, send Sky Mayfly out with the Scout Mayflies. I need to know where the wizards have hidden their main attack force. Also, notify the Frontline's Mother Nest to temporarily suspend all non-essential operations and deploy patrols. I want every inch of the front line within our sight. Yes, Your Majesty. Sure enough, as soon as the Galaxy Mayfly reacts, the war won't be so smooth. Richard sighed helplessly as he reviewed the battle report Abel handed him. The war had been going on for half a month. Aside from the first 3 days, which went very smoothly, the Hybrid Legion's battles became increasingly difficult over the remaining days. The Galaxy Mayfly, relying on their numerical superiority, had filled the entire plane with patrols. With this insane patrol density, it was completely impossible for the Hybrid Legion to launch a surprise attack like they had in the first few days. According to the battle report, the Legion still attacking were engaging in rapid engagements. That is, after determining the location of the hive, they would immediately use their scouts to quickly advance. Then, before the Galaxy Mayflies could fully prepare, they would unleash a barrage of spells, combined with shield breaches. This method of combat would be extremely challenging for the Legion commander's commanding abilities, and exceedingly risky. Richard had already set orders to the front lines, commanding these legions to cease their attacks and regroup with the remaining legions. The results of this battle were already significant, and now it was paramount to maintain them. The wizard construction team had already begun constructing fortresses at the ley line nodes near the defensive perimeter, connecting them to form a new fortress cluster. So, until the fortress cluster was completed, the Hybrid Legion must do its best to contain the main force of the Galaxy Mayflies. Have the survey results for the ley line nodes been released? Richard asked Abel. Ley lines are part of the world's energy cycle and, in theory, should not be easily altered. However, the Galaxy Mayflies possess a technology that can guide or even force them to change, thereby creating even larger ley line nodes. This technology's primary purpose is to provide a favorable environment for the hatching of galactic Mayflies. Galactic mayflies are highly sensitive to energy concentration. The higher the energy concentration in the incubation pool, the stronger and more potent the hatched galactic mayflies will be. We've found some of it. Abel tapped the crystal ball twice, and a map appeared. There's a large ley line node in the direction of the new northern theater. The large ley line node in the southern theater is too deep. The general staff recommends abandoning it, and attacking the medium-sized ley line nodes further out. Richard looked at the marked ley line node on the map, a hint of surprise on his face. These bugs are quite resourceful, actually creating a large ley line node. We should have a way to deal with such a node, right? The wild orc's unique formations have extensive knowledge of ley lines. Abel nodded slightly. Yes, sir. Using the ley line disintegration array, we can disintegrate this artificial ley line, returning it to its original path. Furthermore, this disintegration will affect other ley line nodes. The larger the disintegrated ley line node, the greater the ley line fluctuations it causes. A chain reaction could even cause nearby artificial ley line nodes to disintegrate. Oh! A chain reaction? Richard exclaimed in surprise. No, Abel shook his head slightly. This process is destructive. Even a large ley line node can only affect artificial nodes in a certain area. That's right. Richard looked at the ley line node thoughtfully. He now had to decide whether to attack it by force. Attacking the node was inevitable, as he needed to attract the mayflies' forces. But whether to use a feint attack or a forced attack is a matter of debate. If they could capture it, the galaxy mayflies' manpower output in this world would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. But success alone shouldn't be the only consideration. Galaxy mayfly possesses an absolute military advantage. If they fail to capture it quickly, the attacking army will inevitably be attacked from both sides, and the attacking hybrid army will likely be annihilated. Too radical. Let's attack the reinforcements. After much deliberation, Richard ultimately abandoned the plan to storm the large ley line node. While the plan offered high returns, the risks were also incredibly high. It's best to be cautious at this time. Richard turned to Abel and said, "Send out the wizard core. The hybrid core will feint an attack on the node. The wizard core and hybrid core will annihilate the enemy reinforcements." He still had 500,000 wizard core at his disposal. These elite wizard core were the trump card of the wild world, Richard's lifeblood. But a core was still a core, and it would always go to battle. Abel bowed his head and said, "Yes, sir." The body is complete. Overall condition is good, with no abnormalities. Terra slowly opened his eyes, hearing the cold mechanical sound. The nutrient solution in the incubator was being drained, and the remaining nutrient solution was rapidly absorbed by Terra's skin. Click. The lid of the incubator opened, and the helmet attached to Terra's head automatically fell off. Terra rubbed his head. The wound inflicted by the maze helmet on his bald head was slowly healing. After years of war and depletion, the wizard civilization's veteran wizards have become a rarity, and new wizards, born through the new wizard training system, have become the mainstream on the battlefield. This mainstream also includes elite wizards used for offensive operations. To bridge this gap in experience, wizards have used the soul mirror to create a maze system. Through this maze system, the wizard's consciousness enters a virtual space, a world completely separate from reality. This space simulates most of the conditions of reality, allowing wizards to practice various skills. The elite wizards trained in the maze system have reached the level of combat effectiveness of the former military White Wizard Corps. Unfortunately, the soul mirror's capacity is limited, and this system can only be used by elite wizards. If every wizard in the entire wizard civilization could utilize the maze system, then the wizards would certainly be able to hold their ground, not even for a counterattack. Emerging from the incubator, Terra exchanged a few greetings with her comrades. Within their space, tens of thousands of incubators, large and small, stood in a row. Leaving the incubator plaza, Terra and her comrades stepped onto the transmission line. Complex alchemical mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, their glowing runes imbuing these somewhat menacing mechanical creations with a unique beauty. Wizards flowed along the transmission line like cargo. Each time they passed a mechanical arm, another alchemical component was added to their armor. By the time they stepped off the transmission line, they were wearing full sets of alchemical power armor. The wizard civilization was not short of resources. Even its vassal armies were equipped with a complete set of equipment. As the elite among wizards, these elite wizard legions were fully equipped with alchemical power armor. This armor can protect against energy attacks up to 10,000 energy. With the addition of a shield, it can temporarily resist even attacks up to 30,000 energy. The power armor is equipped with a telepathic link system, enabling a full telepathic link between all members without the need for a soul wizard. Officers' power armor is also equipped with a mental amplification system, allowing them to more easily coordinate their magic power and unleash legion spells. Furthermore, the alchemical power armor features a multi-elemental amplification rune array, allowing elite wizards to easily reach the 3000 energy level. Its rune exoskeleton system imbues every wizard wearing the armor with immense strength and agility. Even a first-level filler wizard wearing alchemical power armor can easily defeat a second-level elite veteran wizard without power armor. To put it bluntly, these wizards are like sharp arrows. Any obstacle standing in their way will be pierced instantly. Chapter 702. 3 rounds of concentrated fire. 1, 2, 3. The goblin commander calmly gave the order within the mental network. Around him, thousands of goblin soldiers manned portable alchemical turrets, unleashing a deadly rain of fire. Boom! The fireballs exploded against the Galaxy Mayfly's hastily constructed Legion shield, and a small fire elemental storm coiled around it like a giant python. With a bang, the outermost shield shattered, sending ripples through the newly constructed second shield within. Before the Galaxy Mayfly's second shield could react, a group of werewolves clad in flame armor burst forth from the sea of inferno saturated with fire elemental energy. The werewolves raised their swords and slashed, their inky blades piercing the rippling second shield. Under the intense concentration of death energy, the energy shield and the werewolves' sword-wielding hands eroded together. In an instant, the second shield shattered with a crack. The werewolves brandished their blades with ferocious faces, chanting ancient werewolf poetry as they shredded the galactic mayflies. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over. A battle group of over 300,000 mayflies had been annihilated, leaving only 1 in 10 surviving galactic mayflies. The werewolf commander, in charge, gathered his troops. The wizard commander beside him pulled a veil communication device from his pocket and informed headquarters of his position and situation. While target-oriented tactics allowed the Legion to be more flexible and placed lower demands on the command center, they also placed a heavy emphasis on intelligence exchange. Each unit should have a thorough understanding of the battlefield situation in its area to prevent one Legion from disrupting the other's tactics. After the report, the Legion didn't stop. After a simple treatment, they set out again. At headquarters, a wizard, receiving the intelligence his colleague had denied, immediately drew an arrow on the map with a quill pen and marked it with a small number, 93. Around this arrow, several arrows simultaneously pointed to a single location. At the same time, his colleague handed Abel the summary of the intelligence. Chief of Staff, the 93 Hybrid Legion is expected to arrive at the rendezvous point within 3 hours. The leyline plan should begin. In the expedition nest, the Mayfly King surveyed the various arrows drawn on the map based on the intelligence, his mind mulling over the wizard's next move. Overall, they're retreating, but the southern line's retreat is more lax than the northern line. It seems the southern line is a smokescreen. As he spoke, the Mayfly King's compound eyes turned toward the northern line. On the map, the Galaxy Mayfly circled a blank area with the symbol of death. Just 100 kilometers further ahead in this area lies the Galaxy Mayfly's large northern leyline node. It seems I was wrong. This guy is even crazier than I thought. The Galaxy Mayfly knew that the wizards possessed weapons capable of disintegrating their artificial leyline nodes. So, the moment the Mayfly King saw this location, he immediately assumed the wizards were planning to storm this large leyline node. A storming leyline node is a risky decision, but also one with enormous rewards. If successful, the Galaxy Mayfly's artificial leyline nodes in the world's north would be completely destroyed, and the natural leyline nodes would also be affected, affecting the hatching of the larvae. While this would have little impact on the major offensive a year later, it would have a devastating impact on future wars. Artificial leyline nodes aren't something you can just create at will. If this large leyline node were to disintegrate, then the Galaxy Mayfly wouldn't be able to create any artificial leyline nodes in the northern part of the world for the next 100 years. The Mayfly King wondered whether Richard knew this information. Theoretically, the wizard shouldn't have. After all, artificial leyline node technology is the core of the Galaxy Mayfly, and all information blockades are extremely strict. But what if Richard knew the information? Or what if Richard didn't know, but was still hell-bent on taking it down? He couldn't ignore these situations, no matter how minor they were. He was able to slack off now entirely, because his predecessor had laid the solid foundation. If the northern node was destroyed, he would have no choice but to attack again, fighting the wizard to the death. No, we must strengthen the defenses of the large northern node. Regardless of whether he intends to storm it or not, strengthening the defenses is crucial. The Mayfly King had no desire to fight Richard to the death. To die in this mediocre world would be a mockery of his insect life. Even if he were to die, he would die on a truly magnificent battlefield. Beneath him would be an endless sea of insects, above him the glory of the Lord. Only such a battlefield would be worthy of his death. Now that the decision had been made, the order was clear. The mayflies on the northern battlefield began to retreat toward the ley line node. Some hid on the two flanks of the node, providing support and, when necessary, encircling and annihilating the wizard's army. Although the commanders on both sides didn't communicate, their tacit cooperation meant that there was virtually no friction between the two armies before the actual battle began. The wizards assembled nearly 2 million hybrid troops on the northern battlefield, including 300,000 elite wizards. Behind them, Richard's 20 million heroic elves served as their reserve, ready to provide backup for any operation. While this battle on this front couldn't compare to the massive battles that simultaneously mobilized tens, or even hundreds of millions of troops, in this world, a battle of this scale was considered quite large. In the headquarters, Abel handed Richard the battle report. "Commander-in-Chief, all legions are in place." Richard took the report, glanced at it, and then placed it on the table beside him. "So what are we waiting for? Let's begin executing the plan. Tell the legion commanders below that this battle isn't about annihilating a certain number of enemies, but rather about minimizing losses while fulfilling orders. The purpose of this battle is to buy time for the rear lines to build defenses. Annihilating a certain number of enemies isn't our goal." Abel bowed slightly. "Yes, sir." "Yes, Legion number 13 has received the message." Putting the crystal ball down, the Legion commander's face lit up with barely suppressed excitement. He shouted to his adjutant, "Notify the soldiers to prepare for battle. The combat order has arrived from headquarters." The order to attack spread rapidly through the psychic network. Almost simultaneously, the 2 million hybrid legions began to move. According to the command center's arrangements, 500,000 of the 2 million legions would serve as the main force of the feint attack, responsible for making the Galaxy Mayfly believe that the wizard was about to storm the ley line nodes. The remaining 1.5 million troops were tasked with protecting the flanks of the feint attack, cooperating with the wizard army to quickly eliminate any reinforcements or encirclement groups of mayflies. The hybrid army's action soon came into the mayflies' sight. As the defending force, the Galaxy Mayflies had made ample preparations. Combined crystal shield generators, operated by subspecies mayflies, hovered beside each hive. A number of multi-level convergent light prism towers had also been constructed. Most importantly, the large ley line nodes were well defended. The hives surrounding the large ley line nodes alone boasted 30 million mayflies serving as protective battle groups. Around the large ley line nodes, scattered across several medium-sized and dozens of small nodes, were mayfly battle groups of varying sizes, totaling over 50 million. In the rear, reinforcements from other regions were arriving in a steady stream. To put it bluntly, this large ley line node is an impenetrable fortress. But unfortunately, a fortress needs someone to touch it to function effectively. Boom! The roar of magic spread across the plains. The hybrid army's feint attack, with astonishing efficiency, eliminated a small ley line node serving as a sentry post. And with astonishing speed, they advanced towards the interior of the large node. During this assault, the wizard deliberately spared a small group of Galaxy Mayflies, deliberately allowing them to observe the arrival of a small group of elite wizards. Intelligence warfare is an essential part of war. Receiving intelligence from the front, the Mayfly King perked up. The intelligence from the front line perfectly matched his hypothesis. The wizard intended to rely on the elite army to storm the northern ley line node. Damn it! Wasn't the previous silent battle just good enough? The Mayfly King's voice rang with annoyance. If he hadn't been cautious this time, this world would surely be doomed to a major war. What was the old wizard thinking, dying in such an insignificant world? Or did he think he could definitely win? Confirming the wizard's intention, the Mayfly King immediately mobilized his legions, sending reinforcements to the ley line nodes, and preparing to launch a powerful assault on both flanks of the wizard, encircling and annihilating the attacking legions. "Captain, the insects inside the node are stirring." In the shadows, a wizard observed the insects gathering inside the node and relayed this message to the captain through the mental network. Then, this message traveled through the chain of the chapter master, the staff officer, and the adjutant, all the way to the captain's ears. Movement? A bloodthirsty smile crossed the Legion commander's face, and he said to his adjutant, "Send a message to our allies. The insects within the node are moving." But before they could send the message, the Legion commander's crystal ball suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw a message from the elite wizard corps. "We have detected unusual movement of the insect swarm within the node. Please cooperate." A flash of surprise crossed the Legion commander's face, and then he shook his head helplessly. My lord is right. These elite corps are truly elite. After that, he said to his adjutant beside him, notify the soldiers to take cover in battle order 1. Priests, prepare for healing. Our firepower will not cease. Meanwhile, on the route that the node Mayfly must take to reach the larger node, a 10,000-strong elite wizard corps had already formed up. The commander of the elite corps lowered the crystal ball and spoke through the telepathic network. Allies have received the order. All personnel, prepare for battle. Also, the wizard support team, please be aware that if any friendly spellcasting fails, their positions must be filled as soon as possible. Even the wizard corps was defeated by the galaxy Mayfly, so these clan corps, no matter how powerful, won't be much stronger. Chapter 703. In the node, nearly 800,000 Mayflies, under the general's command, methodically constructed their array. The massive mother nest rose from the ground. The moment it broke free from the earth, energy from the earth veins gushed out, transforming into a magical breeze that blew in all directions. Thankfully, even artificial earth vein nodes possess self-healing properties. After the mother nest's energy pipeline was unplugged, the earth veins immediately summoned a vast amount of earth elemental energy to repair the breach. The galactic Mayflies formed a massive three-dimensional array around the mother nest. The outer shell of the array resembled a shuttle, a rich layer of wind elemental energy swirling at high speed, providing both acceleration and defense. The formation was complete, and General Mayfly gave the command, move. The massive array then rapidly approached the location of the large node. If nothing unexpected happens, they reached the main defense area of the large node in 30 minutes. Bang! With a resounding, shattering sound, a jet of black energy instantly slammed into the Mayfly battle group. The rapidly spinning wind elemental was easily pierced by the energy stream like thin paper, shredding hundreds of Mayflies along with it. Controllable spatial flow. Oh no! It's the wizard's elite army. The moment General Mayfly saw the black energy flow, he recognized its true nature. This terrifying sorcery, called controllable spatial flow, is one of the elite wizard legion spells. While its lethality isn't particularly impressive, it's incredibly effective at breaking through defenses. These spatial flows, bound by gravitational fields, are essentially a mass of rapidly flowing spatial debris. Even an ordinary level 4 world lord would be pierced through if careless. Send intelligence to headquarters immediately. The wizard's elite corps isn't. General, my communications are blocked. At this, General Mayfly's antennae trembled violently. Controlled spatial flow, communications blocked. This was undoubtedly an elite corps of wizards. These wizards likely had no intention of attacking. Their true target was the surrounding corps coming to support them. General Mayfly almost instantly understood the wizard's intention, but with communications constantly blocked, it was futile to figure it out. Dozens of controlled energy streams instantly ripped through the array's defenses, followed by a massive barrage of sorcery. General Mayfly didn't change his array, instead maintaining it and charging forward, attempting to force his way through the elite wizard corps. But it was clear his plan was unworkable. Pull the power release. The wizard hidden in the forest flicked his fingers, and a massive repulsive force surged from their position, surging towards the Mayfly battle group. The fire elemental storm shredded the Mayfly array's outer layer of wind elemental defenses, simultaneously shattering General Mayfly's last hope of a breakout. At this final moment, it issued its final command. Detonate the hive. The low-level Mayflies faithfully carried out General Mayfly's command, but when they attempted to detonate the hive, they found it was as solid as stone, and would not explode no matter what. In the wizard's position, a team of wizards chanted before an altar resembling a Mayan pyramid. The wizard commander, standing beside them, exclaimed in amazement, "Those guys at the Tesla Magic Armor Research Institute are truly geniuses. Using curse sorcery to counter self-destruction is a brilliant idea. The biggest challenge in battling a Mayfly battle group is how to handle its self-destruction. If a wizard attacks, it's not a problem. Due to the characteristics of the leyline nodes, the hive cannot be detonated while rooted in them. Even if a wizard bombards them with sorcery, at most they can shatter them. After all, if it explodes, it's very likely to cause fluctuations in the leyline nodes, triggering a chain reaction. If it's a battlefield confrontation, this becomes extremely troublesome. If it's a weaker legion like the Hybrid Legion, it's less of a problem. During the battle, the Galaxy Mayflies consume a lot of energy, and complete annihilation is impossible. The Galaxy Mayflies can either escape with their hive, or have very little energy left when they self-destruct. But if they encounter an elite wizard legion or engage in an annihilation battle, the problem becomes serious. The former's strength can render ordinary Mayfly battle groups defenseless, yet they can't prevent the Mayflies from self-destructing. The latter makes escape completely impossible, and self-destruction is the best countermeasure. In the early stages of the war, this characteristic of the galaxy mayflies caused the wizards considerable harm. Now, the wizards finally have a countermeasure. Through curse magic, the wizards can temporarily render the hive incapable of detonation. While this process requires a dedicated team of curse wizards, the result is undoubtedly worth it. Without the hive's last resort of self-destruction, the mayfly battle group was quickly annihilated. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Under the wizard's cold gaze, General Mayfly used the battle group's remaining energy to launch a suicidal counterattack. A multicolored stream of energy rushed towards the wizard army like a sharp arrow, but it was met by a thick energy barrier. This ordinary mayfly battle group was nothing but a toy for the elite wizard legion. In previous battles, these legions had faced elite mayfly battle groups or vast swarms of mayflies. This battle group, numbering less than 1 million, was truly insignificant. After recovering the mayfly hive and dissociating the small nodes, the wizard commander immediately reported to headquarters. Legion 21 has completed its operational objectives and will proceed to its next designated location. Headquarters has received this. Your Majesty, the reinforcements for 14 nodes have been attacked, 13 of which are small and 1 is medium. We suspect the wizards may not be targeting the large nodes. In the mental network, the Mayfly General carefully reported the intelligence and his own and others' opinions. The Galaxy Mayfly Legion operates a strictly hierarchical society, and Mayflies of different ranks must obey the orders of their superiors. Questioning a superior's decision is absolutely forbidden. But the current situation is completely contrary to their expectations. If this continues, they will be sending themselves to their deaths in vain. Temporarily halt the reinforcements. After a long silence, the Mayfly King issued his order. In the expedition nest, the Mayfly King surveyed the various markers on the map, feeling as if he had fallen into some kind of trap. What on earth is this guy trying to do? He's amassing such a large army, taking such great risks, just to prey on those small fry? Or is he building fortifications in his rear to buy time? What's his purpose? The Mayfly King was bewildered. Why had Richard caused such a commotion, igniting a war across almost the entire front? There was no doubt that the raid had caused him considerable losses. However, such losses were not a significant threat to him. He could always deploy his reserves. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos caused by the raid, then the raid would be meaningless. Could it be that the wizard was simply depleting his army? That sounded foolish. Mobilizing millions of troops, even sending out elite troops, risking annihilation, all for tens of millions of mayflies. If there were even a zero after that number, he would have believed it. No, this must be some kind of deception. His real target must still be the large nodes. The Mayfly King's antennae twitched, his conviction growing even stronger. The mayflies are no longer moving? Richard examined the information Abel had handed him, scratching his head with a nagging headache. If we don't move, it'd be difficult. Once they build up their numbers, we'd be driven into a desperate retreat. The main reason the Galaxy Mayflies are currently on the defensive is that they have too many locations to defend and their forces are spread thin. The Wizards' repeated successes stem from their offensive advantage, their initiative on the battlefield, and their ability to recklessly mobilize superior forces to attack a specific target. However, once the Mayflies' forces reach a certain size, the Wizards' tactics will be ineffective. Faced with a swarm of insects, Wizards can't achieve a quick victory. But once they're caught, their energy beam cannons will overwhelm them. At that point, the Wizards will have a path to retreat. Sir, should we consider mobilizing some of our elite troops to attack the large nodes? Abel suggested. The elite troops possess a strong offensive capability. As long as we display a strong enough presence, these insects will surely come to our aid. Richard nodded slightly. This was a promising solution. Do as you say. Meanwhile, have the heroic legion prepare for support from the rear. Yes. With the order given, the elite troops quickly assembled. The 150,000-strong elite army arrived at the battlefield at a major node and began the vanguard attack. Attack formation, ready controlled spatial flow. 3, 2, 1, release. The wizard commander in the mental network calmly gave the order. Ahead of him, a vast array of shield crystals and an energy shield formed by an array of mayflies formed an iron wall. Behind this iron wall, light spears with over 30,000 energy levels lashed out at them without hesitation. Although the mother nest could not be detonated while connected to the earth veins, the connection to the earth veins also provided a nearly unlimited source of energy. Relying on the power of the mother nest, the Galaxy Mayflies had no worries about energy. A variety of high-intensity attacks rained down on the wizards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wizard army's shields were rippled by the impact, forcing the wizards responsible for maintaining them to use the energy from their power armor to keep them up. Beneath the shield, the attacking wizard flicked his finger slightly, and the next moment, a controlled spatial flow over 10 meters long shot out from the Legion leader's chest, penetrating the Mayfly's defensive barrier like a tofu. It hit the Mayfly general responsible for maintaining the defense. The first breach in the iron wall appeared. Chapter 704. Huh? Why did the defense collapse? Even the Wizard Corps commander was stunned at the sight of the collapsing energy barrier. Their goal was to increase the pressure on the Galaxy Mayflies within the large node, thereby mobilizing the wizards in other nodes. But now, it seemed they had overreached. Captain, what should we do next? The news his subordinates heard was also what the commander himself was pondering. What should they do next? Attack? Or wait for the Galaxy Mayflies to regroup on their own? The former would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the Galaxy Mayflies, but it would likely cause them to overreact and cause significant damage to the vanguard. However, if they didn't attack, their strategic intentions would be directly exposed to the Galaxy Mayflies. The deliberation ended in an instant. Through the mental network, the commander instantly contacted the commanders of several other elite wizard corps. All the commanders unanimously decided that an attack was necessary. The next moment, the elite wizard army began to advance, followed closely by the hybrid army in the rear. If they allowed the Galaxy Mayflies to close the gap at this point, they would have lost their initiative. As they moved, the report of the attack was relayed to headquarters. Looking at the information Abel handed him, Richard suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. Richard suddenly looked up to the west, slowly stood up, and ordered Abel, "Tell them to attack cautiously. The enemy Mayfly King is likely about to strike." In the expedition nest, the Mayfly King's antennae trembled at the information that the defenses had been breached. His worst fear had come true. The so-called attack on reinforcements was a cover. The wizard's target was the large leyline nodes. Otherwise, given the defensive strength of the large nodes, a simple feint attack would never have caused them to collapse. Surely the wizard hadn't immediately killed the Mayfly general in charge of the defenses? Damn it! I shouldn't have abandoned the reinforcements. The Mayfly King let out a sharp cry from his mouthparts, shaking the surrounding walls slightly. "Send the Skylight Battle Group up and make sure they stop." "Your Majesty, the Skylight Battle Group has been transferred just a month ago." After hearing his subordinate's report, the Mayfly King remembered that his elite legion, along with a large number of troops, had been moved to the main battlefield to prepare for the next offensive. He no longer had any elite Mayfly battle groups. Damn it! In the end, I have to do it myself. The Mayfly King cursed, then connected his telepathic network to the working Mayflies of the expedition nest. "Prepare for ultra-long-range attack support. I guide the attack." Yes! Like the floating city, the expedition nest had undergone numerous modifications over the past few hundred years, and was equipped with a host of formidable weaponry. These weapons were the Galaxy Mayfly's best weapons for attacking a world, and they also served as a significant aid in their defense. At the Mayfly King's command, the entire expedition nest immediately began to vibrate. Energy from the Earth's veins continuously flowed into the expedition nest's energy channels, thinning the energy concentration near the expedition nest. Then, a tentacle-like object extended from the expedition nest. Compared to the mountainous expedition nest, this tentacle resembled a short horn. The Mayfly King's nerves connected to the expedition nest, making the behemoth a part of its body. Then, a flash of light shot out from the short horn, streaking across the sky like a meteor. On the other side of the world, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flashed and appeared outside the headquarters, the energy within him surging like a river. Ha! Richard swung a fist toward the large node, and an equally brilliant beam of light shot out from the tip of his fist. Buzz, the two attacks collided in the air, the two energies colliding. In an instant, all creatures across the north saw a sun suddenly appear in the sky. But the next moment, Richard's expression changed, and he punched again. Suddenly, a flash of light flew out from the sun, hurtling towards the large node with lightning speed. This attack was actually a cluster bomb. A flash of light pierced the sun, raining down upon the attacking wizards like divine retribution, annihilating the hundreds of thousands of mayflies that served as beacons. Asshole! Richard's face sank to a shimmering pale. His fist was once again intercepted by the Mayfly King, and he could only watch helplessly as the wizard's vanguard vanished into nothingness in the flash of light. This single blow annihilated his 50,000 elite troops. If he hadn't warned them to be cautious, the Mayfly King might have attacked, and this single blow would have wiped out the entire attacking army. Richard suddenly looked west, his body growing larger. Although his mind told him that this wasn't the most opportune time to fight, he possessed a new combat form and the blessings of the abyss, but he wasn't yet proficient in harnessing these powers. It would have been best for him to establish diplomatic ties with the abyss and gain its inherited experience from its will before engaging in battle. But Richard wasn't going to listen to reason this time. Destroying his 50,000-man army right before his eyes wasn't just a trampling on Richard's dignity. It was a blow to the morale of the entire wizard faction. More importantly, was his reason truly rational? In the past, Richard's enemies had been natives and beasts. Even battling the demons of the abyss, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. The only time he fought a desperate battle, he had virtually no choice. But now, he was facing a disadvantage, and still had a choice. His rational choice might have seemed rational, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like correct nonsense. The age gap between him and the Mayfly King would never be narrowed, and his experience gap would always remain. So, his most rational course of action would have been to survive until he reached the 6th ring, then crush the Mayfly King with one hand. But wasn't that really cowardice? Richard couldn't deny the fear tinging his emotions. He dreaded such a battle against the odds. He always hoped to fight with the wind in his favor, and if possible, to crush the Mayfly King. But in this great era, that was impossible. He had to slay all cowardice within himself, to be able to face the surging sea of insects with composure. He had to firmly believe that he could triumph, that the wizard could triumph. Richard took a deep breath, his massive form like a mountain. This was the first time he had used his true form, since completing the integration of his bloodline. Vast energy surged through him like a river, and every cell in his body rejoiced. It was as if they were celebrating their master's triumph over fear, and also as if they were cheering for the battle to come. After the bloodline integration, Richard's outward appearance remained largely unchanged. Only the pale bone scales were stained with blood, and his ferocious dragon horns had darkened. But internally, Richard's body had undergone a profound transformation. A dual energy circuit, centered around his two hearts, constantly supplied every cell in his body with abundant energy. With every breath he took, he absorbed a vast amount of free elements. These elements were absorbed by cells in his lungs, then converted into substances that entered the bloodstream. These substances eventually accumulated in his stomach, or biopower furnace, where they were transformed by the radiation system into high-energy radiation, providing Richard with a constant supply of energy. Most of this energy was used for bodily activity, while the excess was converted into energy-rich microcrystals that entered the bloodstream. These crystals eventually accumulated in muscle cells. When a high-intensity burst of energy was needed, they were instantly absorbed by the cells, and converted into the energy needed for the burst. In other words, Richard's veins were no longer flowing with blood, but a sea of magic stone. Furthermore, complex, distributed nerve networks permeate his body, acting as miniature brains, effectively assisting him in finely controlling his body and even his energy. Compound glands, which directly synthesize compounds from free elements to provide composite materials for his skeletal scales, and venom glands, which synthesize energy-based poisons. These are all new creations he created during this bloodline integration. It seems I'm not as weak as I thought, Richard muttered to himself, feeling the surging power within him. He looked westward and gently raised his arm. You still won't come out? You won't come out until I destroy that thing? The next moment, a crystal like an eye emerged from Richard's palm, suddenly shooting out a streak of aurora across the sky. Alas, it's finally like this again. The Mayfly King severed the connection between his body and the expedition nest, and suddenly appeared outside. Boom, the aurora exploded. An ironclad energy shield emerged from the Mayfly King's body, and then his body suddenly grew larger, its texture becoming ethereal. If you want to fight, then fight. I want to see how well your injuries have healed, daring you to challenge me. Boom, two massive figures intersected in the sky, erupting with a thunderous roar. The clear sky was torn apart. Space storms and elemental storms, natural disasters for mortals, now seemed like special effects as two terrifying entities swirled around them. Richard looked at the Mayfly King, with a hint of bloodthirsty smile on his face. On his chest, a pitch-black wound over 30 meters long was emitting a constant stream of black smoke. Wherever the smoke touched, tiny spatial cracks appeared. And on the Mayfly King's chest, a crater-like indentation was slowly healing. How does it feel? Do you feel the strange sensation of cells collapsing under radiation? Richard asked sarcastically, looking at the Mayfly King. The Mayfly King didn't answer. A hint of fear flashed in his dark compound eyes. He could clearly sense that Richard's strength had increased by more than a level compared to their last battle. Sure enough, after several years of recuperation, this guy's injuries have healed considerably. If we don't fight seriously, we'd probably lose this time. Chapter 705. Thinking on the battlefield left no room for hesitation. The moment he made his move, a sudden surge of dimensional power emerged from the Mayfly King's body. An invisible connection spread from the Mayfly King's body, instantly connecting to the expedition nest. Immediately, a vast network, centered at the expedition nest, spread out across the entire Mayfly-controlled area. Just as wizard rules encompass more than just equal exchange, the dimensional power of the galaxy Mayfly extends beyond the mere act of Mayfly devotion. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly, as the runes representing the wizard's dimensional power flashed across his body. He could see that after invoking dimensional power, the Mayfly King's aura suddenly grew larger and more expansive. He seemed to be facing a gigantic monster, but this monster seemed composed of mist. A marvelous power. As the Mayfly network spread, the Mayfly King's form suddenly blurred, and then, his body abruptly split into several identical parts. Realistic illusions, another of the Galaxy Mayfly's signature abilities. If Richard had faced such a situation before, he would have been doomed to failure. But now, Richard was no longer the same. Within him, the abyssal power of the abyss instantly seeped into every limb, nourishing every cell. Unlike the dimensional powers of the wizard and Mayfly dimensions, which required manipulation to transform into combat power, the abyssal power simply needed to be distributed throughout the body to exert its effects. The Mayfly King noticed Richard's transformation and was startled. He could sense the immense power within Richard, and the corrosive aura that frightened him. That terrifying aura, threatening to consume and possess everything, was like an insatiable demon. What kind of power was this? What terrifying dimension had this wizard struck a bargain with? In a flash, the Mayfly King's entire body erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations. Several deathly light spears, each with an energy level exceeding 300,000, instantly pierced through space and arrived before Richard. But the light spears were met with only a simple clatter. Bang! The vast light spears shattered in an instant, the burst of deathly energy instantly shattering the sky. Richard swung his arm, sending a series of sonic booms through the air. The massive light spears, over 20 meters long, seemed as fragile as glass or icicles before his arm. Not bad. Richard smiled at the Mayfly King, his eyes as fierce as a tiger descending a mountain. The power of the abyss can indeed strengthen the body, but it also unleashes a creature's savage instincts. If Richard hadn't used the power of the wizard dimension to double his mental strength, such a massive dose of the abyssal force would have degenerated him into a beast. The best is yet to come. The Mayfly King shifted slightly, and his original form and clones were about to surround Richard. But before they could complete their movement, the Mayfly King's clone spotted a dark shadow. Bang! The massive clone suddenly exploded, its dense death energy instantly enveloping Richard. "I've been waiting for you." The Mayfly King screamed, and the energy within him surged out. Thousands of pitch-black chains emerged from the void, binding Richard tightly like a living being. At the same time, his clones were already in position. The next moment, the energy of the entire sky began to flow toward the Mayfly King. Within the Mayfly King's body, vast energies were constantly transmuting. A terrifying and chilling aura permeated the air, as if some disaster was about to strike. Not bad. Richard's calm voice shattered the tranquility of the sky and stirred a wave of emotion within the Mayfly King. A shriek, like thousands of voices superimposed, emanated from Richard. The chains that bound Richard to the energy of death instantly shattered. The next moment, Richard appeared before the Mayfly King's true form and delivered a fierce punch. Within his body, trillions of cells simultaneously activated, transforming vast quantities of energy-rich crystals into the force that kept his body moving. The power of this attack was 1,000,000 energy levels. A thunderous boom echoed from the sky, and the mountain-sized Mayfly King suddenly exploded like a pitch-black firework. The remains of his body flew backward like a meteor, leaving a dark trail across the sky, nearly splitting it in two. Richard stood there, watching the Mayfly King fall toward the horizon. He's not dead yet? Sure enough, the rulers of civilized worlds are different. Even a 1,000,000 energy level attack can't kill them instantly. But even if he wasn't dead, he didn't have the energy to pursue him. The previous attack had consumed most of the energy stored in his cells, and now his entire body was in a state of weakness. On the other side of the world, the Mayfly King's shattered body was rapidly reassembling. The Mayfly King hadn't evolved physically, so the destruction of his body wasn't a major concern. But the real problem was that it wasn't just his body that was shattered. The previous blow, while destroying his body, also damaged his soul. If it weren't for the ghost rule, which made his soul exceptionally resilient. He would have been reduced to the level of a level 4 creature by now. Damn it, damn it! You bastard born in a stinking ditch! How dare you hurt me like this? The Mayfly King screamed in agony, the ripping of his soul exploding with agony, 1,000 times more intense than the destruction of his body. The connection he had formed with the Mayfly network was instantly visible. The intense pain spread throughout the network, instantly spreading across the entire wild world, to every Mayfly connected to the Mayfly network. One person is many, 10,000 are few. Sharing the pain among billions of galactic Mayflies, the Mayfly King's pain quickly dissipated, and reason returned to his mind. He didn't come for the finishing blow. It seems that blow was a huge burden for him. Otherwise, if he had any remaining strength, he would have definitely delivered another blow. This is an opportunity we can exploit. The Mayfly King's gaze crossed half the world, meeting Richard's distant gaze. Both sides were now calculating how to kill the other. Richard's weakness had eased considerably. A steady stream of free elements flowed into his body through his respiratory tract, eventually becoming his nourishment. The Mayfly King's body had almost completely reassembled. That massive form was merely an energy illusion. As long as his mental framework remained, he could reassemble it at any time. As the two confronted each other, space seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the power within the Mayfly King surged. Behind the veil, a network of countless Mayflies connected to the Mayfly King. So this is the Mayfly offering. Richard observed the Mayfly King. A small dot in the center of his left eye shifted, allowing Richard to glimpse the scene behind the veil. As the Mayfly offering network connected, the Mayfly King shifted, suddenly generating twice as many illusory forms as before. Each of these forms was indistinguishable from the Mayfly King's true form. The moment they emerged, the flow of energy throughout the world shifted. These Mayfly King illusions, like black holes, continuously devoured the energy flowing towards them. Looks like I'm serious now. Richard took a deep breath, and countless abyssal runes emerged from his mountainous form. Miraculously, these runes overlapped with the wizard's runes, with no conflict between them. From the void, a vast amount of abyssal power entered Richard's body, swelled his physical strength once again. Along with this abyssal power came a tidal wave of knowledge. Abyssal spells, unlike wizard sorcery, cannot be learned. What demons call learning is merely a license from the abyss. As a blessed one of the abyss, Richard possessed the power equivalent to a 6th-level abyss lord, second only to the 2 abyss overlords. Under the influence of the abyssal power, Richard's eyes turned blood red, darkening the entire sky. The next moment, the sky suddenly shattered. The Mayfly King's movements triggered a single movement. If one figure moved, all others moved. Dozens of figures attacked simultaneously, covering every angle of Richard's body. 300,000 energy-level death spears rained down upon Richard like a hail of arrows. Richard, realizing he had no defense, simply ignored them. His body, now blessed by the triple blessing of abyssal spells, wizard enchantments, and the power of the abyss, had become incredibly resilient. The death spears, specifically designed to target life, merely shattered his scales and inflicted a few mild wounds. Richard's explosive speed had now reached near light speed. He moved like a dark crimson storm, shattering the Mayfly King's clones with each strike. As they clashed, cracks appeared in space, vast rifts making the sky look like a piece of shattering porcelain. Space storms surged from the cracks, reducing everything from rocks to weeds to dust in their path. The two massive figures resembled some invisible natural disaster, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Suddenly, the two scourges vanished. As if aware of the devastation they had wreaked on the world, the two masters simultaneously chose to fight behind the veil. This gave the mortals on the surface a chance to catch their breath. At the wizard headquarters, Abel and a group of staff wizards were coordinating intelligence and directing the retreat of the frontline troops. The course of this war had already exceeded their expectations, and they must be fully prepared. How are the preparations for the end of day going? Abel suddenly glanced at a wizard beside him, a stern look on his face. The wizard whispered back, "If you wish, the end of day can be detonated at any time." However, those insects have already developed countermeasures for the end of day over the years, so the final effect of the end of day may not be that great. Abel waved his hand. "That's none of your concern. Now, send the elite wizard corps through the portal immediately. We must be prepared for the great wizard's defeat." Chapter 706. Behind the curtain, two massive monsters repeatedly collided in midair. In this place, neither of them needed to be timid, unleashing a variety of large-scale, highly polluting abilities one after another. The Mayfly King suddenly let out a shrill cry, and a torrent of death energy, accompanied by the sound of death, rushed towards Richard. Richard tried to dodge, but countless death tentacles suddenly seeped out from the Mayfly King's clone beside him. With a moment's delay, the death torrent struck Richard's body. But before the torrent could dissipate, a storm surged upstream from the death torrent. Under the impact of the death energy, the scales on Richard's body were rotten beyond recognition, falling off in pieces at the slightest movement. Swept through Richard's brain, the excruciating pain flowed through his neural networks, but under his terrifying willpower, it was transformed into the driving force of his attack. Braving the torrent of death, his demonic form suddenly thrust forth a punch. Boom! The Mayfly King's body instantly shattered, a dense wave of death energy erupting from him, transforming into a tentacle-like creature that enveloped Richard. Damn it! Another fake body. With a roar, the tentacle's fragile form shattered, and Richard's body lit up with an aurora, a light imbued with the laws of life that instantly dispelled the death energy. "You're so slippery, you bug." Richard gazed at the Mayfly King in the distance, mocking him without caring whether it was his real form or a fake. The Mayfly King showed no anger at the mockery. Instead, he stared at the death energy that was constantly dispelling from Richard's body, and the wounds that were constantly healing, feeling only despair. With his physical evolution, combined with the law of life, and that strange, unknown power, the wizard before him was incredibly resilient. Is this truly the vitality of a level 5 creature? Even with the law of life, it's far too much. Given the injuries this wizard suffered, a Mayfly King of the same level would have died twice by now. Yet this wizard seemed only slightly weakened. What kind of transformation had this wizard undergone? How did the wizard race ensure that these freaks recognized him as a wizard? The power contributed by the Mayflies was gradually diminishing. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he would surely lose. "You're quite resilient, reptile." The Mayfly King's response was no less impressive. Resistant? Richard's mouth twitched. While this assessment was quite pertinent, being described as resilient as an enemy wasn't a pleasant assessment. I wonder if the law of life was the most suitable counter to the law of death, or if the amplification provided by the power of the abyss was simply too strong. For the past month, Richard had been amazed at the tenacity of his own vitality. Though the death energy constantly eroded his body in battle after battle, rotting his scales and aging his cells, his body had persevered time and again. Even after 2 weeks of fighting, the death energy had only eroded the outer layers of his body. A little deeper into his muscles had little impact. But this prolonged consumption had already strained his energy. Unlike spiritual evolution, a physical carrier like Richard's consumed enormous amounts of energy every moment of his true form. Richard had already expended far too much energy and material to recover from the damage caused by the death energy. If this continued, his body would begin to undergo an autophagic reaction. Then, even without the Mayfly King's intervention, he would be annihilated by the autophagic reaction. This battle must end quickly. The same thought flashed through the minds of both combatants. The next moment, the two behemoths, having made the same decision, tangled together like two storms. The Mayfly King's clones, like a thorn in the flesh, clung to Richard's body. Their limbs were entwined with multiplying death energy. If this type of death energy entered the body, even a level 4 world master would inevitably die. The scars inflicted by this energy on Richard's body were as numerous as sea sand. But Richard ignored this agonizing attack. Energy continued to gather within him, his mind preoccupied with searching for the Mayfly King's true form. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to say, Richard had to admit that in terms of technique, he was neither as powerful nor as refined as the Mayfly King. But on paper, the conclusion was reversed. After the integration of his bloodline, the power of the wizard's dimension, the power of the abyss, and even the wizard's alchemy, his paper combat power was actually far superior to the Mayfly King's. If he could build on this foundation, and further study his own strength for another 1,000 years or two, the Mayfly King would have been defeated long ago. So, he only needed one opportunity, a chance to strike the Mayfly King's true form. If he could strike the Mayfly King's true form, the battle would be over. Where? Richard's mental power expanded and contracted like the tide, his gaze scanning the surrounding Mayfly Kings, trying to find a difference between one body and the others. Suddenly, Richard's gaze locked onto the body of a Mayfly King. From Richard's observations, the Mayfly King he had targeted was always on the periphery of the battlefield. It had never entered his attack range, not even once. Noticing Richard's gaze, a flicker of panic flashed in the Mayfly King's eyes. The Mayfly Kings surrounding Richard suddenly intensified their attacks, as if they were determined to slice Richard into pieces. "I've found you." Richard's body shook violently, and hundreds of thousands of enormous mouths suddenly sprouted from his body. Each mouth spoke a syllable, and the lengthy prayer was instantly completed. Boom! A tidal wave of abyssal power erupted from Richard, instantly repelling the surrounding clones of the Mayfly King. Taking advantage of this opening, Richard suddenly appeared before the Mayfly King's true form. A surge of energy surged through his body, transforming every last bit of his energy-rich crystals into energy. Victory or defeat depended on this single blow. Ha! A crimson fist burst forth from Richard's fist, rushing towards the Mayfly King like a tidal wave. But at the last moment, Richard caught a glimpse of mockery on the Mayfly King's face. Bang! The Mayfly King's body exploded, disintegrating into a ball of death energy. Behind Richard, the true Mayfly King and his clones had formed a formation. "You've been fooled, wizard." A shrill, arrogant cry emanated from the Mayfly King's mouthparts. He had been plotting for so long, finally convincing the wizard that his clone was his true form, tricking him into unleashing his most powerful attack. A cheerful chirp emanated from the Mayfly King's mouthparts, its dark compound eyes fixed intently on Richard's face. He longed to see the expression on this ridiculously powerful wizard's face upon discovering he had been tricked in a life-or-death situation. Surely that expression would bring him to a climax. But as his gaze locked on Richard's face, he saw the edge of his mouthparts suddenly arch. Bang! A crimson fist of light surged from the void, shredding the Mayfly King's true form like a raging dragon. In Richard's left pupil, the delusion-piercing eye returned to normal. "Fool, do you really think I can't see your true form?" Discerning the true form had never been a problem for Richard. His problem was how to make the Mayfly King take his blow without defense. The fist light vanished, and the remains of the Mayfly King hovered in midair, tiny particles continuously shattering from its main body. These particles were the energy fillings of the ruled body. Without the spiritual backbone, these energy fillings were like a house without its support. Collapse was only a matter of time. But for Richard right now, these things were an excellent energy source. Richard's abdomen ripped open a mouthpart like a sandworm, and he stuffed these energy fillings into his body to replenish his energy. In the center of this energy filling, a nearly 3-meter-long black mayfly lay lifeless. Richard's true form returned to normal, flew to the side of the giant mayfly, and gently touched it. Ingredients: the body of the Mayfly King. Refinable bloodline, bloodline of the Mayfly King. Refining cost, 100 million mana. Refinable rules: demon rule, level 2, soul rule, severely incomplete, light rule, extremely incomplete. Refining cost, 255 soul power. Wow, how can refining a level 2 rule cost so much? Richard gasped in shock at the 255 soul power requirement. You have to remember, he's now a 5th ring great wizard, and his spiritual power is of the quality of a level 5 life form. In other words, 1 point of his spiritual power is equivalent to 5 points of a 4th ring great wizard, and 50 points of a 3rd ring wizard. Even so, he still needs 255 points of spiritual power. Richard roughly estimated that refining a level 2 rule would cost about 10 times that of a level 1 rule. Goodness, looks like the refining process will have to wait a bit. He had to quickly clear this world of mayflies, destroying the wormhole and the mayfly fleets beyond the interstellar space. If he was slow, a new Mayfly King would take over. Emerging from behind the veil, Richard didn't need to use his true form, but simply used his normal form. With a hand of balance in hand, he rushed to the location of the Galaxy Mayfly Expedition Nest. But as if anticipating the Mayfly King's defeat, the location of the expedition nest was now just a huge pit. Richard looked skyward, only to see that the Mayfly fleet that had once occupied the upper reaches of the Galaxy Control Zone had vanished without a trace. It looked like some kind of warp device had been used. "How slippery," Richard muttered. But come to think of it, the Mayfly King was different from the Great Wizard. They were both connected to the Mayfly network. Once they die, the Mayfly network will naturally disconnect. As long as we've made preparations beforehand, the insects will flee as soon as the network is disconnected. As for the insects remaining in this world, Richard scanned with his mental power, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Those Galaxy Mayflies, under his mental scrutiny, were actually committing suicide? Chapter 707. Different species think differently. Richard waved his staff, and a ray of solar vision destroyed the Mayfly wormhole next to the expedition nest. Theoretically, he could use this wormhole as a gateway to quickly invade the world beyond. But who knew if a level 5 Mayfly King was guarding it, and in his current state, even a level 4 Mayfly King, let alone a level 5 Mayfly King, would have him fleeing in panic. With the destruction of the wormhole, the wilderness world had returned to wizard civilization. But Richard knew this was only temporary. The coordinates of this world had been exposed. If the Galaxy Mayflies wanted to, they could invade again at any time. It would only take a little longer. In any case, I've done my duty as Commander-in-Chief. Even if there's another invasion, that's for the future. Richard smiled somewhat complacently and began clearing out the remaining galactic mayflies within the world. After all, only a small number of mayflies can cross boundaries. Currently, there are at least nearly 1 billion galactic mayflies in this world, along with countless billions of eggs. After confirming the Mayfly King's death and Richard's survival, the galactic mayflies had no illusions about relying on the insect sea to temporarily fend off Richard. As fellow civilizations, the galactic mayflies were all too aware of the gap between them and the world master. If Richard were a native, perhaps they could hold out for a few days. The galactic mayflies have indeed extensively researched swarm combat. But for a civilized world master, their resistance could only be measured in minutes. Rather than futilely resist, it's better to commit suicide immediately and strive for the return of one's soul to the Supreme Lake. If a few wizards can be brought along in the process, even better. Hurry! Hurry! The wizards are coming! General Mayfly's command echoed through the mental network. With each passing moment, the vast Mayfly network lost a significant number of nodes. And those remaining nodes weren't cowards. They were simply doing their final job. Dissociating this artificial leyline node. Since this leyline node was of no use to the Mayflies, there was no need to keep it alive. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended upon the node. A black-robed figure suddenly emerged from the node. He surveyed the nodes and, with a wave of his staff, swept the remaining galaxy Mayflies toward him, swept by a tremendous force. Oh, balanced type 3 subspecies Mayfly. Great. We're just short of specimens of this subspecies. Richard surveyed the Mayflies around him, and, with a slight lift of his finger, separated 6 of them. These 6 Mayflies were male and female, ranging from level 1 to level 3. The remaining galaxy Mayflies were sealed with a wave of Richard's staff. Richard had a deep fear of the rules governing Mayfly dedication. While somewhat speculative, Richard believed that the Mayfly dedications available to the Mayfly King were not all of them. There must be a portion of power they couldn't harness, requiring the Mayfly Overlord or even the Mayfly Dimensional Avatar to unleash. Thus, Richard preferred to find a seal to contain these Mayflies. Anyway, this is not a difficult task for him. After processing the Mayflies at the node, Richard looked at the shattered Mayfly nest with some regret. These Mayflies were very nimble, and even though he was quick enough, they still destroyed the nest. Thankfully, the nest hadn't completely disintegrated, so it still had some value. Richard touched the nest with his bare hand, and the message from the miracle furnace immediately appeared before him. Raw materials: giant Mayfly nest on the verge of collapse. Refined information: giant Mayfly nest blueprint, moderately damaged. Refining cost: 3 spirit points. Refinable material: unnamed bioalloy. Refining cost: 20 million mana. Not bad. Even though it's nearly disintegrated, the blueprint is still moderately incomplete. If I find a few more, perhaps I can piece together a complete blueprint. Richard raised an eyebrow, his lips curled slightly, and he vanished into thin air like a phantom. In less than half a day, Richard successfully eliminated the Mayflies from all the nodes. Although one large node disintegrated, causing the artificial nodes within 1,000 kilometers to disintegrate as well. But for wizards, leyline nodes are unimportant. If wizards didn't lack the technology to create artificial leyline nodes, they would surely have filled every world with them. Once a world was invaded by Mayflies, they would proactively detonate these nodes, preventing the Mayflies from establishing incubation pools for 100 or 200 years. With the clearing complete, Richard returned to headquarters with his haul. In the headquarters, the staff, led by Abel, were in the hall, anxiously awaiting a result. The floating fortress in the astral realm had sent him word of the Mayfly fleet's disappearance, signifying the death of the Mayfly King. But the Mayfly King's death meant nothing. No one knew if it was a mutual destruction. If so, they would have to prepare for a new round of war. But if not, they were incredibly lucky. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the hall. So many people gathered here, are you here to greet me? Seeing Richard's sudden appearance, all the wizards present breathed a sigh of relief. Even the veteran wizards couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, sir, on slaying the Mayfly King. Abel stepped forward and respectfully gave Richard a wizard salute. Then, everyone in the hall followed suit. Congratulations, sir, on slaying the Mayfly King. Richard waved his hand, signaling that the gesture was unnecessary. The war in the wild world has come to a temporary halt. It's a pleasure to work with you all. However, I'm seriously injured, so I won't chat with you any longer. There are still some Mayfly eggs in those nodes. You can arrange them accordingly." With that, Richard disappeared into the hall. The wizards in the hall, upon seeing Richard leave, saluted again toward the spot where he had disappeared, then hurriedly began to discuss the allocation of participating nodes. Galaxy mayfly eggs have always been valuable to wizards. Whether used in potions or sold to research institutes as experimental material, they can earn considerable military merit. In this era of retreating wizards, Galaxy mayfly eggs are not something to be trifled with. After leaving the hall, Richard didn't rush back to the wizarding world to report. Instead, he returned to the secret realm, preparing to refine the rules of the Mayfly King. His injuries from this battle weren't actually serious. The erosion of death energy and the excessive energy consumption were merely a respite for him. Instead, the after-effects of using the power of the Abyss had a profound impact on him. The feral instincts triggered by the use of the power of the Abyss were causing Richard considerable headaches. He couldn't use the power of the Abyss again in large doses for a while, or else the feral instincts would surely overwhelm his rational defenses. However, this result was still somewhat striking. For Richard, a newly promoted 5th ring Grand Wizard, to be able to kill a Mayfly King of the same level was already incredible. On top of that, he hadn't suffered much damage, merely some after-effects to overcome. This was a bit too conspicuous. So, Richard planned to refine the rules to make his soul appear severely damaged. Then, combined with the feral counterattack, he would appear severely injured. This was both perfectly logical, and would allow him to temporarily avoid the massive offensive a year from now. He pulled the Mayfly King's body from his pocket. Its appearance instantly attracted the attention of numerous creatures. The world mushroom reacted most quickly, its mycelial tentacles emerging from the ground almost instantly, attempting to imprison the Mayfly King. "World mushroom, look carefully. This thing is a corpse," Richard said with a mixture of anger and amusement as he peeled back the mycelium. Then came Aldridge. After the Four-Eyed War, this Gestalt creature did not return to the fairyland or the goblin world. Instead, he remained in the secret realm, contemplating evolution with Insect Heart. Insect Heart was deeply curious about Aldridge's Gestalt-like existence. This I Am the Swarm life form offered her a completely new direction for evolution. Aldridge also hoped to use this research to find his own path forward. Aldridge flew like a whirlwind to the Mayfly King's body. Richard could sense a distinct longing in his mental fluctuations. "My lord, what is this? It smells so good." Richard raised an eyebrow and replied, "You know how to eat. This is the corpse of a level 5 Mayfly King. Although he evolved spiritually, his body has undergone some modifications." "My lord, can I eat it?" Aldridge asked anxiously. He had never craved something so much. The fragrance of this corpse was like a giant hand, constantly beckoning him to devour it. Richard watched Aldridge with interest. It was the first time he had seen Aldridge like this. "Yes, but it will take a moment." With that, Richard placed his hand on the Mayfly King's body and silently activated the Miracle Forge. The next moment, the Mayfly King's body suddenly vanished, and Richard's aura grew increasingly chaotic. His eyes gradually shifted from clarity to struggle, his feral counterattack constantly eroding his sanity. 3 days later, the Mayfly King's body reappeared. And above the Miracle Furnace, a massive ball of gray light undulated. A fusion of the rules of death and ghost. "Too bad, it's only raw material or fuel for me." Richard rubbed his head, trying to clear his mind. While the rules of death and life can be smelted, the process is not only lengthy but also requires the rules to be separated. But the Miracle Furnace can only fuse, not separate. And separating rules is a particularly cumbersome task in wizardry. And most importantly, while the cycle of life and death is an excellent combination of rules for necromancers, it's rather underwhelming for a wizard of his evolving constitution. When I return this time, I must take a look at the Codex of the Shaping Power Corona. Chapter 708. After leaving the secret realm, Richard returned to the Wild World headquarters. Due to the end of the Wild World War, the Wild World War Zone headquarters had been disbanded. Only a handful of headquarters members remained in the Wild World as a warning. Most of the remaining wizards had returned to the wizarding world for rest and recuperation. Thus, the headquarters now seemed deserted, with only a few scattered wizards sorting through data from the Wild World War, preparing to transfer it to the City of Eternal Truth for analysis and summary. "Sir, you're back." Abel, Richard's secretary, immediately came forward upon seeing Richard. "Huh? You didn't go back on vacation?" Richard was a little surprised. Abel, an old wizard, wouldn't normally be doing clerical work like organizing data at the headquarters. Abel bowed his head slightly. "Sir, how can I leave when you haven't left yet? I was your secretary until you stepped down as commander-in-chief of the Wild World." That's my oversight. Richard nodded slightly. That's perfect. I'm heading back to the wizarding world. I give you a ride. Your pleasure. Arriving at the portal, Richard greeted the wizard in charge, and then led Abel through it. Even with the portal system, traveling between worlds would take several days. On the way, Richard had nothing else to do, so he chatted with Abel about the war. Sir, a great wizard as capable as you is not common among great wizards. You could even say it's extremely rare. Hearing Abel's assessment of himself, Richard paused, then asked with interest, Don't compliment me now. I'm a newly promoted great wizard, probably not even as old as you. The great wizards are all battle-hardened warriors. How could I be better than them? Abel shook his head. My lord, ability has nothing to do with age. Otherwise, I should be the great wizard now, and you should be my secretary. The great wizard's experience in past planar wars has been greatly exaggerated. In reality, the vast majority of great wizards do not participate in command during these wars. They only intervene when the lord of the enemy world appears. Such a group of wizards doesn't actually possess much talent for warfare. Abel's words were bold. If they were on the battlefield, his words would be enough to earn him admission into the Redemption Army. But now, in the time tunnel, with only Richard and him, he was a bit bolder. That's what you said. Richard smiled. Isn't it the same for me? Besides providing some general directions, aren't you the ones doing the detailed command? That's where you're better than them. Abel's voice unconsciously dropped, as if he feared someone might overhear him. Most great wizards don't have your self-awareness, especially since the appearance of the great wizard sword of victory. They've become even more confident. They believe that anything a new wizard can do, they can do too. Also, while you may not have much command talent yet, that's simply due to a lack of experience. Just based on your ability to devise mission-oriented tactics, your talent for warfare definitely surpasses most wizards. Abel's words stunned Richard once again. Aren't great wizards supposed to be wise? How could they do something so clumsy and playful? Seeing Richard's expression, Abel added, Sir, you truly look like a newly promoted great wizard. My lord, a great wizard is still a wizard. Becoming a great wizard doesn't make them more mature or more stable. On the contrary, their character flaws become more apparent after becoming a great wizard. Because they are generally respected, even if their personalities are terrible, we, the younger wizards, have to adapt. If you, like me, have fought against dozens of great wizards, or interacted with other great wizards more frequently, you will find that most great wizards are actually less mature mentally than ordinary wizards. I think you're exaggerating a bit. Richard was silent for a long time, then replied stiffly. A great wizard's calculation ability far exceeds that of an ordinary third-level wizard. As long as they discover these problems. My lord, this has nothing to do with calculation ability. Abel smiled and shook his head. It's a personality issue. If a great wizard doesn't spend a lot of time interacting with beings of the same level, these personality problems are bound to appear. The Grand Wizard's power is unchecked, and they can easily execute those who disobey them. Even the emperors of mortal dynasties need to consider their reputation, but the Grand Wizard has no need to worry about such things. Because no one would think anything was wrong with the Grand Wizard's actions. They simply have that power, Richard continued thoughtfully. The problem Abel mentioned is a systemic one, a habit that no one considers wrong. If there hadn't been a war between civilizations, this problem would have remained unnoticed for dozens of epochs. Your wisdom is as vast as the ocean, Abel said, bowing his head. Why are you saying this to me? Richard suddenly looked at Abel. If I were the great wizard you described, you'd be doomed. Abel smiled. Sir, it's precisely because you're not that I'm saying this. And these words might be of some use to you, right? Richard's identity was no secret to these third-ring wizards. Master Richard, the inventor of the small floating city, and a capable associate of the founder of the School of Constitution, these were both prestigious titles. Some rumors even claimed that Richard was a student of the Corona of Constitution. If Richard reached the sixth ring, he would become the second in command of the School of Constitution. In other words, Richard was a man with all-powerful connections. Richard was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I raised these matters with the coronet, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it will make. Abel, what school are you from? The School of Evolution, sir. Go back and register with the School of Constitution, and you be my secretary from now on. Abel is terrified. Terrified? Richard looked at the old wizard, shook his head and smiled. How could you be terrified? Back in the wizarding world, Richard left Abel his contact number and parted ways. Next, he had to report to the City of Eternal Truth, then register with the School of Curse and the School of Necromancy, and finally redeem his rights to the Book of Rules. Abel, on the other hand, needed to enjoy his hard-earned vacation. The City of Eternal Truth was still busy. Upon learning that Richard was a great wizard reporting, the staff wizards immediately cleared a path, making all procedures as simple and expeditious as possible. While victory in the wilderness world may be insignificant to the overall battlefront, reclaiming a small world at a strategic disadvantage is a significant achievement. The propaganda significance of Richard's actions far outweighs their strategic significance. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The office door opened, and Richard calmly entered the room, proceeding to the final step of his briefing, explaining his strategic thinking and some experiences worth sharing. The room was simply furnished. Aside from a bookshelf reaching to the ceiling, there were only a few specimens of galactic mayflies, a clean desk, and 2 chairs. Behind the desk sat a wizard, whose aura revealed him to be a 5th-ring Grand Wizard. Richard. Master? The Grand Wizard looked at the name on the document and spoke uncertainly. It's me, Richard nodded calmly. I don't have a title yet. Please get started, my friend. Okay, Master Richard. The Great Wizard pulled a magic book from his pocket and asked Richard, Master Richard, as the commander of the Wild World Theater, the Council of Truth hopes to learn from your strategic thinking and command experience. Our front is currently in retreat, and all your contributions are helping wizard civilization and yourself. I don't really have much to say, Richard said calmly. Everything I've done in the wild world is merely an experiment. Based on the results so far, I believe the Hybrid Legion is essential for us. Of course, these results may not be mature, so I don't recommend their promotion. Secondly, command experience. From my experience so far, if the lower-level legions have sufficient experience and quality, focusing solely on strategic planning and foregoing detailed command is a very good strategy. At this point, the Grand Wizard in charge of recording suddenly looked up. Oh, that's very interesting. Could you elaborate? I think I've made myself very clear, Richard said hesitantly. Are you confused about that? How did you come up with this idea? I mean, the idea of abandoning detailed command. Your proposal differs significantly from the current mainstream command style. Simple, Richard replied. I'm a newcomer and haven't experienced much war. So, I'm unfamiliar with war command. Secondly, I believe the situation on the front lines is unpredictable, and the time it takes for intelligence to be transmitted from the front to headquarters is sufficient to cause changes on the front lines. Using imperative command will lead to rigid legionary actions and unnecessary losses. Richard's conclusion caused the Grand Wizard in charge of recording to frown slightly. No orders, only targets. What kind of command is that? Besides, wouldn't that make things more likely to go wrong? A 3rd-ring wizard's abilities clearly couldn't compare to a Grand Wizard's. As a Grand Wizard with experience in the battlefield, the Grand Wizard was already muttering inwardly. It's truly an insignificant little place. I guess the Galaxy Mayfly didn't have any powerful figures deployed, so this guy took advantage. But despite his grumbling, the Grand Wizard didn't react outwardly, merely mentioning it politely. Master, I doubt the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory would agree with you. Faced with this rebuttal, Richard calmly replied, Wizard civilization has only one Sword of Victory. Doesn't that speak volumes? As he spoke, Richard suddenly recalled what Abel had said to him in the space tunnel, and he added, judging from this result, I'm afraid most Grand Wizards don't possess the command abilities of the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory. After saying this, Richard suddenly frowned. His perception told him that the Great Wizard sitting across from him seemed to be in a slightly off mood. Chapter 709. Having recaptured a small world on the edge of the battle line, do you really think you're a tactical master? The Grand Wizard in charge of record-keeping looked at Richard, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. Though he hated to admit it, Richard's blunt inference stung him. The Grand Wizard's Sword of Victory was powerful. No matter how much he denied it, the Grand Wizard's Sword of Victory was superior to him in command. If the Grand Wizard's Sword of Victory were an old wizard, he would undoubtedly have hailed him as a peerless genius. But the Grand Wizard's Sword of Victory was a new wizard, one who had only received basic wizard training, not even a single day of elite wizard training. This was an invisible humiliation for these old wizards, who looked down on the new wizards. Furthermore, the Grand Wizard's Sword of Victory had made no achievements in research and no talent in combat. Even if he became a Grand Wizard, his combat effectiveness would be that of a large, 3rd-ringed wizard. And academically, he couldn't even comprehend a more complex spell book. This filled the old wizard, who revered knowledge and strength, with heartfelt contempt. How could such a person command a vast battlefield and foresee events with such precision? Sensing the recording master's emotions, Richard's mind flashed back to Abel's words. It seems the situation is worse than we thought. Even with warnings from peers, these guys still can't see past their own limitations. The recording master looked at Richard, a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Your perspective is quite sharp. If my information is correct, this must be your first time as a commander on the battlefield. What kind of information could lead you to such a sharp judgment? Sharp? Richard found it a bit amusing. Could he really call that a sharp statement? Most Grand Wizards don't possess the commanding prowess of the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory. There's really nothing sharp about that statement. It's like saying a 5th ring Grand Wizard is sharper than a 4th ring Grand Wizard. I don't think my words are sharp at all. You only need to look at one thing to reach that conclusion. Look at what? The battle line. Richard looked at the recording Grand Wizard as if he were an idiot. Was he really a 5th ring Grand Wizard? If everyone possessed the exceptional commanding prowess of the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory, our battle line wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Have you ever considered that different Grand Wizards inhabit different worlds, lead different legions, and face different enemies? The recording Grand Wizard retorted. Those difficult battlefields wouldn't necessarily be any better, even if the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory were deployed. You haven't experienced such battlefields, so you don't know the huge discrepancy between battle reports and actual combat. So you're saying that every battle fought by the Grand Wizard of the Sword of Victory is carefully selected by the Council? The Grand Wizard's face changed. I never said that. Don't speculate. Richard no longer had much desire to continue the conversation. Grand Wizards are intelligent. If they insist on a point, even if it's wrong, they can cite numerous examples. You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Master recorded. It's up to you whether you want to remember that part just now, Richard said calmly. A flicker of irritation crossed the recording Grand Wizard's face, but he continued to record Richard's words meticulously in the magic book. This was his duty. No matter how furious he was, he couldn't tamper with Richard's words. But after he finished, he added a mark to Richard's comment on the Grand Wizard's command ability. This document he was writing would be compiled and distributed to all Grand Wizards. He decided to include this sentence without changing a single word. Since he had said it, he shouldn't be afraid of others seeing it. Do you have anything else to share? Richard stood up and said calmly, my final suggestion is to make good use of the general staff and listen more to the opinions of the Legion commanders on the front lines. They are real participants in the war, and their advice is often more relevant to the battlefield. The recording Grand Wizard finished recording this, closed the magic book, and stood up. The two shook hands politely, and Richard left the room. After he left, the recording Grand Wizard's expression darkened. Arrogant fellow, I'd like to see what you truly possess to say such a thing. Leaving the office, Richard searched for a working wizard and inquired about the Cursed School's branch in the City of Eternal Truth, intending to register there. But once he found the location, he discovered that the branch wasn't authorized to register a school. I'm sorry, sir. If you wish to join our school, you must go to headquarters. We're just a formality here. In front of Richard, a wizard wearing a ghost mask and dressed like a priest said apologetically, I'm just registering my name, so why do I have to go to headquarters? The cursed wizard's face twitched behind his mask. Just putting a name on it, that's something only a great wizard could say. Sir, putting a name on it is no different from joining. Richard sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. Mark the headquarters address for me, and I go there myself. Yes, sir. Glancing at the location the wizard had marked, Richard raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a forbidden zone for life? Richard's map was the highest level civilian map. All forbidden zones were marked and divided into different levels of danger. The location the wizard had marked was right in the center of a large forbidden zone for life. Furthermore, the danger level of this forbidden zone was the highest, black. This danger level meant that even a great wizard would be in danger if he entered. Your Excellency, there is no mistake, the cursed wizard replied. The headquarters of the Cursed School is actually Lord Corona's wizard tower. Lord Corona has spent years exploring the truth in the heart of this forbidden zone, so the headquarters is drawn here. Is that even possible? I've learned something new. Richard put the map away, thanked the cursed wizard briefly, and disappeared from the room. The Cursed School is located in the second ring Tower of Truth, quite a distance from Richard's City of Eternal Truth. In the past, travel over this distance would have required using the World Guardian's portal or venturing through other worlds. Thankfully, after the war began, the ban on Grand Wizards in the Wizarding world was lifted. As long as Grand Wizards could restrain their power, they could move freely within the world. Although the Wizarding world still prohibits ultra-long distance teleportation, a Grand Wizard's flight speed is more than enough to surpass interworld routes. After a week of leisurely flight, Richard arrived at the outskirts of the life-forbidden zone, home to the Cursed School's headquarters. But the scene before him made him feel as if he had taken the wrong path. This life-forbidden zone, marked black on the map, was surprisingly vibrant, with all sorts of birds, beasts, insects, and fish thriving in the forest. Strange, there's no sense of danger at all. Richard surveyed the forest before him, scratching his head in confusion. Neither his exploration nor his instincts had detected any danger in this area. Could this place even evade the perception of a level 5 creature? But Richard didn't hesitate and simply walked in. After all, he bore the mark of the cursed corona, and any curse would be directed towards it. As soon as he entered the forbidden zone, Richard felt a chill run down his spine. It was like a venomous snake slithering across your back. But the feeling only lasted a moment. Richard glanced at the palm of his right hand, and saw that the mark left by the cursed corona had darkened a little. Has it been transported? Richard muttered, then flew towards the center. The headquarters of the cursed school was a pitch-black forest of towers. The moment Richard entered the restricted area, an alarm suddenly rang in one of the towers. Which reckless person has trespassed? The great curse wizard frowned, shutting off the alarm and pulling a crystal ball from his pocket, ready to see where the reckless person was. As the headquarters of the cursed school, the entire restricted area was enshrined in a protective curse, alerting the wizards at headquarters to the presence of someone entering the restricted area. In the past, this function was often used to counter the invasion of hostile wizards. But now, it's primarily intended to help those who stumble into the restricted area survive. This restricted area is filled with terrifying curses capable of killing even a third-level wizard. If unlucky enough to encounter a cursed creature, even a master wizard would be left with a broken skin. Huh? Why is there no image? The cursed plague master looked at the unresponsive crystal ball and instinctively patted it. But the ancient repair method had no effect. The crystal ball remained unaffected. It was as if the defensive curse they had set had been broken. Strange. The defensive curses were all set by my senior brother. Even I couldn't break them in such a short time. Who is this wizard? The cursed plague master put the crystal ball back into his pocket and transformed into countless flies, flying out of the wizard tower. In the forest, Richard observed his surroundings with interest. The delusion-piercing eye in his left eye blossomed, and the surroundings faded before him, revealing the creatures hidden behind the scenes. After the facades faded, the forest before him was shrouded in an invisible mist. Countless creepy creatures wandered within the mist, searching for their prey day after day. Suddenly, a cursed creature resembling a slender ghost, as if sensing something, suddenly rushed towards Richard. But the moment it touched Richard, it felt as if a massive hand grasped its body, instantly transforming it into a small ball. The ball slowly descended, landing in Richard's palm. There, a fong-filled mouth swallowed it whole. Curse magic is quite interesting, but unfortunately, I lack the spiritual power to learn it. Before Richard finished speaking, a voice, tinged with the rustling of flies, suddenly emerged from the mist. Master, you are wrong. Chapter 7:10. Richard looked behind him, and saw a swarm of black flies slowly transform into a black-robed wizard. The black-robed wizard's face was obscured by a hood, and without the use of his delusion-piercing eyes, Richard couldn't even see his features clearly. Who are you? Richard asked first. As a wizard not from the cursed school, it's time for you to introduce yourself. The cursed plague grand wizard's eyes, hidden beneath his hood, glanced at Richard's right palm, intentionally or unintentionally. As a grand wizard from the cursed school, his intuition was quite sharp. Because of his research on fate, he often even saw glimpses of the future. And at this moment, his intuition told him that in the grand wizard's right hand, something potentially mortal could be placed. Indeed, Richard smiled apologetically. I am Richard. I've come here on the orders of the cursed coronet to register with the cursed school. This is my credentials. As he spoke, Richard opened his right hand, revealing the mark left by the cursed coronet. He believed that the great wizard of the cursed school before him would be able to discern the handiwork of the cursed corona. The cursed plague wizard looked at Richard's palm. The moment he saw the mark clearly, his expression beneath his hood suddenly became horrified, and he immediately averted his gaze. How is it possible? How could the teacher leave you with this mark? The cursed plague wizard muttered to himself in a state of dismay, as if he had witnessed something beyond his comprehension. Seeing him like this, Richard couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. Master, is there something wrong with this mark Corona gave me? No problem. No problem. The great wizard of curse plague was startled, but then relaxed as if realizing something. He looked at Richard and asked, Master, didn't you tell me what this mark is? Richard shook his head. No. Then don't ask me what this mark represents, the great wizard of curse plague replied immediately. Master, If you don't tell me, it must have a purpose. Master, you are the most profoundly knowledgeable of fate among the wizards. Everything you do is meaningful. Richard didn't deny this. He knew a thing or two about the cursed school. The subject of fate had been initiated by the cursed corona. In ancient times, fate had always been a taboo within the cursed school. Master, what is your name? My name is Curse Plague. Master Richard, you want to be a member of the cursed school, right? Yes. Please follow me. Led by the great wizard of Curse Plague, Richard arrived smoothly at the cursed school headquarters in the heart of the Forbidden Zone. Cursed Talon. Within this headquarters, nearly 100 wizard towers, large and small, stood in a row. Each tower represented a grand wizard of the School of Curses. In the center of the towers stood the tallest of the towers. It was undoubtedly the wizard tower of the Cursed Crown. The towers were utterly silent, almost devoid of life. According to the Grand Wizard of Cursed Plague, the Grand Wizards were generally at the front lines, and he was only here for his shifts. Arriving at the central tower, the Grand Wizard of Cursed Plague rang the doorbell. The next moment, the tower's door opened, revealing a young wizard who looked like a wizard's apprentice. The Great Wizard of Curse Epidemic addressed the wizard respectfully, Brother Curse Scar. The Great Wizard of Curse Scar ignored him, his eyes fixed on Richard. You're finally here. Richard was startled, then a faint, embarrassed smile crossed his face. I'm truly sorry. I was so busy studying for the campaign over the past few years that I forgot about registering. The Great Wizard of Curse Scar didn't say much, simply stepping aside to clear the way. Come in, I register you. Also, I have something for you. Entering the wizard tower, the first floor was a large hall, with an entrance to the basement at the edge. Although the hall had good lighting, the view from the entrance was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. The Great Wizard of Curse Scar walked to the entrance, and pulled a 3-pronged candlestick from his pocket. Judging by the mottled marks on the candlestick, and the 3 half-melted candles on it, it must have been quite old. Follow me closely. Without the real candlelight, you fall into the dimensional gap. Although you're a great wizard and can return on your own, the journey back and forth will take a long time. With that, the cursed great wizard entered the passage. Richard hurriedly followed, entering the candlelight's range. Under the candlelight, Richard felt everything around him become incredibly clear, and the darkness around him dissipated, revealing the brick and stone passageway. The underground passage was long. If this passage was a real passage in the wizarding world, they were probably heading towards the lava layer. As they walked, Richard noticed that the cursed great wizard kept glancing at him, intentionally or unintentionally, as if observing his performance. Finally, after walking for nearly half an hour, Richard finally came upon a wooden door. The great wizard Curse Scar stepped forward and opened it, then gave Richard a deep look. Faced with this gaze, Richard finally couldn't help but ask, Master, what have you been observing all this time? Is there anything special about me? Do you know what this road is called? The great wizard Curse Scar replied after a moment's silence. I don't know. Inside the cursed school, this road is called the Road of Truth. Outside, it has another name. The Road to Hell. As he spoke, the great wizard Curse Scar looked at Richard with a look of wonder in his eyes. Anyone who embarks on this path will be affected to some degree by the mystical forces entangled there, resulting in various reactions. But from what I've observed along the way, Master, you haven't been affected at all. Indeed, Richard nodded slightly, then asked, what does this mean? The curse-marked wizard sighed and said, it means that either you are of such high rank that these mysteries have no effect on you at all, or, Master, you are completely devoid of spirituality. The mystical forces are on a completely different level from yours, which is why you remain unaffected. And judging by your strength, Master, you're most likely the latter. Richard smiled awkwardly. Having no spirituality at all didn't sound like a positive assessment. Master, please come in quickly. Making real candles is quite a hassle. Richard hurried into the room upon hearing this. The curse-marked wizard closed the door and blew out the candles in the candlesticks. The room was furnished in a plain, typical wizarding style, bookshelves, tables, chairs, and specimens. The only thing worth mentioning is the lighting in this room. The lighting in this room is very dim. The magic lamp hanging from the ceiling looks like an incandescent lamp that has been used for a long time. The light has turned from bright to dim and turbid. The cursed master pulled a book from the shelf, flipped it to a blank page, and handed it to Richard. Master, simply write your name here in blood. It must be your real name, and the language must be wizarding. Richard did as he was told, writing the word Richard on the blank page. As he finished writing his name, the white paper suddenly began to smear with black spots, as if it were about to burst into flames. Boom, The white paper bearing Richard's name suddenly burst into flames, leaving the two master wizards stunned. This? Richard stared at the scene, dumbfounded. He assured himself that he had done nothing, merely inscribed his name with his own blood. He glanced at the cursed master, trying to confirm whether this was normal. But when he turned his gaze to the cursed master's face, he saw that the cursed master's student was also shocked. The school book can't even bear his name? Who is his fate tied to? The school book is one of the school's most precious treasures. Anyone who leaves their name in it can draw upon its power to delay and block the curse directed against them. But as a student of the cursed coronet, the great wizard Cursed Scar knew that the school book actually had another use, anchoring fate. As the creator of this book, the cursed coronet used it to distribute the fluctuations of his own fate among the numerous wizards whose names were left, thereby stabilizing their fate. The school book contains countless names, and no matter how significant the interference with a single fate, it would not cause a single ripple when distributed among millions of people. In other words, this book serves as a safety line for the Curse of Corona experiment, ensuring it doesn't go awry. But this book's power has its limits. When it comes to creatures with incredibly powerful destinies, the school book will manifest in various ways. For example, scorch marks appear, large sections of the pages are burned, or even half of the name is burned. But the Master Wizard of Cursed Scar had never seen anyone leave even a trace. The entire page was reduced to ash. This? I didn't do anything, Richard explained stiffly. I know, the Master Wizard of Cursed Scar nodded stiffly. Since I can't leave my name behind, I leave a drop of blood. In mysticism, names hold a very special meaning. Curses cast through other media can be transferred, meaning they can be passed on to others. Only curses cast through the true name as a medium can avoid this. And blood holds a lower status in mysticism than a name. So, since Richard couldn't leave his name behind, he could only leave a drop of blood. Richard did as he was told, and the next moment, the page of the book burst into flames again. The fire was much calmer than when he written his name, but the page still burned up completely. Richard looked at the cursed scare master awkwardly. After a moment's silence, the master suddenly pulled out a notebook. Master, write your name here. I tried gluing yours on. Huh? Will that work? Theoretically. Richard wrote his name in the notebook. The cursed scare master tore off the page and pasted it onto the page of the book. This time, the page didn't completely burn. Looking at the remaining page, barely a finger's worth, the cursed scare master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, your vision is truly sharp. Mine is still too shallow. With that, the cursed scare master returned the book to the shelf and pulled out a plain black-covered magic book from the top shelf. The cover of the magic book was painted with a blood-red eye, and beneath it was the title of the book. Curse. Principal? The great wizard Cursed Scar handed the book to Richard with both hands and said solemnly, Master, the future of the cursed school depends on you. Chapter 7:11. Stop. What do you mean the future of the cursed school depends on me? The Cursed Scar's words startled Richard so much that he almost jumped up. He only come here to put his name on the list, so how could he be the successor of the cursed school? Moreover, the cursed crown was young and energetic, so he wasn't afraid of being remembered by the cursed crown for saying such things. Master, do you know what this book on the principles of curses is? The Cursed Scar asked seriously. Richard shook his head. I don't know. This book on the principles of curses is actually my teacher's research notes. While the new information it contains isn't as comprehensive as the cursed secret book, it does record much of my journey through exploration. It can be said to be my teacher's most important personal inheritance. And the Cursed Scar pointed to the palm of Richard's right hand, then opened his left hand. On his left palm, there was a mark exactly like Richard's. Even among my students, I'm the only one who possesses this mark. And I've never even seen this book on the principles of curses. The great wizard Cursed Scar's voice was filled with resignation. As the best student of the cursed coronet, he understood the gap between himself and his teacher better than anyone else. Compared to the cursed coronet's talent, he, a rare prodigy in the cursed school, was but a star beside the bright moon. He had long been prepared for the position of school leader to be given to someone else. No, I think you've got something wrong. Richard waved his hands. The cursed coronet asked me to join him simply as a figurehead, as our fates are intertwined, and I'm just taking out some insurance. Lord Coronet said it himself. I don't need to do anything, not even join a team. Who would ask a future leader to side with another school? Richard's words startled the Cursed Scar wizard. Naturally, Richard wouldn't lie at this point. Could he have misjudged something? And think about it, how could a wizard without any spirituality like me possibly lead the cursed school? Richard continued. If a school leader doesn't even know the magic of his own school, wouldn't everyone laugh at him? The Cursed Scar Wizard rubbed his chin, feeling Richard's point made sense. Although the Cursed School had the ability to allow wizards of lower spirituality to cast cursed spells, a wizard like Richard, who had walked the path of truth without any reaction, was clearly more spiritual than just low. Master, cast your spell according to this model. The Great Wizard of Curse Mark pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and handed it to Richard. Richard took it and examined it briefly, revealing a very simple curse spell. This spell causes the person to hiccup continuously for an hour. It's considered the simplest spell in the Cursed School, not even requiring a curse worm. If the master possesses spiritual power, with the teacher's mark, he can surely unleash this spell. The Great Wizard of Curse Mark looked at Richard, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Unleashing curse spells often requires a medium. The stronger the medium, the lower the spiritual power required, and the higher the success rate. The mark on Richard's hand is one of the most numerous among all the mediums in the Cursed School. Anyone with even a modicum of spiritual power could unleash this spell. Richard shrugged and constructed a model of the spell based on the model, but the model collapsed the moment it appeared. Without the mysterious power of spiritual attraction, this sorcery model simply couldn't hold true. You see, you must have overestimated it, Richard said with a look of resignation. Looking at the crumbling model, the Great Wizard Cursed Scar breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps. With his name registered and the Cursed Principle in hand, Richard had nothing else to do at the Cursed School headquarters. After leaving the basement, Richard bid farewell to the Great Wizard Cursed Scar. He then had to register at the headquarters of the School of the Dead. The headquarters of the School of the Dead was located in the Five Rings Tower of Truth, a vast cemetery covering over 300,000 square kilometers. This cemetery was practically a world unto itself, home to countless undead, both high and low. Necromancers occasionally performed healing or cultivation on some of the undead creatures. For the level of the School of the Dead, this was quite common. The Corona of the Dead's decision to allow him to register was a spur-of-the-moment decision, without any profound meaning behind it. After registering, Richard finally finished his mission with the Corona and could take a break. He exchanged the rule book and chatted with the constitutional Corona about the wizard system. You want to exchange the rule book? At the Evoking School headquarters, the wizard in charge of merit exchange looked at Richard with a look of shock. The amount of merit exchanged for the rule book was enormous. Even a small amount could be exchanged for a miniature world. This was the first time he had seen anyone exchange for one since the war began. Is there a problem? Richard raised his eyebrows. Does it require an evoking wizard to exchange it? If only an evoking wizard could exchange it, then he might as well register with all 6 schools. That's not the case. The codex is open to all great wizards, the staff wizard quickly explained. Please wait a few days. I submit your application. The Codex of Rules belongs to the Transfiguration Corona. Applying for it requires the Corona's approval. Since the Corona is preoccupied with war and various other matters, it's natural that the approval process is slow. As for the Corona blocking his application, the thought was quickly discarded as soon as it occurred to Richard. He said Patian was only a 5-ring great wizard. No matter how great his achievements were, he wouldn't achieve the truth until after the war, and that would be a long time later. Since his application was blocked at this time, the Corona might as well just be called the Kaishan Corona. After waiting for 7 days at the Transfiguration School headquarters, Richard's application was finally approved. Escorted by the Great Wizard Qiang, a student of the Corona, the Codex of Rules was delivered to Richard. Remember, once the tome is opened, your 3-day reading time will begin. The Great Wizard Qiang handed Richard an unremarkable, old-fashioned parchment tome and instructed him sternly, in 3 days, the seal on the tome will be activated, so be sure to think carefully about your questions. Thank you, Master, for the reminder. Richard took the tome in both hands and addressed the Great Wizard Qiang solemnly. The Great Wizard Qiang looked Richard over and nodded, saying, You don't seem as arrogant as the rumors say. I think you must have been prompted by the Corona to say that. Richard looked at the Great Wizard Qiang with some confusion. Master, what do you mean? The Great Wizard Qiang, seeing Richard's reaction, assumed he was keeping a secret and waved his hand with a smile. Nothing. I didn't say anything, and you didn't hear anything. With that, before Richard could say anything else, the Great Wizard of Blazing Sun vanished from the spot. Richard scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered by the Great Wizard of Blazing Sun. He was a new Great Wizard, and his time in the wizarding world after becoming a Great Wizard was limited, and his interactions with others were limited. How could he possibly be so arrogant, Could it be that someone reading his post-battle summary would think he was arrogant? Richard shook his head and tossed the item aside. He could only keep the book of rules for a month. Whether he read it or not, it would be sealed after that month. Instead of dwelling on these trivial matters, he should focus on the question he needed to answer. The far north was still covered in ice and snow. Looking at the distant spires, which were noticeably smaller among the tall buildings, Richard felt a strange sigh. After so many years, the far north city had changed. He was no longer the same person he had been when he left. Opening the door, Richard entered the Wizard Tower. The interior of the Wizard Tower was spotless, and all the magical equipment was still functioning. Clearly, someone had meticulously maintained this tower over the years. As if sensing someone entering, footsteps were heard in the passage leading to the tower's basement. Soon, a beautiful figure emerged from underground. "Richard, you're back?" Richard embraced Ellie with open arms, saying lightly, "I'm back. This war is easier." After learning that all his senior brothers and sisters had died on the battlefield, Richard refused to let Ellie fight again. Ellie wasn't a great wizard, so her presence on the battlefield didn't matter. So, after being assigned to the wild world, Richard didn't let Ellie go with him. This was a gesture of protection for her, and also a sign of respect for other wizards. Releasing his embrace, Richard didn't share any heartfelt words with Ellie, but instead plunged into his laboratory. Time was of the essence. He only had access to the Book of Rules for a month. In the lab, Richard placed the Book of Rules on the test bench. He then opened a secret rift and pulled Ulises over. His study of the rules was still too superficial and narrow. He needed a more experienced senior to guide him. Due to the Miracle Forge, Richard had barely explored the connections and synergies between the different rules. The Miracle Forge would help him with that, and he only needed to prepare enough rules. Although the physical corona was a suitable mentor, he wasn't a student of the physical corona, so asking such a question was somewhat excessive. Well, if you ask me, you have to make a decision right now. Focus on the present or the future. Ulises pondered Richard's question and offered this advice. To focus on the present, try to improve your short-term combat effectiveness. That is, the power of the rules that can assist your body. To focus on the future, then seek out rules that can aid your research and enhance the power of witchcraft. Richard was silent for a moment, then sighed. Then, somewhat frantically, he said, "Of course I know that. I need more specific advice. For example, do you know which types of rules can assist the body and which can aid in the research of witchcraft?" Chapter 7:12. Huh? How can I give you advice on the specific rules? Ulises said in astonishment. Studying rules is a very regional matter. Beyond the basic rules, the special rules vary greatly between worlds. To obtain these special rules, you must go to the corresponding world. Can you come to us to obtain the rules now? What about the basic rules? Richard asked again. You want to play around with the basic rules? Ulises was left speechless by Richard. Why are basic rules so basic? Isn't it because they have a single function? Unless you're not pursuing advancement right now, and are simply looking to expand your rule abilities, I can't give you any specific advice. Richard, struck by a thought, said, Tell me more about this. If you don't have the knowledge needed for advancement, some advice on improving your combat power would be helpful. Well, there's a lot to say about that. I briefly outline my approach, and I give you the specifics once I've compiled them. Ulises gathered his words and spoke slowly. You should be aware of the classification of rules. Substantive rules and imaginary rules. Substantive rules are further divided into basic rules and special rules. Special rules are formed by combining fragments of multiple basic rules, or even imaginary rules. Based on this, we've developed a new approach, trying to combine multiple rule fragments to artificially create a special rule. And my suggestion of more variety is based on this idea. Richard's eyes lit up slightly at this. Ulises' explanation gave him a new perspective. In wizard civilization, rules are generally used as tools to enhance sorcery, or as the core of a particular sorcery. When wizards study rules, they specialize in a single one. Even if they study multiple rules, they are still studying the complete set. While wizards do have this approach, it's only explored by some, with the mainstream focus still on studying the complete set. Good idea. Are your flames based on these rules? After regaining the power of the Lord of the World, Ulises' flames were no longer their original innate abilities, but rather flames superimposed with his own rules. That's right, Ulises said proudly. My flame of desolation is a complex product, centered around the elemental rules of fire, infused with the rules of darkness, death, combustion, and so on. Furthermore, it can be further enhanced by adding fragments of rules. No limits? Theoretically, not. Richard's mind flickered. If there were no limits, could he refine a single rule through rule fusion? That seemed promising. Well, I share some of my knowledge about rule fusion later via information transmission. However, I'm completely incapable of pairing rules for advancement. Richard nodded slightly, returning his gaze to the book of rules. Guess I have to shamelessly ask Corona. I still have a world from Corona, and that should be enough as compensation. Corona's research institute was too far from the wizarding world, and reaching it via the portal network was clearly impossible. But the portal network isn't the only way for a great wizard to travel. As Jimmy opened the dimensional door, Richard teleported through it, arriving moments later at the institute for the evolutionary path of the physical Corona. Richard, you're really getting so arrogant now that you even have to teleport to leave the house, Jimmy said jokingly, giving Richard a hug. Richard waved his hand. There's no other way. If I use the portal network, my tiny world will be wasted. He then asked nervously, what does the dean say? Are the things I've prepared sufficient? While new wizards may not value knowledge, for experienced wizards, it is absolutely precious. Answering Richard's question would inevitably require a huge price to pay. Enough? Jimmy smiled and patted Richard on the back. If the dean still wants something from you for such a small matter, he's incredibly stingy. You're a well-known figure within the school. How could they possibly ask you for advice on advancement? Richard was stunned, somewhat at a loss. Can such knowledge be given away so easily? Jimmy scoffed, shaking his head and saying, our school only has a handful of great wizards, and they rely on us to support the school. Does the dean need a little money from you? Richard felt incredibly foolish upon hearing this. Rules are rules, but they exist to protect interests. If a rule doesn't protect the interests of those who use it, and those who use it have the ability to disregard it, then it's no longer a rule. I was foolish, Richard said with a self-deprecating laugh. Where's the dean? I go see him? The Path of Evolution Research Institute is a massive tower-like structure, thousands of meters high thanks to wizard technology. Its lowest floor is practically the size of a city. Wow, the dean is worthy of his title. He's built such a massive research institute. Richard explained in amazement, looking at the institute, which was practically a city. Compared to the dean's, mine is just a small laboratory. Oh! Jimmy was slightly surprised and asked with interest. You have a research institute? You've only been here a few days, and you haven't even earned your title yet you've already built one? No way, Richard denied with a smile. This is a research institute run by my families. These guys are pretty smart, and their creations are no less impressive than those of wizards. Family Research Institute? Jimmy was astonished. Teaching the natives. Oh, families. My goodness, you're really smart. It's a grave sin for wizards to teach native knowledge, but families are clearly not considered natives. Family Research Institute, TSK, Jimmy explained in amazement. Are you trying to cultivate a small civilization? No, it's just a small research institute. The institute's lower floors are mostly warehouses and testing grounds, while the upper floors are mostly occupied by laboratories. In these labs, most are conducting virus experiments targeting the galaxy mayfly. The real front lines aren't as peaceful as the wild world. Various forbidden weapons from the Wizard War era have been reactivated. Among these weapons, the demonized viruses and cursed viruses that are effective against evolved creatures are considered relatively mild. Rumor has it that in some worlds, great wizards of the cursed school have been releasing cursed creatures on a large scale, attempting to transform the entire world into a life-forbidden zone like the cursed school headquarters, thereby slowing the galaxy mayfly's attack. Following the central passage to the top floor, this floor is the laboratory of the physical Corona, where he usually works. Although the physical school consists of only a few members, it is still a school. In the office, the physical Corona's animal puppet calmly flipped through a magic book. The magic book looked new, but the workmanship was very simple, as if it had been produced in a small workshop. Richard entered the office and respectfully addressed the Corona behind the desk, Dean. Well, Corona closed his book, a faint smile breaking across his honest, bear-like face. How's my research institute? Richard paused, then replied somewhat stiffly, very large. The research projects are a bit limited. Corona nodded slightly. In wartime, research must serve the war effort. You came here to ask about the rules, and I believe Jimmy's interpretation is correct. Indeed. So what are your thoughts? Focus on the present or on the future? Richard fell silent at Corona's question. Focusing on the present or the future is a difficult decision. The number of complete rules a creature can accommodate is not infinite. Even a six-ringed wizard can only accommodate 5. If there are fragmented rules, then there are only 4 complete rules. If he focuses on the present, he must consider whether to perform simple rule disassembly and stripping in the future. But if we focus on the future, we must address one issue: how to survive until the future materializes. Corona didn't rush, knowing that this was a decision that required careful consideration. There's no right or wrong in this decision. With sufficient consideration, any answer is correct. Suddenly, Richard asked the physical Corona, "Dean, I heard you're researching a potion to accelerate human growth." "Indeed. How's your research progressing?" "Fair enough. We already have a semi-finished product." Hearing this answer, Richard's gaze steadied. "Then I choose the future, Dean." A hint of surprise flashed across the physical Corona's face, curious about the connection between Richard's question and his answer. "Is there a reason?" "I believe wizards will ultimately triumph. Besides, my own abilities are already sufficient. I don't need to add to the burden of research." As he spoke, blood-tinged bone scales suddenly sprouted from Richard's palm. The moment the physical Corona clone saw these scales, his gaze froze. "Good boy, you're quite capable. The level of evolution of your body is probably comparable to mine when I was at the 6th ring." As a pioneer in the path of physical evolution among wizards, he was well aware of Richard's level of evolution. Richard's physical evolution was practically perfect. Even with the aid of the power of the abyss, this level of evolution was somewhat incredible. Unless... Corona of Constitution looked at Richard, a sudden smile of understanding appearing on his face. This kid has probably mastered life editing. Although the Forerunner legacy of the savage world was much destroyed, wizards still found many useful things within the remaining relics. And life editing technology appears quite frequently in numerous sources. No wonder this kid has evolved so quickly. However, although he could see that Richard possessed this incredible skill, Corona of Constitution did not directly state it. While life editing was a useful technique, it was of little use to him. As for whether this technology could help other wizards, not to mention that there are only a few wizards with physical evolution, even if there were many, could he force Richard to hand over his technology? Every great wizard has a few cutting-edge technologies. If they were forced to hand them all over, the wizard civilization would probably disintegrate. The god civilization, the abyss civilization, and even the galactic mayflies would probably welcome their joining. As he thought about this, the physical Corona suddenly spoke up. "Richard, you're a great wizard too. Take this time to rest and have a child, or perhaps take on a student." Richard, Isn't this a bit of a jump in topic? Chapter 713. "Dean, don't you think this is a bit of a jump?" Richard replied stiffly. "Besides, I have a student too. He's become a great wizard." "Oh, how come I didn't know?" Physical Corona was a little surprised. When did Richard have a great wizard student? Jimmy, standing by, couldn't bear to watch and quietly reminded him, "Dean, Richard's student is that Wu and I mentioned earlier." "Oh, I remember." Physical Corona rubbed his head. "What a pity. He's from the alchemy school. Most of our school's assets were split from the alchemy school. It's not appropriate to try to steal from the alchemy school. But can you take in another one?" A cunning smile appeared on Physical Corona's honest, bear-like face. "He will inherit your alchemical school's knowledge, and the new student will inherit your physical school's knowledge. There's no conflict." Looking at the suggestive smile of the Physical Corona, Richard's heart trembled. He suddenly realized that the Physical Corona already knew he knew life editing. He urged him to accept a student, telling him to pass on this skill. "All right, Dean. I try to accept a student soon," Richard said helplessly. The Physical Corona nodded in satisfaction, then straightened his face, and began to answer Richard's questions. "Since you've chosen the future, your rules must be closely aligned with sorcery. Although this may sound a bit exaggerated, transmutation sorcery is undoubtedly the foundation of a wizard. A wizard can be without other schools, but not without the school of transmutation. Therefore, your subsequent rule choices should be as close to energy and elements as possible. Your radiation rules are excellent supplementary rules. If you hadn't been working under me, the evocation school would definitely find a way to recruit you into the evocation school." Richard nodded slightly, then asked, "Do you have any specific suggestions?" "I haven't done much research on rules, but if I could offer any advice, I recommend transmutation and death for your last 2 rules." "Transmutation? Death?" Corona's answer left Richard somewhat bewildered. Transmutation is a term used by both the School of Evocation and the School of Alchemy. In alchemical research, the basic structure of alchemical materials is often composed of 4 elements and energy. Alchemists call the change in the structure of the 4 elements transmutation. Energy in the school of evocation also possesses structure, so this term is widely used by the school of evocation as well. But does this world have a rule called transmutation? As for the rule of death, Richard was even more perplexed. Did the rule of death hold any special meaning for him? Corona's confusion didn't surprise Richard, so he patiently explained, the rule of transmutation is the name of the school of evocation. The power of this rule allows wizards to more easily adjust energy structures, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of their spells. As for the rule of death, you don't need to worry about that. The rules of death and life are like an Ouroboros. If you confuse these two rules together, then virtually no one under the master can kill you. At most, they banish or seal you away. As he spoke, a vortex of life and death appeared in the hands of the physical Corona. Although I don't fully understand the underlying principles, my personal experience tells me that this combination is powerful. Of course, it's also time-consuming. The explanation given by the constitutional Corona was extremely convincing. The moment he saw the vortex of life and death, Richard immediately incorporated the death rule into his subsequent rules. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. These suggestions are very important to me, Richard said respectfully to the constitutional Corona. These suggestions seem simple, but without research and information, Richard might have searched the codex for 3 days without finding the transmutation rule, let alone choosing the death rule as his promotion rule. A single word of advice from the constitutional Corona saved Richard from countless detours. The constitutional Corona laughed and said humorously, "You're also a pillar of the constitutional school. If I don't give you advice and let you escape, wouldn't I be left alone?" Ha, no way. After receiving advice from the constitutional Corona, Richard didn't linger for long and returned directly to the wizarding world. Such valuable items as the Codex of Rules could not be taken outside the wizarding world. After returning to the wizard tower, Richard immediately entered the laboratory and opened the book of rules that had cost him nearly an entire microcosm. Richard examined the book with a hint of greed on his face. "Let me see what you look like inside." The book of rules looked plain on the outside, like an ancient magic book. But within, it utilized a technology called the Endless Book. This technology allowed for constant access to new content by turning the pages. To facilitate wizards' references, the Transfiguration Crown had specially added a table of contents and tagging magic to the book. The table of contents allowed Richard to precisely locate the beginning of a particular rule. The tagging magic allowed Richard to mark a page he had read, saving him the trouble of repeatedly turning pages when he needed to recall it later. Of course, a great wizard would rarely need this magic. Photographic memory is a fundamental skill for a great wizard. The breadth of the rule book exceeded Richard's imagination, containing over 10,000 rules, each with detailed documentation and research. The connections, coordination, compatibility, and possible theories of repulsion between these rules and others were clearly documented. At this moment, Richard gained a profound understanding of the power of the Transfiguration Corona. If the Transfiguration Corona was willing, with its understanding of the rules, it wouldn't be impossible to construct a miniature world capable of short-term existence. Too much. Richard flipped through the pages. 3 days seemed ample, but due to the limitations of the medium, Richard had to turn pages to see new things. This also meant that Richard's view was limited. A single microcosmic battle merit could actually earn him 3 days of reading privileges. Richard felt like it was a godsend. Richard suddenly groaned, a trickle of blood trickling from his nose. He clutched his head, feeling the boundless savagery assaulting his sanity. Damn! I almost forgot about the savagery. Richard's abyssal battle body's after effects hadn't disappeared. Although they were steadily weakening, they couldn't withstand the over 200 points of mental power lost. Under normal circumstances, this amount of mental power would have been sufficient to suppress the savagery's counterattack. But now, Richard's mind was intensely focused, constantly analyzing and digesting the knowledge he had gained from the Tome of Rules, and his mental power was steadily depleted in the process. In this situation, the wildness of the backlash was naturally difficult to suppress. Richard took a deep breath, straining to suppress his ferocity, and then resumed his reading of the Codex. This time, however, Richard's speed was noticeably slower. While it might seem like he could learn more quickly, the cost of the backlash definitely outweighed the meager knowledge. 3 days later, the contents of the Codex of Rules suddenly vanished. This marked the end of Richard's reading time. Richard closed the book, his pale face filled with satisfaction. This time, I've made a killing. The Transformers' research into the rules had significantly advanced Richard's understanding. Furthermore, within the Codex of Rules, he had confirmed something. that fragmented rules could indeed be fused together into a single, complete rule. The Transformers' research in this area was extensive, and they could already easily fuse together specialized rules, not far from being able to customize them. Richard couldn't imagine how powerful the Transformer would become if he could truly reach that level of custom rules. Reality was nothing but clay in his hands. It's a shame the Great Wizard's mastery of rules is limited, otherwise I could try to fuse them together, Richard muttered to himself. Richard's miracle furnace possessed an innate advantage in fusing rules. What might take ordinary people hundreds of years, he could accomplish in a matter of months. While he couldn't fuse complete rules, he could still fuse incomplete ones. The rule book contained numerous records of experimenting with rule fusion. After studying them, Richard was now able to fuse rules similar to those Ulysses had achieved using the rules at hand. The result is also very controllable. Thinking about this, Richard looked over the rules he had on hand. So far, Richard had exhausted all the rules he had obtained from the savage world. Besides the rules of the Mayfly King, the only ones he had were those of the Abyss Lord and the Supreme Sex weapon-enhancing device. Fusing the entire set of rules was obviously a waste, but he didn't actually have many rules. This is a bit disgusting. If the rules can't be converted into combat power, isn't that the same as having nothing? Richard felt a little depressed and began to think about how to quickly convert the rules into combat power. But as he began to think, he froze for a moment, then laughed at himself. What an idiot I am. I'm not only a great wizard of the physical school, I'm also a great wizard of the alchemy school. The exchange of combat merit within the alchemy school definitely involves outsourcing. The two weapon-enhancing devices he had were both naturally rule-based magical armor. If they could be enhanced with runes, their combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly increased. True balance achieved directly using the four elements rules is superior to the pseudo-balance created using the light of balance. Thinking of this, Richard immediately stood up and headed to the alchemy school headquarters. But just as he stood up, Ulysses' voice rang in his ears. Richard, you should have finished your reading by now. The Werewolf Research Institute has produced some results, and I think you like them. Results? What are they? I haven't paid much attention to their research and don't really understand it. They told me the Daoin machine has been successful, and I think you might be able to do something with machinery. I'd be right there. Chapter 714. The Dao Rune mechanism is a project Richard had been working on for a long time. Due to the unique nature of the Dao Rune system, if an item exceeds a certain number of Dao runes, it will cause interference from mysterious forces, thereby reducing the efficiency of the Dao weapon. However, researchers in the Fairyland world discovered that this problem could be avoided by breaking the Dao weapon into smaller components, ensuring that the number of runes in each component did not exceed the critical number. Thus, the Dao Rune mechanism project was born. Since its inception, the project has produced considerable results. Before Richard fully returned to the wizarding world, the Dao Rune mechanism was already working alongside the prayer amulet and the alchemy mechanism in the floating city. Now that the Research Institute has invited Richard to join them, it must have achieved remarkable results. Through the dimensional portal, Richard arrived beside Ulysses. Ulysses was currently at the Fairyland World's Research Institute, the Dao Academy. Also by his side were the White Wolf God and Mission. A pretty complete group. Richard emerged from the void on the Holy Light staircase and greeted the group. My lord. Seeing Richard's arrival, the White Wolf God and Mission immediately stood and saluted. Richard waved his hand, signaling that this was unnecessary. He then got straight to the point. What have you developed down there? Do you have any information I could take a look at? Mission pulled a scroll from her sleeve and respectfully handed it to Richard. My lord, according to the researchers, the scale of the Daoin machine will no longer be a problem from now on. Oh! Richard's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the scroll and opened it. Research on Daoin machines wasn't all smooth sailing. Shortly after beginning their research, researchers discovered that when a Daoin machine contained more than 343 parts, it would experience the same mystical interference as Dao instruments. When the number of parts exceeded 2,401, the Daoin machine would become nearly inoperable. As for the 117,649 parts, it would explode upon completion. Frankly, Richard couldn't imagine how to expand the Daoin machine beyond the use of divine arts or curse sorcery to dispel the mystical power. The scroll's contents were brief, merely outlining their basic thinking and the final product. But even this alone brought a look of astonishment to Richard's face. Is this even possible? Are our researchers a little too crazy? The idea recorded on the scroll was simple. Since the curse was unavoidable, they simply increased the dosage, increasing the machine's mystical power sufficiently to transform it into a cursed creature. When a Daoin machine becomes a cursed creature, its abilities don't weaken. Instead, they become stronger in certain areas, enabling it to perform incredible feats. For example, they designed a smelting furnace. After becoming a cursed creature, this furnace only needs to be fed with specific materials every 7 days, and it can melt materials far beyond its design range. Mission couldn't help but smile at Richard's comments. So, Your Excellency, you too would be surprised. Richard closed the scroll and exclaimed, "Of course I'm surprised. I'm sure no one wouldn't be surprised by something like this. Show me our heroes and their achievements." In a vast metal room, members of the Daoin Mechanical Research Group awaited Richard's arrival. Not far from them stood a furnace, emitting a constant stream of high heat. Beside it stood a team of high-ranking priests, each armed with a wooden staff. Any movement from the furnace would trigger a divine spell unhesitatingly. Wow, 10 minutes have already passed. The research team leader glanced at his watch and exhaled a thick puff of white air. Don't worry, leader. The Lord God is in the realm of the gods, after all, a vast distance from us. A slow pace is normal. A younger werewolf beside the leader spoke in a relaxed tone. I know. Click. Buzz. With a crisp click of a switch, the wall at the edge of the room suddenly opened, and a black-robed figure, guided by Mission, entered the square. Is this our hero? They all look energetic, don't they? The moment Richard entered the square, he immediately noticed the waiting research team not far away. The leader was none other than the middle-aged werewolf he had met that year. Lord. The entire research team performed a church salute before Richard and the White Wolf God, then approached with excitement. Richard glanced at the massive boiler nearby, then at the surrounding priests, his eyebrows raised. It seems this creature is a bit unruly. The team leader said nervously, It is indeed a bit unruly. But it possesses a certain intelligence, and we can tame it later. Oh, I'm not nitpicking, Richard interrupted with a smile. Wizards are no strangers to cursed creatures. Just make a pact and keep it chained. Due to the war, the wizards of the Cursed School have conducted extensive research on cursed creatures over the years. Controlling cursed creatures is no difficult feat for them. Richard walked toward the boiler. The moment he approached, it suddenly erupted with intense heat. Scalding steam rushed toward Richard like a wave. But as Richard opened his right hand, the boiler's reaction instantly quieted. Under his delusion-breaking eyes, an inexplicable power entwined every component of the boiler. This power seemed to emerge from the components, yet it penetrated deep into the void, making it difficult to discern its source. Interesting. I sensed the Cursed School would be very interested in this. And the Alchemy School. Probably even more so. The Daoin system is a completely new system, distinct from the Alchemy system, and its maturity even surpasses that of the wizards. After all, the immortal civilization had conquered an entire community, while the wizards were only just beginning their struggle for supremacy. Richard looked at the priest nearby and asked, Can this thing be suppressed with a prayer amulet? The priest replied respectfully, Lord, the prayer amulet can suppress it for a short period of time. Richard nodded slightly, and said to the team leader behind him, You're doing well. Summarize this technique in writing as soon as possible. Also, prepare a list of your project team members. Ordinary members will be divine messengers, and those who contribute the most will be saints. No one will be left out of the rewards they deserve. The team leader felt his brain freeze when he heard Richard's words. Only after being called upon by his team members, and then by Mission, did he regain his composure. He said to Richard with deep trepidation, Sucha thanks the Lord. 3 days later, Richard had completed his research on the cursed Daoin machine, as well as previous Daoin machines. Then, in the holy city of Wolf Plain, he held a canonization ceremony for the entire project team. After canonizing the divine envoys and saints, upon their death, these individuals would bypass the Legion of Heroes system and become Richard's divine envoys and saints, assisting him in governing the kingdom of God. In the order of miracles, this was considered a supreme honor. The only higher honor, the canonization of the Holy Spirit, required a person's death. After the canonization was completed, Richard immediately returned to the wizarding world through the portal system. There was no other way. No one in the wizarding world could open a dimensional portal for him, so he could only honestly use the portal to return. Alas, I wonder what happened to Muni. Back in the wizarding world, Richard immediately headed to the headquarters of the Alchemy School, an alchemy city located within the Three Rings Tower of Truth. A week later. Wow, the Alchemy School is worthy of being the school that battles the Emancipation School. This headquarters looks different. Looking at the alchemical city before him, Richard couldn't help but sigh. The Alchemy School headquarters bore a striking resemblance to the Tesla Chamber of Commerce headquarters Richard had visited that year. Perhaps it was a replica of the alchemy school headquarters. But compared to the city before him, Tesla's city seemed a bit nouveau riche. The alchemy school headquarters looked quite ordinary, housing millions of people. But beneath these creatures, beneath their exteriors, lay alchemical machinery. Richard could see that these alchemical machines were incredibly complex, not simply clockwork, moving according to a fixed trajectory, answering fixed questions and logic. What is the alchemical crown researching? They're actually planning to build such an elaborate alchemical city. In the center of this city stood numerous towers, each housing a great wizard from the alchemical school. But compared to the towers of the cursed school, the alchemical school's towers were noticeably larger. In the center of the towers stood a tower significantly taller than the other wizard towers. That was the headquarters of the alchemical school. Falling from the sky, Richard arrived in front of the tower's door. As he landed, he heard a startled cry from beside him. "Master Richard?" Richard glanced sideways, only to see a portly, three-ringed wizard staring at him in surprise. "Hello, is there something wrong?" Richard asked, puzzled. No, it's okay. The three-ringed wizard's voice trembled with excitement. He deftly pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and nervously asked, "Master, can we take a picture?" "A picture?" Richard was a little taken aback by the request. But after carefully examining the third-ring wizard, he understood. This wizard was a newbie. "Yes, as soon as possible. I'm busy." "Okay. I won't keep you." The fat wizard trotted over to Richard, holding a crystal ball and tossing it into the air. A faint wave of energy passed through Richard's perception, and the fat wizard immediately pocketed the crystal ball and gave Richard a wizard salute. "Master, you seem much kinder in person than you've been reported to be." "Kind? Reported?" Richard was a little confused, but he didn't delve into it. He had more important things to do right now. Entering the hall, Richard found the wizard in charge of reward redemption and began to research the outsourcing business and whether there were any technologies that could effectively utilize the rules. And after this search, he actually found a technology that seemed to fit his needs. Rule Implant? Chapter 715. The crystal ball contained detailed information about the rule implant, which stirred Richard's interest. Rule implant, or rule-based implantable prosthesis. This technology is an advanced version of the rule magic armor. The resulting rule implant can function as both a magical armor and provide the user with the power of rules. While the power provided by the implant is certainly not as potent as directly integrating it into the body, it does in some ways break the limit of a grand wizard's ability to master the complete set of rules. This thing is great. I have so many rules at hand. If I could create a rule implant, my combat effectiveness would definitely increase significantly, Richard thought to himself. Closing the roster, Richard said to the wizard in charge of reception, "Which master is on duty at headquarters now?" "The Grand Wizard Mithril Hand is on duty." Mithril Hand. Richard searched his memories, and barely found a single memory of this Grand Wizard. This Grand Wizard seemed to be the oldest student of Alchemy Corona, and one of the few six-ring Grand Wizards in the Alchemy School. "I'd like to meet with this master. What are the necessary procedures?" "You want to meet with the Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand?" The wizard in charge of reception was slightly surprised, then replied, "If you wish to meet with the Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand, simply inform him. As long as the Grand Wizard has no business, you should be able to see him soon." "Excuse me, master, what do you want to discuss with the Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand?" Richard pulled a simple Taoist artifact from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. "I'd like to negotiate a deal with him. The terms of the deal are listed here." The receptionist took the Taoist artifact and respectfully said to Richard, "Yes, master. Please wait a moment." With that, the receptionist hurriedly left the hall. Richard stood in the hall and glanced around. There were quite a few wizards in the hall, but most of them were new. The Alchemy School's headquarters not only served as a military merit exchange station within the school, but was also the permanent residence of many alchemy wizards. Even in this wartime, in the city outside, filled with alchemical puppets, a considerable number of wizards lived. The wizards of the Alchemy School were different from those of other schools. A considerable number of them worked in the rear, producing resources. Richard keenly noticed that upon seeing him, these new wizards would glance at their new crystal balls, as if comparing them to something. After completing the comparison, each wizard's face showed obvious surprise. This made Richard curious. What exactly were they looking at? While he was indeed a legendary figure in the alchemical school, his legend took place centuries ago. To these new wizards, whose average lifespan was less than 40, Richard was a veritable ancient figure. So, these wizards must have had other reasons for their interest in him. Richard pondered for a moment, and decided to ask someone. But before he could take the first step, a black-robed wizard suddenly appeared in the hall. "Who's looking for me?" The black-robed wizard looked like any other wizard, but beneath his robes, his hands seemed carved from silver. He glanced around the hall, then locked eyes with Richard. After taking in Richard's features, he was slightly startled. "Are you Richard?" Richard bowed slightly. "It's me, Master. I wonder if you're interested in my deal." When the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard heard Richard mention the deal, his shock was instantly replaced by excitement. "This isn't the place for a conversation. How about we come to my wizard tower and have a chat?" Richard nodded slightly, and the next moment, the two of them disappeared into the hall. After Richard's disappearance, the silent hall began to hum with the sounds of discussion. "I knew it, right? This master is the Great Wizard Richard. Is the Great Wizard Richard from our alchemy school? Isn't he from the Constitutional School? You idiot, have you forgotten that veteran wizards could master 2 schools? But I didn't expect this master, who criticizes all the great wizards, to be so friendly. When I spoke to him, I almost thought he was a new wizard too." "Friendly? What? You spoke to him?" "Not just a conversation, look, I even took a picture with him." "Huh? Let me see." Mithril Hand Wizard Tower. Richard and the Great Wizard of the Mithril Hand sat facing each other, each holding a cup of tea that shimmered with light. "Try it. Ether concentrate combined with starlight crystals. The flavor is rich, but not overpowering." Richard picked up the cup. Both the ether concentrate and the starlight crystals were considered high-quality ingredients in alchemy. Compared to them, even fine gold and mithril pale in comparison. This Great Wizard of the Mithril Hand is quite generous. Richard set his cup down and smiled. "Let's discuss the trade first. Master, what do you think of my item?" The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard's expression darkened. "Although bargaining is an essential part of any transaction, to be honest, I simply don't have the confidence to lower the price on your item. How much research have you done on it?" Richard smiled pleasantly. The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was an honest man, and dealing with an honest person was a worry-free endeavor. "There are quite a few. The item I gave you is the most basic. I have more advanced items." As he spoke, Richard produced a very fine Taoist flying sword and handed it to the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard. The crafting technique used for this item is called refining, and it originated from a now-destroyed civilization. Judging from the level of development of that civilization, a complete refining technique should be superior to our alchemy. The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard took the flying sword, and with his vast spiritual power, he instantly examined the entire sword thoroughly, inside and out. After examining it, he exhaled deeply. "You're right. Complete weapon forging is indeed superior to alchemy. In my experience, I can't even discern the alloy formula for this weapon. I don't even have a clue." Richard smiled. "A product created with soul fusion would be incomprehensible using conventional alloying methods. If the master recognizes its value, then the rest will be much easier," Richard said leisurely. "I'd like to trade this technique for another." The Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand nodded. "Knowledge exchange is a reasonable request. Whatever technique you want, I give it to you as long as I have it." The Daoin system was no ordinary indigenous contraption. It was a powerful system that surpassed alchemy. Compared to this system, none of his other techniques were worth mentioning. "Master, don't be so confident. This technique has flaws." Richard shook his head. "It's cursed. If we delve deeper, the nagging interference of mysterious forces will be the greatest obstacle." "Cursed technique?" The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was somewhat bewildered. Richard didn't explain further, simply pulling a flying sword with over 343 Daoin from his pocket and handing it to him. The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard took it, his eyes gleaming blue as he examined the sword. "This is incredible," the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "If this thing were given to the cursed school, it would definitely yield something quite remarkable." "That depends on what Corona decides," Richard said meaningfully. "Although it has flaws, it's still a marvelous artifact. What do you want?" The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard's voice was unwavering. Now that he had seen the Daoin technique, it was a sure thing. "Master, you're so straightforward." Richard laughed. "I need all the technology for the rule implant." "You actually want that?" The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was a little surprised. He had expected Richard to ask for knowledge on more common magical armor, such as rule prosthetics and ethereal magic armor, which were easier to use. Unexpectedly, Richard actually requested the rule implant, a technology that, while advanced, lacked practical application. Creating the rule implant requires complete rules as raw material, a scarce commodity even for grand wizards. While the rule implant technology includes rule stripping, it relies heavily on luck and experience. A lucky or experienced wizard can strip a complete rule, but a less lucky or inexperienced wizard might only be able to strip a few fragments of a complete rule body from a level 5 creature. Are you sure you want this? Refined rule magic armor, ethereal magic armor, and rule prosthetics. These technologies are all quite good and very suitable for this era. Although rule implants are advanced, they're difficult to use. Richard shrugged off the Mithril Hand's advice. Master, you don't need to persuade me. I really like rule implants. Of course, Richard said, changing the subject humorously, if you're willing to give me one of the other technologies as a bonus, I wouldn't mind. Haha, that's a good idea. The Mithril Hand's Grand Wizard smiled and shook his head, then his face straightened. Rule implants are my teacher's technology. I can't make any decisions on my own. I'm going to ask my teacher next. Please stay put. Richard smiled and picked up the teacup from the table. No problem, Master. I have to savor this good thing. In the central tower of the alchemy school headquarters, Alchemist Corona's puppet clone was constantly polishing the Dao weapon presented by the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard. Beside him, the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard, who had presented the Dao weapon, stood respectfully beside Alchemist Corona like an apprentice. Teacher, Master Richard wants the rule implantation technology. Alchemist Corona placed the Dao weapon before him and asked calmly, Is that all you need? The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was stunned for a moment, then replied, He also said that if you were willing to give him the refined rule magic armor, the ethereal magic armor, and the rule prosthetics as a bonus, he wouldn't mind. Ha, that cunning fellow. Alchemist Corona's puppet-like face showed a hint of humanity in its smile. Since he wants it, give it all to him. Tell him to bring all his raw materials and research materials. If he has any, bring the actual objects as well. Chapter 716. Corona. So generous. Looking at the 4 crystal balls before him, Richard felt like his brain was shutting down. He simply had no clear idea of the wealth of an elderly truth wizard. A few techniques, even if a bit complex, were nothing to a truth wizard. Teacher, you're really quite generous this time. The Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand was also very surprised by Alchemical Corona's decision. While not usually stingy, Alchemical Corona was definitely not as generous as this. You know, in non-wartime times, Alchemical Corona was a wizard who chose to put his main body into hibernation to conserve energy, using only clones for research. Needless to say, my price is definitely low, Richard said with a smile. Otherwise, Corona wouldn't be so generous. The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard also smiled. Even if the opening price is low, you've made a killing this time. These 4 technologies were all developed by the teacher himself, and their value is far greater than anything we students could develop. Richard shrugged, pocketed the crystal ball on the table, and then emptied the concentrated ethereal tea in his cup. Well, a loss is a loss. Consider it a contribution to the school and our wizarding civilization. With that, Richard untied a pouch from his waist and tossed it to the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard. Here are the specific details. I do have what Corona wants, but I'm afraid it won't fit here at headquarters. Oh! The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was slightly startled. You don't possess a floating city from another civilization, do you? Richard smiled mysteriously. Master, you know once I bring it to you. Master, are you available? If not, you might as well do me a small favor later, so I can save some time. Fairyland world, Fairyland. Master, you're back. In the Supreme Sect Master's Hall, Old Cloudhead bowed slightly to Richard. Richard nodded slightly and asked, Has anything happened recently? Old Cloudhead paused and replied, Nothing major has happened. Under your command, our clan has begun to branch out. But there's a piece of news you might find interesting. What news? This world has stopped devouring the Immortal Court, and is instead integrating its rules. If this continues, this fragment of the Immortal Court might become the inner world of this world. Oh! That's quite interesting. Richard was slightly surprised. This kind of change in the world structure is rare. Observing it might reveal a lot about the application of rules. However, observing changes is not urgent. Richard came here to retrieve something. Has the Quinping boat been moved? It hasn't been moved. For years, our old clansmen have been cleaning it. Are you finally planning to activate it, sir? Not really, Richard said calmly. A prominent figure wants to conduct research on Dao texts, and this item is being used as material. A prominent figure. Old Cloudhead muttered, then sighed. The headmaster is truly a peerless genius, even capable of connecting with the Golden Immortal. It seems the Supreme Sect may be able to regain its glory. Richard was silent for a moment, then said softly, Perhaps, but that will be a long time in the future. After transporting the Kwimping boat into the secret realm, Richard entered the wizard dimension. As agreed, the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard quickly opened the dimensional gate, allowing Richard to quickly return to the wizarding world. After returning to the wizarding world, the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard immediately led Richard to a testing ground outside the headquarters. Is this place big enough? The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard pointed to the vast area before them, which was comparable to an airship field, and asked Richard. Richard took in the size and replied, just enough. With that, he opened the rift in the secret realm, unfolded his true form, and slowly moved the Kwimping boat out. Looking at the 20-kilometer-long Kwimping boat before him, the Mithril Hand Grand Wizard was stunned. This, you really have a floating city of another civilization. Richard finished moving the Kwimping boat, and slowly returned to normal. Just luck. Richard patted the Kwimping boat's hull, and said proudly, honestly, this thing is a gem. If Corona wasn't so generous, I wouldn't have given it to him no matter what. The Mithril Hand Grand Wizard looked at the Kwimping boat, and nodded slightly. It's indeed a gem. However, he quickly realized his mistake and smiled at Richard. No, I almost let you fool me. This thing is completely useless to me right now. Giving it to the school might actually bring me some benefits. While the Kwimping boat may look impressive, it's ultimately designed for interplanetary warfare. For Richard, it could at most serve as a small floating city. Using it in non-primary battlefields would only intensify the fighting, and primary battlefields had no shortage of small floating cities. In Richard's hands, he was essentially useless except as research material. And Richard, by choice, was pursuing physical evolution, so studying Darwin was far less useful than studying physical fitness. Seeing his revelation, Richard gave a dismissive smile, then bid farewell to the Grand Wizard of the Mithril Hand, and returned to his own wizard tower. He had plenty to do now. Back in the wizard tower in the far north, Richard plunged into the laboratory, beginning to study the theory and techniques of rule implants. It was a complex technique. If techniques were ranked from 1 to 13, this one would rank at least 11th. Alchemist Corona's understanding of alchemy was truly masterful. Through alchemical arrays, he could even extract rules from objects, similar to the miracle furnace, though with a slightly lower efficiency. Using alchemical techniques to create implants from these extracted rules was truly remarkable. While learning this technique, Richard felt like an alchemist apprentice. But Richard was a good student, and difficulty was never a problem for him. The knowledge he gained from the Codex of Rules greatly reduced the difficulty of learning this technique. The abundance of rules and the existence of the Miracle Forge allowed him to pursue his craft with unrestrained abandon. As long as he had sufficient soul essence, he could easily refine the rules even if he made a mistake. For this reason, Richard specifically obtained a batch of nightmare power from the logistics department under the guise of research. Even though Muni had left the rear to fight on a remote battlefield, nightmare power was no problem for a great wizard. Especially since Richard was a great wizard of the alchemist school, and he had just brought such a large gift to the alchemical Corona. Relying on the power of nightmares, Richard quickly raised his mental strength to the limit of the 5th ring. He then began hunting in the ghost dimension, constantly experimenting with rule implants. Under this routine, almost reckless learning, Richard's skill in crafting rule implants advanced by leaps and bounds. In the laboratory, a wizard in black robes stood before an alchemy table, concentrating intently on his nearly completed work. It was a translucent gland, like a water ball. A rich energy of death circulated within it. If it exploded, the wizard tower, and even the entire city, would be reduced to a dead zone, leaving only Richard alive. But Richard would certainly not let it explode. The alchemy table beneath the gland glowed faintly. It was an extremely complex alchemy table, composed of 100 layers of superimposed rune arrays. Furthermore, it was more than just a part of the alchemy array. On the floor connected to the alchemy table, a vast alchemy array with a diameter of over 500 meters was sprawling. To deploy this alchemy array, Richard even deliberately incorporated a fragment of a small secret realm into this layer. Thankfully, it was all worth it. The glands on the alchemy table continuously emitted subtle energy fluctuations, the rules and the carrier gradually merging under the influence of the alchemy array. Finally, with a hum, a sudden energy wave flashed through the air. The translucent glands suddenly turned pitch black, and a rich energy of death flowed endlessly within them. It's done. Richard's joy was beyond words. He had spent 3 years studying the technique of rule implantation, and now, finally, he had achieved success. Richard took the gland and stuffed it into his abdomen. As the energy circulation reconnected, Richard could sense something growing within his soul. This feeling is truly bizarre. It's clearly the transformation of my body, but it's my soul that's feeling it. Richard adjusted to the gland, and his body suddenly became somewhat ethereal. This was the very ability of the Mayfly King to transform. Haha, all my effort paid off. The Ghost King has already killed over a dozen of them. Richard raised his hand, and life energy and death energy entangled in his grasp, ultimately forming a vortex of life and death. In this vortex, life energy and death energy were constantly transforming. Richard muttered to himself, transformation balance. No wonder the Dean said, once the two principles merge, no one under his control can kill me. For a physically evolved being, the destruction of its body is essential. However, the death of the body inevitably generates death energy. If the rules of life and death are combined, this death energy will be transformed into life energy, aiding the organism's recovery. Added to the exaggerated defensive power of a physically evolved creature, even if they don't survive, they can still escape from a powerful foe who is also a great wizard. Furthermore, the functions of the rules of life and death are more than just superficial. These two rules conceal the secrets of the essence of life. After dissipating the vortex, Richard stretched his body and prepared to leave the laboratory. But before he could even leave his laboratory, which had a radius of over 500 meters, his communication crystal ball vibrated. Richard took it out and saw that the person requesting communication was Jimmy. After connecting, Richard said in a relaxed tone, "Master Jimmy, what's the matter?" "Richard, please come to the fourth ring tower of truth. Something's happened to Wu and I." Chapter 717. Something happened to Wu and I? Jimmy's words startled Richard. Wasn't Wu and I heading to the Edge battlefield? How could something happen to him? The Edge battlefield isn't a game. You're just an exception, nothing special. Come quickly. The call ended, and Richard's joy at the success of his rule implant vanished. The shadow of war returned to his mind. Huh? Richard exhaled deeply, and then opened the door to the wizard dimension. For Ring Tower of Truth. The wounded from the war front were being transferred in batches. Most of these wounded had suffered severe spiritual trauma or extensive limb loss. Among them, a black coffin sealed with rune chains stood out. Because it was held by a great wizard. Richard accepted the coffin, his face expressionless. As a master wizard of the alchemy school, even though Richard had never seen the coffin before, his knowledge could tell it was a magical seal. Sealing techniques are generally used by wizards to deal with troublesome enemies, but with a few modifications, they can actually be a very powerful life-saving measure. The coffin before Richard was the Silence Casket, specially prepared by the wizarding civilization for master wizards. Its purpose was to ensure that seriously injured wizards on the front lines could return alive to the rear. Furthermore, it was a fifth ring Silence Casket. Slinging the coffin onto his shoulder, Richard vanished like a phantom. When he reappeared, he was already in Ellie's wizard tower, within the fourth ring tower of truth. A fifth ring Silence Casket? In the wizard tower, Jimmy exclaimed at the Silence Casket. What the hell did this kid do? Richard set the coffin down, his expression as frozen as a freshly unearthed terracotta warrior. You should be able to find this thing, but from what I've detected, Winnie's soul is nearly broken. He must have used some forbidden soul magic. The coffin of stillness doesn't block outside detection. On the way to the wizard tower, Richard had already made a pretty good assessment of Winnie's injuries. Impossible, Jimmy said confidently. Just a broken soul wouldn't require a 5-ring coffin of stillness. Listen to me. Winnie's injury is primarily a broken soul. But that's not the only injury he has. Richard examined the coffin, a deep worry between his brows. He still has a curse, entangled with his remaining soul, constantly hindering its healing. Curse. That's not surprising. The essence of curse magic is the application of mystical power. While not mainstream among the galaxy mayflies, as wizards increasingly employ curse magic on the battlefield, the galaxy mayflies are increasingly focusing on research into mystical powers. On the front lines, a subspecies of mayflies specializing in the study of mystical powers has begun to appear. So what's going on? Richard asked, frowning. How could Muni, a newly promoted great wizard, fight to the death with the galaxy mayflies? Is the Mayfly King on the other side a madman? Wait a minute, let me take a look. Jimmy fiddled with the crystal ball in his hand twice, then pulled up the battle report on Muni. The battle report showed that a Mayfly King suddenly appeared in the 5421 world where Muni was located a week ago. Muni was besieged by 2 Mayfly Kings, and the battle ultimately ended in a mutually devastating defeat. 2 Mayfly Kings attacking simultaneously? Richard's brows twitched as he read the message. Had these mayflies finally come to their senses? As the attacking force, the galaxy mayflies hold the initiative on the battlefield. Given the ability to teleport, the galaxy mayflies should concentrate their superior forces to break through the wizard's defenses. Come to their senses? What have you thought of? Jimmy asked. Richard repeated his thoughts, but Jimmy shook his head slightly. We've been on guard against this kind of strategy for a long time. The cursed school's prophetic sorcery has been going on since the war began, and we have a complete advantage in this regard. The Galaxy Mayflies using this strategy is simply handing us a helping hand. Richard was stunned for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Forgot about the prophetic spell. While the results of prophetic spells cannot be changed, this also means that if the wizard predicts actions rather than the results of those actions, then the ambush is inevitable. So this was an accident? Jimmy shook his head slightly. I don't think so. Logically, such a change in the Mayfly King would have been detected by the prophetic spell, leading to an early warning. But this time, I feel like these insects must have figured something out. The sudden appearance of the Mayfly King, the curse that entangled souls, the undelivered prophetic warning. All these signs seem to suggest something. Let's forget about the battlefield for now. Jimmy suddenly waved his hand, shifting his gaze to the coffin of stillness. His current condition necessitates the intervention of the master wizards of the cursed school, but they're all at the front lines, leaving only the two master wizards, Curse Plague and Curse Scar, at headquarters. These two master wizards are usually busy performing prophetic spells, so their time is tight. Given the current situation, this kid will likely remain in the coffin for quite some time. His injuries are so severe that even if the curse is removed, he'd be out of action for a long time. The council won't waste resources on him at this point. Reason is a wizard's virtue, but sometimes it's the same as cruelty. Muni's injuries are severe, even worse than Elise's. The master wizards of the cursed school would be better off focusing their efforts on prophetic spells if they were wasting their energy treating him. After all, he won't die inside the coffin of stasis, so delaying treatment a few days won't hurt anything. But rationality aside, Muni is Richard's student, and he can't just sit there and watch him suffer the curse in the coffin. I'm going to the cursed school. Richard opened a spatial rift and tossed the coffin into the secret realm. Jimmy was startled by this and immediately blocked Richard's path. Don't do anything stupid. The cursed school's great wizards have erratic tempers. If you go over there and irritate them, Wu and I will be stuck in his coffin until the war is over. Richard let out a helpless smile. Do I seem like an impulsive person? I only recently registered with the cursed school, and I've only just met the two great wizards you mentioned. I think I still have some respect. Jimmy was stunned, looking Richard over in surprise. Why are you suddenly registering with the cursed school? Richard spread his hands and said, Corona caused my death. Corona? You mean the curse? I didn't ask anything. Realizing who Richard was referring to, Jimmy immediately fell silent, waving his hands and backing away. Richard smiled and flew towards the cursed school's location. Cursed school headquarters. Goodness. Another one like this. The curse-scarred wizard looked at the casket of stillness, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Another one? Richard's heart skipped a beat as he noticed the curse-scarred wizard's words. This is the third person to be afflicted by this curse. The curse-scarred wizard looked at the casket of stillness and shook his head helplessly. My junior fellow student is researching this. I keep the casket with me for now. If he finds any results, I have him treat your student. As he spoke, the curse-scarred wizard glanced at Richard with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to have a great wizard student. An old man like me is all I can get. Although the great wizard Curse Scar looked like a wizard apprentice, he was actually a veteran wizard older than the physical Corona. Good luck, good luck. Richard forced a smile. A sudden surge of tension and fear filled his mind, leaving him feeling a bit bewildered. His intuition told him something was about to happen, but he couldn't quite grasp what it was. Perhaps I should investigate the mechanism of the curse that the cursed Corona cast upon me. Thinking this way, Richard suddenly looked at the great wizard Curse Scar. Master, I have something here that might interest you. As he spoke, Richard pulled from his pocket a fine Taoist artifact from the Supreme Sect's warehouse. Although the Taoist tech system of this artifact had collapsed, its material held it together, only slightly cracking. The great wizard Curse Scar took a quick glance, then lost his gaze. Where did you get this thing? The great wizard Curse Scar had never seen a curse like this before. His spiritual intuition told him that the mysterious power entangled within this object was more complex than any other curse he had ever known. This is a relic of a destroyed civilization. I'm going to trouble you, my student. Ah? Okay. The Curse Scar master hastily pocketed the artifact and addressed Richard sternly. I promise that if we find a way to lift the curse, your student will be the first to receive treatment. Richard nodded slightly and continued, Also, I have a small favor I need, master. I'm planning to research the principles of curses, but I lack the foundational knowledge of the curse school. So, I'm hoping you could help me with some information on the curse school. That's easy. We have a quick tutorial on the subject internally, the curse scar master said proudly. Leave me your address, and I have something delivered to you in the next couple of days. I guarantee that after reading this, you'll be as skilled as any third-level curse wizard. Richard gave a wizard salute. Thank you very much, master. The teaching materials of the Great Wizard Curse Scar were quickly delivered to Richard. These materials included the basic principles of curse magic, 10 common curse spells, advanced theories of curse magic, an introduction to occultism, the foundations of occultism, and so much other knowledge that a curse wizard of the past might have spent a lifetime exploring and compiling. In a sense, the basics of the new generation of wizards are even better than those of Richard and other old wizards. In order to quickly train wizards, the council was eager to break down and pulverize wizard knowledge and feed it to apprentices at the Wizarding Academy. Looking at these materials, Richard took a deep breath and pulled the book on the principles of curses from his pocket. He had a hunch that after opening this book, his future might change slightly. Chapter 718. Before the rise of the constitutional corona, the wizarding world existed with 5 major schools, corresponding to the 5 corners of the wizarding pentagram. Of this pentagram, the curse school has the longest history and is the most mysterious. In ancient times, the term curse school had not yet emerged. Even then, there were already individuals among humanity who were called witch priests but were actually curse wizards. Now, as the wizarding system matures, the curse school is a rare system of wizardry that relies primarily on empirical inheritance. The curse school's fundamental theory, occultism, is riddled with subjective conjecture, unfounded associations, and interpretations that contradict the conclusions of other schools. In other words, occultism is a form of broad idealism. After systematically studying the knowledge of the curse school, Richard's assessment of it is based on illusions. But what is astonishing is that this building has remained standing and continues to grow. In the absurd, almost illusory realm of occultism, wizards established a continuously evolving school, one that even played a pivotal role in the war. How, exactly, did the curse school develop on this basis? Richard looked at the introduction to occultism in his hand, and rubbed his brow with a headache. This book presented many specious theories, such as the theory of humors, the theory of the 4 primitive elements, astrology, and so on. These theories, outside of the curse school, were already considered to be from the primitive exploration of the natural world during the age of humanity, and all of them were now considered correct. Even these theories conflicted with each other, but this did not prevent the coexistence of the 2 theories. I might need a little help. Richard closed the book, took out his crystal ball, and sent a message to Ellie. Soon, Ellie arrived at the lab. She walked over to Richard and curiously examined the books on the table. Why are you suddenly studying the occult? Richard rubbed his brow and let out a soft breath, as if to let go of his frustration. Something's happened on the front lines. Many great wizards have been severely injured by the Mayfly curse. As he spoke, Richard handed the basic occult book to Ellie. You probably haven't returned your occult book to Master Susanna yet. Please explain to me why these theories conflict, and yet also support each other. For example, this fluorescent stone. In Karaite theory, it's a sunstone, a fragment of the sun, a supreme and majestic being. However, in Milad's theory, it's a moonstone, a stone that absorbs the sun's power, and is the sun's nemesis. What's going on here? Richard's voice was filled with frustration. This was the first time he had failed at self-study. This textbook covers everything from basic theory to practical instruction, yet it's even more challenging to learn than the difficult and obscure advanced runes or even mathematics. Isn't this perfectly normal? Ellie looked at Richard with some confusion. In the Kara school, fluorite is sunstone. In the Milad school, fluorite is moonstone. Their theories differ, and their positions naturally differ. If you change the theory, fluorite might become a starstone. This is a very common occurrence in mystical theory. Why can you say that so calmly? Richard said, somewhat frantically. This stone is fluorite. It glows not because of the sun or the moon, but because it possesses magical power, which is dissipated in the form of light. That's an alchemy, Richard, Ellie said helplessly. You can think of it as the same substance playing different roles in different experiments. The substance hasn't changed. It's the experiments and theories that have. Richard was momentarily at a loss for words at this explanation. Can these 2 things be compared? Seeing that Richard still couldn't understand, Ellie said gently, Richard, I know how you feel. When I first started studying with my teacher, I also thought mysticism was pseudoscience made up by charlatans. That's what my teacher told me. The world we live in is the material world. And the definition we give to matter is based on this material world. Mysticism doesn't describe the definition of matter in the material world. It describes the definition of matter in the mystical world. Every theory of mysticism corresponds to a mystical world. Every theory corresponds to a mystical theory? Ellie's words stirred Richard's heart. They reminded him of the endless dimensions beyond the veil. In those absurd dimensional worlds, anything is possible. And mysterious forces exist in the gaps between dimensions, so perhaps each theory corresponds to a specific world. If so, then mysticism can be explained. In any case, just rely on the infinite dimensions, and everything will be settled. Nothing is settled, quantum mechanics, right? So, every theory is correct. It's just that they apply different mystical worlds, that is, different reference frames. Ellie nodded slightly. You can say that, but it's just an explanation to help understand. In reality, many curse wizards can only use curse spells derived from one or two theories. Ellie couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the teacher said curses must be learned early. If a wizard waits until they have formed a fixed understanding, then learning occult science will be twice as effective and half as fruitful. Richard's lips curled into an awkward smile. He was the first in the wizarding world to be taught by a third-ring wizard. Having solved the basic theoretical problems, Richard pulled the book on cursed principles from his pocket. The moment he pulled out the book, the atmosphere in the laboratory changed almost instantly. An invisible mist seemed to shroud the room, and within it roamed countless strange creatures invisible to the naked eye. As the notes on the cursed crown, this item was effectively suppressed at headquarters. Once out of the light of that small room, it became one of the most terrifying agents in the entire wizarding world. Holding it would attract cursed creatures roaming the interdimensional gaps. Unfortunately, Richard's spiritual power was zero, like a ghost unable to scare a blind man. Richard was completely insensitive to this passive invasion. But just because he couldn't sense it didn't mean others couldn't. This. What is this? Ellie, who hadn't left yet, suddenly threw herself into Richard's arms, her eyes filled with horror at the curse's principle. Unlike Richard, a spiritual insulator with zero spiritual power, Ellie's spiritual power was quite high. Otherwise, Susanna wouldn't have noticed her so immediately. To Ellie's perception, the cursed creatures practically appeared. In the world of mysticism, observation is mutual. Once you observe a cursed creature, that cursed creature can observe you. This is the notes of the cursed corona. It records the cursed corona's thoughts on cursed witchcraft. Richard opened his palm and pressed it against the cursed principle. Then, as if encountering a black hole, the mist in the laboratory and the invisible monsters were instantly absorbed by the mark. Coronas. Notes? Are you a corona magnet? How come so many coronas are related to you? Ellie was stunned. Notes weren't something anyone could give out. Generally speaking, no one except students could read a wizard's notes. But corona is mine. Now I want to see it. Do you want to come with me? Together? Are you crazy, or am I? Ellie leaped out of Richard's arms like a rabbit. This is the notebook that curses corona. Without his permission, I'd probably be cursed to death if I even look at it. She looked at the notebook in Richard's hand as if it were a plague, and said to him in a timid tone, "Don't call me over until you put this thing away. I won't come even if you call." With that, she fled the lab. Richard smiled and shook his head, then flipped open the notebook that recorded the curse on corona. The notebook looked plain, but after opening the cover, he saw a sentence. A sentence that seemed to be meant specifically for him. You're confused about the curse of witchcraft, and that's normal. Perhaps you found some seemingly self-consistent logic, but believe me, it's best to forget it for now. Because I'm about to reveal the true principles of cursed witchcraft. Remember, it's only temporary. Looking at the message from the cursed crown, Richard frowned slightly, but still followed the instructions and sealed his memory. Then he flipped to the first page and couldn't move his eyes away. Occultism is the ramblings of ancient humans. These theories are far-fetched or illogical. Although they work, it's puzzling why they work. I've explored this question for a long time, and finally, when I achieved the sixth ring, I found the answer. My conclusion is as follows. Occult theories are based on belief. Because people believe in them, they work. There is no truth in the realm of occultism. Only lies called truth reign supreme. The principles of curses notebook records a wealth of information, including the power of faith, mental strength, the soul, and so much more. Many of these details are incomprehensible to anyone but a seasoned curse wizard. But without a doubt, the contents of this notebook live up to its name. In simple, straightforward language, it tells Richard that the wizards of the cursed school are all fools, deceived by fools, and the great liars who deceive them. Closing the book, Richard unsealed his own memories. He was eager to see what he had sealed. Familiar memories returned to his mind, and as he recalled his own conclusions, Richard paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It seems I'm an idiot too. I was so easily fooled by Ellie's single sentence that I could come up with a theory. But despite his self-deprecation, Richard now understood what the crown of curses was trying to convey to him. Strength doesn't affect whether a lie can be believed. Richard studied the principles of curses, and suddenly a flicker of holy light emanated from his hands. If that's the case, perhaps I can create my own curse sorcery. Chapter 7:19. The foundation of curse magic is belief. As long as a creature believes in this theory, their spirit can attract mystical powers and accomplish things that defy common sense. Curse magic can transform a kitten into a dragon, completely transforming both their physical attributes and mass. Similarly, if the theory allows, a kitten can also transform into a dragon. This is also the secret behind how Curse Crown, with the strength of a mere sixth ring, became the leader of the Curse School. He created a perfect theory that allowed him to achieve almost anything. Of course, this anything is theoretical. Any curse magic has a success rate, and this success rate is inversely proportional to the degree to which the curse magic distorts reality, and directly proportional to the wizard's strength, that is, the strength of their soul. The stronger a wizard's soul, the more abundant their spirit. The more abundant their spirit, the more mystical powers they can attract, and the easier it is to distort reality. Theoretically, at the level of Grand Wizard, even wizards with lower spiritual power can perform some simple curse magic. However, Richard, seemingly due to his status as a time traveler, lacked any spirituality at all. And shockingly, the Curse School seemed no stranger to Richard's situation. What can rival religion in fictional theories? Richard gazed at the holy light, a strange feeling suddenly forming within him. He felt that the Curse Coronet had given him the Curse Principle precisely to evoke this thought. The Curse Principle, in particular, occupies a significant portion of the text. The Curse Coronet had long ago noticed this mysterious power, and in his notes, he referred to it as a degraded mystical force. The power of faith can also warp reality, but the scope of that warping is limited. However, after Corona of the Curse saw the web of fate and the predestined death, he shifted his research focus to fate. The study of the power of faith was put on hold. But I have no spirituality, Lord Corona. Richard scratched the back of his head, a little troubled. He was a spiritual insulator, a fact verified by the great wizard of the Cursed Scar. Back then, before Richard studied the occult, he hadn't been skeptical of the theory of curse magic. Without spirituality, one cannot summon mystical power. Curse magic without mystical power is nothing more than a rural witch's shamanic shamanism. But Richard soon turned his attention to the holy light in his hand. Since Corona of the Curse called the power of faith a degraded mystical power, could he also use the theory of curse magic to create a curse magic based on the power of faith? It seems worth a try, Richard said thoughtfully. But now, he needed to solve a problem. If he sealed his memory, he wouldn't know the principles of curse magic, and wouldn't be able to create it. But if he remembered the principles, he wouldn't be able to create a true curse magic. One cannot deceive oneself. Even if Richard knew the principles of curse magic, he would never be able to create a curse magic he could use, even if he possessed spiritual power. Perhaps this was why Corona Curses didn't give this notebook to his students. Not everyone has the unwavering willpower of Corona Curses. A great wizard discovered that what he had studied for most of his life was actually a lie. The thought of this was enough to make him feel overwhelmed. Should I fabricate some false memories for myself? Richard pinched his brow with a slight headache. False memories were dangerous for anyone other than a sorcerer of the Soul School. Even a master wizard could easily become schizophrenic if they weren't careful. After a moment's reflection, Richard decided the risk wasn't necessary. He had a more reliable method. Richard muttered to himself, if I can get Ulysses to the United Theological Institute to give me a new discovery, I probably believe it. It's a bit more troublesome, but it's safer. Having made up his mind, Richard used his power to contact Ulysses. Concealing the principles of the curse, Richard laid out his plan. Even so, Ulysses was a little agitated. Huh? What kind of idiotic research are you guys doing? If you can create magic just by believing, then wouldn't every one of us gods have a magic? Ulysses shouted excitedly. His reaction wasn't surprising. After all, anyone who heard that the power he was using was something a human could create with a mere thought would get a little antsy. Just help me experiment, Richard replied. Based on your experience, create a seemingly comprehensive theory, then conceal some of the details to make it appear unproven. This knowledge is quite valuable. It's unlikely to be fake. Huh, you? "Aw, I get it." Ulysses sighed helplessly. This wasn't a big deal. Since Richard insisted on experimenting, he didn't mind helping out. Thinking of this, he used his understanding of the power of faith to create a theory that seemed plausible, but was actually pure fabrication. Since this conclusion certainly couldn't have come from Ulysses, he immediately returned to the fairyland world and used its portal to return to the goblin world, where he found a group of priests from the Divine Arts Academy. You will now undertake a top-secret mission. All memories of your participation in this mission will be erased. Are you willing? The priests folded their arms over their chests and replied in church ritual, "We will obey the oracle and will not hesitate, even at the cost of our lives." Soon, Ulysses' voice rang in Richard's ears. Ready? Hearing this, Richard immediately sealed his memories, as planned, and left a note for himself to mislead. A moment later, Richard frowned, staring at the note in his hand. Mysterious power erodes, and memory is the medium. The erosion hasn't been completely eliminated. Do not use the Eye of Delusion for the time being. Curse magic is such a troublesome thing. What exactly did Corona give me this for? Out of confidence in himself, Richard didn't question the note's authenticity. Muttering to himself, he tossed it aside and began to ponder his next move. At the same moment, Ulysses' voice rang in Richard's ears. "Richard, the Divine Arts Institute has made some progress. Come and take a look." "Oh, what's going on lately? A technological explosion?" Richard's brows arched, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Divine arts were one of his most important tools at this stage, and any breakthroughs in their research were worth studying. "Open the door. I'll be right there." At the Divine Arts Institute, the priests responsible for the performance gathered in the hall, quietly awaiting Richard's arrival. These priests, hypnotized by Ulysses, were convinced they had discovered a divine secret. Otherwise, Richard would have seen through their lies. Soon, stairways of holy light suddenly appeared in the void. Richard descended them, a friendly smile on his face. The priests bowed respectfully to Richard. Richard glanced around the hall and asked with a hint of doubt, "Does the bishop still not know this?" "Yes, my lord. The Raven God was present when we succeeded, so the news didn't pass through the bishop." Richard nodded slightly. "Is that so? Then, forget about them for now. Let me see what you've found." Martin, the leader of the priests and the dean of the Divine Academy, approached Richard, holding a long box. "My lord, this is our achievement." Richard raised his finger, and the contents of the box flew out. It was a seemingly ordinary divine staff, its rune array unremarkable, nothing special. However, the moment Richard touched the staff, he sensed a cycle distinct from alchemy. Richard instinctively considered using his Eye of Delusion, but the note's warning deterred him. "What's the use of this thing?" The priest said respectfully, "My lord, you may try it." A flicker of interest crossed Richard's face. He grasped the staff and attempted to channel its power with his mind. Then, he waved it into the air, and a ball of light materialized from the staff's tip. A blazing beam of light shot out from it, instantly melting a hole in the wall. "Is this the solar vision?" Richard recognized the object the beam mimicked. Its characteristics were all too obvious. "Yes, Lord, this is what we have created by imitating your great deeds," Martin said beside him, his voice almost aria-like. "While studying divine arts, we unexpectedly discovered that every one of your actions holds special meaning. As believers, when we imitate your actions, a special blessing emerges. As we delve deeper, we discover that the strength of the blessing accorded different actions varies greatly, and the effects of the blessing are also vastly different. And when we imitate your deeds, this blessing reaches its peak. If our faith is strong enough, our spirits can even resonate with you, allowing us to emulate your deeds." "Huh? That's even possible?" Martin's description startled Richard. He glanced at Ulysses, who nodded gravely. "You're the Lord God, your status is clear. A single word from you can transform a machine into a sacred object. It's only natural for devout believers to imitate your actions and unleash pseudo-divine magic." "Pseudo-divine magic? Huh? Of course. Do you think this is real divine magic?" Ulysses' endorsement dispelled Richard's last remaining doubts about this seemingly absurd theory. He muttered to himself, "The path to truth truly is endless. I never thought such a thing could exist." He then looked back at Ulysses. "Will this thing work for me?" Ulysses suppressed a smile and nodded seriously. "Yes. You can harness the power of faith to recreate great deeds." Richard nodded thoughtfully, then glanced sharply at Ulysses. "Why haven't you mentioned this before?" Ulysses rolled his eyes at him and said pretentiously, "Huh? It's useless when it can be mentioned, and I can't mention it when it can be." Richard felt something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Ulises noticed this and thought, what a troublemaker. Even the sealed memory can't fool you. Thinking of Richard's plan, he added, but now that you've discovered it, I can tell you some things. Come with me to the secret realm and try to recreate your great deeds. Recreate your great deeds? How? Just imitate your every move. Entering the secret realm, Richard followed Ulises' instructions and began to imitate his movements as he slew the Abyss Lord. As he flew through the air, swirling holy light runes suddenly appeared around his body. The power of faith flowed through the runes like magic, and a rift suddenly appeared into the realm of the fire element. Then, a flash of holy light, a vision of the sun, flashed across the sky, igniting a small mountain at the edge of the secret realm into molten lava. Wow, the simulation is quite accurate, Richard exclaimed, observing the molten mountain. He glanced at Ulises, ready to hear his advice. But when he looked at Ulises, he saw the crow's eyes wide open, its beak open, its entire body petrified. Richard heard him mutter to himself, Theurgy no longer exists. Chapter 720. Theurgy doesn't exist? What nonsense are you talking about? Ulises' words filled Richard with an inexplicable unease. He felt as if a thin, invisible mist had formed before his eyes, obscuring many things and preventing him from seeing clearly. Gah! Ulises came back to his senses, and with a complicated look in his eyes, he said to Richard, unseal your memory and you know. My memory. Richard was stunned. He was about to say that his memory seal couldn't be unsealed, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized something was wrong. How did Ulises know I sealed my memory? I hadn't told him anything. How did you know I sealed my memory? Oh, I see. Richard suddenly realized what was going on. He had deceived himself. What on earth had to make it so complicated? Richard muttered as he unsealed his memory. The moment he received his memory, a strange smile crossed his face. Did you make this up? Ulises nodded, a hint of despair in his eyes. Huh? How could divine magic be like this? Divine magic is incredibly complex to create. How could you just come up with something out of nowhere? Richard shrugged, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Since he could create something resembling divine magic simply by coming up with a theory, did that mean that divine magic, in its essence, was actually no different from curse magic? It's just that, compared to curse magic, divine magic might be more materialistic. Richard felt like he found something crucial. Does it have a name? Richard suddenly asked. What's the name? Richard spread his hands. Such a good thing can't be called a pseudo-divine magic. That's too perfunctory. Ulises froze for a moment, then fluttered his wings weakly. No name. Think of one. I'm feeling down right now. Richard chuckled, pondered for a moment, and said, since this thing goes so far against common sense, why not call it a miracle? Miracle, that's a fitting name. Ulises flapped his wings, opening a spatial rift. I go clean up the mess. This, miracle, study it carefully. It's bound to be of astonishing value. Returning to the wizarding world, Richard pulled out the book on the principles of curses and read it over carefully. If he wanted to create a branch of the curse school based on the power of faith, then curse magic would be something he would definitely need to consult. While original creation is certainly fun, learning from predecessors can more quickly shape a system. While curse magic is based on illusions, it also adheres to certain logic. For example, equivalent exchange. After revisiting it, Richard had a rough idea of his own miracle system. All that remained was to refine the details and make the theory self-consistent and logically closed. But just as Richard was about to continue, a vibration from the crystal ball interrupted him. Richard contacted the crystal ball, only to see that the caller was from the fourth ring tower of truth. The call was connected, and a steady voice echoed from the crystal ball. Excuse me, Master Wizard Richard? It's me. Okay. I regret to inform you that your rest period is over. Please put down your current experiments and head immediately to the fourth ring tower of truth. Is the situation on the front so bad? You haven't been following the battle reports lately. 3 hours ago, the Galaxy Mayfly's offensive spearhead breached our ironclad defenses, and is now only 2 worlds away from the wizarding world. Hiss. Although Richard knew the situation on the front was dire, he hadn't expected it to be this bad. 2 worlds away from the wizarding world meant that if the Galaxy Mayfly made a further effort, they could bring the war to the main headquarters of the wizarding civilization. If they succeeded, it would be a disaster. I understand. I'd be there right away. Richard hung up the call and looked up to hear the laboratory doorbell ring. He opened the door to see Ellie holding the communication crystal ball, looking at him nervously. Richard's heart sank. Have you been warned? Ellie nodded. Then follow me. Richard didn't consider using his connections to keep Ellie in the rear. The wizarding world was already stretched thin. If the galaxy mayfly spread the flames of war to the wizarding world, the training of lower-level wizards would be severely impacted. Besides, using such connections at this time would simply create gossip and potentially affect the Parliament's opinion of him in the future. Leaving the wizard tower, Richard sent a message to old Abel. The old wizard was very clever, and being his secretary was easy. And with him around, Ellie could safely rack up some military achievements. Old Abel's reply quickly arrived in Richard's crystal ball. The message was simple: a wizard's number and a sentence. "It's an honor to fight alongside you again." Richard wrote down the number. It was like a wizard's ID number. Every wizard had one. Using this number, Richard could transfer old Abel from one world to his side amidst the vast sea of people. "Who is this?" Ellie asked curiously, looking at the number projected by the crystal ball. "One of my subordinates from the last war, a very intelligent man. Just follow him on the battlefield." Richard patted Ellie's head, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "I hope I still be assigned to the outer battlefield this time. Fourth ring Tower of Truth, working floor, inner working hall." All the Grand Wizards, who were resting within the fourth ring Tower of Truth, stopped their rest. Of these 7 or 8 Grand Wizards, many had unstable auras, clearly still recovering from their injuries. What the hell is going on the front lines? How could the iron wall of defense be breached so quickly? A Grand Wizard, resembling a mummy, cursed angrily. God knows. A Grand Wizard beside him, who looked like a normal human, but whose eyes and mouth blazed with flames, replied. A Grand Wizard with pitch-black skeletons and pale flames burning in his eyes suddenly interrupted. "I'm thinking either those bugs have come up with some new technology, or maybe the bigwigs up above are looking for a bigger bite and want to ease the pressure on the front lines. Withered Hand, you just got back from the front. How's the situation there?" The mummy Grand Wizard paused and replied, "What else can we do? We never have enough troops on the periphery. But I recently heard that those bugs seem to have made some progress with curses. I heard from Thunderfury that a wizard on the front lines encountered an attack by multiple Mayfly kings, and there was no prophecy to indicate this. The great wizard's injuries were also afflicted by a curse. Good heavens, isn't the curse's advantage going to disappear?" Another great wizard joined the discussion. "Who knows, but be prepared. Someone's coming again." Buzz, with a flash of light at the corner of the hall, a black-robed figure appeared. Sensing the undisguised 5 rings aura emanating from the black-robed wizard, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of several great wizards in the hall. They didn't remember Richard being a figure in the 4 rings Tower of Truth. Only a great wizard standing at the edge of the hall had a thoughtful expression on his face, as if recognizing the black-robed wizard. "Master Qingxuang, I wonder if you still remember me." The black-robed wizard greeted Grand Wizard Qingxuang, who had become a 5-ring Grand Wizard, at the edge of the hall. At this greeting, Grand Wizard Qingxuang's heart trembled. His thoughts were confirmed. He nodded slightly to the black-robed wizard. "Of course I remember you, Richard. There aren't many wizards who can take the rune from me, and you're the only wizard apprentice." At the mention of Grand Wizard Qingxuang, all the Grand Wizards in the hall instantly turned their attention to the new Grand Wizard. "Richard, this name is almost universally known among the Grand Wizards. Anyone who dares to bluntly state in the war summary, which all Grand Wizards must study, that most Grand Wizards' command abilities are inferior to those of Grand Wizard Victory's sword, strikes most Grand Wizards as unbridled arrogance." But the person before them seemed to contradict their impressions. Richard smiled. Once upon a time, he was an apprentice at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, trembling among the great wizards. Now, the once unapproachable great wizard had become his teammate, fighting alongside him. "Haha, Master's rune was a real help to me back then. Without it, I'd probably have perished on the battlefield of some dimensional war." Great Wizard Qingxuang's eyes were filled with complexity. The apprentice who had once stood before him like a minion was now his equal. And judging by the life force radiating from him, Richard's strength on paper might even be greater than his. How unpredictable things really are. Grand Wizard Qingxuang suppressed his complex emotions and said calmly, "No, with your intelligence, planar wars are a golden opportunity for you." Richard smiled and didn't pursue the topic further. He looked around and asked, "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something about me?" As a wizard with evolved physiques, the gazes of these Grand Wizards on him were as sensitive as the stabbing of a knife. "Nothing. I'm just curious why the legendary Richard seems so gentle," said a fellow Grand Wizard of the 5th ring. Richard looked at the wizard who answered. This wizard was probably from the Soul School. His appearance was no longer human, but rather a giant jellyfish in a wizard's robes. As he watched him, Richard could keenly sense a shift in his perception, making it impossible to accurately determine the wizard's exact location. Gentle? Richard smiled. I'm curious what outrageous actions I've taken to make so many great wizards consider me arrogant and disrespectful. It can't be because, as I mentioned in my post-war report, most great wizards lack the commanding abilities of the great wizard of the Sword of Victory, right?